18 years after being sent to this world by a dump truck, Bian Li had always believed this was an ordinary world. The only abnormal thing was the lost driver and evolution driver in his consciousness, his so-called sea of awareness. Was it not merely out of boredom that he had bought those two devices to play with? Was that really such a big deal? Yet no matter how he searched, he could not find a city called Fengdu, and while there were many genius physicists in the world, not a single one was named Tongxing Zhantu. Nor was there anyone capable of developing an evolution driver. Japan had not been split into 3 parts either. Most importantly, who could explain why he had brought along 26 T2 Gaia memories, as well as a Cobra full bottle, a Rider system full bottle, and an evolution trigger? Among the Gaia memories, the eternal memory was particularly eye-catching. The evolution trigger shone even more brilliantly. As a fake Kamen Rider fan, the famed brother and a boss were names Bian Li had long heard of. These two figures of the lineage, one reputed as the king of Gaia memories whose cape billowed as he shattered Oma, the other renowned as the most flamboyant and unrestrained final boss. If he had not insisted on being so reckless, the protagonist team would have long since been wiped out. Even placed within the broader Kamen Rider world, these two villains enjoyed overwhelming popularity. What delighted Bian Li most was that besides their overwhelming power, these two were outrageously handsome. Bian Li's life in this lifetime could hardly be called difficult. Born into the Bian family, the wealthiest clan in Haicheng, he had grown up clad in silk and brocade, getting almost anything he desired. He had an elder sister, but no younger brother. He also had a childhood sweetheart, Xiao Zi, the eldest daughter of the Xiao family, the second wealthiest in Haicheng. Both families had always viewed the bond between Bian Li and Xiao Zi as strong from childhood to adulthood, even harboring thoughts of a powerful alliance. Unfortunately, all of this was now about to be shattered. 2 events had occurred. The first, earlier today, Bian Li's father, Bian Lianyun, brought someone home, a man who claimed that he was the Bian family's trueborn son. Under the incredulous gaze of Bian Li's mother, Su Herong, and the doubtful questioning of his elder sister, Bian Lianyun took out a DNA test report. It clearly stated that there was no blood relation between Bian Li and Bian Lianyun, Su Herong, or Bian Yi. The one who shared blood ties with them was the unfamiliar man who had been brought in, Lin Fan. The appraisal had been conducted at a hospital controlled by the Bian family. There was no possibility of error. If they still did not believe it, Bian Lianyun was willing to let them seek another trusted institution for re-examination. Such open words left little room for doubt. Since childhood, Bian Li had been groomed as the Bian family's heir. With the willpower of someone who had lived 2 lives, and having read no small number of such melodramatic novels in his previous life, his reaction was not as extreme as one might expect. Instead, it was Su Herong and Bian Yi who struggled to accept it. What followed was simple. Everything proceeded according to the usual procedures. First, they had to investigate what had happened back then, how the 2 children had been switched. Lin Fan had grown up in an orphanage and 18 years had already passed. In those days, surveillance systems were far from ubiquitous. Investigating the matter would not be easy. Next came the question of whether Bian Li and Lin Fan would stay or leave. After all, he was the child they had raised for 18 years. Su Herong and Bian Yi were reluctant to part with Bian Li. In truth, Bian Lianyun could not bear to let him go either. His feelings for Bian Li ran deeper than those of Su Herong and Bian Yi. He had truly raised Bian Li as his heir. Yet he could not ignore Lin Fan's feelings. The boy had been away from them for 18 years, having finally returned home. How could he feel comfortable seeing someone occupying the nest that should have been his? Caught between 2 sides, Lin Fan spoke up, expressing his willingness to coexist peacefully with Bian Li and to make further plans after the truth of the past had been fully uncovered. Bian Li, however, disagreed. Drawing on his extensive experience with melodramatic novels, Bian Li knew that in situations like his and Lin Fan's there was bound to be a green tea, a hypocritical schemer playing both sides. He was certain he was not that person, but seeing how readily Lin Fan had offered to let him stay, he suspected Lin Fan was very likely the one. If the household were thrown into chaos in the future, the ones to suffer the headaches would still be Bian Lianyun and Su Herong.
The master of the Rage Thunder martial arts school was a 3rd-tier martial artist, but he was a sword user. With this thought, Jiang Ming's expression turned somewhat angry. Nonsense.
Thus, at Bian Li's insistence, he moved out and into the spacious apartment he had recently received as his 18th birthday gift. The second event was the shadowy figure now before him. Or perhaps, ghostly figure was more fitting. Standing before the mirror and gazing at his own reflection, Bian Li felt as though he were recognizing this world for the first time. He had thought this was merely a cliched world of switched young masters and had already resolved to slowly distance himself from the Bian family and carve out his own path. With his own abilities, he believed that even if he could not surpass the Bian family, becoming a rising new magnate should not be difficult. Yet now the reflection in the mirror with blood-red eyes and a twisted grin seemed to be telling him that this world was far from as simple as it appeared. His identity as a Kamen Rider, one he could indulge only by transforming in deserted places late at night, was in fact not something that truly intoxicated him with self-admiration. He raised his hand to touch his handsome face. In the mirror, Bian Li likewise lifted his hand, but instead of touching his own cheek, he sneered and extended his hand outward. Only then did Bian Li notice that the ghostly figure's hand in the mirror was covered in fresh blood. As it stretched forward, a blood-soaked spectral hand slowly emerged from the mirror. It reached toward him with agonizing slowness. Bian Li did not move, simply lowering his head to watch the bloody hand approach. To the ghostly figure, it seemed that Bian Li had already been frightened stiff. In truth, Bian Li was observing. Seizing the ghostly hand in one swift motion, he pulled it closer to examine it carefully and murmured, "It really is blood. I thought it was tomato juice." The ghostly figure's grin froze on its face. This reaction was all wrong. Shouldn't he be screaming in terror right about now? "Do you have any idea what I am?" it demanded. Unable to accept this, the ghost felt its dignity as a specter had been insulted. Its voice was hoarse, accompanied by a maddening screeching sound like cheap chalk furiously scraping across a blackboard. "Aren't you just a ghost?" "I'm not that ignorant," Bian Li replied, as polite as his name suggested, answering every question, though the ghost's voice made him uncomfortable. "Then you're not afraid?" the ghost pressed. "If I were afraid, would you let me go?" Bian Li countered. The ghost shook its head. If it were going to let him go, why would it appear here at all? Was it supposed to wait obediently for some relevant department to come dispose of it? "Exactly. I know. You want to see me flail and panic to satisfy your twisted pleasure, perhaps even absorb my fear to strengthen yourself. Whatever the case, why should I give you what you want?" The ghost fell silent. It had to admit that Bian Li's words were entirely correct. Fear did indeed increase its power, and the target's struggles before death brought it profound psychological satisfaction. But was this right? Was this boy taking ghosts too lightly? "Besides, you don't think I'm just going to surrender, do you? On what basis do you assume you already have me in your grasp?" With a thought, the lost driver from his sea of consciousness appeared in Bian Li's hand. Under the ghost's stupefied gaze, he set the lost driver at his waist, belt straps extended from both sides, wrapping around and fastening at his hips. With a flick of his right hand, the pure white eternal memory was already in his grasp. He pressed the button on it. "Eternal," the device intoned before he slid the memory into the lost driver's slot. As Bian Li swung his arm wide and shouted "Henshin," white particles burst forth, interlaced with a scattering of blue particles. They swiftly adhered to his body. In no time, a white armored warrior appeared where he stood, dominated by white, with blue flame patterns at his forearms and ankles. At last, a black eternal mantle settled dramatically over the white warrior's back. Turning around, Bian Li raised his right hand thumb upright, before he suddenly thrust it downward. "Remember the name of the Shinigami, Kamen Rider, Eternal Bian Li." Haisher University, ranked first among the 10 greatest universities of Longhua, had long been revered by countless aspiring students. Beneath the experimental building of Haisher University lay a hidden world of its own. At this moment, countless advanced instruments were shrieking with intense alarm. A bespectacled man in a research coat, a lollipop between his teeth, and a cup of coffee cradled in his hand, hurriedly rushed back to his workstation. Hot, hot, hot. Honestly, of all times, it just had to be now. Though he grumbled, the man set down his coffee and immediately began operating the equipment. Cut the nonsense. What species is it this time, and what level? Different people arrived one after another, fixing their gazes on the enormous screen before them, their expressions grave. The one who spoke was a cool, aloof woman, arms crossed before her chest, which only served to accentuate its fullness. Behind her stood a man and a woman, clearly taking their cues from her as their unquestioned leader. In Jiangbian Ipin Residential Complex Level C. Suspected to be a ghost. At the final word, even the man in glasses could not help but grow solemn. Among all monsters, ghosts were the most troublesome, nearly impossible to capture. And this was a clever ghost. Within the Haisher branch, the strongest operative was the woman standing behind him, and even she was only level. "No, something's wrong. What is this?" No sooner had the words fallen before they could even fully react to the ghost's appearance, the alarms blared again, more urgent than before. The man in glasses began pounding on the keyboard, and a new feed appeared on the large screen. "A stronger surge of energy also in Jiangbian Ipin Residential Complex has already exceeded our branch's measurement range. Species unknown." No sooner had he spoken than the alarm suddenly cut off. It was not because he had stopped the system, but because the readings had exceeded the threshold. The device had burned out, spewing white smoke. "This is that mysterious powerhouse we've occasionally detected in the past, but the energy has never been this in Qing Vayu. I advise against deploying. This is beyond what we can withstand. What we should do is wait for support from Jingdu." The Jingdu headquarters would be monitoring the status of every branch. The fact that Haisher had registered energy beyond detection limits would certainly already be known to them. Though he continued speaking, his hands never stopped moving as he sent a report to Jingdu headquarters requesting reinforcements. They had sensed this energy once before. Back then, however, the surge had not been so fierce, and they had been unable to locate its source, so the matter had simply been left to rest. I am not you, and you are not me. What about you two? The aloof woman known as Qing Vayu turned to look at the two beside her. You are the captain. That single sentence said everything. We depart, she declared. Qing Vayu pivoted and strode out. The man and woman hurriedly followed. The bespectacled man wore an expression of just as expected. I'll make the preparations, he said. None of them were working together for the first time. Each knew their role, performing their duties with smooth, practiced coordination. The bespectacled man immediately used his authority to contact the security personnel responsible for the district containing Bian Li residential complex, ordering a blockade under the pretext that a brutal murderer had appeared there. As for the residents within the complex, in order not to alert the target, they could not be moved for the time being. The man in glasses did not believe that with such an existence present Bian Li would remain intact by the time Qing Vayu and her team arrived. His task was limited to containment, especially of public opinion. Right, there's Wyoxiang as well. As much as I hate to disturb him, an extra hand means extra strength. I can only disrupt the bond he's painstakingly rebuilding with his long-lost family. He dialed the number, gave a brief explanation, and hung up. Shortly afterward, a reply from Jingdu headquarters arrived. Only one sentence maintained the current situation. The man in glasses let out a quiet breath of relief. With an order from Jingdu headquarters, Qing Vayu would surely not force her way into the complex. Charging in when you already knew you were outmatched was not bravery, it was courting death. This was what he had always believed one should undertake, only what one's strength allowed. That was the greatest contribution they could make to the nation and society. At the Bian family villa, Lin Fan had been temporarily settled in a guest room. The incident had come far too abruptly, especially for the Bian family. Everyone needed time to digest what had happened. Putting down his phone, Lin Fan walked over to the window. His team needed him, he had to go. He was a member of the Longhua Bureau of Anomalous Investigation Haisher Branch, abbreviated as the Anomaly Investigation Bureau, codename Wyoxiang. Without alerting anyone, he slipped out of the window in a single leap. Evading all bodyguards and security with ease, Lin Fan darted onto the road like a hunting leopard, then fixed his bearing and sped toward Jiangbian Iping residential complex. While the Anomaly Investigation Bureau was mobilizing, our protagonist was pursuing his own ghost-slaying crusade. Upon seeing Bian Li transform, the mirror ghost felt an immense pressure, a power unlike anything it had ever encountered. It was merely a clever minor ghost, while the transformed Kamen Rider Eternal was at a level it could not even comprehend. That meant the rider stood at a realm utterly beyond its reach. Whether it was a level or s-level no longer mattered. Either way, it was not something the ghost could ever oppose. It yearned to retract its hand and retreat back into its mirror, hoping that familiar glass might grant a sliver of safety. Yet its hand was clamped firmly in Bian Li's grip, impossible to pull back. Fingers locked around the mirror ghost's wrist without the slightest tremor, Bian Li even had the leisure to taunt, "You want me to let go? If you want that, just say so. If you don't speak up, how would I know you want me to release you?" The foolish mirror ghost believed him. In its current state, it would clutch at any shred of hope. "Then may I ask you to let go?" it pleaded. "Of course." Bian Li deliberately slowed his words, and as the mirror ghost's mouth stretched into a joyous grin, he almost felt reluctant to utter the next two syllables, "Not. Get out here." Instead of releasing the ghost's hand, he yanked with greater force, hauling the entire mirror ghost out of the reflective surface. Now stripped of its mirror, it was nothing more than a tiger without fangs. Realizing it had been toyed with, terror surged through the mirror ghost, yet as a ghost its feral viciousness also boiled up from the depths of its being. "You dared make a fool of me." Even knowing it could not win, it wanted its opponent to understand it was not so easily bullied. "Yes, I did," Bian Li replied, and casually drove a simple kick into the ghost's abdomen, sending it crashing to the floor. The mirror ghost was inwardly delighted. The spot where it fell was not far from another full-length mirror. If it could just slip into that mirror, it might yet escape. Crawling a few steps, it was about to touch the glass, when a white boot came down upon its body, the soul wreathed in blue energy. The instant it brushed against that blue radiance, the mirror ghost screamed in agony, as though confronted by its natural nemesis. This was the power unique to the Eternal Memory Unit. "I hadn't expected it to work this well," Bian Li murmured. With such an excellent test subject, he naturally had no intention of letting it go. This was the first supernatural creature he had encountered in 18 years. He was counting on it to help him open the door to a new world. Energy works. What about ordinary blades? Instead of using the Eternal Dagger, a spatial memory unit appeared in his hand. He pressed it, then slotted it into the groove on his body. Harnessing spatial power, he instantly teleported a kitchen knife into his grip and swung it down in a single stroke. The blade passed through the mirror ghost and bit into the floorboards. "It really can't be stabbed," Bian Li remarked. He then began systematically testing every rumor he had ever heard about ghosts. Outside the community, Qing Nu Yu stood at the entrance with her team members. They had already received the message from Kyoto requesting them to maintain stability temporarily while awaiting support. Another team member Wu Youxiang was on his way. The guards had already been deployed surrounding Jiang Bian Yiping community, allowing no one to enter. At this late hour, few would venture out of their homes. Even if someone did, seeing such a large commotion would surely prevent them from returning, and they would instead alert their families to come out. When Lin Fan arrived, Qing Nu Yu and the team members were monitoring the movements within the community. Two team members, a female codenamed Yu Miao Miao and a male codenamed Gui Jinin, were both ancient martial arts practitioners classified as level C. Qing Nu Yu possessed a rare awakened ability to manipulate the wind. Wu Youxiang and Lin Fan also had awakened powers capable of controlling the earth. Both of them had level B abilities. Captain Wu Youxiang reporting for duty. Lin Fan promptly reported to Captain Qing Nu Yu. I apologize for interrupting your reunion with your family, but the situation here is severe and every additional person adds strength to our efforts. The detection machines are unable to gauge the energy within it has already reached its level intensity, suggesting a peerless powerhouse capable of destroying a city single-handedly. Despite their insignificance in the face of such an existence likely akin to ants, having one more person still brought a sense of reassurance. The headquarters has dispatched support, but once they arrive our mission will be complete. The community was currently very calm, showing no signs of abnormality, and Qing Nu Yu certainly wouldn't foolishly charge in. If they provoked the other party into action, she couldn't bear the consequences. Understood, Captain. Lin Fan had joined the Dragon Country Abnormal Investigation Bureau early on due to his extraordinary awakened abilities. Ji Yunya, what is the situation inside the community? Ji Yunya, the bespectacled man's codename, had also awakened abilities to enhance his brain, serving as the brain of the Haisher branch of the Abnormal Investigation Bureau. Qing Nu Yu believed that by now Ji Yunya would have repaired the equipment and made improvements. The detection device has just been repaired. That entity is still present and has not moved. The energy remains immeasurable, but the ghost's energy seems to have weakened significantly, likely due to some provocation of that entity. Unlike the ghost, the detection device cannot identify what race that powerful being belongs to. Ji Yunya could only refer to it as that entity. Will it become enraged and harm the innocent? Qing Nu Yu asked, which was their main concern. I don't know. Ji Yunya replied helplessly. He was merely clever, but could not predict the thoughts of such an influential figure. Who knows what they are thinking? The fact that the entity hadn't immediately destroyed the community and seemed to be targeting the ghost led Ji Yunya's sixth sense to suggest that the matter might not be as severe as it appeared. Boom. Just as Ji Yunya thought this, a loud noise rang from his phone. He clearly heard the sound of glass. What had seemed less serious moments ago now sounded alarming. He immediately turned to the large screen. While it was blacked out again, the detection device had malfunctioned. This indicated that the other party had used their powers, causing an explosive release of energy. Qing Nu Yu. After leaving that statement, Ji Yunya had no time to repair the device and immediately contacted the support dispatched from the Kyoto headquarters. The only information received was that it would take 1 hour. 1 hour was a short time for Kyoto to reach Haisher. Yet at this moment Ji Yunya felt that it was an eternity. Qing Nu Yu and Wu Youxiang along with the 3 others anxiously watched the community. Other ordinary people had been ordered to stay far away. The earlier commotion inside Jiang Bianiping community was certainly caused by Bian Li. His only purpose was to test whether he could pull the mirror ghost out of the mirror. The reality left the mirror ghost in despair. He was shoved through the window by Bian Li, and in that instant he thought he had a chance to escape. However, Bian Li showed no mercy. Having shoved him inside, he immediately shattered the window and pulled him back out. Heaven to hell in an instant. This commotion drew the attention of many who peeked outside from their homes. This was a high-end community where residents were either wealthy or well-connected, and such a disturbance was rare. Bian Li knew without thinking that the existence of a ghost could not be known to ordinary people. Moreover, he himself did not want to become the center of attention and scrutiny. Thus he immediately grabbed the mirror ghost and aimed to leave the area. Not far from Haiching there were some islands, all small and uninhabited, the perfect place for Bian Li to transform and play. This time with the mirror ghost in tow, Bian Li also wanted to visit the familiar island. He held the mirror ghost as one would a chick. Seeing the mirror ghost still looking just like him with a dejected expression that did not match his own aura, Bian Li felt somewhat displeased. I say, can't you change your appearance? While sometimes it feels great to hit yourself, your current pathetic look really annoys me. The mirror ghost trembled all over. He had been tortured to the point of losing his sanity. Upon hearing the boss words, he immediately transformed back to his original appearance. If one ignored his disheveled hair and pale complexion, he was just an unremarkable ordinary person. Arriving at the community entrance, Bian Li fixed his gaze on the 4 ready figures before him. It was not that these 4 were so powerful that they made the transformed Bian Li wary, but one of them he had seen, his nominal younger brother Lin Fan, the biological son brought back by Bian Li and Yun. Dressed in white armor, the 4 did not notice Bian Li's gaze focusing on Lin Fan. Seeing a figure in white armor appear, Qing Nuyu and her 3 companions immediately took a stance. They did not recognize this white figure, but they recognized the object in his hand. That was a ghost. There were only 2 sources of abnormal energy here. One was the ghost, the other was self-evident. Qing Nuyu and her companions dared not act rashly. Bian Li was pondering what Lin Fan's identity truly was. Just from the reactions of the 4 upon seeing him and the mirror ghost, Bian Li sensed something unusual. Is Lin Fan truly some destined child? A strange silence fell between the 2 parties. After a long time unable to figure it out, Bian Li decided to adopt the simplest and most direct approach. He spoke up to ask, "Who are you?" Bian Li speculated that they might be government personnel. He also noticed the guards in the distance. Aside from the state machinery, no one else could wield such authority. "We are the Dragon Country Abnormal Investigation Bureau Haisha branch team. I am the leader Lung Qingshuang, codenamed Qing Nuyu." As the team leader, Lung Qingshuang stepped forward as a representative to answer. She was concerned that if she did not respond, the other party might act violently. The personalities of these top figures are unpredictable. Who knows what might provoke them? Moreover, the Dragon Country Abnormal Investigation Bureau was formidable with experts aplenty. Mentioning it could effectively deter the other party. Dragon Country Abnormal Investigation Bureau. Bian Li repeated. Such a department. Yes, given your strength, you should be familiar with the higher-ups of the Anomaly Investigation Bureau of Longhua, right? The circles of the powerful are interconnected. Only those of equal stature can become friends with the elite. The Anomaly Investigation Bureau of Longhua is well known internationally, its power ranking among the top. Moreover, Longhua is famously secure. Even notorious criminals known internationally dare not commit crimes in Longhua. However, Bian Li listened to Qing Nuyu's words, turning a deaf ear. He needed to test his own level of strength. Furthermore, he was quite intrigued by the Anomaly Investigation Bureau of Longhua and why Lin Fan was here. Who are they? Since the other party considered him a big shot, he might as well go along with it. Besides, he truly did not take the strength of the 4 in front of him seriously. They were significantly weaker compared to those who had undergone body modification. They were only slightly stronger than the mirror ghost he had in hand. They are also members of the Haisha branch. This is Lin Fan, code name Yuxiang. This is Yi Miao Miao, nickname Yu Miao Miao, and this is Wu Mingchang, code name Gui Jinyang. The fact that they could communicate and were initially judged to be human relieved Qing Nuyu. At least for now, they could maintain control over the situation. Upon hearing Lin Fan's name and code name Yuxiang, Bian Li felt it was quite fitting. Bian Li had mentioned that Lin Fan grew up in an orphanage, and he had come forward claiming to be a member of the Bian family. Due to certain reasons, Bian Li had still conducted a paternity test. It now seemed that the so-called reasons must have involved the Anomaly Investigation Bureau's intervention. In an instant, Bian Li roughly pieced together the course of events. Is your target this guy, or is it me? Bian Li posed a question that left Qing Nuyu at a loss for words. A poorly phrased answer might provoke the other party. After some consideration, Qing Nuyu still responded, "Sir, we initially detected the presence of this ghost, and only later discovered that you were also here. We mean no harm, but due to our duty, we had to take action. I just happened to encounter this guy who attempted to harm me, as you can see." Now the 4 of them were slightly losing their composure. This was the first time they had encountered such a foolish ghost who didn't even conduct background checks before causing harm. Can't you sense the overwhelming aura emanating from him? The mirror ghost felt wronged. Before transforming, how was he different from an ordinary person? Who would know he would become so powerful after transformation? "Sir, what are your intentions?" Qing Nuyu inquired. If the other party intended to leave, they couldn't stop him, but they needed to try to understand his direction. Once the experts from headquarters arrived, they could rest assured. It's not convenient inside. Oh, let's use him for some experiments. Bian Li spoke frankly. You can follow along, and by the way, inform the person behind the surveillance that I want cause trouble in Longhua. The 4 from Qing Nuyu were equipped with miniature cameras, which Bian Li had noticed from the start. However, he had no malicious intent, so he didn't pay much attention to it. Moreover, the personnel sent from the headquarters would surely carry more weight than those from the branch. They would undoubtedly provide more answers to his queries. I apologize for the intrusion. Upon hearing Bian Li's words, the 4 from Qing Nuyu were taken aback, offering no excuses or explanations. They directly apologized and removed the miniature cameras. Bian Li decided to proceed to the designated island. Many matters needed clarification, and he was also eager to test where his Eternal Rider's strength stood in Longhua and the world. As for Kamen Rider Evol, there was no need for testing. With the power to control black holes, he stood atop the world no matter where he was. That was a level of power capable of annihilating stars. I will head to the island in the east. When your headquarters people arrive, have them find me there. Bian Li cast one last glance at Lin Fan. Or do you intend to send someone to follow me? Qing Nuyu dared not respond. If possible, she would certainly want to, although she knew it would be of little use. Bian Li noticed their expressions and also planned to have a chat with Lin Fan. He had no intention of hiding his identity and never thought of it. Once the experts from the headquarters of the Anomaly Investigation Bureau arrived, Bian Li intended to join them. Having the backing of the state makes things easier. Even though he possessed the power of black holes, he had no plans to leave this planet, nor would he ever destroy it. Let him follow me. Bian Li pointed at Yuexiang Lin Fan. Qing Nu Yue Miao Miao and Gue Jinyang also looked toward Yuexiang, puzzled as to why it was him. Shouldn't the most suitable candidate be Qing Nu Yu? What's wrong? Is that not acceptable? Seeing no one respond, Bian Li's tone revealed impatience. No, Yuexiang, you shall stay by this gentleman's side and await orders. Qing Nu Yu did not dare to ask why, but Yuexiang was certainly more reassuring than Yu Miao Miao and Gue Jinyang. Understood, Captain. Yuexiang received the order and stepped forward. Let's go. He held the mirror ghost in his right hand and placed his left hand on Yuexiang's shoulder. The spatial memory device in the groove on his leg had not been detached, the spatial ability activated. Instant transmission. In the blink of an eye, Qing Nu Yu Miao Miao and Gue Jinyang saw two people and one ghost vanish before their eyes. Captain, this is teleportation. The power of space. Yu Mio Mio's frightened voice rang out, startling Qing Nu Yu and Gue Jinyang. It should be right. Qing Nu Yu couldn't believe it. No matter where space and time represented absolute power. Even without other spatial abilities, merely teleportation alone was enough to command respect anywhere. The abilities of this unknown powerhouse had surpassed Qing Nu Yu's imagination. Opening the surveillance device, Qing Nu Yu immediately contacted Ji Yunyun at the branch. According to the footage previously obtained, if all goes well, they should be able to glean information about this person from the Anomaly Investigation Bureau's database. Just because they did not recognize him does not mean everyone in the Bureau is unaware. If this was a sudden emergence of a new-level powerhouse, Qing Nu Yu wouldn't believe it. At the same time, the teleportation spatial ability needed to be reported to headquarters and the high-ranking officials on their way. The headquarters database has no information on him, and there are very few known individuals in this world with spatial abilities. None match him. So he truly is a new-level powerhouse. Qing Nu Yu felt somewhat excited. If that were the case, and if he was a local of Haishi, could they not persuade him to stay in Haishur? It's worth noting that the Haishur branch had long lost its former strength due to a major upheaval. Saying that only a few kittens remained wouldn't be an exaggeration. After expressing this plan, Ji Yunyun also found it feasible. If you can pull it off. Qing Nu Yu's thoughts aligned perfectly with Ji Yunyun's. From their previous interaction, Ji Yunyun intuitively believed that the other party was at least not a bad person. Lin Fan felt a sudden blur before his eyes, and the scenery before him transformed from a grand gate to a vast ocean. The abrupt change left him momentarily stunned, a hint of bewilderment flickering in his gaze. Once his cognitive abilities returned, he instantly thought of the legendary spatial powers, a glimmer of envy flashing in his eyes. Bian Li keenly observed Lin Fan's expression. Bian Li did not mind the fact that this brother who disrupted his life rhythm was not related by blood. He had a relaxed attitude about this matter. With the blood relation established, the truth was that he had indeed occupied 18 years of Lin Fan's life. Knowing the existence of the Dragon Kingdom's Anomaly Investigation Bureau, the mirror ghost in his hand had lost its value. When you reach hell, just call my name, Kamen Rider Eternal. Blue flames surged in his hand as the mirror ghost howled and turned into nothingness. The mirror ghost's wailing jolted Lin Fan awake, reminding him that this was not the moment for envy. The person before him was suspected to be in S-Class powerhouse. S-Class for City Annihilation, S-Class for Provincial Destruction, SS-Class for National Eradication. This was universally acknowledged in the extraordinary world. Lin Fan wanted to speak, but upon considering the other's power, he wisely kept silent. S-Class for City Annihilation, S-Class for Provincial Destruction, SS-Class for National Eradication. This was universally acknowledged in the extraordinary world. Lin Fan wanted to speak, but upon considering, although Lin Fan possessed some strength and had gone through certain experiences, he still felt somewhat inexperienced when facing someone like Bian Li, who had seen the intrigues of the business world. Yes. Lin Fan felt quite constrained, not realizing that the voice of the person before him was actually somewhat familiar. After all, the two had met at the Bian family's villa the previous night. Bian Li did not reveal his identity directly. It was more suitable to clarify some matters regarding their identities now. Next, I will ask questions, and you will answer. Any objections? The sudden statement left Lin Fan momentarily speechless. He had felt that the other had intentionally summoned him instead of choosing randomly. Now his suspicions were even more solidified. However, Lin Fan believed he had never encountered such a powerful individual. No problem. You are Lin Fan. Instead of being direct, he laid some groundwork as he had not yet revealed his identity. Yes. Lin Fan thought not as a code name, but as a name. Did he know me? Who could it be? I heard that Bian Li from the Bian family is not a biological child. You are the true offspring of the Bian family. Bian Li continued to inquire, displaying a genuine concern for the Bian family. Yes, Lin Fan answered honestly, feeling that something was amiss, but unable to pinpoint it. Lin Fan pondered, is it related to the Bian family, or to Bian Li? This thought flashed through his mind. How did you discover you were a child of the Bian family? This was the question Bian Li wanted to confirm. Bian Lianyun had not clarified this matter, only stating that Lin Fan brought a paternity test to find Bian Lianyun. Accompanied by senior leaders from Haishi, Bian Li speculated that it must be the Anomaly Bureau exerting influence here. It was discovered by the Anomaly Bureau. I grew up in an orphanage and wanted to know the truth of my abandonment. The person before Lin Fan felt increasingly strange. While answering questions, the teacher also sensed something unusual, as if the voice was somewhat familiar. So did you find the answer? Lin Fan remained silent, wondering if he had found it. Surely he must have found it. If everything were merely coincidental and his biological parents had not intentionally abandoned him, then it would be acceptable for him. However, with this question posed by the other, Lin Fan felt even more discordant. The other seemed very concerned about his matters related to the Bian family. At the same time, that familiar feeling surged again. It felt as though he was on the verge of grasping something, yet no matter how he tried, he could not. You must have found it. He did not elaborate further, simply answering the question directly. From Lin Fan's conflicted expression, Bian Li could not discern his true thoughts. Perhaps he himself could not see clearly either. Bian Li wished to continue, but time was running short. Someone was coming, and it was a minor expert. A figure sped across the sea. Upon closer inspection, one could see that he was flying directly in the air. Bian Li looked toward the sea, and Lin Fan did the same. Seeing that an expert from headquarters had arrived, Lin Fan couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, even though the other had only asked a few questions and did not do anything else. However, being in the presence of such an expert without understanding the enemy's intentions was quite stressful. The figure quickly reached the shore, and the first thing he did after landing was to adjust his attire. Even from a distance, Bian Li and Lin Fan could hear the person panting heavily, indicating he had hurried over. No wonder he arrived so quickly despite the short time. Hello, nice to meet you for the first time. I am Zhang Dong, one of the captains of the Anomaly Bureau headquarters in Kyoto Dragon Kingdom, a disciple of Mao Shan, codename Xiechun Yuan. Zhang Dong adjusted his breathing and greeted them in a familiar manner while extending his hand. You must be Lin Fan, young brother. It's a pleasure to meet you. Zhang Dong did not forget to greet Lin Fan, appearing to have no aura of its class powerhouse. However, in Bian Li's perception, Zhang Dong was filled with a violent power as fierce as lightning. Hello. Bian Li shook Zhang Dong's hand briefly, making contact to acknowledge him. It seems you two were having a pleasant chat. Captain Qing knew you was somewhat worried, specifically asking me to hurry. If I had known, I wouldn't have rushed so, but nearly exhausted me. Zhang Dong took a few deep breaths and wiped non-existent sweat. Lin Fan felt warm inside. The concern from his companions in the Haisher Anomaly Bureau was his second source of comfort. He was just secretly observing the person beside him, worried that he might mind. Glancing over, he saw the helmet on and could not discern anything. I'm not that petty, Bian Li retorted with irritation. Lin Fan then turned back, feeling somewhat embarrassed. I don't see this friend as someone who would act recklessly, so let's skip the formalities. My duty requires it. May I ask, what is your true identity? Zhang Dong got straight to the point. From their previous interaction, Zhang Dong made the same judgment as Lin Fan, that this individual could be won over and was not someone vicious. Indeed, they concluded that Bian Li was human. This armor might be some kind of power amplifier or a tool for concealing identity. Zhang Dong arrived a bit early, but Bian Li had already grasped the general information he wanted to know. He also confirmed that Lin Fan was not some kind of green tea. On the contrary, he could be considered a good youth, which was quite reassuring. In this case, even if Bian Li left the Bian family, he wouldn't need to worry too much about his parents and sister. He raised his hand and pulled off the eternal memory device from his belt. As the armor on him transformed into particles and dissipated, Bian Li's true appearance was revealed. Lin Fan's mouth fell open, utterly stunned. How is it? Has it truly been so long that you no longer recognize me? Bian Li beamed brightly, utterly devoid of the awkwardness one might expect from a false young master. In stark contrast, Lin Fan, the true heir, suddenly understood everything the moment his gaze fell upon Bian Li's face. No wonder he cared so deeply about the Bian family. No wonder he felt an uncanny familiarity toward him. Oh, do you two know each other? Now it was Zhang Dong's turn to look genuinely surprised. Let me introduce myself. I am Bian Li, the false young master of the Bian family. And this gentleman beside me is the true heir, recently reinstated into the family. This time Bian Li extended his hand first. Even Zhang Dong, who prided himself on having seen it all, felt his thoughts momentarily clouded by the intricate dynamic between Bian Li and Lin Fan. He mechanically reached out and shook Bian Li's hand. So, true and false young masters. Is this fiction stepping straight into reality? Though a cultivator, Zhang Dong was hardly out of touch with modern culture. Such progressive thinking for a Taoist master. Bian Li laughed heartily. Zhang Dong was indeed a fascinating man brimming with charm. Indeed, many women at the General Bureau discussed precisely these topics, and quite a few self-proclaimed fujoshi among them. Zhang Dong sighed wryly. He hadn't sought such content out. He'd merely absorbed it passively. Ha ha ha. Absolutely. In my high school class, countless girls were just the same. Of course, Bian Li himself occasionally indulged in such pastimes when bored. After his reincarnation endowed with both the lost drive and the evolution drive, his 5 foundational attributes, intellect, physical strength, and more, far surpassed those of ordinary mortals. Academic study posed no challenge whatsoever. That very superiority was why he had already been entrusted with strategic decision-making within the Bian group at such a young age. It was all about capability. As Bian Li, the nominal elder brother, and Zhang Dong, a master cultivator from the Capital General Bureau, exchanged light-hearted gossip about the women in their respective circles, Lin Fan couldn't help but feel profoundly out of place. His own branch bureau had scarcely any female staff. The two he interacted with most were Yu Miao Miao and Qing Niu. Would Qing Niu ever indulge in idle gossip? The very notion was unimaginable. She practically lived inside the training chamber, emerging only when, "Young Master Bian, let us return to serious matters. At what cultivation tier do you currently stand? And what precisely is the nature of that armor?" Duty demanded it, and Zhang Dong had also deliberately fostered rapport during their earlier exchange. Without the armor, Zhang Dong's perception registered Bian Li as merely stronger than an average person, devoid of a martial artist's chi or an esper's spiritual energy. Bian Li naturally played along flawlessly. His ability to speak human language to humans and ghost language to ghosts was nothing short of consummate. They were all foxes. None could accuse the others. Frankly, I myself am uncertain of my exact cultivation level. As for the armor, Master Zhang has surely discerned its significance. My entire power resides within it, and it manifested spontaneously. Bian Li would never reveal the truth. Reincarnation was his deepest secret, one he would carry to the grave. Zhang Dong, for his part, accepted the explanation with healthy skepticism. Everyone guarded secrets, and he respected that. Once recruited, there would be ample opportunity later. "Young Master Bian, you have yet to affiliate with any organization, correct?" That was in fact today's paramount objective. Regardless of his precise cultivation tier, his energy output alone placed him firmly at rank, a level of power no nation would ever allow to wander unaffiliated. None at all. To be honest, had it not been for that mirror ghost, I wouldn't even have known this hidden facet of our... Bian Li sighed softly before stating his intention plainly. "Very well, Master Zhang. Bian Li is a native of Longwa, bear an unwavering duty to join the Paranormal Adjustment Bureau. But first, might we conduct a formal assessment of my capabilities?" Strength remained the ultimate foundation, anywhere under any banner. Moreover, Bian Li wished to gauge the caliber of the Bureau's elite fighters, thereby calibrating Eternal Riders standing within the broader hierarchy. Kamen Rider Eternal and Kamen Rider Evol, both implanted within his consciousness upon reincarnation, enjoyed perfect synchronicity with his being. Bian Li wielded ego and Etotal's full power without restriction. At their absolute zenith, these two forces, unmatched in the Heisei era save for Omazeo and Decade, stood beyond the reach of nearly all adversaries. Naturally, we have dedicated sparring grounds at headquarters. Nothing reveals true strength more directly than live combat. Zhang Dong beamed inwardly. Bian Li's enrollment would significantly bolster the Longwa Paranormal Adjustment Bureau, and Strength Powerhouse was a rare treasure coveted everywhere. Just then Qing Niu arrived ashore with Yu Miao Miao and Gue Jin Yang. Her expression instantly tightened with urgency. From the scene's context, the unfamiliar man was clearly the armored warrior whose identity had mystified them all. Now Zhang Dong intended to escort him to the capital, an outcome Qing Niu could not abide. Yet rank status and sheer power dictated the terms. Had Zhang Dong not arrived, she might have negotiated, but before him she remained silent. She also remained unaware of Bian Li's relationship with Lin Fan, and had never laid eyes on him. Yu Miao Miao, however, had seen his photograph. With matters of urgency prevailing, Zhang Dong contacted headquarters once Bian Li consented. Meanwhile, Bian Li approached Lin Fan. Lin Fan tensed. Ever since recognizing him, his emotions had churned with turbulent complexity. A dark, resentful thought flickered through his mind. Would Bian Li leverage his authority to force him out of the Bian household? He could see clearly how highly Bian Li was esteemed within the family, and how his own sudden reappearance had shattered their tranquil equilibrium. "Don't be so tense." He gently clapped Lin Fan's shoulder. To Lin Fan now, Bian Li embodied the warm, approachable image of an elder brother next door. "Rest easy. You are of Bian blood. If anyone must depart, it will be me, not you." Even as he spoke, Bian Li sensed his own words carried an almost theatrical performative sweetness, though his audience now comprised Bureau agents, not Bian family members. Qing Niu and Gue Jin Yang watched puzzled. Yu Miao Miao, however, confirmed her quiet suspicion. Young Master Bian, the connection has been established. Shall we depart immediately, or would you prefer some time to make arrangements? Having reported the situation, Zhang Dong awaited instruction. The Bian Group commanded immense influence in Longwa's commercial sphere, its wealth ranked among the nation's top 3, vying for first. Upon learning Bian Li's identity, Zhang Dong recalled his profile. As the current heir apparent, young Master Bian's prodigious reputation resonated throughout elite circles. How about tomorrow evening? One day would suffice for preparations. The circumstances were sudden. Lin Fan's reintegration the Bian Group's affairs. None permitted immediate departure. Of course, this Taoist shall handle the arrangements. Zhang Dong departed with Qing Niu and the others aboard the speedboat they'd arrived in. Lin Fan returned to the Bian family villa. Bian Li headed back to Jiangbian Yiping residential complex. Zhang Dong accompanied Qing Niu and her team back to the High City University branch office. The next day at the break of dawn during the summer vacation, according to the arrangements, Bian Li needed to go to the Bian Group. However, due to the matter of the false young master, Bian Li first went to the Bian family villa. Everyone in the Bian family had something on their minds, so they got up early. By the time Bian Li arrived, they had already gotten up and were sitting together for breakfast. Good morning, Dad, Mom, Sister. After greeting them, Bian Li noticed that his usual seat beside his sister Lin Fan was sitting beside their mother Su He-rong on the other side. He took a seat and smiled benignly at Lin Fan, asking, "Did you sleep well last night?" It was a double entendre known only to Lin Fan. It was quite good. Lin Fan felt somewhat uncomfortable. Bian Li's identity made him uneasy, and he felt a faint sense of happiness. Having mingled in the Anomaly Bureau, Lin Fan understood the importance of strength. Moreover, remembering the task assigned to him by Qing Niu last night, Lin Fan had to build a good relationship with Bian Li. Bian Li and Yun and Su He-rong exchanged glances as the two children seemed to be quite harmonious. They wondered if it was just their illusion. Bian Li looked at her brother beside her, and then at her brother across the table. Her keen intuition sensed that there might be some unknown intricacies. As the eldest daughter of the Bian family, although Bian Li was not as dazzling as her brothers, she received excellent education from a young age that would not tolerate mediocrity. Let's eat first, later your Uncle Xiao, Aunt He, and Rui Yi will come. The matter of the false young master had not yet fully spread, but given the relationship between the Xiao family and the Bian family and the bond between Bian Li and Xiao Rui, Bian Li and Yun still gave a heads up. Both Bian Li and Yun and Su He-rong knew why the Xiao family was coming this time. It was likely that the verbal engagement between Bian Li and Xiao Rui Yi would be called off. Upon hearing that the Xiao family was coming, Bian Li immediately thought of this point. Marital alliances between large families were significant. Interests often surpassed personal feelings, and that was the reality. Being in the midst of it all, she and Bian Li had long recognized this fact. However, the Xiao family's urgent approach displeased Bian Li. After all, the Bian family had yet to conclude this matter. Bian Li thought of this as well, but he had no particular thoughts on the matter. He was not concerned at all. He had known that such a day would come when Bian Li and Yun brought Lin Fan back. Only Lin Fan did not understand the deeper implications. He was preoccupied with completing Qing Niyu's task to keep Bian Li in High City. Dad, if Uncle Xiao wants to annul the engagement, then let it be. Bian Li took a sip of milk and voluntarily brought up the matter. What, are you really not going to act as the young master of the Bian family? Bian Li and Yun's face darkened. Su He-rong's expression was also grim. Even if you are not the biological child of the Bian family, can you so easily let go of 18 years of affection? Bian Li couldn't hold back. For the moment, she disregarded Lin Fan's feelings as her younger brother. Bian Li's words sounded to them like he wanted to sever ties with the Bian family. The events of that year have some clarity now. It was not that someone acted with malice, but rather that the hospital staff made a mistake. Bian Li and Yun revealed some clues from his investigation. Of course, these clues were also information Lin Fan had uncovered through the Anomaly Bureau. He had inadvertently shared them with Bian Li and Yun. Although the clues were not very detailed, they could still be proven through reasoning. This was one of the reasons why Lin Fan was not so resistant toward Bian Li. While the most important reason was that Bian Li's strength exceeded his by far. Is that so? Then I can rest assured. After glancing at Lin Fan, who was silently eating with his head down, Bian Li tacitly agreed to continue staying in the Bian family. Noticing Bian Li's gaze, Bian Li and Yun and Su He-rong realized that their reactions may have been a bit excessive. Would their excessive concern for Bian Li create any imbalance for their biological son Lin Fan? Lin Fan, when will you change your surname back? Rest assured we will treat you and your brother equally. Whatever your brother has, you will have too. Bian Li and Yun was of a relatively open-minded character, not overly controlling or power-hungry. Since he spoke it, he would follow through. I will have my secretary prepare a card for you shortly, bits for your pocket money. Your sister and brother have one, and you won't be left out of company shares either. Bian Li and Bian he had shares in the Bian Group since birth amounting to 3% of the total shares. While it may not seem like much within the context of the Bian Group, which was valued at over 100 billion, the annual dividends far exceeded those of an average small company. Now these things would also be prepared for Lin Fan. Of course the shares would only be given to him after he reverted to Bian Fan. Thank you, Dad. Although it wasn't his first time calling them that, Lin Fan still felt somewhat unnatural. After 18 years this was his first time addressing his parents and sister. As for his brother, he had never called him that. Although he was also unsure why they had all implicitly accepted Bian Li as the brother despite being born on the same day. It seemed as if Bian Li was always meant to be the older brother. That I think it's better to clarify some matters. I don't want the shares, let's temporarily reserve the position at the Bian Group and see how Lin Fan performs in his studies before making a decision. Bian Li's actions caused Bian Li and Yun Su, He Rong, and Bian Yi to change their expressions drastically. No one expected Bian Li to take such a stand. This approach was no different from severing ties with the Bian family. Bian Li and Yun had no problem handling it this way. However, it seemed impartial, but it still favored Bian Li. After all, when it came down to it, Bian Li had no blood relation to the Bian family. Yet this fact was something everyone avoided confronting, including Lin Fan. Bian Li and Yun was very angry. He believed that handling it this way had taken everyone into account, but what was going on with Bian Li? Are you trying to drive me crazy? Bian Li and Yun slammed the table in anger. Xiaoli, what are you trying to do? Su He Rong also couldn't help but scold him, not understanding why this smart son was so stubborn on this matter. Annul the engagement and return the shares. Bian Li's thoughts were different. If he hadn't discovered the other side of this world, he might have been willing to accept these things. Then he could leverage the Bian family's platform to climb higher. But after encountering the Anomaly Bureau of the Dragon Country, these things seemed so trivial. No matter how much money there was, could it help him encounter the Mirror Ghost? Could encountering the Mirror Ghost guarantee his life? But strength was different. As long as one was strong enough, money and power would be within reach. He could also protect the Bian family and provide national-level support for them. Lin Fan's strength was still insufficient, but he could do it. What he aimed to achieve was more meaningful for the Bian family. However, these matters certainly could not be disclosed to Bian Li and Yun. Sometimes the more one knows, the more trouble follows. The Anomaly Bureau was the first hurdle he couldn't avoid. Father, mother, once Lin Fan reverts to our family name, begin his cultivation. Bian Li declared outright, sparing the two parents from further dilemma. His gaze had already shifted beyond the Bian Group. How could Brother E, or President E, be confined by a mere enterprise like the Bian Group? Nonsense. This isn't something you can simply decree. My original plan was for fair competition between you both. As for bloodline, well, I'm not so archaic. You were raised under our roof after all. Bian Li and Yun wasn't merely angered. He was heartbroken. Heartbroken over Bian Li's premature maturity. Lin Fan hadn't anticipated that Bian Li would voluntarily relinquish control of the colossal Bian Group. Yet upon reflection, it became clear if this individual truly possessed strength capability, he would instantly ascend to senior leadership within Longwo's Supernatural Adjustment Bureau, his status rivaling that of Zhang Dong himself. Compared to such stature, the Bian Group paled in significance, perhaps not even worthy of his attention. Master, madam, the Xiao family has arrived. At that moment, the steward Wang Shu reluctantly stepped forward to deliver the announcement. The Xiaos and Bians shared an unshakable bond, and having prearranged their visit, the gatekeepers had already granted them entry. They were already driving through the estate. Delaying the report any longer would mean they'd arrive at the threshold before formal notice. Understood. Bian Li and Yun shot Bian Li a stern glance and instructed, first ascertain Xiao Cheng's and He Lan's intentions. Then we'll deal with you later. Bian Li remained utterly unfazed. Throughout his life, Bian Li and Yun had threatened to deal with him countless times, yet never once followed through. And this time he held legitimate grounds. Soon Xiao Cheng and He Lan entered accompanied by their daughter Xiao Rui. The dining table had been cleared and refreshed with fruit-infused tea. Elder brother Bian, forgive us for arriving so early. Have we intruded? Xiao Cheng and Bian Li and Yun were peers, having studied alongside Su Herong and He Lan at university. While Bian Li and Yun leveraged the ancestral Bian influence to elevate the Bian Group, Xiao Cheng forged his own empire, riding the crest of a transformative era. Though Bian Li and Yun offered occasional patronage, Xiao Cheng's ascent rested primarily on his own acumen. Indeed, the Chunlan Group even held a 10-stake registered under Bian Li and Yun's name. Not at all. What ties bind our families more than trust? Your presence requires no preamble. Though he suspected the Xiao's purpose, Bian Li and Yun maintained decorum, reserving judgment until Xiao Cheng spoke plainly. Guests were ushered to their seats. Xiao Cheng glanced, subtly yet deliberately, at the unfamiliar face now seated among the Bians. His gaze sharpened with quiet scrutiny. Bian Li and Yun feigned obliviousness and introduced smoothly, "This is Lin Fan, our biological son recently reunited with us." "Xiao uncle," Aunt He, Bian Li and Yun prompted. Lin Fan rose, bowing slightly. a gesture of reverence toward elders. Xiao Cheng smiled warmly. Excellent. Clearly a fine young man. This is your younger sister Xiao Rui, 2 years your junior. You must foster harmony between you. His words carried layered meaning. Lin Fan sensed it immediately. Bian Li and Su Hurong exchanged knowing glances. The Xiaos hadn't come to dissolve the engagement. They intended to transfer it onto Lin Fan. An icy silence settled over the room. Bian Li and Su Hurong's smiles vanished, but Xiao Cheng's remained unwavering. Rui, have you forgotten to greet your Uncle Bian and Auntie Su? Such discourtesy. Xiao Rui pressed her lips together. Though she'd resisted this visit, these elders had always treated her with kindness, and propriety demanded acknowledgement. Uncle Bian, Auntie Su. Bian Li and Bian Yi had remained silent thus far. Neither had yet spoken. Bian Li withheld his voice deliberately. Bian Yi did so with intent. Xiao Cheng's conduct disgusted her. Was dissolving an engagement truly so urgent that it warranted a personal, unannounced visit? They couldn't fathom her meaning. Surely you don't imagine I've come today to terminate the engagement. Xiao Cheng shook his head, his tone laced with wounded pride. They couldn't fathom her meaning. Surely you don't imagine I've come today to terminate the engagement. Xiao Cheng shook his head, his tone laced with wounded pride at their low estimation of him. Is this truly how you see us? Don't think I'd stand idly by while you abandon Bian Li. Even if you do, my Xiao family will step in. Let him lead the Chunlan group instead. Your chosen heir would then become ours. Preposterous. Ugly in appearance, grandiose in delusion. Bian Li is a son of the Bian family, not yours to claim. This revelation startled them, but Xiao Cheng's audacious scheming incensed Bian Li even more. He Lan and I share this view, but our daughter, she used to obey without question. Now she defies guidance. Xiao Cheng sighed in frustration. Long before Lin Fan's reappearance, his daughter had abruptly renounced the marriage alliance, insisting instead on forging her own destiny. When asked what future she sought, she refused to answer, offering only 3 cryptic words: unspeakable. Press further, and she added with finality, don't ask. Her obstinacy drove Xiao Cheng to fury. Neither he nor his wife could sway her, so they brought her here hoping to uncover whether discord had arisen between her and Bian Li. Thus Lin Fan's emergence was sheer coincidence. Even without him this visit would have occurred. That explained Xiao Rui's reluctance. Yet beneath that lay a deeper truth. She had discovered her own singularity. Xiao Rui harbored a secret. She had encountered and slain a demon. A feline Yao, swift as shadow claws honed like razors, had dispatched her bodyguards one by one. In that razor-thin margin between life and death, Xiao Rui awakened an extraordinary power. Her unconscious surge alone reduced the beast to dust. She contacted her family immediately, but concealed her newfound ability. Before they arrived, however, 2 enigmatic figures found her first. From them, she learned of the Supernatural Adjustment Bureau and accepted recruitment without hesitation. The incident was officially classified as a kidnapping, deterred only by patrol officers who arrived just in time. Logic mattered little. The narrative stood as official record. Unassessed and untrained Xiao Rui held only provisional membership status. Rumors spoke of a newly emerged Shrank cultivator in Haishir City, and the local adjustment branch was urgently negotiating to retain this formidable asset, leaving little bandwidth for her. Still, she was strictly instructed to maintain absolute confidentiality. As for the engagement, having joined the Bureau, she faced unpredictable peril, and imminent deployments demanded full readiness. Marriage entailed complications beyond measure. Most crucially, Xiao Rui could not discern whether her feelings for Bian Li were genuine affection, or merely the allure of his idealized image. So she chose without hesitation to release him, and devote herself wholly to the Bureau's sacred mission. She possessed unshakable confidence in her success. After all, her awakening had catapulted her directly to crank status. Her ability, rare and potent, was telekinesis. After Xiao Cheng's explanation, everyone focused their gaze on Xiao Rui. Even Lin Fan was no exception. He couldn't understand that whether it was family background, ability, or appearance and character, Bian Li was flawless. Lin Fan had investigated Bian Li. He did not possess the arrogance typical of rich second-generation youth. Instead, he focused on self-improvement. He had always been the exemplary child in the eyes of others. Even Lin Fan himself, if he considered that no unfortunate mix-up had occurred, would not necessarily compare favorably to Bian Li. Not to mention that Bian Li and Xiao Rui were childhood sweethearts. Bian Li couldn't help but speak up. Rui, what are you really thinking? Why did you suddenly change your mind? Do you have someone else you like? Bian Li was quite blunt. Bian Li and Su Hurong also thought of this possibility, but they felt it was inconvenient to speak up. Bian Li was the most suitable for it. Bian Li had always regarded Xiao Rui as her own sister. They shared a close bond, and had confided in each other many secrets. Xiao Rui had told Bian Li that she was very willing to marry into the Bian family. She even planned to bring the Changlan group from the Xiao family to the Bian family, as she was the only child of the Xiao family. Now suddenly changing her mind, Bian Li immediately thought of the possibility of infatuation elsewhere. This time in front of Bian Li and Su Herong Xiao Rui could not just brush it off with those 6 words. Like many others when at home facing her parents, Xiao Rui could speak freely. She even planned to bring the Changlan group from the Xiao family to the Bian family, as she was the only child of the Xiao family. Now suddenly changing her mind, Bian Li No. Sister Bian, I have my own difficulties, but I absolutely did not do anything to wrong Brother Li, nor is there any so-called infatuation elsewhere. Because there might not even have been a romance. This was Xiao Rui's true feelings. You have difficulties? What exactly are those difficulties? Speak them out. Could there be any problems in Haishur that the Bian and Xiao families can't resolve? It wasn't Bian Li boasting, it was the truth. How could the Bian and Xiao families grow their businesses so large and remain standing without some backing? Let alone Haishur. Even across the entire Long Nation, the Bian family was part of the upper class, not inferior to some high-ranking officials. I'm sorry, Sister Bian, I have my own difficulties. The Abnormality Bureau is classified. It is a department specifically handling abnormal beings for the state, and cannot be open to the public lest it causes panic. You, Sister, Bian Li wanted to ask more, but Bian Li interrupted her. Since Rui has her unspeakable difficulties, then let's not pressure her. If she doesn't want to, then let it be. Xiao Rui's intention coincidentally aligned with Bian Li's thoughts. This engagement, if not for what had happened last night, would have been fine. But now it was clear that Xiao Rui was not a suitable match for him. The greatest benefit of Lin Fan's return to Bian Li was that it allowed him to extricate himself from family interests. Xiao Rui had thought of many possible reactions from Bian Li. According to her impression of Brother Li, maintaining this calm demeanor was the big brother she envisioned. Brother Li, I'm sorry. Xiao Rui had already considered that she would join the Abnormality Bureau, and the Xiao family's Chenglan would definitely not interfere. Now that the Bian family's child had returned, it would be fine to hand over Chenglan to Brother Li. Xiao Rui understood clearly how entering the Abnormality Bureau backed by the state wealth and power were no longer a concern. She and Bian Li were on the same wavelength. However, neither Bian Li nor Lin Fan nor Xiao Rui could have imagined that the other possessed special abilities. Lin Fan had heard of such a reserve member, but he was too busy with Bian family matters to have even seen a photograph. Moreover, without using their abilities, it was not easy to be discovered. If the child is unwilling, then they cannot be forced. The engagement was merely a verbal proposal, let's not speak of it again in the future. In the end, Bian Li, though reluctant, could only acquiesce to Bian Li's wishes. Bian Li was resentful, Xiao Qing could tell. But this was his daughter's choice, and he had no way to intervene. He loved his daughter. At the same time, he also felt a sense of relief. Bian Li's statement not only concluded the matter, but also signified that he was merely a bit unhappy the relationship between the two families remained close. Xiao Cheng did not want to fall out with the Bian family either. Little Li, this matter was wronged by Rui, so Uncle Xiao will give you adequate compensation. You please sign this. Xiao Cheng had come prepared. What he produced was a 10 share of Chenglan. I think you should find this useful. It's not much, just like your father's share. This compensation was not to be underestimated, yet Bian Li couldn't help but twitch his lips. He hadn't even thrown out his own shares in the Bian family, and now he was being offered shares in Chenglan. What was going on here? Bian Li certainly did not believe that these shares came without strings attached. Chenglan Group was different from the Bian family. Xiao Cheng's shares had been diluted through financing, leaving only 42. With the additional 10 from the Bian family, 52 of the shares would be enough for him to control Chenglan. Now offering another 10 would mean placing all his influence in Chenglan into the hands of the Bian family. Once Bian Li and Bian Li stopped supporting him, relying on his own 32, he would not even have a simple years of learning experience allowed Bian Li to instantly envision many possibilities in his mind. You're quite bold with your moves. Bian Li also admired Xiao Cheng's audacity. Moreover, he could see through Xiao Cheng's intentions. You want to hand over Chenglan to little Li? Oh, I will not turn a blind eye to that. Bian Li was the heir he had nurtured for many years, and he was very satisfied with Bian Li. Even if Bian Li was not his biological son, Bian Li wanted to pass the Bian group into his hands. As a father, Bian Li understood Bian Li very well. He believed that Bian Li would provide him with the corresponding returns. This was quite obvious. He aimed to bind Bian Li with emotions. Did he really believe that Bian Li was that generous? He was the head of the Bian family, and would not show undue kindness. Now Xiao Cheng also wanted to intervene. Didn't that just break Bian Li's defenses? Little Li, hurry and sign it. If your father drives you out, you can come to Uncle Xiao's house. The Bian family was a prestigious family enduring for over a dozen generations and had been passed down since ancient times. It was hard to believe that such a family did not value bloodline. But the Xiao family was different. Xiao Cheng also knew that in the eyes of many big families, although the Chenglan group was substantial, they referred to it as a nouveau riche. A trillion-dollar leader being called a nouveau riche was quite amusing. But that was the reality. There was also an element of envy involved. They could only call it that, but dared not reach out. With Bian Lianyun's reminder, Xiao Cheng had already found his bag. No thanks, Uncle Xiao. I don't want these shares. Bian Li certainly would not accept them, as signing meant he would have to bear the corresponding responsibilities. Little Li doesn't even want the Bian family shares. Why would you want this little thing? Bian Lianyun scoffed. Though both were trillion-dollar entities, Changlan and the Bian family were not comparable. A trillion was a trillion, but 7 trillion was also a trillion. The riches and glory that outsiders could only dream of lay before Bian Li, yet he discarded them like a piece of trash. Bian Lianyun didn't know whether to be disappointed or pleased. You want to give up the shares of the Bian family? Xiao Cheng had anticipated that the return of his biological son would put Bian Li, the false heir of the Bian family, in an awkward position, but he never expected it to reach this level. How long has it been? Are they already taking back the shares? Brother Bian, is this your intention? Xiao Cheng couldn't hear Bian Lianyun's complete words clearly and instinctively deduced based on his thoughts. Did you not understand? It was Xiao Li who wanted to hand them over himself. Oh, I'm not taking them back, Bian Lianyun said irritably. Only then did Xiao Cheng understand, but this made him value Bian Li even more. The shares of the Bian family are worth a lot. Not only are they valuable, but they also represent status. Good lad, you have ambition. Xiao Cheng had his own little calculations, hoping that Bian Li would sever ties with the Bian family, so he could bring him to the Xiao family. With Bian Li's assistance, the Xiao family has a chance to catch up with the Bian family. Xiao Cheng knew that Bian Li held some valuable assets which were his private possessions and had not been merged into the Bian family group. This was something Xiao Cheng discovered by chance, and it shocked him for quite some time. So Uncle Xiao, I won't be taking those shares. If you really want to give them away, then give them to my dad. Well, with your Uncle Xiao's meager assets, your dad wouldn't even want them. To give them to Bian Lianyun. Xiao Cheng, since you want to strike out on your own, go ahead, but remember the door of Uncle Xiao's house will always be open for you. Xiao Cheng thought Bian Li was going to venture out on his own. Doesn't he have a home? Why go to yours? This comment made Bian Lianyun uncomfortable. I am still the head of the Bian family. Today I, Bian Lianyun, declare that Bian Li will always be a member of the Bian family. Lin Fan can fairly compete with Bian Li after changing his name, without any internal arrangements. In front of Xiao Cheng, Bian Lianyun established the status of the two heirs. Lin Fan don't think it's unfair. There's no such thing as absolute fairness in this world. If you want to win, then work hard. Bian Lianyun expressed his stance, also giving Lin Fan his first lesson. Character is also part of the assessment. If Lin Fan becomes jealous for such reasons, he would not be qualified to lead the Bian family. Lin Fan helplessly said, I never wanted the Bian family's assets at all. He is now a member of the Special Adjustment Bureau, where every task is a dance between life and death. He certainly doesn't have the same strength as Bian Li to toy with clever mirror spirits. When facing dangerous missions, he has to write a will. With such a life, how can he have the energy to compete for inheritance? Brother, isn't it better if I remain the same before and after returning? This was directed at Bian Li. Lin Fan spoke sincerely, but Bian Lianyun's mindset was somewhat explosive. So neither of these brothers took the Bian family seriously. Other families worry about their brothers fighting for power, but in their family the two brothers began to show humility, not wanting the head of the Bian family position. Do they even know how much power the head of the Bian family holds? Not only does it reach the highest echelons, but it also collaborates with special departments of the Dragon Kingdom. For instance, the Special Adjustment Bureau, Special Adjustment Bureau, Special Adjustment Bureau. Important matters are worth repeating thrice. Well, Bian Lianyun believed Lin Fan, and Bian Li certainly wouldn't know. The matters of the Special Adjustment Bureau can only be known to the head of the Bian family. Passed down orally. He learned it from his father. Not just the Bian family, some reputable families in the Dragon Kingdom have some connections with the Special Adjustment Bureau. It's quite funny. With so many people in both families, the old and the young cannot leak information about the Special Adjustment Bureau for the sake of secrecy. This has led to the current situation. Xiao Cheng arrived early and left early. After saying what needed to be said, Bian Lianyun rudely kicked him out. He simply could not stand Xiao Cheng. He had been attempting to entice his son to join the Xiao family. When only the 5 members of the Bian family were left, Bian Li planned to discuss the evening's trip to Kyoto. He had already thought of a reason just to use the excuse of needing to clear his mind. Perfectly flawless. Only Bian Li did not know that accompanying him was his nominal brother Lin Fan. The goal, of course, was to strengthen their relationship and keep him in high cheer. Given the current situation, Lin Fan thought the possibility was quite high. After all, his parents and sister were here. Before Bian Li could speak, Bian Lianyun slapped his thigh, startling Bian Li. He stood up only to fall back into the sofa. Dad, are you trying to scare your daughter to death? I feel something is off. I don't trust that old fox Xiao Cheng, and Ru, he didn't tell the whole truth. I need to get to the bottom of this. The more I think about it, the more uneasy I feel. If Xiao Ru really has someone else in her heart, Xiao Cheng must know. At that time, don't blame me for breaking them up. I won't let go of the Xiao family's reputation either. To become the head of a prominent family, none are soft-hearted. If there really is a situation, just say it directly. Deceit is what Bian Li cannot tolerate the most. Right, we need to get to the bottom of this. Our Xiao Li cannot suffer this loss. Su Hirong also supported her husband's approach. If they were deceived, it would not only concern the Bian family, but also require mobilizing the Su family. The two elders at home treasure this grandson to the heavens. They would give him the stars without asking for the moon, and would not hesitate to shape him. They had already informed the elders about the matter of the true and false heirs. The elders' attitude was very clear and aligned with Xiao Cheng's. If Bian Li could not stay in the Bian family, he should go to the Su family. So is this matter entrusted to me? Bian Li pondered and realized it was indeed the case, wanting to take it upon himself. No need, I have special channels. Bian Li refused, as some people needed to be shaken up. By the way, Dad, Mom, I'm flying to Kyoto tonight. Bian Li finally found an opportunity to express his itinerary. What are you going to Kyoto for? Su Hirong asked nervously. Just to clear my mind. This was an excuse he had thought of long ago. All right, go ahead. When you return, I guarantee everything will be arranged well, and Lin Fan's name will also be changed back. We will directly hold a recognition banquet. Recognizing back the son, a recognition banquet is inevitable. It also happens to inform everyone that even without a blood relationship, Bian Li is still the young master of the Bian family. This way it prevents some unseeing people from offending. The harm is minimal, but it's quite annoying. Having gone through youth, Bian Li understands the temperaments of some second-generation heirs very well. Fine, I will listen to you. Bian Li did not refuse this. He did not really want to leave the Bian family. He also has feelings for his parents and sister. Dad, Mom, I also want to go to Kyoto. Lin Fan also stated his itinerary. As for the reason he decided to follow his brother's example, I also want to clear my mind. Bian Li, Su, Hirong, Bian Yi, and Bian Li all turned their attention to Lin Fan. Then Bian Li, Su, Hirong, and Bian Yi turned back to look at Bian Li, clearly meaning, did you two discuss this? I just found out as well. Bian Li raised both hands in a gesture of surrender. Meanwhile, he understood that Lin Fan's trip to the capital was surely due to the dispatch of the Anomaly Bureau. As for what he was going to do, that was beyond Bian Li's guess. Alright, if you all want to go, then go. A little outing is also good for getting familiar with things. Finally, there was something that made Bian Li happy. At least it seemed that Bian Li and Lin Fan were getting along well. If you all are going, then I will go too. Bian Yi suddenly had a whimsical idea. As siblings, why should she be left behind? You stay here properly. Are you going to leave all the responsibilities of the group to me? After graduating from university, Bian Yi entered the family group and is now the special assistant to the president. Her abilities are impressive, and with her around, Bian Li will have a much easier time. Such a useful assistant, Bian Li couldn't bear to let her go before Bian Li officially graduated and joined the group. Huh, Dad, is it really that biased? In other families, daughters are favored, but why is it the sons who are favored in ours? Bian Yi sulked, saddened that she couldn't go on a trip with her brother. Our family is just like this. If you have any objections, keep them to yourself. Bian Li understood that this was his daughter trying to lighten the mood and was happy to cooperate. Indeed, the president of the Bian family is so domineering, and he even brought it home. Mom, look at him. Bian Yi tugged at Su Helong's arm, shaking it back and forth. All right. Next time you'll have your dad give you a long vacation, but this time listen to your dad. Su Helong patted her daughter's hand, signaling that it was enough. Only then did Bian Yi obediently stop. Have you packed your things? Is Lin Fan leaving tonight as well? Su Helong was still more concerned about the little matters of the two children. Everything was packed last night. If anything is missing, we can buy it later. Money can solve 99% of the world's problems. This saying is not unfounded. Lin Fan blinked. Bian Li's words made Lin Fan feel a sense of disparity. Lin Fan knew that the things Bian Li used daily were certainly not cheap, and even the daily necessities prepared for him must be worth several months of income for an average family. This approach was something he had never experienced before. Even after entering the Anomaly Bureau, where financial worries would no longer exist, he had never considered or done such things. The life in the orphanage had instilled in him a habit of frugality. Remembering the card Bian Li had given him, Lin Fan couldn't help but wonder how much pocket money might be in it for a month. He hadn't had the time to check, but suddenly he felt a rush of being wealthy overnight. What about Lin Fan? But you know, if you lack anything, just buy it directly. Su Helong tried to treat both sons equally, wanting to show concern for them. I got it, Mom, I've packed my things. Many things cannot be changed in a short time. Lin Fan only brought clothes he had been to the capital and lacked, at least in his view. Have fun. After leaving this sentence, Bian Li and Bian Yi went to work, and Su Helong began her daily life as a wealthy lady. Only Bian Li and Lin Fan were left at home. Are you going with me? Bian Li asked knowingly. Brother. Calling their parents and sister was easy for Lin Fan because of their blood relation, and since he was originally swapped at birth, he didn't feel discarded, so it came naturally. However, the term brother still felt unfamiliar to Lin Fan. If there's anything, just say it directly. There's no need to be so formal. Bian Li sensed that Lin Fan was definitely coming with him on a mission. Yes, the captain asked me to follow you. He wants to keep you in Haishur. After some thought, Lin Fan stated plainly. What does it mean to stay in Haishur? Bian Li was somewhat confused. What is the capital still a den of dragons and tigers? Once you enter, you can't. Once your strength is confirmed in the capital, there's a high possibility they will invite you to join the Anomaly Bureau headquarters in the capital. We want to invite you back to the Haishur branch of the Anomaly Bureau. Since I brought it up, it's much easier for Lin Fan to explain. Moreover, he couldn't help but elaborate a bit more. Brother, the Haishur Anomaly Bureau wasn't like this before. It used to be among the strongest nationwide with S-level powerhouses stationed there. Lin Fan recounted what he had heard from the past. Oh, what changes occurred? Bian Li asked with S-level ranked even in the world. It's because of the sea monsters and the demon palace. 13 years ago they launched a joint attack on Haishur intending to destroy it. It was only due to the enormous cost paid by the Haishur Anomaly Bureau at that time that they were stopped, resulting in countless powerhouses falling, leaving them unable to recover. Another new force, the sea monsters and the demon palace. Moreover, Bian Li remembered the tsunami that hit Haishur 13 years ago. Although Haishur is a coastal city, it was the first time it had experienced a tsunami. No wonder he hadn't noticed it. The tsunami from 13 years ago. Bian Li confirmed. That's right, Haishur's location shouldn't experience tsunamis, but that was man-made. Lin Fan had experienced that tsunami. It was severe, heavy rain fell for several days. At that time, in the eyes of ordinary people, it was just a Ancient Millennium bad weather event that passed and was forgotten. No one knew that there was a group of people who had used their lives to protect them with an umbrella. Sea monsters, demon palace. Bian Li asked curiously. He had not learned about these before. Sea monsters are easy to understand. All supernatural beings in the sea are sea monsters. The ocean is vast, and it breeds many powerful beings, even far stronger than those on land, but it is also more chaotic. Lin Fan was knowledgeable, and although his brother had great strength, this was his first exposure to supernatural abilities outside of his own, so he patiently explained. The Demon Palace is the common enemy of all humanity. They worship the Lord of Demons, Satan, and firmly believe in destruction to create new life. They will do anything anti-human. These two powerful forces were ones Lin Fan had never encountered before. However, based on the information he had seen in the Anomaly Bureau, the Demon Palace truly lived up to its name. Such a serious matter didn't the headquarters in the capital send support. Haishur is the second largest economic city in the Dragon Kingdom, second only to the capital, and its importance goes without saying. They wanted to send support, but couldn't. The 8 major powers dispatched 8 S-level powerhouses to stop them. Lin Fan felt anger, even though he had not experienced that battle. It was clear that this was a premeditated action. Moreover, those 8 countries were in contact with the sea monsters and the Demon Palace, practically traitors to humanity. After that great war, the Dragon Kingdom's Anomaly Bureau directly flipped the table and demanded an explanation from the 8 countries. It was said that even S-level powerhouses showed up and conducted a large-scale purge of the Demon Palace members in the country. In the end, it's unclear what conditions were reached, but the Haishur Anomaly Bureau ended up like this. However, they have not faced any particularly major difficulties since then, with the most being occasional appearances of lower-level supernatural beings. Many things are not within Lin Fan's reach to investigate. He could only share what he knew with Bian Li. Although the 8 nations are at peace, everyone knows that some conditions must have been met. The current state of the High City Anomaly Bureau may also be part of those conditions. This is the conclusion they reached after analyzing the situation. Ordinary cities are generally guarded by level powers, and level powers protect cities like Hang City, while the strongest in economic metropolises like High City is merely the team leader who is only a level. That's abnormal. Yes, but we don't know the reason. So because the headquarters does not send experts, you all say. Bian Li understood. Realizing this was also an indication that Qing Nuyu was being pushed to her limits. She is responsible for the safety of High City as the head of the Anomaly Bureau. However, the current strength of the High City Anomaly Bureau is simply insufficient. Forget about disasters like those from 13 years ago. Even if an level or S-level appeared, they would not be able to stop it, and might even be completely annihilated. Yes, since we're discussing this openly, Lin Fan had no intention of hiding anything. Staying in High City definitely does not offer as many resources as Jingdu, but... Brother, we really have no way out. This call of brother was sincere, even though it was a plea. Without strength, there is no confidence to handle any sudden situations. God knows how worried these 4 people are every day. Just like this time, if the S-level expert who appeared was not Bian Li, but someone with malicious intent or a supernatural creature, they might not even wait for support from headquarters. This is quite absurd, and it's also something that Qing Nuyu and the others cannot comprehend. Alright, I understand. Don't worry, I never intended to settle in Jingdu. Our family is here, and I just got accepted into High City University, so I will have to come back for classes. Bian Li's response made Lin Fan feel somewhat reassured. However, the conditions offered from Jingdu are not something an ordinary person can refuse. Back then, High City had a promising candidate who went to Jingdu and never returned. Otherwise, the High City Anomaly Bureau could have had an 11 member by now. Lin Fan wouldn't foolishly disclose this. He only hoped that Bian Li, raised in a prestigious family, would withstand the temptations from the headquarters. In the time that followed, Bian Li did not go to the Bian Group or any other place, but accompanied Lin Fan to visit the Anomaly Bureau located in High City University. He still met the familiar few while also getting to know Ji Yunin and Zhang Yan. Xie Qinyuan and Zhang Dong were not here, but stayed at a hotel. When the agreed time in the evening came, Zhang Dong finally appeared. The three of them boarded a plane heading to Jingdu together. After landing in the early morning, someone was already waiting outside, heading straight for the headquarters of the Anomaly Bureau. This fully demonstrated the importance the Anomaly Bureau placed on Bian Li. Lin Fan couldn't help but click his tongue. It's quite late, let's rest well. We can discuss matters tomorrow. Zhang Dong personally arranged accommodations for Bian Li and Lin Fan. Alright, thank you for your hard work, Taoist Zhang. Bian Li thanked him politely. It's nothing to worry about. We'll be colleagues from now on, not just colleagues, but comrades in arms. Zhang Dong's words were double-edged with a hint of probing. Lin Fan understood. Bian Li, having heard Lin Fan's account, also understood. That's only natural. After all, I came this time because I also want to join the family of the Anomaly Bureau. Bian Li pretended not to understand. After all, the Anomaly Bureau is still the Anomaly Bureau. Saying family is not wrong. Yes, I will come to pick you up at 8 tomorrow morning. All three of them knew that tomorrow was crucial. The specifics would have to wait until Bian Li's true strength was tested. Just the strength of energy does not explain everything. Bian Li's information was not difficult to investigate. The Anomaly Bureau had long been aware of the relationship between Bian Li and Lin Fan. Therefore, their rooms were arranged next to each other. Brother, alright, let's rest. I won't forget what I promised you. Though they had not yet reached the headquarters of the Anomaly Bureau, even the periphery had conditions far superior to those of High City's Anomaly Bureau. High City was still using equipment from 13 years ago, while the current devices were made by Ji Yunin and Zhang Yan themselves. The High City Anomaly Bureau is not short on money, but lacks the means to purchase equipment. The strongest Qing Nuyu only has level authority. With these words, he felt reassured. A night passed without incident. In the morning, Zhang Dong knocked on Bian Li's door half an hour early. Bian Li and Lin Fan were already prepared, currently having breakfast in Bian Li's room. Seeing their harmonious relationship, Zhang Dong's eyes flickered slightly. Woke up late this morning and haven't eaten yet. Do you mind if I join you? Zhang Dong grinned without a hint of I had already prepared food for the Taoist. Bian Li pointed to the steamed buns, fried dough sticks, and soy milk on the table. Alright, being a workhorse, getting out of bed in the morning has always been the most difficult thing. Do I really want to let the blanket seal me away? Isn't the Anomaly Bureau supposed to serve the people, eh? Bian Li asked further. That's true, but essentially isn't this just a job? Just like civil servants, there are salaries, bonuses, benefits, and many hidden perks. Lin Fan paused momentarily while eating. Was this the start? This is indeed true. Coincidentally, I used to work in payroll. If Taoist Zhang has trouble staying in the Jingdu Anomaly Bureau, why not come to High City? Without mentioning anything else, the treatment would definitely not be worse for you. Bian Li not only pretended not to understand Zhang Dong's deeper meaning, but even countered it. Isn't this a job? The Bian Group may lack many things, but it certainly does not lack money. Young Master Bian is joking. My master sent me down the mountain to come to Jingdu. Even if I want to leave, the master's order is here, and I can't leave. Zhang Dong paused for a moment, then shifted the blame to his master's orders. He felt that Bian Li was somewhat difficult to deal with, and no wonder he was a little fox cultivated by a prominent family. That is also true. Just like me, my parents and sister are all in High City. If someone wanted me to settle somewhere else, I would definitely refuse. A single sentence left Zhang Dong speechless. He glanced at Lin Fan, who was clearly happy, and Zhang Dong decided not to say more. His task was just to probe. Whether it works or not was someone else's business. Lin Fan felt a sudden blur before his eyes, and the scenery before him transformed from a grand gate to a vast ocean. The abrupt change left him momentarily stunned, a hint of bewilderment. Even though it was established within the military camp, the headquarters of the Anomaly Bureau was still built underground. The entrance was located on a mountain peak, quite ordinary, likely unnoticed by anyone. This is a place for soldier training, and there are many such mountain peaks. Here we are strict at the entrance, but it's much more convenient once you go down. Zhang Dong came along, showing Bian Li and Lin Fan around. Lin Fan also looked at the familiar yet strange surroundings. When he first came, he was accompanying Qing Nuyu for a meeting, but he was not qualified to go below and could only wait in the military camp above. Now, following his chief brother, he finally had the opportunity to truly enter the headquarters. From this, it was clear that only those with strength could earn the respect of others. It was only after recognizing Zhang Dong's facial features and iris at the entrance. This thing is said to be high-tech. Even those with abilities to change their facial features or irises can be recognized by it, much like the legendary demon-revealing mirror. Zhang Dong did not understand the principle behind it, but that did not hinder his admiration for the people who developed these instruments. Now, apart from our own strength, technology is an undeniable force. As a Taoist priest of the Maoshan school, Zhang Dong recognized the power of technology, as many things indeed provided them with great convenience. Indeed, technology changes lives. Bian Li naturally agreed, as his own company focused on technology. Unfortunately, before it was even merged with the Bian family, the incident involving the fake young master occurred, and now Bian Li was still contemplating whether to merge it with the Bian family. Upon entering, it was a whole new world, a spacious hall. The hall contained nothing but elevators and sofas, with many people sitting on the sofas drinking and chatting. When they saw Zhang Dong, the people inside fell silent, paying respect to Zhang Dong and the other two. Under the gaze of everyone, Zhang Dong led Bian Li and Lin Fan into the central elevator. After seeing the three enter the elevator, people began to discuss. Is the new class powerhouse that Captain Zhang brought along? It should be. Perhaps the headquarters is adding another branch. Whether he is truly class is still uncertain. It depends on the test results. That's true. In the elevator, apart from Lin Fan, both Zhang Dong and Bian Li were accustomed to the attention from so many people. You two know that it's quite dreary underground, so most people prefer to come up here to unwind, Zhang Dong explained. Master Zhang, those just now seemed to respect you quite a bit. Just now it was so lively, but once they entered it fell silent, which was quite amusing. After the elevator closed, the hall resumed its noisy discussions. Bian Li even felt an impulse to open the elevator and see their discussions abruptly halt. Young Master Bian also knows that in our line of work, strength is paramount. Only strength can earn the respect of others. It is simple and also quite cruel. Indeed, it's the same everywhere, just like in the business world of the Bian family, with himself included. Then Zhang Dong began to introduce the structure of the Kyoto headquarters. Unlike local branches that only have one team within the headquarters, any class powerhouse can establish their own action team. Currently, there are a total of 18 teams in the headquarters. However, there are 20 class powerhouses. 2 prefer to work alone and have not established action teams. As for S-class powerhouses, there are only 7. However, 12 positions are reserved for S-class powerhouses named after the 12 months, indicating their duty to guard Kyoto in the corresponding months. Currently, only 7 people are rotating to guard. S-class big shots are no longer individuals that ordinary people can approach. They, like Yang Jian, only listen to orders, not proclamations, and have the power to command all forces of the Anomaly Bureau. Aside from the elusive figure who is the Anomaly Bureau's anchor, their authority is equivalent to that of the Bureau Chief. Zhang Dong was in awe, as such powerful individuals were all standing at the pinnacle of the world. And that anchor of the Anomaly Bureau is one of only 3 SS-class powerhouses in the world. Bian Li and Lin Fan listened intently to Zhang Dong's introduction. Lin Fan had only seen similar information on the computer, but not as complete as what Zhang Dong was saying. Bian Li was simply interested. As for the distinctions between class S-class and SS-class, he didn't care much. When E-General's black hole form emerged, no matter how many came, it would all be in vain. No matter how powerful they were, they could only dominate on Earth, but E-General could venture into the universe and destroy planets. E-Brother's abilities mainly manifest in extreme destructive power. Although there are other memory entities, E-Brother's abilities are still considered balanced, but they are inferior compared to E-General. Did not need to rely on external forces, he was omnipotent. The elevator descended rapidly, but took a little time to reach the bottom. As the automatic door opened, someone was already waiting there. Captain Zhang, I'm here to pick you up. The receptionist was a woman with a gentle demeanor, speaking softly, making it quite pleasant to listen to. It's Captain One. Zhang Dong greeted excitedly. He did not expect her to be the one to pick them up. Yes, both of you. I am Wenro, codename Huai Meng Chao. You can call me by either my name or codename. I'm here to take you to the training room. Wenro glanced at Bian Li and Lin Fan beside Zhang Dong. Captain Wen is one of the 3 beauties of our headquarters and the top healer. Basically, everyone has benefited from her care. Since ancient times, healers have always been one of the most respected professions. Wen Rao's ability is among the top in the healing category. We are colleagues, it's only natural. Let's go. Senior Ing Shi has also arrived today. Oh, we shouldn't keep him waiting long. Wen Rao's face revealed a look of respect when mentioning Ing Shi. Even Zhang Dong felt the same. Senior Ing Shi is here too. Zhang Dong was a bit surprised at first, but soon recalled some rumors and glanced at the 2 beside him. No wonder Senior Ing Shi returned. As they moved, Zhang Dong introduced. Ing Shi represents March and is one of the 7 S-class powerhouses of the headquarters. Aside from March, he rarely returns. Ingshur, along with the current guardian of July Tongqiu, makes two S-class powerhouses in the headquarters. Lin Fan felt excited upon hearing this. That kind of big shot was not someone he could relate to. Just meeting him would make him feel honored. Bian Li also wanted to test the strength of the Kamen Rider Eternal. When he first met Zhang Dong, he felt that the power he displayed was not particularly strong. Perhaps an S-class powerhouse would be just right. He had never mentioned this to anyone as he himself was unsure. As they talked, when Ro and Zhang Dong introduced Bian Li and Lin Fan to the layout of the headquarters and various functional rooms. Here 8 people were already waiting. At the forefront was an elderly man with white hair and beard. After introductions from when Ro and Zhang Dong, Bian Li realized he was Ingshur. Here 8 people were already waiting. At the forefront was an elderly man with white hair and beard. After introductions from when Ro and Zhang Dong, Bian Li realized he was Ingshur. You finally arrived. At first glance, Ingshur appeared to be a kind, old man smiling cheerfully. Senior Ingshur, when Ro and Zhang Dong respectfully addressed him, then stood behind Ingshur, joining the other 7. It was evident that these 7 were also at this rank, one of them being a captain from the General Bureau. Lin Fan stood beside Bian Li, feeling speechless in the presence of this S-rank individual and 9-rank warriors. Ingshur exuded no imposing aura, yet the 9 captains behind him emitted a relentless pressure just by standing there. However, this so-called aura had no effect on Bian Li. Instead, he took a second glance at the seemingly unremarkable Ingshur. Senior, respecting the elderly is certainly not a mistake. Haha, you must be the new little fellow. It seems you and your brother share a good bond. Ingshur looked at the two with eyes akin to those of a proud elder, filled with admiration and contentment. It's not that Ingshur was being nosy, it's just that in this era the existence of fake young masters is not confined to novels, but happens right before one's eyes, which is inherently intriguing. Moreover, it seemed these two had not quarreled. Even if Bian Li was immensely powerful, possibly reaching Shrank, Lin Fan's chances of inheriting the family fortune were greater than Bian Li's. Bloodline is paramount. Brothers without blood relations are still brothers. It was somewhat surprising that such a person would care about these melodramatic matters. Bian Li elaborated further. The Bian family. Our Anomaly Bureau has some collaboration with them. Oh, we are familiar with each other. Ingshur's words completely astonished Bian Li and Lin Fan. Bian Li had lived in the Bian family for 18 years, but had never heard of their collaboration with the Anomaly Bureau. Lin Fan was even more oblivious to this matter. Surprised. Isn't this quite normal? The government generates limited revenue each year. The funds for national construction and technological development are insufficient. Where would they get the money to support us gold-guzzling beasts? The personnel of the Anomaly Bureau undertake perilous and abnormal missions, facing enemies with unfathomable abilities. No one knows when they might perish in the chaos, never to return. Thus they are well compensated materially. Those with families can leave behind ample inheritance. Those without can still enjoy their lives. As long as they don't engage in criminal activities, the Anomaly Bureau will not impose excessive restrictions. This is what they deserve. So where does the money come from? This is where the collaboration between the Bian family and a few major families with the Anomaly Bureau comes into play. These families provide material support to the Bureau, and in return the government offers them preferential policies. The Anomaly Bureau also pays special attention to personnel from these families. It's a win-win situation. After Ingshur's prompting, Bian Li and Lin Fan began to grasp the key points. Both understood that Bian Lianyun was concealing this from them for their own good, just as they were also withholding information about the Anomaly Bureau from Bian Lianyun and their family. However, the two were unaware that Ingshur's appearance here was not coincidental. He had come specifically for them. Establishing cooperation between the Anomaly Bureau and these major families is not a simple task. It requires background checks, and most importantly, intermediaries or guarantors. The Anomaly Bureau is too unique, with each member possessing extraordinary skills and cannot be exploited for personal gain. Ingshur is the guarantor for the Bian family. If you hadn't mentioned it, we wouldn't have known that our family had a collaboration with the Anomaly Bureau. Lin Fan's reaction was noted by Bian Li, who could tell he was also unaware of this. In other words, no one in the Haiqing Anomaly Bureau was aware of this matter. It turns out the Haiqing Anomaly Bureau is truly struggling. They don't even know who pays their salaries. It was only at this moment that Lin Fan realized that his escape from his previous difficult life was also due to the Bian family. You can probably understand the reasons behind this, and there is a confidentiality agreement in place. Aside from Bian Lianyun, no one else would know. Moreover, I also know your grandfather. The Bian family's establishment of cooperation with the Anomaly Bureau was facilitated by me. Ingshur openly stated his relationship with the Bian family. At this point, Bian Li and Lin Fan were genuinely astonished. Bian Li was fine, but Lin Fan's mouth dropped open in disbelief. The 9 individuals behind Ingshur remained calm. This was not a secret among the high ranks of the Anomaly Bureau. In fact, some among them were also guarantors, connecting the Anomaly Bureau with wealthy families outside. So there's this layer of connection. We should address you as grandfather. Bian Li's eyes sparkled. He quickly capitalized on the situation. The Bian family has such a connection with the Anomaly Bureau, and it's a substantial one. Even if he doesn't need it, Lin Fan certainly does. Regardless, enhancing their relationship is definitely the right thing to do. In Long Country, it's a society based on human connections. Even in the Anomaly Bureau, this is unavoidable. Having a strong backing versus lacking one represents two different situations. It may not be apparent in daily life, but it will manifest at crucial moments in the future. Bian Li called out, but when he didn't hear Lin Fan respond immediately, he turned around to find the silly boy still in a daze. He nudged Lin Fan's shoulder, and only then did Lin Fan come to his senses, instantly understanding Bian Li's intent. Grandfather. It's not that he didn't understand social etiquette, he was simply too shocked to think of it at first. Moreover, he felt he didn't have the face to do so. Good, you are all good children. Clearly this address of grandfather brought great joy to Ing Shi. However, even if you call me grandfather, the necessary procedures will not change. The little fellows behind me will not go easy on you. After a hearty laugh, Ing Shi then instructed. Bian Li couldn't help but smile after hearing this. This old man was quite entertaining. Did he really think those guys behind him would go too hard on him? The final outcome would likely be that as long as they met the required standards, it would suffice. A tie would be best, a narrow victory would also work, as long as they maintained some face. Bian Li thought this was the convenience Ing Shi was providing him, but little did he know there was more to come. Zhang Dong, since you brought him here, you should also oversee the upcoming competition. Well, then they weren't even pretending anymore. By the time Zhang Dong and Bian Li had become familiar, they had been chatting and laughing during their arrival, so it made sense for Zhang Dong to test Bian Li's strength. All right, Senior Ing Shi. Zhang Dong stepped forward again, gladly accepting the task. Lin kid, come over here to grandfather, and don't let their battle waves injure you. Among those present, Lin Fan was the weakest and could easily be affected. Taking Lin Fan with him, Ing Shi and the 8 others moved to the observation platform. Bian Li and Zhang Dong stood in the center facing each other. Surveying their surroundings, Bian Li was skeptical about whether this place could withstand their battle. Zhang Dong noticed Bian Li's concerns. Don't worry, the walls here are made of special alloy, extremely sturdy. Even if 10-strength powerhouses engage in a brawl here, it won't be a problem. Bian Li felt a headache coming on from this statement. He could tell that they had definitely engaged in a free-for-all among the top 10 strength experts before. Since it has been said, Bian Li can rest assured. As the belief shifted, the lost driver appeared in his left hand, while the eternal memory device was prominently in his right hand. Even those of the same level could barely catch a glimpse of the shadow. Only Ing Shi could see clearly. Zhang Dong had heard of Bian Li's abilities. It was inferred that he transformed using the belt, thus gaining. As for the source of that power, it remained uncertain. Some speculated it came from the belt, while others believed it originated from the USB-like device. However, one thing was undeniable. Before transformation, Bian Li was not particularly strong. Seizing this opportunity, one could defeat him with a single strike. Logically, this was indeed feasible. But if even Zhang Dong and his team understood this, how could Bian Li not? Could even the numerous villains from the Kamen Rider series not think of it? Therefore, despite Zhang Dong's speed, the lost driver appeared on his waist even faster. Immediately, his right hand pressed the eternal memory device. With the sound of eternal, the device was inserted into the slot of the lost driver. As blue and white light particles emerged, Kamen Rider Eternal made his appearance. Everyone knew that a Kamen Rider was briefly invincible during transformation. Zhang Dong's palms formed into a shield enveloped in thunder, striking the blue and white light particles akin to hitting an indestructible shield, not only failing to achieve anything, but also being pushed back a few steps. His body was primarily white, with blue flames adorning his arms and ankles. He wore a jacket filled with grooves prepared for the insertion of memory devices. The 3 prongs on his head symbolized eternity. Suddenly, the eternal robe appeared behind him, moving on its own without wind. Slightly tilting his body, Bian Li slowly raised his hand thumb upright and extended outward, then suddenly turned his thumb downward, striking the classic pose of Kamen Rider Eternal. Come on, enjoy the pleasures of hell. Bian Li was in high spirits, satisfied with Zhang Dong's performance, although he felt Zhang Dong was too weak now. However, playing around was still acceptable. Zhang Dong's expression shifted slightly. Indeed, Bian Li after transformation exerted pressure on him, yet those words and that pose were truly discomforting to hear and see. After all, he was one of the captains of the Anomaly Regulation Bureau, a powerful class powerhouse. Even with a good temper, pride was still unavoidable. The thunder in his palms shone even brighter. From a distance, it looked as if he was enveloped in lightning. Bian Li relies solely on energy reaction, which is indeed strong amongst glass. But Zhang Dong's thunder palm possesses the utmost destructive power among all traditions of Maoshan. It's not merely about powerful energy to win. When Ro had a good relationship with Zhang Dong, as both had relatively gentle personalities, allowing for some common language. Therefore, he stood by Zhang Dong's side immediately. When Rao's perspective was not unique, other classes shared the same thought. They had all dealt with Zhang Dong and understood his strength. Even among all classes in the bureau, Zhang Dong could rank among the top. Only Ying Shi watched the white figure in the arena from afar with a wide smile on her face. The difference between SS and S classes was most intuitively reflected in destructive power, while the deeper gap lay in the control over one's body and energy. S class through training has enough energy within their bodies to appear liquefied. S class energy transforms into a core, achieving the Taoist golden core path, finally controlling body and energy to prepare for understanding the elements of heaven and earth. SS class can control one or several elements between heaven and earth, possessing domains that render them invincible within those domains, akin to gods among men. After Bian Li successfully transformed, Ying Shi sensed the aura of a fellow kind, yet it felt somewhat different. She couldn't articulate it, needing to observe further. Yet regarding Bian Li's strength, Ying Shi already had an estimate in her heart. He definitely reached S class, it just depended on whether he could attain S class. Indeed, Ying Shi hoped Bian Li would be S class. That would benefit both the country and him. Among so many people in the Anomaly Regulation Bureau, divisions naturally emerged. Even S-class powerhouses were the same. Given his relationship with the Bian family after Bian Li joined the Anomaly Bureau, he would certainly belong to their faction. In the arena, Zhang Dong struck first, again utilizing his body technique to leap. His method of attack was not filled with extravagance. He closed in on the opponent with absolute speed, using extreme, thunderous power to shatter the enemy. This time Bian Li clearly saw all of Zhang Dong's movements, including the irregular arcs of lightning Zhang Dong's footsteps. Everything was clearly in Bian Li's sight. Zhang Dong's pride in his speed had become a mere decoration in Bian Li's eyes. Faced with the furious lightning, Bian Li's response was straightforward and simple. He pulled the Eternal Robe and skillfully turned, allowing the Eternal Robe to receive the Thunder Palm attack. The Eternal Dagger was for offense, while the Eternal Robe was for defense. The capability of the Eternal Robe was quite tyrannical, able to nullify all heat, energy, electricity, and impacts. However, because its ability was too domineering, when Eternal activated the ultimate move gathering all memory devices, the Eternal Robe had to be removed. Otherwise, the Eternal Robe would isolate the power of many memory devices. The Thunder Palm struck the Eternal Robe, and the lightning instantly vanished, leaving only Zhang Dong's palm passing through the Eternal Robe, caught by Bian Li. Aside from Ying Shi, everyone, including Lin Fan, was surprised by this scene. They had anticipated that Bian Li might have a way to withstand the Thunder Palm, but never thought it would be so simple. Without the support of lightning, the Thunder Palm was merely a relatively powerful palm technique. Kamen Rider battles were simple and direct, with principles but little complexity, because it was simply unnecessary. Most riders relied on mechanics and dimensional attributes. Mechanically, Eternal already held an absolute advantage. As for dimensional attributes, there was no need to mention. Even if Kamen Rider Eternal's dimensional attributes were not outstanding in the history of riders compared to ordinary people, it was a terrifying power beyond endurance. Basic punching power of 7 tons, basic kicking power of 12 tons. This was still without the enhancement of memory device power. Simply based on punching and kicking strength, Eternal already overwhelmed Zhang Dong. With a simple and straightforward kick, Bian Li even held back a bit of strength. Zhang Dong tried to break free and leave, but the terrifying grip made his entire arm numb, rendering him unable to escape. With no other choice, he could only leap into the air, narrowly dodging this kick. Zhang Dong's sixth sense was racing, and his instinct told him that if this kick hit, he might not be able to get back up. Zhang Dong's ability to evade came as no surprise to Bian Li. After all, the personnel from the Special Investigation Bureau were seasoned warriors full of experience. However, you took to the air, and with your hands still grasping your own, doesn't that make you a live target? Zhang Dong was aware of this, but there was nothing he could do. Bian Li, not wanting to end things so quickly, refrained from using his feet, and instead spun around, flinging Zhang Dong away. Zhang Dong flipped in the air, maintaining his balance, and landed steadily, retreating a full 17 steps to dissipate the terrifying force. He left behind a black mark on the ground, a testament to the friction of his shoes. Zhang Dong understood in his heart that this was Bian Li showing mercy, and his feelings were somewhat complicated. It was supposed to be him showing leniency toward Bian Li, but now the situation had reversed. With just a single exchange, Zhang Dong had already seen the vast gap between them. Bian Li stood at a 45 angle, raising his left hand to point at Zhang Dong, his fingers slowly curling. "Let us continue the revelry." A smirk tugged at Zhang Dong's lips as he felt that Bian Li, after transforming, seemed like a different person. Did that armor not only grant Bian Li immense power, but also unleash his true nature? Did he just let go of himself after covering his face, enjoying the pleasures of hell, and continuing the revelry? Wouldn't it be awkward to hear such things if they weren't in the midst of a fight? However, precisely because it was Bian Li who said this, someone he could not match, Zhang Dong did not feel embarrassed. Rather, he found it quite stylish. "No more, I'm done." Your strength is truly formidable, and my Thunder Palm is entirely ineffective against you. How can I continue this fight? Zhang Dong conceded. Many things become clear after just a few exchanges. The fact is that he was not Bian Li's opponent, far from it. Senioring, sure, young Master Bian definitely possesses level strength. Should we continue? According to the rules, we must continue. Even if level strength is confirmed, we still need to test Bian Li's limits to better arrange tasks and reduce unnecessary casualties. Special ability users are exceedingly rare, with only 1 in a million. Among the 1 per billion population of Longhua, there were merely 300 special talents. All eyes were on Ingshi, awaiting his instructions. At the same time, this level ability users behind him were all astonished. There were those among them who could defeat Zhang Dong, but they did not possess the ability to easily counter Zhang Dong. No need, much has already been revealed. Seeing Bian Li's performance, Ingshi became more confident in his. Bian Li, could you explain why the lightning from the Thunder Palm vanished? Ingshi directly inquired, genuinely curious. His intuition suggested it was due to that cloak, but he found the thought somewhat ridiculous. Could a mere cloak negate the raging lightning of nature? Yet the reality was indeed that ridiculous. That is because of the eternal robe, which possesses the ability to nullify all forms of energy. The power of the eternal robe was merely the tip of the iceberg of Kamen Rider Eternal. Even revealing it bore no consequence. Upon hearing this, everyone was in an uproar. If this were true, then the eternal robe would be a nightmare for all elemental ability users. Ingshi's eyes gleamed with admiration, but he did not speak further. He knew that the capabilities of the eternal robe surely had limits. This touched upon personal secrets, and thus he could not pry too deeply. Continuing down this path would be somewhat impolite. Based on his deductions, Ingshi's attitude towards Bian Li had quietly shifted. Others' eyes flickered as they thought of this point. If there were no limits, and it could domineeringly eliminate all elemental powers who could stand against Bian Li. They were eager to know where this limit lay, but regrettably, as long as Ingshi remained silent, they could not inquire. Bian Li's strength was apparent. Even if they did not want to befriend him, they could not afford to offend him. They had not experienced the power firsthand, but they had witnessed it. Zhang Dong had cultivated rigorously, and those like him, who began practicing from a young age, had bodies far stronger than most who awakened their powers. Even Zhang Dong could not break free from Bian Li's grasp, indicating just how strong Bian Li's power was. Except for Lin Fan, everyone present was a seasoned warrior, having seen countless supernatural beings and faced numerous daunting abilities. Analyzing strength and weakness had become instinctual. Such a remarkable ability. Ingshi exclaimed, according to the rules, we must test your strength limits. They lack the ability to do so, so now the old man must personally step in. Is that acceptable? While that's the case, Ingshi had already stepped down from the stage. No one else objected, tacitly agreeing to this. With Zhang Dong's comparison, no one felt confident enough to defeat Bian Li. If they were to be flipped like Zhang Dong with a single move, that would be utterly humiliating. A chance worth seizing. Bian Li became serious, for this was an S-level opponent, the strongest he had encountered thus far. You just entered this circle, so you might not know the old man's abilities. Let me explain. Ingshi is a senior, and since this is merely a spar, there is no need to hold back. He is quite famous in this circle. With a little inquiry, one could easily discover his abilities. Bian Li raised his hand, but this time it was not a provocation, merely a gesture of invitation. Ingshi found it amusing. Not only Zhang Dong felt that Bian Li had transformed into a different person, but others shared the same sentiment. Lin Fan felt this change most acutely. He could hardly recognize his older brother. The old man has no extraordinary abilities, just decades of practice in Tai Chi. Ingshi, an S-level powerhouse from the Special Investigation Bureau of Longhua, and currently the highest-ranking elder of the Wudong sect. With that, an overwhelming aura surged forth from Ingshi. This was the absolute aura of a martial arts master, the ultimate manifestation of vitality and power. Beneath this aura, Bian Li not only felt no pressure, but even sensed his blood boiling. Kamen Rider Eternal, as the king of memory devices, is powerful, proud, and yearns for battle. This is the fight I desire. Remember my name, Eternal Kamen Rider Eternal. With a flick of his robe, Bian Li charged forth. Along the way, the XL memory device appeared in his hand. After a press with the sound XL, the memory device automatically slid into the groove of his jacket. What followed was a sudden surge in speed, and it was extreme speed. It was much faster than the speed Zhang Dong had previously exhibited. None of the spectators, including Zhang Dong and the others, could catch sight of Bian Li's figure. Initially, Kamen Rider Eternal's speed was rated at 100 minutes and 3 seconds, which was not particularly fast. However, Eternal's strength has never relied on base attributes, but rather on the memory devices. Others may not see clearly, but Ingshi could. That was the USB-like device used by Bian Li when he transformed. It seemed to be the source of his abilities. Gathering a yin and yang force in his hands, this was the yin-yang energy of Taiji. The blue flame patterns on Bian Li's arms lit up, enveloping his fists in blue energy. With a punch of 7ts strength, accelerated inertia, and enhanced energy, as he struck, Ingshi even vaguely observed the space around his fist beginning to twist. What a powerful force this is, completely on par with S-level powerhouses who specialize in strength. However, Ingshi believed he had the advantage against such opponents. With his hands held in front of him, the yin and yang energies converged and merged, and the Taiji symbol appeared before him. Without hesitation, Bian Li punched the center of the Taiji symbol. The yin-yang dual fish flowed, and Bian Li felt as if his punch struck nothingness, the force of his fist gradually dissipating. Bian Li understood a bit about Taiji, using strength against strength, yielding to overcome rigidity. Relying solely on brute force would not work. In that case, he pushed off the ground with his feet retreating. A new memory device appeared in his hand. He pressed the button, accompanied by a voice Ice. The Ice Age memory device was inserted into the slot. Drawing out the eternal dagger, he reversed his grip and swung down at Ingshi from above. A chilling aura erupted. This is the power of elements. Ingshi's eyes brightened. This was a new strength. Moreover, he noticed that the power from that USB was released by being inserted into the jacket slot. With so many slots, does that mean Bian Li can use that many powers? To clarify this, Ingshi waved his hands, the yin and yang energies swirling. The chilling air was controlled by Ingshi before it even approached. Ice formed over the Taiji symbol. As Ingshi collapsed his hands, the tension shattered the ice on the symbol. It looked effortless, but only Ingshi knew how much effort he had expended. This chill was impressive even to him. Looking around, just being affected by the cold, the entire training ground was already covered in a layer of frost. The spectators had already wrapped their arms around themselves to keep warm. They were all S-level powerhouses, and ordinary cold didn't bother them at all. The most miserable was Lin Fan, feeling completely chilled, yet his spirit did not soar. Still, he persisted in watching even though he could not understand what was happening. Ingshi suddenly began to worry about this training ground. Its limit was at the strength of S-level. S-level was still too much. Originally, he thought that even if Bian Li was at the same SS level as himself, having eaten more meals than the opponent over the years would make it manageable. But who knew Bian Li's abilities were so overwhelming? Just this chill was already so troublesome. What about his other abilities? Ingshi dared not continue thinking. If he wrecked this training ground, forget about being reprimanded by Tong Xiu. Even that annoying director would come to have a serious talk with him. But there was no way Ingshi would stop. He really wanted to see how many abilities Bian Li had. Bian Li's eyes lit up upon seeing how Ingshi dealt with. He never imagined Taiji could be used in this way. Oh, truly, as an S-level powerhouse, he had no weaknesses. However, Bian Li was not without his own means. He had a total of 26 memory devices, each possessing various peculiar abilities. Previously, he had no opportunity, but now he couldn't help but want to try them all one by one. Dummy, a virtual memory device, creates an illusion or a doppelganger. However, it was simply dispersed by Ingshi's tension. Fong, the Fong memory device, enhances combat. Unfortunately, in the face of traditional martial arts, even Fong could only endure a little longer. It could not break through Taiji's defenses and would often be used against itself. Heat, the Heat memory device, delivers high-temperature attacks and melting destruction. Yet it was countered with the same techniques used against the Chill. Ki, the Key memory device, unlocks or unseals. Bian Li attempted to use the Key memory device to seal off the Taiji fist, but Ingshi's strength was too formidable. Decades of accumulation could not be ignored, and he forcefully broke the seal. Luna, the Moon Goddess memory device, manipulates projectiles and provides nighttime enhancements. It was like child's play. His arm extended for a ranged attack, quite intimidating, but it had no effect. Nazca, the Nazca memory device, possesses mysterious sorcerer powers and can manipulate ley lines. Ultimately, it still enhanced close combat capabilities and speed. As long as it was close combat, Ingshi could handle it. Puppeteer, the Puppeteer memory device, allows for remote control of others. But of course, it was not a matter of controlling anyone at will. A contact was needed first. This was not difficult to accomplish, but still there was the issue that Ingshi's strength was too strong. He could only control those weaker than himself, and it was clear that Ingshi was not among them. Even so, the Puppeteer memory device left a deep impression on Ingshi. He could indeed resist that feeling of being controlled, but he could not help but feel it. It was indeed exceedingly strange. Queen, the Queen memory device, exerts mental pressure similar to abilities found within a mental domain. The power of the Queen memory device made Ingshi gasp in cold surprise. If it weren't for sensing that this power was still not very strong and somewhat immature, not that legendary domain, he might have thought he was facing an SS-level powerhouse. However, even so, being able to touch the powers of a domain at this level, just this point alone, meant Bian Li's future was far greater than those S-level powerhouses. Rocket, the Rocket memory device, delivers high-speed linear impacts. A straightforward attack method relying on speed. When speed does not become an absolute advantage, evading the Rocket memory device's abilities requires just a nimble turn. Next comes Skull, the Skull Memory Device, Trigger, the Trigger Memory Device, Unicorn, the Unicorn Memory Device, Violence, the Violence Memory Device, Weather, the Weather Memory Device, Yesterday, the Yesterday Memory Device. Most of the powers of the memory devices had been used by Bian Li. Each of these complex abilities would astonish both Ing Shi in the fight and the spectators until they eventually became numb. After all, even the domain exclusive to SS-level powerhouses had nearly been brought forth. What could be more astonishing than this? As Bian Li and Ing Shi faced off, one attacking and one defending, the training ground was on the verge of collapse. Numerous cracks appeared around the walls with dust and small stones occasionally falling. All of this bore witness to the atrocious actions of the two in the center of the arena. It could be said that all this destruction stemmed from Bian Li's hand. Ing Shi relied on martial arts, possessing strong control over his own strength. He could manage his force to minimize destruction to the training room. However, he could not block all of Bian Li's offensives. Both combatants, immersed in their fierce battle, were oblivious to the world around them, while the spectators watched intently, captivated by the clash between the two. Everyone was aware of Ing Shi's abilities, a paragon of martial arts. However, Bian Li managed to astonish. The manipulation of various elements and other inexplicable abilities left them trembling with fear. Only Lin Fan, unable to see the battlefield clearly, took note of the surroundings. Yet here his strength was the lowest, and the others were silent. He dared not offer any reminders. In the end, Bian Li employed the two major memory cards of Kamen Rider W. Cyclone, the Cyclone Memory, Joker, the Joker Memory, combined with Extreme, the Extreme Memory. In an instant, he infused the power of the Extreme Joker with the Eternal Strength, representing the ultimate form of Kamen Rider W. Bian Li leapt into the air, executing the signature move of Kamen Rider, the Rider Kick. However, the kick used now was not the Eternal Rider Kick, but the Extreme Joker's Rider Kick, a double ultimate kick. The double ultimate kick represented the essence of wind, and the Joker, which Bian Li deemed his strongest strike that could be revealed. The combined might of the Eternal Memory and the 26 memory cards was the strongest trump card beyond which Bian Li was not ready to expose just yet. The double ultimate kick was just right. Before reaching SS rank, no one would place themselves in such a high position, as it meant becoming a living target. However, upon reaching SS rank, one would acquire the ability to fly. It was this ability that led S-ranked individuals to be referred to as province destroyers. Thus, Bian Li's leap was not a venture into danger, but a display of his ultimate technique. This could be gleaned merely from the overwhelming power emanating from him. Ing Shi realized that he had underestimated Bian Li. Despite the endless array of abilities, while marvelous, they were merely wondrous in the face of his strength and could be countered. He initially thought that if Bian Li possessed a finishing move, he would be a perfect SS powerhouse. Surpassing him was merely a matter of time. Now, having thought it through, Bian Li demonstrated that he indeed possessed such a move. Ing Shi became truly serious. With his hands held in front, he began to dance, and the Taiji diagram reappeared. Compared to before, this Taiji diagram was significantly larger. The yin-yang fish spun continuously. The onlookers in the training room were unaware that the entire headquarters of the Anomaly Bureau was affected by the battle between Bian Li and Ing Shi. The walls of the training room were damaged, nearing their breaking point, and the aftermath of the battle reverberated outward, causing the entire headquarters to shake uncontrollably. This was quite alarming. Many wondered if there was an invasion by external enemies. Where was this? The headquarters of the Anomaly Bureau in the Dragon Kingdom. How could such a thing happen? Who had the capability to do such a thing? After reviewing the surveillance footage, it was discovered that the tremors originated from Training Room No. 1, where Ing Shi and others were testing Bian Li. The guard of the headquarters, Tong Qiu, hurried there, but he was still a step too late. Boom. With the collision of the double ultimate kick and the Taiji diagram, the entire training room finally succumbed, collapsing in on itself. By the time Zhang Dong and the others noticed, it was already too late. They could not even offer a warning. They could only shield Lin Fan, ensuring he wasn't crushed, and avoiding provoking Bian Li. Now they saw clearly, this was no new S rank. It was clearly a new SS rank. Fortunately, the walls surrounding the Anomaly Bureau headquarters had been reinforced by countless Earth-type abilities and were coated with a special alloy. Not even a nuclear bomb could destroy them. Thus, only the training room was damaged, and the tremors of the headquarters did not cause significant harm. Zhang Dong and the others had already retreated outside the training room, watching as it collapsed with Bian Li and Ing Shi buried within. However, no one was worried about them. If an S-level powerhouse were to be crushed by mere stones and iron walls, it would truly set a new world record. If news of this spread, the Dragon Kingdom would become a laughingstock around the world. Tong Qiu was the first to arrive. Upon arrival, he witnessed the scene of the training room's collapse, causing his eyelids to twitch uncontrollably. On the surface, Tong Qiu appeared to be a robust, middle-aged man, but he was not old, being only 56 years. Among the many SS ranks in the world, Tong Qiu could undoubtedly be considered young. Was this caused by that Bian Li? Tong Xiu, known for his explosive temper, had many refrained from causing trouble during his watch. Everyone, including Wen Rou, turned their gazes towards Zhang Dong. It was clear that Tong Xiu was now visibly angry, and they dared not provoke his wrath. Bian Li was brought back by Zhang Dong, so the blame naturally fell on him. Zhang Dong cursed in his heart, but had to muster the courage to step forward. Yes, it was a clash between Bian Li and Senior Ingshi that led to the destruction of Training Room No. 1. Having anticipated this, the revelation still brought a smile to Tong Xiu's heart. Whether the training room was destroyed or not mattered little to him. What he cared about was that the Anomaly Bureau would gain another S-level powerhouse. Someone could now share their monthly guard duties. Why was Tong Xiu's temper so explosive? It was because despite possessing great strength, he was still forced to work. What was the point of training to enhance one's power? He wished to avoid work altogether, not to shift from a year of work to a month only to draw the short straw and end up working for 2 months. Tong Xiu was the one who hoped the 12 S-level powerhouses would be fully staffed. Ideally, one more would emerge, giving him the chance to enjoy his leisurely life. He only needed the director to summon him for a few missions. Boom. Tong Xiu did not speak, and Zhang Dong and the others did not dare. Lin Fan anxiously looked at the ruins, worried that his stepbrother might have been killed. However, soon a loud roar erupted, and the rubble was pushed aside. 2 figures flew out from the debris, standing in midair. Ingshi could fly on his own, while Bian Li flew in the air with the aid of the bird memory. Ingshi was also pleased that the Dragon Kingdom would soon gain an additional S-level powerhouse. You two, that's enough. If you keep fighting, the entire headquarters will be torn apart. As part of his duty, Tong Xiu immediately called for a halt to their sparring. Exchanging 1 training room for 1 S-level powerhouse was quite a bargain. However, if 1 headquarters were to be exchanged, it would be somewhat of a loss. The scientists within would tear him apart. Ingshi smiled faintly, and then landed on the ground. Bian Li had thoroughly enjoyed this bout, and had further validated his transformation into Kamen Rider Eternal Strength. In a life-or-death battle against Ingshi, he would emerge victorious. He too landed, and then reverted from his transformation. As the blue and white particles dissipated, Bian Li returned to his original appearance, looking like an ordinary person, harmless. Yet the gazes directed at him were quite complex. Ingshi and Tong Xiu looked on with appreciation, while Zhang Dong, Wen Rou, and others regarded him with awe and admiration, and Lin Fan viewed him with unfamiliarity. Strength earned respect, and at this moment it was displayed to the fullest. Compared to Ingshi, Bian Li was merely a bit wrinkled in his clothing with not a speck of dust on him. Truly astonishing abilities. Feeling Bian Li's current state, Ingshi and Tong Xiu detected no unusual differences from an ordinary person. Typically one would not notice unless they engaged directly, which is understandable. Now that the fight had just concluded, it was precisely the moment when the aura had yet to dissipate, and still they failed to perceive anything. There could only be 2 reasons: either the opponent's control over power had surpassed theirs. This was Tong Xiu's conjecture. Ingshi, however, believed there might be another reason. Perhaps Bian Li, after shedding his transformation, was merely an ordinary person. This conjecture seemed absurd, yet Ingshi instinctively held it as truth. The director is waiting for you, follow me. Observing the 2 state, Tong Xiu had already roughly guessed the outcome. Since Bian Li was S-level, the so-called testing of power limits was no longer applicable. S-level individuals were fundamentally different from others. Alright, let's go, we shouldn't keep him waiting. Ingshi was quite pleased, cheerful, and bright. Regardless of whether Bian Li was S-level or S-level, this meeting was inevitable. Bian Li had heard of the director of the Anomaly Bureau from Lin Fan. Lin Fan had learned about him from Qing and Vu. This director's experiences were nothing short of legendary. He was just an ordinary person. An ordinary person commanding the Anomaly Bureau of the Dragon Kingdom, ordering so many powerful beings within. With 20 S-level and 7 S-level plus 1 SS-level, everyone would unconditionally execute the director's orders. Such a scenario wouldn't even be deemed credible in a novel. Yet reality unfolded just like this. It was not due to ancestral blessings or state coercion, but rather the recognition from all members of the Anomaly Bureau. Bian Li wished to witness what kind of personal charm could sway so many unruly, powerful individuals. Seeing Ingshi and Tong Xiu's expressions, their respect for this director was evidently sincere. This time Lin Fan did not accompany them, and the various level members dispersed. Zhang Dong continued to show Lin Fan around the headquarters. Ingshi and Tong Xiu led Bian Li towards the confidential areas of the Anomaly Bureau headquarters. Entering those areas required certain permissions. Research rooms, laboratories, archives, discussion rooms, and at the deepest part, the director's office. Passing through these confidential facilities, Bian Li encountered numerous sights. Various high-tech devices, unknown potions, and bizarre creatures, with the majority being assorted researchers. These are all madmen. They only care about their research. Anyone who obstructs their work, even the director, they dare to scold, and quite harshly too. Tong Xiu whispered in Bian Li's ear. Bian Li chuckled awkwardly. It wasn't just here. Even in the Bian group, many researchers had similar temperaments. But their abilities are top-notch. Many things here are products of their research, including the various equipment we use on missions, greatly reducing personnel casualties. Ingshur offered an explanation. They indeed had poor tempers, but it was relative. These individuals were quite— I've interacted with some researchers who I understand their temperaments. Bian Li acknowledged. As for those creatures, it was quite understandable, wasn't it? Understanding them thoroughly could further reduce casualties. At least next time they encountered them, they could respond calmly. Soon, while chatting, the three arrived at the director's office. The door was already open, awaiting their arrival. Following Ingshur and Tong Xiu inside, Bian Li saw an elderly man with white hair, yet full of vigor, sitting in a boss chair. On the desk lay an open document. In front was a computer with a thermos cup on the right side, and behind was an entire bookshelf filled with various books, even including the 10,000 Whys. The book pages showed clear signs of frequent reading. If not for being in the director's office of the Anomaly Bureau, Bian Li might have thought this was a former partner he had worked with. Director, we've brought him here. Tong Xiu spoke up. Haha, great. The Anomaly Bureau welcomes fresh. The director Zhao Su laughed heartily, giving off a sincere impression. Old man here is a few years older than you, so I'll call you little comrade. After all, you are also a league member now. Bian Li's mouth twitched while Tong Xiu and Ingshur simultaneously covered their mouths. A league member. If he hadn't mentioned it, Bian Li would have nearly forgotten that he was still paying league dues. He didn't even know where that little red book had been misplaced. Please make yourselves at home. What else could he say? He could only be considerate of the elderly. Come, sit down. The old man is the head of the Anomaly Bureau. My real name is Zhao Su. The director Zhao Su stood up from his boss chair, walked around the desk, and invited the three to sit down while introducing himself. He spoke as if chatting with juniors. Would you like something to drink? Tea, cola, or something else? Don't be fooled by my humble setup. Ooh, actually, there are quite a few good things here. While speaking, Zhao Su pulled out items from the drawer beneath the tea table, revealing a variety of good stuff. Oolong tea, cola, Sprite, and more. There were quite a few options. Bian Li noticed that the tea table even had a self-cooling feature. Was it really this down to earth? So the tea in your mouth is just bottled oolong tea. Bian Li began to doubt what was actually in that thermos. Tong Xiu and Ingshur had long since become accustomed to it. This was just the director's usual routine. Just cola is fine. Staying true to his heart, Bian Li chose the happy drink. Tong Xiu and Ingshur also selected what they desired. Finally, Zhao Su twisted open the bottle cap of the oolong tea. Come, let's toast. Zhao Su enthusiastically raised the oolong tea in his hand. Tong Xiu and Ingshur raised their drinks with helpless smiles. Bian Li silently raised his happy drink. At this moment, unity was essential. This scene was too beautiful. Bian Li couldn't help but wonder how the others in the Anomaly Bureau would feel upon knowing. In any case, he constantly felt a sense of disillusionment. All right, we've shared a drink. Now let's get down to business. Zhao Su still wore a smiling expression, but Bian Li sensed the seriousness in his squinted eyes. Adjusting his posture, Bian Li sat up straight. This was an instinctive action. Tong Xiu and Ingshur quietly drank their beverages, merely observing without speaking. Little comrade, the old man won't beat around the bush. I witnessed your battle with Ingshur in its entirety. Your abilities have already reached S level, which indicates you are quite dangerous. Joining the Anomaly Bureau is a must. Zhao Su did not test the waters, but spoke directly. The documents on the table contained nothing less than Bian Li's entire background and evaluations from relevant professionals in the Anomaly Bureau. It was based on this evaluation that Zhao Su chose such a direct approach. The intelligence report emphasized that Bian Li, aside from attending school and training at the Bian family, also engaged in considerable charitable activities. Being in a wealthy family, he is well aware of the intricacies within those charitable organizations. Therefore, Bian Li's charitable deeds were conducted without involving those organizations. Instead, he sent people from the Bian family to handle the connections. Whenever disasters occurred in various regions, the Bian family would be the first to deliver supplies, and under Bian Li's efforts, the amount of supplies provided would double compared to previous years. In his everyday life, Bian Li did not abuse his status to bully others. Rather, he would help those in need. His actions consistently demonstrated that Bian Li was an exemplary heir of a noble family. Professional evaluations also highlighted that he is a person worth cultivating. Thus, Zhao Zu's approach was straightforward, speaking candidly without pretense. In the realm of deceit and intrigue, the other party had certainly encountered many. The commercial world and the political sphere are actually two sides of the same coin. I understand, Junior. It is precisely because of this intention that I have come here. This is an undeniable fact. Having seen much, Bian Li is more capable of discerning reality. As long as he doesn't expose himself, it is fine. Once exposed, there is only the option of joining the Anomaly Bureau. The country will not allow an S-class individual to roam free outside. That's good. Zhao Su laughed heartily, clearly pleased. Tong Xiu and Ingshur were equally delighted. They both understood the significance of Bian Li's willingness to come, but it was only after hearing his definitive response that they truly felt at ease. Since that's the case, we are all colleagues and comrades, we can speak more casually. The upcoming matters became considerably simpler. Bian Li, I don't see how you are being casual, we are already friends sharing drinks. To be honest, I have lived for so many years, and you are the first S-class individual I have encountered at such a young age. I haven't even seen S-class at 18. By the way, I assume you know about the S-class assignments. Currently, there are still positions available for January's, beginning February's, Flower Dawn, April's. By the way, I assume you know about the S-class assignments. Currently, there are still positions available for January's, beginning February's, Flower Dawn, April's, Sephora, November's, Dragon's Hidden, and December's end of year. Choose one. Among S-classes, they are all quite similar. It's hard to determine a victor without going all out. But can S-classes truly unleash their full strength? The destructive power is not to be underestimated. The destruction of training room, no. One was merely due to the sparring between Bian Li and Ing Shi, and that was while Ing Shi was fully in a defensive stance. Then I will choose Sephora. Bian Li remembered that the S-class who sacrificed themselves in High City was codenamed April Sephora. Zhao Su, Tong Xiu, and Ing Shi were all taken aback upon hearing the codename. No one expected Bian Li would actually choose this. S-classes are rare, and in nearly 100 years since the establishment of the Anomaly Bureau, not only has the 12-person roster never been filled, but the total number hasn't even reached 12. Thus, each of the 12 code names has only had one master, and some even lack a master altogether. Now Sephora was about to have a second master. At the same time, the three sensed the signal from Bian Li's choice of this codename. Bian Li did not intend to stay in Kyoto, he would return to High City. High City, this is the pain in their hearts. Even after 13 years, that pain still lingers. Along with it came a wave of hatred. Alright, from now on you are the new Sephora. Zhao Su made the decision. Perhaps Bian Li would become a game-changer, avenging the previous Sephora's blood debt. You don't want to stay in Kyoto, do you? Zhao Su asked directly without hiding anything. My family is in High City. Bian Li admitted. That's fine, but there are some things you need to know. Tong Xiu began to get excited while Ing Shi showed a worried expression, opened her mouth, but ultimately remained silent. You may speak. Bian Li understood that what was to be discussed next was about the events of 13 years ago, and perhaps also the truth about the Anomaly Bureau. 13 years ago, the Tiger Shark tribe among the sea monsters colluded with the Demon Palace to attack High City. The 8 nations dispatched 8 S-classes to block the experts from Kyoto, unable to provide assistance, which left the previous Sephora to fight alone against the Tiger Shark King and one of the 10 leaders of the Demon Palace, the Taishan King, resulting in a mutual destruction with the Tiger Shark King, while the Taishan King was severely injured. Recalling that battle, Zhao Su couldn't help but sigh. Not only did Sephora die in battle, but the personnel from the High City Anomaly Bureau also suffered heavy casualties. It was only through great effort that they managed to defend High City until the rescue from Kyoto arrived. Clearly, Qing Nvu's knowledge was quite limited. Zhao Zu's account was far more detailed. Although the 8 nations blocked us, their hearts were not united, and they did not sincerely assist the Tiger Shark tribe and the Taishan King. Thus, upon learning of Sephora's death, they retreated. Next, as you can imagine, the support from Kyoto arrived. High City was unharmed, and the Tiger Shark tribe, which had stirred up the tsunami, was slaughtered to the point where only a small number of their clan remained, barely surviving in the deep sea. Unfortunately, the Taishan King managed to escape. Zhao Su gritted his teeth when mentioning the Tiger Shark tribe and the Taishan King. Not only that, but the 8 nations joined forces, demanding that Kyoto refrain from dispatching new S-class experts to station in High City, or else they would unleash another tsunami on the city. They didn't say it outright, but that was the implication. Zhao Su continued. Upon hearing this, Bian Li felt confused. Did you agree? In terms of results, it was an agreement. However, this approach was something Bian Li could not accept. We agreed, but they did not have it easy either. Internally, Zhao Su could be gentle, as long as no major incidents occurred, he could be a good elder to everyone. Externally, however, Zhao Su was not one to suffer losses. With such a significant incident occurring in High City, and having sacrificed an S-class from the Dragon Nation in December, how could they swallow this? Merely killing one Tiger Shark King and slaughtering the Tiger Shark tribe was not enough. They will target High City precisely because the Dragon Nation's economic development is rapid, and High City is the economic center of the Dragon Nation. Without a strong presence there, it makes it convenient for them to wreak havoc. Shall we let them have their way? What a joke. Zhao Zu's eyes flickered with coldness. They were scheming. How could he not be? High City may not have a strong presence, but we also have our conditions. Zhao Su scoffed, as if mocking those people for their lack of self-awareness. The Dragon Nation has a history of 5,000 years with conspiracies and schemes emerging endlessly. In a barbaric land, how could one play mind games with those who do not even understand the 36 stratagems? Bian Li was highly intrigued, awaiting Zhao Zu's next words. We require that an Anomaly Bureau agent be stationed within the embassies of the Dragon Nation in each country. Individuals with abilities are prohibited from entering foreign countries without special reasons, as per international treaties. The personnel from the 8 nations have already violated this agreement by entering the Dragon Nation, but the treaty also stipulates penalties. They are willing to provide ample resources, which makes it difficult to argue. However, our conditions are certainly unacceptable to them, and they even desire equivalent conditions. Zhao Su recounted the events of that year, his expression filled with not only anger, but also disdain. Ying Shi and Tong Xiu remained silent, with Zhao Su recounting the events of the past. How could they possibly agree? They were in the wrong from the beginning. What are those so-called resources worth? Do we care? Zhao Su became agitated, recalling the past events that filled him with rage. Even after 13 years they had taken many retaliatory actions, yet the resentment still lingered. In the end, if negotiations fall through and they refuse to send people to guard Haishi, then let's go to war. The people of the Dragon Kingdom prefer to show courtesy before resorting to arms, valuing peace above all. However, this does not mean the Dragon Kingdom is easy to bully. When friends come, there is food and drink. When enemies arrive, there are also guns and cannons. The 8 nations may seem powerful, but in essence they are just a rabble, each acting on their own. We can easily deal with them one by one. Which of the 8 nations dares to face our frenzied retaliation alone? As long as we make our intentions clear, they will likely face internal strife first. In the end, they still refused to spare Haishi and agreed to our conditions. Bian Li could already foresee the ensuing process. The members of the Special Operations Bureau dispatched were like a nail, one that the 8 nations could not remove and found deeply uncomfortable. The people we sent are no pushovers, each one is a master of stealth. Even under 24-hour surveillance, they have sent back plenty of information to the headquarters and have found opportunities to cause them trouble. Without evidence, they have no means to act against us. Even if there were evidence, that person would defect automatically, not implicating the Dragon Kingdom. Once free, they would become a significant threat to the 8 nations. Hearing this, Bian Li had no doubt that the Special Operations Bureau was secretly aiding that person in escaping and would provide conveniences to their compatriots outside. By the time they realize this, it will be too late. If they want to backtrack, how could we give them the chance? Zhao Zu's expression softened slightly as he spoke of these matters. Isn't it more than that? We've caused so much trouble on their territory, they wouldn't just let it slide, would they? Bian Li pondered, knowing that Haishi had been peaceful these years, likely due to the Special Operations Bureau's influence. Of course, they are wolves and tigers. If they can't do it openly, they will resort to underhanded means. Zhao Su snorted coldly. Having learned a lesson once, how could we make the same mistake again? In December, the Dragon Kingdom began to take turns guarding the headquarters 13 years ago, while others could freely explore the beautiful mountains and rivers of our homeland. Bian Li was overjoyed. This tactic was brilliant. As long as the strong are dispersed, it would be impossible to block them all at once. Moreover, Bian Li believed that while Haishi had no strong presence, surrounding cities certainly did. For instance, Hang City. You should have thought of this. The Zhejiang Provincial Bureau usually has an S-level station there, equipped with 2 small teams from the headquarters for constant vigilance. This is thorough preparation. The enemy's intentions are too obvious. If Zhao Su still cannot prevent it after knowing their plans, then he might as well not sit in the position of head of the Special Operations Bureau. Over the years, we have eliminated many agents of the 8 nations, all defectors from their ranks. In reality, who doesn't know that these were merely personnel they separated for convenience? This is merely an unspoken rule that everyone accepts. We used to disdain doing it, but later found it true. Speaking of this, recalling the actions taken against the 8 nations by those sent out from the Dragon Kingdom over the years, Zhao Su couldn't help but smile. Tong Xiu and Ying Shi also chuckled. If one wants to play conspiracies, driving wolves and tigers apart, forming alliances to counteract, and distant diplomacy with close aggression are all tactics left behind by the ancestors of the Dragon Kingdom. From this sentence alone, it can be seen that the people separated from the Special Operations Bureau over the years have indeed caused significant trouble for the 8 nations. When I return to Haishi this time, will they attempt to replicate the situation from 13 years ago? Bian Li licked his lips. If that were the case, it would indeed be fantastic. Maybe he could have the chance to make. Definitely. Although the agreement states they cannot dispatch personnel, you are a local of Haishi, which is a loophole. However, those people are notoriously shameless and won't acknowledge it. Zhao Zu's eyes glinted with calculation. 13 years ago, we were unprepared and caught off guard. If they wish to come again this time, let them come and never return. Though only an S-level can deal with another S-level, there are still differences between S-level beings. In terms of life and death battles, which powerhouse of the Dragon Kingdom fears anyone? The past incident with Huai Su serves as the best example. Facing 2 opponents, he eliminated one and severely injured the other, achieving remarkable results. Moreover, even if there are casualties, they are not afraid. As long as Bian Li is here, hope remains. At 18 years old, the S level might even become a new SS level for the Dragon Kingdom in the future. In the world, the SS level is akin to a walking deity, a presence more formidable than nuclear weapons. The SS level of the Dragon Kingdom, or rather the 3 SS levels in the world, have always been discussing doctrines atop the Himalayan peaks. So after returning this time, you will be very busy, and it may also be quite dangerous. Zhao Su offered Bian Li a second chance, allowing him to reconsider after outlining the pros and cons. If he still chooses to return to Haishi, then he must face the foreign forces that might strike at any moment, perhaps even the leader of the Demon Hall and the clans of sea demons. Danger. It's uncertain who the danger is for, Bian Li remarked, undeterred by this so-called danger. Good, it's no wonder you are an 18-year-old S-level possessing such youthful spirit. Zhao Su did not hide his admiration for Bian Li. Rest assured, we will not allow the events of 13 years ago to repeat themselves. If the same disaster were to occur a second time, the old man would also be unable to face the many members of the Special Operations Bureau. I have one more question. What exactly is the Demon Hall? Bian Li knew it was an anti-human organization that even worshipped hell. If Bian Li remembered correctly, the king of Taishan is one of the 10 kings of hell, right? The Demon Hall, no one knows who established it, but it has existed since the dawn of human history, hidden within the annals of history both at home and abroad. You also know about this, right? The 10 lords of the hall, the king of Taishan, are named after the 10 kings of hell, but they weren't always so. Zhao Su recalled various speculations about the current Demon Hall. The 10 lords were established after the current master of the Demon Hall took power, and the title of the 10 kings of hell was given by him. He even took an alias, Feng Du. This is the underworld from the legends of the Dragon Kingdom. The underworld is known to every citizen of the Dragon Kingdom. The king of hell among the 10 kings of hell is particularly well known because of a certain monkey. Exactly. That's why many people believe this Emperor Feng Du is a person from the Dragon Kingdom. Some even fancifully claim that our Dragon Kingdom's Special Operations Bureau has long since incorporated the Demon Hall to deal with other countries. Zhao Su thought that anyone who could express such thoughts must certainly be of unsound mind. Without a decade-long cerebral thrombosis, one could not come up with such speculations. If I truly had the Demon Palace under my command, the first thing I would do is trouble the 8 nations. 13 years ago, although the masterminds were the Tiger Shark clan and the Demon Palace in Zhao Su and the Anomaly Bureau's minds, the 8 nations were the most disgusting. The Sea Demon clan, like other supernatural races, is not of our kind. Naturally, we stand on opposite sides, and this is understandable. The Demon Palace also constantly opposes various great nations, stirring up chaos in the world. However, it is disgraceful that the 8 nations who are also human have allied with these 2 major forces against the Dragon Nation. None of the 8 nations admitted to it, and the Dragon Nation could not produce evidence, but everyone knew the truth. It's nothing more than that the development speed of the Dragon Nation has touched someone's nerves, prompting them to find ways to suppress it. But what was the outcome? Were they able to suppress it? Instead, they found themselves caught in countless troubles. These are all secrets within the Anomaly Bureau. I am sharing them with you not only to remind you, but also because it is a privilege you possess as a member of the April Y sequence. Zhao Su seized the opportunity to vent his frustrations. To be honest, before your arrival, all your information was already presented to us. Your record is clear, your background is clean, and your conduct is upright. The Bian family and the Anomaly Bureau are also old acquaintances, so I welcome your joining April Y sequence. Zhao Su stood up and extended his hand to Bian Li. Ying Shi and Tong Xiu also stood up, watching the two. Bian Li had already risen and shook hands with Zhao Su, saying, I look forward to your guidance, Director Zhao. Ying Shi and Tong Xiu also shook hands with Bian Li in succession. This represented that Bian Li held an equal status in the Anomaly Bureau, no longer seen as a junior due to his young age. Shortly, letting Shi take you to the storage room to obtain the Huai sequence token. That is the identity symbol of the Dragon Nation's December subordinate to the minister, elevated in status. Holding the Huai sequence token would completely acknowledge Bian Li's identity within the Anomaly Bureau. The position of December in the Dragon Nation is not something Zhao Su can decide alone. It requires a discussion among all the high-ranking members of the Anomaly Bureau, followed by a vote. However, due to Zhao Zu's character being recognized by others, and Ying Shi's prestige, after an online vote, the others handed over the decision-making power to Zhao Su. Finally, everything that needed to be said was said. However, Zhao Su hesitated, unsure whether to speak up. Seeing this, Bian Li proactively asked, Is there anything else you would like to say, Minister Zhao? Zhao Su ultimately made up his mind and decided to ask, I feel ashamed to say this, but if you are unwilling to proceed with this matter, you can refuse directly. Seeing Zhao Zu's difficulty, Bian Li sighed, already anticipating this question, knowing in his heart that this matter would come up sooner or later. Are you asking about the source of my power, Director Zhao? The lost driver and memory unit. What was destined to come would inevitably arrive. Exactly, that belt and something like a USB drive was originally called the lost driver and memory unit. I would like to know, can we study that belt? Now that the conversation had started, he might as well ask clearly. If that thing could be mass-produced, Zhao Su could hardly imagine it. It wouldn't require someone as strong as Bian Li, as long as ordinary people could possess a certain level of strength, even if only a grade, it would be immeasurable power. Could there even be hope for it to become widespread across the country in the future? The cultivation methods could not achieve this, not only due to the major sects guarding their secrets jealously, but also because those skills were not something an ordinary person could cultivate. To avoid causing panic, the supernatural phenomena were tightly concealed worldwide. Contemplating this, Zhao Su fixedly stared at Bian Li, waiting for his response. I know what you want to do, because I have thought of the same thing, but the result is that it cannot be researched. In the original text, whether it was the Lost Driver or the Evolution Driver, both were artificially researched and created. However, here it does not work. The tech company that Bian Li established was originally intended to facilitate his research on these two drivers. But not to mention research, even handing them over to others is impossible. To others, these two drivers are just two pieces of scrap metal. Moreover, as you can see, my power relies on transformation to be used. My abilities are these two items. With a thought, the Lost Driver, an eternal memory unit, appeared in his hands. This is equipment unique to me, others cannot use it. Most Kamen Riders before transformation are actually not much stronger than ordinary people. Losing the driver is equivalent to losing everything. But these are not issues for Bian Li. As long as he wishes, regardless of who takes away the driver and memory unit, they will instantly reappear in his hands. Hey, I've thought of this without a result, but I still couldn't help but ask. Zhao Su smiled bitterly. He had witnessed the Lost Driver, an eternal memory unit, materialize in Bian Li's hands. This meant that these two items were akin to the abilities of the empowered, unique to them. Only those with similar abilities could awaken them, otherwise replication was impossible, let alone research. Strictly speaking, these two items are not Bian Li's equipment, but his very abilities. After seeing the eternal memory unit, Zhao Su thought of another question. Why sequence? Speaking of which, you didn't use your full strength just now, did you? Zhao Su intentionally skipped the previous topic. The earlier subject was indeed quite impolite. Oh, how do you know? Bian Li did not want to dwell too much on the Lost Driver issue. Even if Zhao Su did not bring it up today, he would eventually do so. It was better to clear the air now. As for whether he would believe it, that would depend on whether there were people eyeing his Lost Driver in the future. Whoever dares to reach out, Bian Li would cut off their claws. I have been observing your sparring from the beginning. You transformed using this eternal memory unit, but you have not utilized its abilities. If I am not mistaken, this eternal memory unit is your most powerful strength. Zhao Su was quite confident in his guess. In fact, not only Zhao Su, but Ing Shi also noticed this, but did not point it out. At least they recognized Bian Li's strength. During the sparring, Ing Shi had indeed used most of her strength. You are correct, indeed the Eternal is the king of memory units, and my most powerful strength. Bian Li was grateful. He had set up 2 smoke bombs. Since they believe that the Eternal memory unit is his strongest power, so be it. Bian Li knew from a young age that one should never reveal all their trump cards. It would make it too easy for others to target them. The more trump cards one has, the safer one is. This is an unchanging truth. Good, this makes me feel more at ease. Zhao Su meant well. He did not want anything to happen to Bian Li. The stronger Bian Li became, the more at ease he felt. After leaving the director's office, Tong Qiu had official duties to attend to and departed first. Bian Li followed Ing Shi to the storage room to retrieve Huaizu's token. The token was still made of a special alloy, entirely golden. The front displayed the characters for April, while the back bore the characters for Huaizu. Simple yet majestic. Subsequently, through a broadcast, the news of Huaizu's token having a new owner was announced. At the same time, the headquarters of the Anomaly Regulation Bureau circulated this information to all the heads of its branches. Within the Anomaly Regulation Bureau, members were referred to only by code names, and their real-life identities were not disclosed. This was to prevent retaliation against their family members in the real world. In High City, Qing Nu Yu looked at the messages within the internal communications of the Anomaly Regulation Bureau and had already connected the dots that this new Huaizu was likely Bian Li. It was hard to believe, but Qing Nu Yu's intuition told her it was indeed Bian Li. She had used some connections from her father to keep an eye on the situation at headquarters, and any relevant movements would be reported to her. Sure enough, shortly after receiving the news, Qing Nu Yu indeed got accurate information. Given that person's strength, they could not yet access Huaizu's true identity outside, but just a piece of information was enough for Qing Nu Yu to confirm Huaizu's identity. Because Huaizu was suddenly brought to the Anomaly Regulation Bureau and originated from High City. She was pleased that High City had produced yet another S-level powerhouse inheriting the Huaizu codename. However, based on the current situation, Qing Nu Yu held a pessimistic view regarding whether Huaizu would return. Regardless, she still waited, hoping for Lin Fan's return to see the final outcome. At the headquarters of the Anomaly Regulation Bureau in Kyoto, after receiving the token, Bian Li met up with Lin Fan. Zhang Dong had also completed his tasks and went off to do his own things. Next up are some physical tests to leave behind some basic information. In the world of ability users, while these physical tests may seem important, they are not as crucial as one might think. Just like Bian Li after transforming into Kamen Rider Eternity, his basic 6 dimensions were quite strong, but they were not fixed. With the use of different memory devices, his power speed and mental state could all be enhanced to varying degrees. Yet they are indispensable. These tests reflect each individual's ability to withstand pressure without using their powers. After all, in a world of the extraordinary, you could encounter any situation. There have indeed been instances in the past of abilities that could nullify all supernatural powers, leaving both sides to engage in the purest and most primitive hand-to-hand combat. Therefore, one cannot overly rely on their own abilities. It is best to develop comprehensively. This point gives those who have practiced martial arts from a young age a significant advantage. Those who awaken their abilities by chance are at a considerable disadvantage. Upon seeing Bian Li, who was nominally his older brother Lin Fan, still felt a sense of unreality. He had thought that being in S-level was already impressive, as he had never encountered such a powerful being before. Now he was suddenly told he had an S-level older brother. The surprise came too suddenly, filling him with excitement, while also causing some worry. After all, their identities were rather awkward. The True and False Young Masters. A novel come to life. Meanwhile, he was relieved that he had never considered driving Bian Li away. Bian Li was not the type of pretentious young master who would resort to any means for family wealth. He didn't even want the inheritance of the Bian family. However, this raised a new question. Would Bian Li return to high? The previous answer was yes, but that was based on Bian Li being in S-level. Even Lin Fan as a B-level understood one principle: with greater power comes greater responsibility. There were only 7 S-level beings in Long Kingdom, and with Bian Li that made 8. They were beings at the pinnacle of Long Kingdom, and even the Huai Su who fell in battle 13 years ago had only returned to High City for a family visit. What are you thinking about? Noticing Lin Fan's distraction, Bian Li asked with concern. Ingshi also turned to look at Lin Fan. Lin Fan was the biological child of the Bian family. They had known this from the start. Unfortunately, Bian Li was just too outstanding and Lin Fan could not compete. So from the beginning, they had deliberately overlooked Lin Fan, focusing on Bian Li. How the two would ultimately fare now depended on Bian Li's attitude. The Anomaly Regulation Bureau would definitely support Bian Li. No, I was just thinking about the task assigned to me by the captain. I'm afraid I won't be able to complete it. Who said I wouldn't return to High City? Bian Li chuckled. So Lin Fan was more concerned about Qing Nu Yu's task than his becoming the Huai Su of Long Kingdom. Haven't you already obtained the title of Huai Su? Lin Fan was stunned by Bian Li's words. If he were S-level, he could go wherever he wanted, but could an S-level also go freely? Really? In the future, when you go on missions, you will have to refer to me as Lord Huai Su. Then can you still return to High City? Lin Fan was not concerned about titles. He was just worried about Bian Li returning to High City. What are you thinking? Is the headquarters of the Anomaly Regulation Bureau a den of thieves? Only allowed to enter, but not exit. My parents are in High City. If I don't return, should I make them come to Kyoto? Bian Li suddenly pretended to realize something that doesn't seem impossible. Kyoto also has a branch of the Bian family. Even if we move the headquarters, it wouldn't be a big problem. You would have to come along. Lin Fan twitched his mouth. He wasn't foolish and understood that Bian Li was joking, and that he would also come to Kyoto. Well then, was this considered taking advantage? If he lost Bian Li and then lost his position as Vice Captain, Lin Fan didn't dare to imagine how angry Qing Nu Yu would be. Brother, don't joke around. Although he understood Bian Li was joking, Lin Fan was afraid he might take it seriously. He had feelings for the High City branch of the Anomaly Regulation Bureau. Alright, I won't tease you anymore. I had already said I would return to High City for a special mission, and the task of guarding the headquarters in April has already been agreed upon by Senior Ingshi to take my place, so don't worry. To allow Bian Li to focus on facing the potential storms and unknown dangers ahead, Ingshi voluntarily took on some of Bian Li's responsibilities. Of course, the remaining tasks for January, February, November, and December, which were originally decided by drawing lots among 4 individuals, now excluded Bian Li. That's good. Lin Fan changed his mood and walked alongside Bian Li with ease. In many places where Zhang Dong did not have permission to take Lin Fan, he could now enter with Ingshi and Huai Su. Even the most important research and laboratories were places Lin Fan was able to see. It also allowed those researchers to become acquainted with the new Huai Su. After all, they would undoubtedly work together on missions in the future. If they did not bring the person in front of them, they would not have time to check the news. Lastly, there were physical tests. Without transformation, Bian Li's physical fitness had barely reached the level of a class martial artist, which was quite a pleasant surprise. After transformation, his speed, strength, and jumping ability were all astonishingly high, making Ingshi feel it was extreme. A single punch delivered a force of 7 tons, while a kick registered at 12 tons. If it weren't for being at the headquarters, such a performance would not have been testable. This was still without utilizing the power of memory devices. This is still the basic value of Kamen Rider Eternal. The values of Kamen Rider Evol are several times that of E. The Cobra form boasts a punch power of 58T and a kick power of 68T. This is enough to easily shatter S-class powerhouses with a casual punch or kick. Even an S-class martial artist would struggle to withstand a few punches against this overwhelming force. Moreover, the values of the black hole form are even more exaggerated, standing at 68. With a punch power of 1T and a kick power of 74. 6T, along with the ability to control black holes, it is truly apocalyptic in nature. By the time all this was completed, it was already night. In the evening, to celebrate the joining of April Hwai-Su, the entire headquarters of the Anomaly Bureau was engulfed in a sea of revelry. Bian Li attended the celebration as the main character. It was much like the banquets he had attended before. The gatherings of the Anomaly Bureau were still filled with intrigue and deception. The S-class members were mostly aware of the relationship between April Hwai-Su and March Ingshi and believed that the newly joined Hwai-Su would likely side with Ingshi. However, some still clung to a glimmer of hope to try to reach out. The true identity of the S-class members was unknown to those below that level, so aside from Zhang Dong and a few others, no one knew that Hwai-Su came from the Bian family. Lin Fan was treated as Huai's subordinate. Ingshi had long warned Bian Li and explained the situation at the Anomaly Bureau headquarters. The factions were primarily divided into three major camps. The neutral faction, led by Ingshi, Tong Qiu, and Fei Yin, adhered firmly to the orders of the headquarters. The radical faction, led by Ming Tiao and Miao Xiao, believed in an absolutely hardline stance and were quite dissatisfied with the results from 13 years ago. They were the ones most eager for tit-for-tat actions. The moderate faction, led by Qiu Ban and Miao Shang, advocated for peace and were reluctant to initiate conflict, believing that war would only bring suffering to the nation and its people. The radical and moderate factions were evenly matched in strength, and the chief had the absolute support of the three from the neutral faction, which could suppress both factions. Now Bian Li's appearance had disrupted this balance. Whichever faction could win over Hwai-Su could instantly overpower the others, standing toe-to-toe with the neutral faction. At that time, trouble was bound to arise. Thus Ingshi certainly hoped that Bian Li could join the neutral faction. They, along with Zhao Su, advocated for being tough when necessary and negotiating when possible, not taking a one-size-fits-all approach, but assessing the situation. This was also Bian Li's way of dealing with the world, which applied equally in the business arena. Therefore, joining the neutral faction was the best choice. Seeing that Hwai-Su truly joined the neutral faction, neither the radical nor the moderate factions were disappointed. As long as he didn't join the opposing side, that was enough. Bian Li also took this opportunity to give Lin Fan an important lesson. You see, no matter where you are, you must seek balance, and a triangle is the most stable structure, so a tripartite balance is the best situation. This applies not only to the Anomaly Bureau, but also to corporations. In managing a corporation, you don't need immense capabilities, just one thing: see clearly what kind of people are under you and place them in appropriate positions to keep them evenly matched. When they cannot determine the victor, you will need to help them decide strengths and weaknesses, thereby gaining the initiative. Remember, in the corporation, the Bian family is the only player. Bian Li genuinely wished to hand over the Bian family to Lin Fan. Money no longer mattered to him. He had already enjoyed everything he needed. Managing a corporation is quite tiring, though it isn't difficult for him. However, it does consume part of his energy. What else could he do with that time? Bro, are you really going to give me the Bian family? If not you, then who? You are the true bloodline of the Bian family. But I don't want to. But you have no choice, because I have made a decision. You. Bian Li stared at Lin Fan. Lin Fan felt an overwhelming sense of pressure descend upon him. It was not the kind of pressure belonging to a strong person, but rather that emanating from a high position of power. I will return to Haishi, and I will help guard the Haishi Anomaly Sub-Bureau. After returning, your surname will be changed back, and what you will do is no longer execute missions, but rather learn from Dad in the corporation. As long as one of them is active in the Anomaly Bureau, it suffices. Bian Li also understood that it was impossible to separate from the Anomaly Bureau. However, within his authority, he could still reduce Lin Fan's activity. In that case, whether or not he left the Anomaly Bureau would make no difference. Moreover, he would not stop Lin Fan from continuing to pursue strength as long as he could keep up with the energy. Bro, have you thought about how outsiders will view this? They might think you were abandoned by Mom and Dad. Do you care about the thoughts of these mediocre people? Do Mom and Dad care? Or do I care? As long as I haven't moved out of the Bian family villa, I am still the young master of the Bian family. After the recognition banquet, so are you. I don't want to leave the Haishi Anomaly Bureau. Lin Fan had a multitude of words, but they ultimately condensed into this one sentence. I haven't asked you to withdraw, or I just want your focus to be on Mom, Dad, and the corporation. Bian Li knew that Lin Fan was a person who valued emotions. He had investigated that after entering the Anomaly Bureau and improving his life, Lin Fan donated most of his bonuses to the orphanage he came from. Thus, after confirming Lin Fan's identity, Bian Li had already used connections to purchase the land where the orphanage was located. Furthermore, the Bian Group funded the orphanage to continue operating under Lin Fan's name. Bian Lianyun also supported this matter. Only Lin Fan remained oblivious. However, he could find out as soon as he returned. One of us must stay by Mom and Dad's side while the other is in the Anomaly Bureau. My strength is greater and more suitable for the Anomaly Bureau, isn't it? Moreover, you've been separated from Mom, Dad, and your sister for so many years. You need time to deepen your bond. This is a good opportunity. Bian Li's reasoning left Lin Fan at a loss for how to refute him. He internally recognized that he was right, yet something felt off. He felt as if this seemingly kind brother was trying to deceive him, but he had no evidence. The reappearance of April Huai Su could not be concealed from the world, nor did it intend to be. Only Huai Zu's true identity was kept under wraps. The news of Huai Su returning to Haishur would also be released after Bian Li's return. The subsequent storms would depend on the capabilities of this new April Huai Su. Without lingering, Bian Li and Lin Fan boarded a flight back to Haishur the day after the celebration. The family phone lines were already bombarded with messages. After the two disembarked, neither informed the family of their arrival. This was abnormal. It wasn't that they were not concerned, but for the first time Bian Li had not sent a message or called to report his safety after landing from a long journey. Lin Fan had lived alone before, so it was understandable that he didn't have this habit. But Bian Li was different. The headquarters of the Anomaly Bureau could only use specific phones for communication, and other devices had no signal. Bian Li had indeed been negligent. He hurriedly called home, and after assuring them of his safety, Bian Li and Lin Fan finished all their matters in Kyoto and headed back. Just in time, Bian Lianyun sent a private plane applying for 3 flight schedules in a row, allowing Bian Li and Lin Fan to depart at any moment. On the plane, Bian Li felt a bit overwhelmed. After we return, a scolding is inevitable, but we need to have our story. Bian Li rubbed his brow. Oh, after all, he was only 18. If he were 28 with a career after graduation, his family wouldn't be so concerned. Lin Fan sat beside Bian Li, looking curiously at the legendary private plane. For him, it was still a rather novel experience. Even on a distant trip, there were people at home thinking of him. Although he couldn't tell whether his family cared more about him, or however, it didn't matter to him. The main point was that he was included in that concern. Whenever they mentioned Bian Li on the phone, Bian Lianyun and Su Huarong would always include his name. That was enough. Doesn't Dad know about the Anomaly Investigation Bureau's existence? Aren't you going to tell him? Since Bian Lianyun was aware of it, shouldn't it be disclosed? Dad knows, but Mom and my sister don't. You just came back and Mom is in charge at home. Even Dad has to listen to. Bian Li felt a bit of a headache. Su Huarong was the hardest to deal with in the family. Moreover, Mom comes from the Su family, a scholarly and artistic lineage, emphasizing gentlemanly conduct. With her sharp eyesight, if she discovers we're lying, we will be in big trouble. What do we do then? Hearing Bian Li say this, Lin Fan frowned. He had just returned, and if he left a reputation for being deceitful, it would greatly affect his staying at the Bian family. How about this? When we get back, you stay silent, and they'll handle it. We'll go for a half-truth, half-lie approach. Bian Li had no choice but to come up with a less-than-ideal plan. Say what needs to be said and don't mention what shouldn't be said. Lin Fan didn't understand what half-truths meant, but since his older brother said there was a way, he decided to trust him. This older brother shouldn't lead him astray, right? However, reality would tell Lin Fan that he was indeed overthinking. Bian Li didn't avoid leading him astray. Instead, he was focused on doing just that. Upon arriving home, Lin Fan followed Bian Li's instructions, keeping his mouth shut and trailing behind him. Then he saw Bian Li drop his suitcase and stand in front of Su Huarong, confessing his mistakes. At first it went smoothly, but when they mentioned forgetting to report their safety, Lin Fan was dumbfounded. Mom, you don't know, but our Lin Fan is quite extraordinary. Lin Fan. As soon as we got off the plane, someone came to pick him up, and it was a young girl who fell for Lin Fan at first sight. She was always watching out for him, waiting for him in Kyoto long before he arrived. Bian Li started to fabricate tales seriously. Lin Fan was dumbfounded. Is this what you meant by half-truths? It was true someone came to pick him up, but it was false that the person was his admirer. Oh, really? Concerned about her son's romantic life, the gossip fires ignited in Su Huarong's home. Bian Li even sat beside Su Huarong, eager to lean in and listen to the gossip closely. Is there any doubt? Mom, let me tell you, that girl is really something. She's the same age as Lin Fan, beautiful, and most importantly, she's deeply infatuated with him. Bian Lianyun glanced at Bian Li and then at Lin Fan, already formulating plans in his mind, but he didn't expose the truth. Bian Li was always thorough in his dealings, so he must have his reasons for doing this. He would just ask for clarification later. Su Huarong's attention was successfully diverted by Bian Li, shifting her focus to the so-called girl. When asked what family this girl came from, Bian Li looked at Lin Fan. What girl? This was all just his fabrication, wasn't it? Moreover, he knew many families in Kyoto, and if he revealed the girl's identity, Su Huarong would investigate, and they would be exposed. Thus it had to be Lin Fan who spoke about the girl's identity. He could just make something up just like him. But Lin Fan hadn't considered his part in this at all. Forcing him to improvise would be tricky. Suddenly a thought struck him. In this trip to Kyoto, there was only one woman they were familiar with. Mom, her name is Wenro, and I'm not sure if she comes from a prominent family. Lin Fan used Wenro as a shield. As soon as Bian Li heard this, his eyes lit up. His little brother was quite the player, having developed feelings for someone after just a few meetings. Although he was somewhat older, she was indeed a person of interest. If needed, he could ask her to pretend to be Lin Fan's pursuer to deal with Su Huarong. 1. That's her surname. Su Huarong reflected on whether there were any prominent families with the surname Wen in Kyoto, but couldn't recall any. I don't seem to remember anyone family. Mom, maybe they just have some assets. Lin Fan and the others took a regular commercial flight, so investigating, Bian Li was explaining based on her speculation, and she couldn't remember anyone family either. Bian Li pondered. He felt that the name Wenro sounded familiar, but he couldn't recall where he had heard it. This matter passed without much scrutiny. When you have the time, bring that girl home to see, let your dad vet her. Both Bian Li and Lin Fan had been admitted to university, and Su Huarong did not mind them dating. However, if it came to marriage, they would need to thoroughly investigate each other's background. For Lin Fan, Bian Li and Su Huarong had discussed not arranging a marriage for him, as he hadn't grown up alongside them. Their acceptance of marriage would certainly not be on par with Bian Li and Bian Li's to avoid causing chaos at home. Mom, I'm still young and haven't thought about these things. I don't have any feelings for Wenro. He was just a small level, while Wenro was an level captain in the bureau, a rare healer whose number of patients saved was countless. If the people in the bureau found out he was using Wenro as a shield, even if they didn't take his life for the sake of Bian Li, all sorts of difficulties would be inevitable. Lin Fan was self-aware. He was leagues apart from someone like Wenro, a person of exceptional talent. In the supernatural world, only ability mattered, not background. Lin Fan hesitated, recalling those at the banquet who were stronger than him, yet called him brother. Well, it seemed they also cared about background. With the support behind him, Lin Fan also had someone to rely on. Alright, your feelings are not interfered with by your parents, and there are no requirements regarding family background. However, there is one thing: you must bring the person to meet your parents first, so we can thoroughly investigate. The Bian family is not an ordinary family. You will understand how many people wish to soar to the branches and become a phoenix after the recognition banquet. Yes, you don't know, even before Xiao Li reached adulthood, there were already people trying to get close to him. Fortunately, there was Xiao Rui back, then to help him fend off quite a number of them. Bian Li and Bian Li have experienced much of this since childhood. Don't feel uncomfortable. You must understand that a harmonious family is the foundation of prosperity. If we bring in someone troublesome, we will suffer for it. Su Huarong bluntly stated her concerns, making Lin Fan understand these truths. This is to prevent being blinded by love later on, unable to heed any advice. There are many love-struck individuals among the wealthy elite. However, the outcomes are rarely favorable. Initially, some might be willing to give up everything for love. Yet when the time comes to be abandoned by the family and face self-reliance, even the daily essentials that were once overlooked will wear down those so-called deep feelings. By the time they wish to regret, their status within the family will already be lost. After hearing and witnessing such events repeatedly, the children of the family will understand that only a match in social standing is their best choice. Okay, Mom, I understand. Lin Fan did not feel annoyed by Su Huarong's constraints. Instead, he humbly accepted her guidance. This was his mother's wisdom, and her words were naturally drawn from her own experiences. No one had ever spoken to him like this before. At most, the grandfather of the orphanage had told him to take care of himself. Don't worry, Mom, my sister, and I will teach him well. This matter was settled, and Bian Li would not let Lin Fan fight alone. Oh, he found a topic to rescue him. Fortunately, after leaving the military camp, they had visited some nearby scenic spots and taken photographs, leaving behind some traces. Otherwise, after 2 days of relaxation, if they appeared cordial on the surface, but showed no signs of enjoyment, it would be hard to explain. Bian Li would not make such a foolish mistake. Su Huarong was full of enthusiasm, yet regrettably, she did not see any tenderness. Lin Fan felt helpless. Even if he found a picture of tenderness, he wouldn't dare to show it. As they finished up, Bian Li timely spoke. Alright, are you planning to go out again after returning this time? If you have time tomorrow, let's change your name back to Bian Fan. Yes, let's change the name back, and you also need to inform the university about it. Once Bian Li mentioned it, Su Huarong also felt that this matter needed to be prioritized. After the name change, they would hold the recognition banquet. Xiao Li and Xiao Fan have both been admitted to Haisher University. We thought it would be good to combine the admission banquet and hold a larger celebration together. Sometimes the wealthy and ordinary families are not so different. Achieving admission to a prestigious university through one's own efforts is a source of pride. Lin Fan felt a bit embarrassed. A family knows family matters. How did he get into Haisher University? Was it not thanks to the assistance from the Anomaly Bureau? He had conjured various reasons and used the fact that Yu Miao Miao was a mentor at Haisher University to artificially inflate his score by 20 points. Otherwise, while his grades were decent, he could not have gotten in on his own due to his tasks and cultivation. I am fine with it, just see what Xiao Fan wants. Bian Li was indifferent. He was waiting for the matter to conclude so he could confront the old man. For the admission banquet, I want to invite the grandfather of the orphanage and the little friends. I hope that's okay. Lin Fan felt a bit hesitant. It's certainly possible, but all the notable families and business leaders from Haisher will be present. I fear your grandfather and friends might feel uncomfortable. Lin Fan did not forget his roots, which pleased Bian Li and Su Hurong greatly, revealing that his upbringing had been commendable. How about this? Let's keep the admission banquet and recognition banquet separate. After the recognition banquet, we can hold Xiao Li and Xiao Fan's admission banquet together, inviting only their teachers' classmates and the orphanage's head and little friends. Bian Li suggested. That works too. Xiao Fan, what do you think? Su Hurong also realized that she had not considered everything and found her husband's arrangement quite good. It is not that they looked down on Lin Fan's friends, but rather the difference in class means that they would definitely feel uncomfortable attending the recognition banquet, perhaps even leading to melodramatic situations. If it ends up being unpleasant, it would not be good. If they wish to show off, someone must first make them feel displeased. They are indifferent, but if it harms the self-esteem of the orphanage's guests, it would reflect poorly on the Bian family's hospitality. However, Bian Li did not realize that melodramatic events would still occur, but he would become the protagonist himself. Lin Fan thought about it, and felt that this arrangement was also decent. He could sense Bian Lianyan's good intentions considering the head of the orphanage and his friends. Moreover, they respected his opinion. After arriving at the Bian family, Lin Fan felt a sense of respect, something he had not anticipated. The Bian family was quite different from the wealthy families he had known. They had a warmth to them. Then let's listen to Dad. Dad, let's go to your study. We haven't played chess in a long time. Now that the discussions were concluded, it was time for the two brothers to take on Bian Li. They also needed to inform Bian Li. If there were any tasks ahead, Bian Li could serve as a cover. No one was more suited for this than him. After so many years as father and son, Bian Li could tell what his son meant. There was something to discuss. He also had some questions to ask and readily agreed. Xiao Fan, you come too. Bian Li called Lin Fan along. Su Hurong was very pleased. Bian Li had taught Bian Li how to play chess since childhood, providing a calm environment. When the father and son discussed matters, they often did so while playing chess. Inviting Lin Fan to join was a signal of acceptance. It was genuine acceptance, not merely out of obligation. Okay, brother. Lin Fan certainly understood what his elder brother wanted to discuss. On the second floor, Bian Li entered the study first, followed closely by Bian Li. Once Lin Fan stepped inside, Bian Li spoke. Xiao Fan locked the door. Bian Li paused in his action of tidying the chessboard. What was so serious that they needed to lock the door? Their family had never had a precedent for locking the door. Not to mention that Su Hurong and Bian Li knew they had matters to discuss and wouldn't come in. Even if they did, it wouldn't matter, as there were usually no secrets in the house. Indeed, the emphasis was that generally there were no secrets. What is it that you brothers are hiding from us? Bian Li had already sensed something was off. Seeing Lin Fan lock the door, Bian Li then retorted, Dad, shouldn't we be the ones asking you this? What is it that you're hiding from us? Bian Li chuckled. Am I hiding something from you? I have plenty of things I've kept from you. Which one are you referring to? Bian Li was still unaware of the gravity of the situation and joked nonchalantly. Oh, I wonder if Mom knows. Should I go call her? Bian Li also played along with the joke. Stop being coy. Tell me, what did you all go to Kyoto for this time? Bian Li set down the chessboard and began to brew tea. Bian Li and Lin Fan sat opposite him. Lin Fan remained silent, quietly waiting for Bian Li to speak. He and Bian Li were not yet familiar with Bian Li, even though he was his biological father. We went to a place and met some people. Bian Li did not speak directly, teasing Bian Li instead. Gentle. Bian Li intended to use this girl to mock his son. Little did he know his son's next words left him stunned on the spot. We went to the military district 30 miles east of Kyoto. The name of the Kyoto military district was all too familiar to Bian Li. He couldn't forget it even if he wanted to. He had been there before. The key point was that the military district was not the focus. It concealed an important department of the Dragon Kingdom. As a family conglomerate collaborating with the Dragon Kingdom's Anomaly Investigation Bureau, he had once had the privilege of touring the headquarters of the Anomaly Bureau alongside leaders from several other families that were also in collaboration. It was right there in the Kyoto military district. Bian Li remained composed, though his hand that was brewing tea paused for a moment. Bian Li reached out to take Bian Lianyan's teacup. Let me handle it, so you won't end up breaking the teaware later. You once said the tea I brewed lacked flavor, but you might not care about the flavor later on. Bian Li nearly stated. However, Bian Li still maintained a calm demeanor as long as nothing was explicitly stated, he didn't want to believe the suspicions in his heart. Although he knew that Bian Li wouldn't mention the Kyoto military camp without reason. You should have guessed. Since Xiao Fan and I are sitting here discussing this matter with you, it means we already know everything that has happened. Bian Li believed that just mentioning the Kyoto military camp would lead Bian Lianyun to approximate the truth. You both are. Bian Lianyun felt a dryness in his mouth. If what Bian Li said was true, then his two sons. The dangers of the Anomaly Bureau were beyond ordinary comprehension. The enemies they faced were not human, but rather various supernatural beings or humans with supernatural abilities. Regardless of which it was, neither could be compared to ordinary people's ferocity. Even though the Bian family collaborated with the Anomaly Bureau, Bian Lianyun always felt that such matters were far removed from him. The strength of the Dragon Kingdom's Anomaly Bureau was well known. The Dragon Kingdom was also one of the safest countries in the world. Yet now his son informed him that both his sons were members of the Anomaly Bureau, a fact that Bian Lianyun was unwilling to accept. People are inherently selfish. If other people's children face dangers for the country and society, Bian Lianyun would feel touched, praise them, and offer material rewards to the best of his ability. However, when it came to his own children, Bian Lianyun did not wish for that. This is the nature of everyone. Isn't it obvious? Bian Li continued to pour tea, placing the brewed tea in front of Bian Lianyun. Then he served himself and Lin Fan. Bian Li hit the nail on the head. At that moment, Bian Lianyun didn't care at all about the tea's flavor. When did this happen? Why didn't I know? Bian Lianyun felt some regret, as well as a bit of blame. He found it hard to believe that such an important matter was something he only learned after they joined the Anomaly Bureau. If he had known earlier, perhaps he could have sought help to cover up the two's special circumstances. This person would naturally be the Bian family's guarantor. During the month of March, he was the Bian family's strongest connection within the Anomaly Bureau. When was it? Lin Fan should have awakened quite early, even before returning to the Bian family. The investigation that confirmed his bloodline as part of the Bian family was also aided by the Haisher Anomaly Bureau, right? Bian Li encouraged Lin Fan to speak up so he wouldn't have to explain everything alone. I awakened my abilities when I encountered a weasel seeking a seal in the countryside at the age of 15. I was then brought into the Haisher Anomaly Bureau and am now the deputy team leader. Lin Fan briefly recounted his situation. Bian Lianyun and Bian Li exchanged surprised glances. It was rare to hear such folk tales about weasels seeking seals. However, shortly after Bian Lianyun's vision darkened. Deputy team leader of the Haisher Anomaly Bureau, Bian Lianyun had done research on the structure of the Anomaly Bureau. The team leader of a branch bureau is the head of that bureau, while the deputy is the right-hand man. Although they may not be class powerhouses like the team leaders in the headquarters, they still hold significant power. At least that was how Bian Lianyun perceived it. However, Bian Li's words nearly caused Bian Lianyun to faint. From a young age I knew I was different, but only I knew. Until that day when I returned home and encountered a mirror ghost. The Haisher Anomaly Bureau dispatched personnel, and only then did I realize there were so many extraordinary people in this world. Bian Lianyun could only point at Bian Li, stammering, ultimately letting out a sigh. Why didn't you tell me? Shouldn't children seek comfort from their parents when they encounter such things? Why was his family different? Well, Bian Lianyun recalled that his child was indeed different, having been mature beyond his years since childhood. Bian Li shrugged. This question was difficult to answer. Should he say he originally understood lost drivers and evolution drivers? If he couldn't explain it, he wouldn't. If there's anything else, just say it all at once. Bian Lianyun took a sip of tea, only feeling its blandness. Xiao Fan's codename is Yuxiang. Bian Lianyun's hand paused. This codename. An overwhelming sense of heartache surged within him. My codename is Huaishu. The words Huaishu exploded in Bian Lianyun's mind. He suddenly raised his head wide-eyed, as if he was meeting this son he had raised for 18 years for the first time. The shock in his heart instantly overshadowed the pain he felt for Lin Fan. Compared to the deputy team leader of the Haisher Anomaly Bureau, the weight of the name Huaishu was immeasurably heavier. Huaishu represented April, while Ing Shi represented March. Bian Lianyun had seen Ing Shi and knew that Ing Shi was a close friend of his grandfather in his youth. In the Anomaly Bureau, December represented absolute strength and substantial power. With it came even greater responsibility. Just like the previous Huaishu. You say you are Huaishu. Bian Lianyun temporarily lost his ability to think. The impact of Bian Li being Huaishu was too great for him. Yes, I am Huaishu, April Huaishu. Bian Li confirmed again. You? You. How is this possible? Bian Lianyun considered himself accustomed to encountering great winds and waves, but those were merely the storms of the ordinary world. He had never witnessed the storms of the supernatural world, not even daring to think about them. Otherwise, 13 years ago, he wouldn't have taken his whole family to hide, without saying a word after receiving the alert. The facts are laid out before us, are they not? Bian Li took out the token of Huai Su from his pocket. This is the most compelling evidence. As for whether Bian Li recognizes the token of December, Bian Li believes he should. Indeed, upon seeing the token of Huai Su from April, Bian Li had no choice but to accept that the son he raised was now one of the December members of the Dragon Kingdom's Odd Adjustment Bureau. Even in the entire world, his son stood among the very elite. Certainly, there was a sense of pride and joy within Bian Li. With Bian Li becoming Huai Su of April, the Bian family would be able to receive more benefits from the high ranks of the Dragon Kingdom. They might even leap to become one of the top families in the Dragon Kingdom. But if given a choice, well, in fact, Bian Li was unsure if he could handle such immense wealth. Alright, if you want to, Bian Li knew Bian Li well. There was a father-son bond, but at this point it was clearly more about the interests of the Bian family. With Bian Li saying this, Bian Li found himself unable to smile. You two have joined the Odd Adjustment Bureau, but what are your mother and I supposed to do? As Huai Su, their safety should be guaranteed. An S-level entity typically wouldn't require their intervention. But Lin Fan was different. He was merely the deputy captain of a sub-bureau. I've thought this through. After the recognition banquet, I will use my authority to gradually steer Xiao Fan towards a civilian role. As Huai Su, he still had some influence. Bian Li nodded. Withdrawing was unrealistic, and Bian Li's arrangement seemed to be a feasible solution. You must take care of yourself as well. Bian Li understood that the responsibilities Lin Fan left behind would need to be taken on by Bian Li. Although he knew S-level beings were formidable, he still expressed concern. Don't worry, Dad. That's also why I gave up my shares in the Bian family. They're of no use to me. You might as well focus on nurturing Xiao Fan. Positions differ, so do the perspectives. Bian Li now understood Bian Li's choice. The Bian family's assets were indeed insignificant compared to that of Huai Su of April. If he desired, countless individuals would offer him wealth and shares just to associate with him. Understood. Is there anything else? Since your father is in a strong mental state, it's best to reveal everything now. Bian Li casually mentioned this, not expecting Bian Li to actually disclose a major matter, one greater than both sons joining the Odd Adjustment Bureau. As expected of you, Dad, there really is something. Bian Li waved his hand. Speak. Even if you tell me I have an illegitimate child out there, I wouldn't bat an eyelash. Bian Li joked. He was confident that Bian Li wouldn't do anything outrageous. How could that be? I'm only 18. Wasn't there a tsunami in High City 13 years ago? It wasn't a natural disaster, but rather man-made. You know that, right? Yes, I received news early because of Senior Ingshir's connections, which is why I took your mother, sister, and grandparents out to avoid the storm. Once they started discussing, there was nothing left to hide. That tsunami was instigated by the Demon Palace and the Tiger Shark clan, but 8 nations sent their experts to block the support from the headquarters, leading to the sacrifice of a December member in High City, the previous Huai Su of April. Bian Li truly had no knowledge of this secret. He was even unaware of the sacrifice of a December member 13 years ago. That was an S-level being. A sense of foreboding surged within him. There are many underlying reasons. It was a joint effort by the 8 nations, the sea monsters, and the Demon Palace to hinder the development of the Dragon Kingdom. After I return to High City, perhaps the events of 13 years ago may occur again. His intuition proved true, and even Bian Li, as the head of the Bian family, turned pale. If a December member was sacrificed 13 years ago, what about 13 years later? Would Bian Li also be sacrificed? Did you request this yourself, or is it an order from the Odd Adjustment Bureau? Bian Lian's hands trembled around his teacup. This matter had completely exceeded his capacity. He didn't want to know the various details inside, but he cared deeply about Bian Li's safety. After all, he was the child he raised. I wanted to come back myself. Bian Li continued. After the events back, then the Tiger Shark clan was slaughtered by the Dragon Kingdom's Odd Adjustment Bureau, and the Demon Palace organizations within the Dragon Kingdom were also eradicated. Even the 8 nations couldn't escape, often facing dire straits over these 13 years. But that's still not enough. Their lives are cheap and cannot compare to the life of the previous Huai Su. Bian Li concealed his intentions of wanting to experience more supernatural abilities and beings, framing it in terms of national righteousness. Perhaps this way Bian Li would find it easier to accept. Indeed, this reason left Bian Li speechless. Standing on the grounds of national righteousness was the correct stance. Are you confident? Bian Li asked a somewhat redundant question, but he still asked. He wouldn't feel at ease until he heard Bian Li speak it himself. Of course, Bian Li had many trump cards, including the full force of all memories of Eternal and the Yetoba revealed E-General and Kamen Rider Evol. Even if the Cobra form of E-General couldn't hold up, there was still the black hole form. The black hole trigger was lying there ready to go. I believe in you. Throughout my life you have never done anything without confidence. This was true in life, true in business, and now in the Odd Adjustment Bureau as well. Bian Li believed this wholeheartedly. Bian Li had never let him down. This matter should not be disclosed to mom and sister, lest they worry. Bian Li understood Bian Li's implicit meaning, forcing a smile. If you want your father to cover for you, just say so. At this point, do I have any reason to refuse? I knew you were an open-minded parent. Get lost. Lin Fan watched the interaction between the father and son, feeling a mixture of envy and relief. If it were another family encountering their situation, might have led to chaos and uproar. And you, Xiao Fan, although your brother will keep you away from dangerous tasks, you must also be cautious and not let your guard down. Bian Li also took the time to care for Lin Fan, trying to be fair and avoid making Lin Fan feel slighted or ignored. I know Dad, my older brother, has talked to me about it too. Lin Fan's call of Dad and later Mom came more naturally, symbolizing his acceptance of this family. In the future, tell me everything except for classified matters. I don't want to be in the dark if something happens to my own. Understood. Bian Li and Lin Fan replied in unison. As for the shares, keep them. Your identity in the Odd Adjustment Bureau cannot be made public. The shares of the Bian family can give you an identity, preventing short-sighted people from thinking you've been expelled by us. Then I'll listen to you. The contents of the study room are known only to the 3 members of the Bian family. From now on, Lin Fan will be known as Bian Fan. Lin Fan's surname follows that of the orphanage's director and holds no special significance. Before finding the Bian family, Lin Fan had already returned to the orphanage and discussed this matter with the director. The director supported Lin Fan in his quest to reconnect with his roots. Everything went smoothly. After completing these tasks, Bian Fan and Bian Li headed to Haisher University. Even before enrolling, they had already become regulars at the university. This time, Bian Fan led the way, bringing Bian Li to the Haisher Anomaly Investigation Bureau. Qing Nuyu and everyone at the bureau had already been waiting for them. Qing Nuyu and the others were already aware that Bian Li was not in S class, but in S class. This realization made them even more surprised that Bian Li could return to Haisher. Upon seeing the two enter, all members led by Qing Nuyu stood upright. Although Bian Li's arrival effectively stripped Qing Nuyu of all her power, they voiced no objections nor dared to. Instead, they were grateful to Bian Li for not abandoning the Haisher Anomaly Investigation Bureau. Their experience over the years felt like they had been forsaken by the headquarters. That feeling was quite unpleasant. It's good to see you all again. Bian Li spoke first. If he hadn't said anything, no one else would have. I am the new Longwood December and the new Huai Su. From today, the Haisher Anomaly Investigation Bureau is under my command. Bian Li spoke without any pretense, turning the tables. In the world of the supernatural, strength reigns supreme. Humility is of no use. It only makes one appear weak and easily bullied. Yes, Qing Nuyu firmly supports any orders you give. Qing Nuyu was the first to express her support. Soon after, Yu Miao Miao Gui Jinyang and Ji Yunin followed suit. We support you too. Wu Youxiang also returned to Qing Nuyu's side, expressing the same sentiment. Today, besides reintroducing ourselves, I have some matters to discuss with you. After Bian Fan's narration, Bian Li grasped the thoughts of Qing Nuyu and the others. Hence he came to even if they did not have the authority to access that information, if Siju Huai Su volunteered it, it would be different. The authority of Longwood December is second only to that of Director Zhao Su and the SS Class Powerhouse. The headquarters did not abandon you. Rather, they signed an agreement with the 8 nations. Next, Bian Li recounted what transpired 13 years ago. Ultimately, he wanted them to understand that this was a trade. The weak defense of Haicheng was exchanged for the Longhua Anomaly Bureau's strategic advantage abroad. The headquarters didn't remain idle. At the very least, S-Class powerhouses and S-Class teams are stationed in Zhejiang province, ready to provide support immediately if anything happens in Haisher. As for why the last support came from the Kyoto headquarters instead of the Zhejiang teams, it was simply because Zhejiang had other tasks at that time. Foreign entities attempted to cause havoc in Haisher, but were thwarted as their intentions were detected. The Anomaly Bureau successfully diverted their attention and protected Haisher. This is how things stand, so the difficult times are yet to come. Those wolves and tigers will not sit idly by and watch the Haisher Anomaly Investigation Bureau rise again. They will certainly employ even more aggressive methods than 13 years ago. Bian Li scanned the room, his gaze passing over Qing Nuyu, Wu Youxiang, Yu Miao Miao Gui Jinyang, and Ji Yunin. Are you afraid? No one would regard Bian Li as an 18-year-old just entering university. He is now Longwood December, the master of the Haisher Anomaly Investigation Bureau, and a beacon of hope in their eyes. Not afraid, came the uniform response. Good, you don't need to worry too much. The 3 S-Class teams from Zhejiang are always on standby. As soon as we need them, they will come to our aid at the fastest speed. During this time, what you need to do is strengthen yourselves and prepare for the upcoming battle. I can assure you that as long as I stand, no one will leave this city alive. Bian Li had the strength and confidence to make that statement. Yes, this stirred the spirits of the crowd and made them aware of the potential situations they might face. Bian Li achieved his goal today. Next, Qing Ni will continue to serve as captain, managing the Bureau's operations, while Wu Youxiang and Ji Yunin will assist her. Understood. They accepted the command. Although the Bureau's situation seemed unchanged, everyone's morale had significantly improved. They felt more energetic, simply put they felt hopeful. Qing Nuyu was the most excited. Her actual identity is the daughter of the deceased former Huaisu. Her becoming the captain of the Haisher Anomaly Investigation Bureau can be seen as carrying on her father's legacy. The city her father protected with his life, she will do her utmost to continue guarding. Qing Nuyu felt grateful that Bian Li actively chose the Huaisu codename. It felt as if her father had found someone to carry on his legacy. Moreover, the new Huaisu had returned to the city where her father sacrificed himself. It felt like a form of inheritance. You all chat, I have matters to attend to, and will take my leave. Notify me of any issues you cannot resolve. Staying any longer would make them uncomfortable. It was like working under the boss' nose. Bian Li understood, just as he understood when he held meetings at the Bian family with Bian Li and Yun. Once Bian Li left, everyone felt relieved. Guo Jinyang dared not discuss Huaisu, but could talk about Wu Youxiang. The name has been changed back. They were all aware of Wu Yuxiang's situation as he was their vice captain who had walked alongside them. I really envy you. It was unclear whether they envied the Bian family or having a December brother. From now on you'll be known as Bian Fan outside. Qing Nuyu sighed. She never expected that simply helping her teammates find their relatives would result in finding along with December and inheriting her father's codename. Everything is fate. By the way, in a few days there will be a reunion banquet. I would like to invite you all to come. Although the team was small, the bonds were strong and pure. For such a significant event, Bian Fan hoped to have close ones witness it. The orphanage was not suitable, but the teammates from the Anomaly Bureau were just right. Qing Niu Zhu Yunyan and Gue Jinyang had good reputations outside. Yu Miao was also a teacher at Haisher University, and Ji Yunin was even a guest professor. Attending as teacher Bian Fan would also be acceptable. Sure, just give me the invitation card. Gue Jinyang, Yu Miao, and Ji Yunin all agreed. The reunion banquet of the Bian family is significant, with not only Bian Fan the teammate as the main character, but also Bian Li the superior. Understanding social dynamics is essential for everyone. The four turned their gaze to Qing Niu, all aware that she was somewhat resistant to such gatherings. Besides the main family, others were there to network. Why are you all looking at me? Of course I'll go, and I've already received the invitation. Qing Niu wasn't naive. She was genuinely happy for Bian Fan for returning to the Bian family. Lung Qingshuang, as the daughter of the previous Huaishu, inherited a considerable legacy when Huaishu sacrificed himself. Moreover, the Yijiao Bureau quietly shielded her. No one dared lay a hand on that inheritance. Bian Li had never seen her, because Lung Qingshuang seldom attended such banquets. He had, however, heard of her, and knew that her background ran deep. They had not expected her patron to be the Yijiao Bureau. Gue Jinyang's associate Wu Mingchang had opened a martial hall in Haisher. Many dignitaries trained there, and his network was far from insignificant. Ji Yunyan's Zhang Yan was the Zhang family's second young master in Haisher. Since it had long been decided he would not inherit the family business, the Zhangs treated him with indulgent leniency. He attended such commercially inclined banquets as whim or convenience dictated. The Zhang family was not first tier in Haishi, but among the second tier, they were at the top. By the way, Wu Youxiang, please inform Huaishu about that new member. Earlier delays kept us from mentioning it, but her ability and strength are quite impressive. Qing Niu recalled a newcomer they had recruited some time ago. Telekinetic ability was rare to begin with, and its versatility surpassed that of elemental powers. More remarkably, upon awakening, she had leapt past F, E, and D tiers and reached Crank. Judging from the present, with proper cultivation, she might one day become Haishi's very own strength powerhouse. Alright, Captain, do you have her dossier? Give me a copy. Bian Fan agreed. He had heard Yu Miao speak of the newcomer. He had not met her, but he knew she was a prodigy. It's ready here. Ji Yunyan handed over a printed file. Bian Fan opened it to take a preliminary look, but what met his eyes was a familiar photograph. His pupils widened. Bian Fan never expected that the newcomer his team had fixated on was Xiao Rui of the Xiao family. The instant he saw the photo, Bian Fan understood the hardship Xiao Rui had hinted at that day. He smiled, wryly struck by how strange fate could be. It turned out that the younger generation of both the Bian and Xiao families, 3 young people in all, each carried their own grievance, and all of them the same. What's the matter? Don't tell me you're smitten by the girl's looks. Besides, I recall the Bian and Xiao families are on good terms. If you fancied her, it might well work, Ji Yunyan teased. He knew something of Haishi's great houses. At that, Qing Niu turned and said, I remember rumors that Bian Li and Xiao Rui were to be wed, but there's been no news. Might something have gone wrong? A marriage between the Bian and Xiao families would be a major affair in Haishi, affecting many interests. Hearing gossip about the newly appointed Huaishu and the new member Gue Jinyang, Yu Miao, and Ji Yunyan all pricked up their ears. Gue Jinyang and Yu Miao could not reconcile the image of an S-rank Huaishu with that of a crank newcomer girl. Only then did they remember that no matter how formidable Huaishu was, he was still an 18-year-old youth. Xiao Rui refused the marriage, as she would not say why, only that she had a hardship. It seems this is that hardship Bian Fan disclosed without reserve. No one on the team would spill it beyond them. They also felt there was nothing to hide. When Xiao Rui reported in and met him and his elder brother, everything would become clear. Oh, Gui Jinyong and Yu Miao Miao blurted aloud. Ji Yunyan and Qing Nuyu stared momentarily stunned. Bian Fan continued with a rueful smile. That's the situation. Be careful, not to bring it up in front of my brother. Being jilted, Bian Fan thought, would wound his brother. Outwardly he might appear indifferent, but privately he would feel the blow. Men understand men after all. The absolute powerhouse of the Yidiao Bureau Longhua Yue had been jilted, and the reason the other party gave was to join the Yidiao Bureau. The absolute powerhouse of the Yidiao Bureau Longhua Yue had been jilted, and the reason the other party gave was to join the Yidiao Bureau. The irony of that mix-up was deliciously entertaining. Ji Yunyan and Yu Miao Miao exchanged a look. Both were keenly interested in how the encounter between those two would unfold. I suddenly think there's no need to trouble Lord Huaishu about a newcomer. Let us handle the training and assessments. Once they pass, we can bring them to Lord Huaishu for final decision. What do you think? Ji Yunyan rubbed his chin as he offered the suggestion. Qing Nuyu and Wu Youxiang tugged at the corners of their mouths. Could his intent be any more obvious? Yu Miao Miao chimed in at once. I agree. Always having to ask Lord Huaishu would make us look useless, wouldn't it? Bian Fan thought to himself that he would be convinced if their eyes were not so wide. Gui Jinyang, give me that dossier. Ji Yunyan had Gui Jinyang, who stood beside Bian Fan, reclaim Xiao Rui's file. They were not eager to witness Huaishu's reaction. He was S-rank, his composure rooted in that identity. Such trifles would scarcely perturb him. That did not mean they were uninterested in Xiao Rui's predicament. Imagine her discovering that the man she broke an engagement for in order to join the Yidiao Bureau was in fact one of Longhua Yu. Simply picturing that scene was entertaining. Enough of this. Aren't you afraid Lord Huaishu will blame us? Qing Nuyu asked, reaching toward Gui Jinyang shrugged, shot Ji Yunyan a look, and handed the dossier to Qing Nuyu. I will deliver these to Lord Huaishu. Wu Youxiang, you prepare the recognition banquet. Qing Nuyu enjoyed considerable prestige in the Haisher branch of the Yidiao Bureau. When she said a decision, others seldom opposed it. Ji Yunyan and Yu Miao Miao failed to notice that Qing Nuyu intended to hand the materials to Huaishu himself, not to reveal Huaishu's identity to Xiao Rui. Huaishu as Longhua Yue was a figure whose identity remained top secret to those not yet inducted into the Yidiao Bureau, therefore they had to follow protocol. Bian Fan's promotion to vice captain owed not only to his branch strength, but to a lifetime of cultivated observation. Watching Qing Niyu's half-smile, he tugged the corner of his mouth and chose not to warn the others. 3 days later at the Huanyu Hotel, a Bian Group property and the most prestigious 5-star in Haisher, the Bian family's recognition banquet would be held. For the occasion, the hotel's entire top floor had been closed to guests and prepared as the venue. From early morning, countless people were bustling about. Bian Fan was escorted by Su Hurong to familiarize himself with procedures and to be introduced to those who cooperated with the Bian family. Merely glancing at the photographs would suffice. Bian Li was dispatched to the Su residence to fetch his grandparents. The two elders had long wished for him to go or to come themselves. They were soothed by Su Hurong's reassurances. She had been occupied with preparations for the banquet and was in the car. Old Madam Su held her grandson's hand, expressing her concern about the events that had transpired in the Bian family during this time. Old Mr. Su listened attentively. I heard you moved out. Your parents really have a heart of stone, being able to endure after raising a child for so many years. Where did that rumor come from? Of course it came from their daughter. Old Madam Su and Old Mr. Su were also dissatisfied with Bian Lianyun and Su Hurong for this reason. Grandma, this was my own request to give Bian Fan some time and space to bond with his parents and sister. This burden still falls on Bian Lianyun, and Bian Li is merely helping him explain. Don't make excuses for them. I know your merchant father too well. All he cares about is profit, reeking of the stench of copper. Grandpa spoke. Old Mr. Su was already dissatisfied with Bian Lianyun, believing he was unworthy of his daughter. If it weren't for his daughter and grandson, he wouldn't have changed his view over the years. Unexpectedly, such a grave mistake was made. Back then they even let the hospital swap the babies. Now they were pushing away a child they had raised for 18 years. This father truly has a heart of stone. Xiaoli, don't worry. If the Bian family doesn't offer you a place, you can come to the Su family. From now on you will be called Su Li, making your father furious. Old Mr. Su did not forget to bring Bian Li to the Su family. Although they had no blood relation, they had gotten to know Bian Li quite well over these 18 years. Not only was he exceptionally capable, but he also differed from his profit-driven father in character, meaning he had a sense of humanity. Besides achieving notable success in business, Bian Li had also engaged in numerous charitable acts through his position, and he made sure they were implemented. This was what old Mr. Su valued more. As for his opinion about Bian Lianyun being profit-oriented, that was merely a matter of impression. Grandpa, really the Bian family is quite harmonious now. I get along well with Xiao Fan, it's not as complicated. Bian Li smiled wryly, his grandfather's temperament was just like that. What he perceived was what he believed, and even his grandmother couldn't change that. Are you serious? Old Madame Su asked, half convinced. They had already moved out. Can it really be Yes, Xiao Fan is a good person. He hasn't suddenly become arrogant from sudden wealth. He's quite grounded, you'll see when you meet him. Bian Li praised Bian Fan, which wasn't really exaggeration, it was the truth. Xiao Fan grew up in an orphanage experiencing more than we have, facing even greater setbacks. In such circumstances, to not go astray means he has been tempered, very impressive. These were two extreme paths, either go astray or become increasingly outstanding. We have no objections to the child. We know it's not easy for him to find his way back, but your father, what he did is simply inhumane. Old Mr. Su still held a strong opinion against Bian Li. In this matter, old Madame Su and her husband stood united. Bian Li decided to stop persuading. After all, his father had endured his grandfather's scorn for so many years, adding one more wouldn't matter. Perhaps he had already grown accustomed to it. Bian Li took the elderly couple to the Bian family villa first. Bian Li and Su Hurong were already waiting at the door with Bian Fan. Supporting old Madame Su, old Mr. Su got out of the car first. Upon stepping out, he coldly huffed at the approaching Bian Li, not even sparing him a glance. Bian Li had anticipated this scene, clicking his tongue before turning to greet old Madame Su. His mother-in-law had always treated him well. However, this time, even old Madame Su looked displeased, staring at him before snorting coldly and turning to leave. So this is the child, eh? His expression changed quickly as old Mr. Su smiled at Bian Fan. Thanks to Bian Li's efforts, the elderly couple had a good impression of Bian Fan, and after all, he was their own grandson. They felt sympathy for the hardships he had endured outside for so many years. Their behavior in the car was also to comfort Bian Li, considering his feelings. Dad, Mom, this is Bian Fan. Xiao Fan, greet your grandparents. Su Hurong saw Bian Li supporting his mother and approached, as well her husband trailing behind, with a helpless expression, already accustomed to the situation. Now it was time to introduce Bian Fan. Grandma, Grandpa. Bian Fan politely greeted them. Oh, it's good that you're back. Although not much was said, the attitude of the elderly couple towards Bian Fan relieved Su Hurong. She had worried that their dislike for Bian Li would unfairly extend to Bian Fan. It seemed there was no need to worry now. Grandma, Grandpa, shall we go in? She gave Bian Fan a glance, signaling him to help his grandfather. This was the moment to show himself. Bian Fan understood and stepped forward to assist old Mr. Su. Their small gestures did not escape old Mr. Su's notice, making him even more satisfied. Only Bian Li was left behind, staring wide-eyed. Bian Li chuckled to himself. Bian Fan was still unaware of the relationship between old Mr. Su and Bian Li, curious but not asking, planning to find an opportunity to ask his elder brother. Once seated, old Mr. Su began to inquire about the details. He couldn't clarify everything over the phone, and in the car he had been considerate of Bian Li, so he hadn't asked too deeply. Now, seeing that Bian Li's words in the car didn't seem false, and that the family had gained a child yet remained harmonious, the elderly couple wanted to understand clearly. This matter, of course, was to be explained by Bian Li. He omitted the disjointed parts, narrating the arduous journey of finding an orphan who had struggled to locate their biological parents. The elderly couple's eyes filled with tears as they listened, their hearts aching for Bian Fan, each taking one of his hands tightly. This is all your fault. If you had taken better care of the child, how could he have suffered so much outside? Old Mr. Su pointed at Bian Li and scolded him. Bian Li smiled bitterly. This was indeed his fault. Who could have predicted that so many people were watching back then, and they still managed to swap the babies? Besides, weren't you two also there? Of course, Bian Li would never dare to say that. He could only nod in agreement. Old Madame Su realized it was inappropriate. Although her words were meant to comfort Bian Fan, Bian Li felt quite awkward. Surely your grandfather just speaks without thinking it. Don't take it to heart. She shot a glance at old Mr. Su and consoled Bian Li. Yes, it was Grandpa who spoke incorrectly. Old Mr. Su quickly admitted his mistake. You old fool, if you can't speak properly, then just keep quiet. He was then ruthlessly scolded by old Madame Su. His previous words had hurt Bian Fan's feelings, hadn't they? I didn't mean it that way. Old Mr. Su also realized this point, but now no matter what he said, it would be wrong. I won't speak anymore. In the end, he could only helplessly close his mouth. Your grandfather didn't mean it that way. Both children are good, and they should get along well in the future. Old Madame Su finally expressed the couple's stance. As for the issue of inheritance, although they were concerned, they also knew it was a matter beyond their control. Bian Li was keeping a close watch on the scene at Huanyu. Today's banquet was very important, with many distinguished guests from both the business and political circles. They also wanted to see Bian's family's attitude. Once everything was ready, the people from the villa set off. In the stretched Lincoln, Bian Li sat with old Madame Su, while Bian Fan sat with old Master Su, leaving Bian Li and Su Hurong unable to find a place to insert themselves. As the time approached, guests began to arrive one after another. Xiao Cheng, accompanied by Helan and Xiao Rui, walked directly into the Bian family's lounge. They were all insiders. Moreover, Bian Li had already investigated and found that Xiao Rui led a very simple life, with no close male companions. The only change was her increased enthusiasm for exercising. Confirming that Bian Li was not being two-time Bian Li, and Su Hurong also believed that Xiao Rui indeed had no romantic feelings for Bian Li. Thus they no longer took the marriage engagement to heart. Originally, it was just a verbal proposal, not made public, leaving room for maneuvering. Old Master Su, Old Madam Su. Xiao Cheng and Helan first greeted the two elders of the Su family. Grandpa Su, Grandma Su. Xiao Rui wore a white evening gown today, lacking the usual playfulness and instead exuding a sense of maturity. At such a young age, she gave off the impression of having grown up. Hello, it's been a while, Xiao Rui. How are you and Xiao Li doing now? The Su elders were aware of the previous intentions for a marriage alliance. However, once it fell through, Su Hurong had not mentioned it to them again. Thus, when old Madame Su brought it up publicly, everyone felt a bit awkward, especially Xiao Rui. Bian Fan glanced at Xiao Rui, then at his elder brother, contemplating whether to skip waiting for Qing Nu Yu and tell his brother directly. But now was also the opportunity to speak. Mom, let the children decide their own matters, let's not interfere too much lest they feel troubled. Su Hurong tried to mediate. Old Master Su and Old Madam Su were both shrewd. They immediately understood that the engagement between the two children had fallen through. They quickly thought of a possibility. The Xiao family saw that Bian Li was not Bian's biological child, and thus unilaterally dissolved the engagement. That they could still appear here meant that Bian Li was indulgent. Their own child had been bullied, and Bian Li continued to tolerate the Xiao family. Indeed, Bian Li only cared about interests. This time, even old Madame Su found Bian Li increasingly displeasing. The expressions of the two elders changed instantly. The warmth and closeness in their gazes towards Xiao Rui had vanished. Xiao Cheng and Helan forced a smile, knowing that the elders had misunderstood. But how could they explain this matter? It was all caused by their own daughter. If it weren't for the incident involving the true and false young masters of the Bian family, this matter wouldn't have had such a significant impact. Now it was Bian family's benevolence, otherwise the Xiao family would still be in for a rough time. The reason given by their daughter, if shared, would be disbelieved. Yet no matter how Xiao Cheng asked, his daughter couldn't provide a reasonable explanation. Fuming, he found an excuse to take his wife and daughter out of the lounge, trusting that Bian Li and Su Hurong would help clarify things. After the three left, old Master Su immediately fired off. Bian Li, regardless of everything, Xiao Li is your child whom you raised for 18 years. Are you just going to let others bully him? Old Madame Su immediately joined in, saying, truly going backwards, if the Bian family can't protect Xiao Li, let him change his surname to Su, and the Su family will protect him. Bian Li couldn't explain himself. He understood that no matter how he explained, the two elders would not listen. At this moment, only the words of Bian Li and Su Hurong would be heard. Bian Li explained, clarifying that he had no romantic feelings for Xiao Rui. Su Hurong also stated that they had already investigated, and Xiao Rui was not having a change of heart. He also mentioned that Xiao Cheng had come to the Bian family to apologize with shared transfer documents, which finally calmed the two elders. The Xiao family's Chenglan group was quite powerful. A 10 share was enough to demonstrate Xiao Cheng's sincerity. We misunderstood Xiao Rui. It's just a pity for these two children who grew up together, but couldn't end up together. Old Madame Su still felt it was a shame. Initially, when she heard that the two children were interested in each other, she was very pleased. Now that the issue of the switched children had arisen, if Bian Li could gain the support of the Xiao family, it might even help avoid potential future disputes over inheritance. At this moment, Bian Li walked and sat on the sofa and rubbed her neck, saying, I'm exhausted. Today was the most tiring for Bian Li. Mom, Dad, Grandpa, Grandma, the guests have all arrived, and it's almost time we should head out. All right, let's go out. Bian Li spoke up. Bian Li helped old Madame Su, while Bian Fan assisted old Master Su, and everyone walked out of the lounge together. In the banquet hall, all the elites whose names were known in Haisher gathered on this floor of Huanyu. Lung Qingshuang wore a black evening gown, simple, yet elegant, exuding a cold charm that attracted the attention of most. The Lung family held a unique position in Haisher. They might not be the richest or the most powerful, but they were the ones everyone least wanted to provoke. Those who previously attempted to employ hard tactics, gaining both wealth and power, ended up suffering disastrous consequences. The most famous case was the Wu family from 7 years ago. They were once second only to the Bian family in the wealth circle of Haisher. After using extreme measures against Lung Qingshuang, the result was that within a month the Wu family was completely removed from Haisher. Others even couldn't figure out who had acted, and all measures were reasonable and legal. Since then, the Lung family has held a special status in Haisher. Even if Lung Qingshuang never attended any banquets, no one would say anything. Because of this, when Lung Qingshuang appeared at the Bian family's recognition banquet, everyone regardless of gender occasionally glanced her way. The people beside Lung Qingshuang also garnered some attention. Yi Miao Miao, a teacher from Haisher University, was rumored to be the mentor of the true young master recognized by the Bian family, and had cared for him even before he entered the university. Zhang Yin, the second young master of the Zhang family, and Haishi, a second-generation squanderer, no one knew how he became acquainted with Lung Qingshuang. Surely he couldn't be trying to pursue her. No one believed that. Wu Mingchang, who ran a martial arts school despite having some connections, was still distant from the true aristocracy, and theoretically, he shouldn't have qualified to enter this banquet hall. As for another person, Xiao Rui, the little princess of the Xiao family, who might marry into the Bian family and become the matriarch of the Bian family. As for another person, Xiao Rui, the little princess of the Xiao family, who might marry into the Bian family, these five seemingly unrelated individuals stood together chatting and laughing harmoniously, which appeared quite incongruous to onlookers. They're all looking at us. Yi Miao Miao felt a bit uncomfortable. It was her first time attending such a banquet. Ignore them, they are all irrelevant people. Zhang Yin was already used to it, unconcerned about others, but mindful of himself. Xiao Rui was quite surprised to see these seniors here, and so complete. Moreover, she never expected that the capable captain was actually the legendary head of the Lung family, who rarely appeared in public. In the Haisher Anomaly Investigation Bureau, Xiao Rui only knew the code names. Apart from Wu Mingchang and Zhang Yin, whom she recognized, she was not familiar with the others. Xiao Rui wouldn't be foolish enough to investigate on her own. After following her parents downstairs, she happened to see these seniors and approached them. Sister Xiao, are you curious about why we are here? Yi Miao Miao asked with a sly glint in her eyes, thinking about the reaction Xiao Rui might have upon seeing Bian Li. She couldn't help but smile. Zhang Yin felt the same way. Yes, Sister Yi, how did you come here? Are you also interested in the Bian family's affairs? Xiao Rui was just curious. Curious? How could I not be curious? Zhang Yin leaned closer and said, just wait, what will happen later will absolutely amaze you and keep you awake at night. Xiao Rui blinked her beautiful eyes, not understanding what Zhang Yin meant. Why do you say that? Is something wrong with the Bian family? In an instant, Xiao Rui considered a possibility. Did the Bian family do something wrong, attracting the attention of the Anomaly Investigation Bureau? But if that were the case, would it require the entire Haisher Anomaly Investigation Bureau to mobilize? The Bian family was powerful, but the Anomaly Investigation Bureau represented the Long Kingdom. Zhang Yin and Yi Miao Miao were unaware of Xiao Rui's thoughts. If they knew, they would be quite frightened. How could they take on the Bian family? Did they eat bear hearts and leopard gallbladders? Just wait and see. Aren't you curious about who our vice captain is? You'll find out soon enough, Yi Miao Miao said mysteriously. Not only the vice captain, but you will also meet a true big shot in our Anomaly Investigation Bureau. Once that person takes a liking to you, you can walk with confidence throughout the bureau. Zhang Yin and Yi Miao Miao exchanged matching expressions. The two of them worked in harmony, successfully confusing Xiao Rui. As they spoke, the main character made an entrance amidst everyone's attention. Bian Li and Su Hurong walked at the front, with Bian Li trailing a step behind them. Bian Li was assisting the old lady, Su, while Bian Fan was supporting the old man, Su, at the back. Bian Li stepped forward and a waiter handed him the microphone. Thank you all for coming. I believe you have all heard about the mix-up that occurred 18 years ago in the hospital. The children have now been found. Hence we are holding this banquet to introduce them to everyone. Bian Li preferred to skip the small talk and went straight to the point. He waved for Bian Fan to come over. Bian Li took over Bian Fan's support of the old man Su. Bian Fan took 2 steps forward to stand between Bian Li and Su Hurong. This had been the prearranged procedure, and Bian Fan felt a bit nervous. It was his first time facing so many people, especially those of high status. He was even more nervous than during his first mission. Bian Li patted Bian Fan's shoulder. This is our son whom we lost for 18 years, Bian Fan. We hope everyone will take good care of him. Then Bian Li waved again, and the secretary who had been ready handed over a document. Since he is our child, just as his older siblings have shares, he will have them too. Here, sign this, and 3 of Bian Corporation's shares will be yours. This was essentially a platform for Bian Fan, granting him the identity of a true young master of the Bian family. People below watched as Bian Fan signed his name on the document, each with their own thoughts. Some were envious and jealous, as this true young master would leap from an ordinary person to a top-tier young master, surpassing them. Meanwhile, many others were gloating. It appeared that Bian Li valued Bian Fan, the true young master, very much. In this case, Bian Li's position as the false young master became quite awkward. With such a large family fortune in the Bian family, could Bian Li really let it go? Wouldn't that lead to a struggle for survival? After all, Bian Li had always been the child of another family. Good family background, handsome, excellent grades, and even stronger abilities. He was simply the perfect template for a family heir. The number of people who envied the Bian family was equal to the number of people who hated Bian Li. Bian Fan's return does not mean that Bian Li has become an outsider. The purpose of hosting this banquet today is to introduce Bian Fan, announce that he is our child, and at the same time declare that Bian Li will always be our child. There is no difference between the two. Bian Li spoke with absolute certainty. However, not many believed him. It is not just about two brothers without blood ties. Even biological brothers would fight for such a massive family fortune. The struggle for the heir has always been like this. Bian Li and Su Hurong anticipated that not many would believe it. In fact, if they were in their shoes, they probably wouldn't believe it either. But this was their attitude. Just like in novels, they truly could not bear to part with the son they had raised for 18. However, unlike in novels, they treated Bian Fan, their son who had been lost for 18 years, sincerely and had never treated him harshly. Bian Li handed the microphone to Bian Fan. They had said all they needed to say, and next was Bian Fan's turn to greet everyone. Before coming up, Bian Fan had thought a lot about what he wanted to say. Now standing here facing so many gazes filled with doubt, envy, jealousy, and scrutiny, Bian Fan ultimately condensed his thoughts into one sentence. My name is Bian Fan, and I am the brother of Bian Yi and Bian Li. Bian Fan realized he did not like this kind of life, nor did he like living under the scrutiny of so many people. He preferred the simple life he had before, where he would carry out missions when assigned or stay at home studying when there were none, or come to the base to joke around with his teammates. It was very comfortable and reassuring. I believe I do not have the capability to inherit such a large family business, so the heir of the Bian family remains Bian Li. I have no intention of seizing it. I am self-aware. The entire audience was in an uproar and discussions erupted. Even Bian Li and Su Hurong changed their expressions drastically. The issue of the heir to the family fortune was something they had always avoided. Previously, it undoubtedly belonged to Bian Li. Even if Bian Fan returned, they still favored Bian Li. However, to avoid damaging the relationship that the two brothers had somehow established, Bian Li and Su Hurong had never mentioned this matter in front of them. Now that Bian Fan suddenly brought it up, it would surely cause a great uproar. Even they were caught off guard. Bian Li furrowed his brows, unable to understand why Bian Fan was saying this at this moment, but he could see the situation getting out of control. Reluctantly, as another main character, he stepped forward. Everyone, please be quiet. He raised his right hand to calm the crowd, while his left hand gestured for Bian Fan to hand him the microphone. Bian Fan understood and placed the microphone in Bian Li's left hand. He raised the microphone. Everyone, please listen to me. Everyone quieted down again, looking at Bian Li, eager to hear what he had to say. Would he acknowledge his identity as the heir, or would he put on a show of brotherly love? Some even speculated that Bian Fan was retreating to advance, or that Bian Li was forcing him to say this. The purpose was to pave the way for Bian Li. Bian Li chose Bian Li over Bian Fan. It would be difficult for anyone to choose differently. On one side was the excellent heir, who could lead the family to greater heights after taking power. On the other side was the blood heir. Blood ties cannot be easily severed. It would be difficult for anyone else to choose. On one side there is the exceptional heir, who could elevate the family to greater heights after taking power. On the other side there is the bloodline heir, a connection that cannot be severed. Everyone waited, anticipating the speech from Bian Li. However, they were left disappointed. The sharp exchanges they imagined did not materialize. Honored guests, I know everyone is concerned about the future of the Bian family. You may follow the upcoming arrangements of the Bian clan, and I trust it will provide answers for all of you. It seemed as if something was said, yet also as if nothing was said at all. Indeed, the most important thing today is to introduce the children to you all. Please enjoy your meals and drinks, esteemed guests. In the audience, Xiao Cheng pondered and turned to his wife, asking, how sincere do you think Bian Fan is? Helan, not only Xiao Cheng's wife, but also his right-hand person, replied, what does sincerity matter? The future of the Bian family truly depends on whether Bian Li desires it or not. Xiao Cheng relaxed his brow, deeply agreeing. Indeed, I was overthinking it. If Bian Li does not give it, how could Bian Fan obtain it? Current Bian Li is not without foundation. Within the Bian group, Bian Li already holds the position of a manager. Every project he manages can yield great profits, and he has many capable subordinates, his prestige only second to Bian Li. Everyone in the Bian clan has long acknowledged Bian Li's capabilities. Moreover, with that tech company outside, what could Bian Fan use to compete with Bian Li? Where's our daughter? Xiao Cheng, who had been following the matters of the Bian family, suddenly realized that their daughter had not yet arrived at this moment. She's over there. I don't know when she got to know that person from the Long family, but it seems their relationship is pretty good. Helan's gaze drifted towards their daughter's direction. Unlike Xiao Cheng, Helan had been paying attention to Xiao Rui's movements. Seeing her daughter and Lung Qingxuang not merely acquaintances, but genuinely conversing, left Helan in disbelief. Their daughter was just an ordinary rich girl, pampered since childhood. The couple had never hoped their daughter would inherit the family business. As long as Bian Li was around, they felt reassured, handing the responsibilities over to him. Unfortunately, their daughter had muddled this alliance. When did she become so close with Lung Qingshuang? Among all the guests apart from the Bian and Xiao families, only a small group from Lung Qingshuang's side drew significant attention. I don't know, we'll ask her when we get back. Recently their daughter was becoming increasingly unfathomable to them. Lung Qingshuang, Yi Miao Miao, Wu Mingchang, and Zhang Yin had been fixated on the person on stage since their appearance at the Bian family, primarily concentrating on Bian Li. Who would have thought that this 18-year-old youth had actually become a pivotal figure in the Dragon Kingdom? The Bian family's meager assets were hardly worthy of his notice. Only Xiao Rui was looking around, recalling what Zhang Yin had told her, that she might have a chance to meet a significant figure from the Anomaly Bureau at this banquet. Despite searching high and low, Xiao Rui could not find the potential targets. There were some possibilities, but Zhang Yin dismissed them one by one, completely unaware that the gazes of the four elders around her were fixed on the stage. After stepping down, Bian Lianyun and Su Hurong both wore grim expressions. Bian Fan had been too presumptuous this time. Even if he did not wish to compete, he should have communicated this within the family and announced it publicly only after reaching a concrete decision. Before either could speak, Bian Li was already exercising his authority as the elder brother. You shouldn't have said those things today. Many words can be discussed behind closed doors, but they shouldn't be said in front of outsiders. Elder brother. I just feel I cannot bear such a great responsibility for the Bian family. Bian Fan expressed his true thoughts. Are you nervous? Bian Li observed from the stage that Bian Fan seemed somewhat tense. However, he thought this was normal, though everyone has their first time, and feeling a bit nervous is entirely natural. He himself had gone through this during his first meeting, first time hosting, and first time speaking. Bian Fan shyly nodded. This is all normal. Just because of this you think you are inadequate. Do you think that is correct? Whether or not you possess the ability is not for you to decide, but rather depends on whether others recognize you. Moreover, you haven't even made an effort. On what basis do you determine that you are incapable? The Bian family is not an ordinary family, though every word and action will be magnified. Today's remarks, if aired outside, would trigger various speculations, and conspiracy theories would emerge endlessly. Bian Li was not worried at all, but he wanted Bian Fan to realize that he was no longer the ordinary youth he once was. What your brother said is correct. Many people outside are surely speculating whether I or your brother pressured you to say this. Do they think we do not value you? Are they wondering if it has already been decided that Xiao Li is the heir? Bian Lianyun interjected at the right moment. Moreover, some may think you are retreating to advance. I didn't think that way at all. Bian Fan had never anticipated that his one statement could spark so many speculations. We know you didn't think that way, but we cannot prevent others from thinking as they wish. Besides, I already told you that you will gradually enter the Bian family and take over. There is no need to rush. Other matters were not troublesome, but Bian Fan's attitude was giving Bian Li a headache. He had lost interest in inheriting the Bian family. He only wanted to connect with more supernatural abilities and beings through the Anomaly Bureau. That was what truly interested him. Handing the Bian family over to Bian Fan could save a lot of trouble, both from familial and corporate aspects. You must understand the Bian family will only be handed to you, for you need it more than I do. Only Bian Lianyun and Bian Fan understood Bian Li's words. Bian Li was currently the 4th month of the 12 months of the Dragon Kingdom, and the Bian family indeed held less significance for him. However, it was different for Bian Fan. Su Hurong, Bian Yi, and the elderly from the Su family did not think so. Alright, enough of this. Let's get ready, we need to head out soon. Su Hurong interrupted the topic. Yes, so many people are still waiting. Bian Yi agreed. The three of them, upon returning to the banquet hall, seeing the members of the Bian family return, the discussion ceased. They had witnessed a lot today, and the news would be significant. The Bian family appeared as if nothing had happened. Bian Lianyun and Bian Yi began to introduce Bian Fan to others face to face. Su Hurong accompanied the elderly from the Su family. Bian Li had his own circle and partners. Lung Qingshuang and her companions approached Bian Li as soon as they spotted him. Xiao Rui continued her search for the big shots from the Anomaly Bureau and the vice captain, subconsciously following the main group. However, before they could greet Bian Li, someone had already approached them. It was still someone looking for trouble. Bian Li skillfully dealt with various partners, familiar executives, and officials. He responded calmly to everyone, revealing no relevant information or showing any stance. Although he could intervene using the power of the Bian family, that would come across as deliberate. After simply handling these people, Bian Li wanted to find a place to be alone for a while. However, just as Bian Li took a sip of champagne, an oblivious individual approached. Isn't this the young master of the Bian family? Has the young master turned into a fake one? I wonder if he can still be as arrogant as before. Hearing the provocative voice, Bian Li felt a sense of familiarity, as if he had heard it somewhere before, but turning around, he saw 3 people standing behind him. He remembered them. They were people he had dealt with before. Bian Li was already attentive, and upon seeing someone actively provoking him, he stopped to observe. With a slight smile, Bian Li did not feel offended, but instead found it amusing. How could such a melodramatic situation happen to him? Should he say these three were foolish or naive? Seeing these three, Bian Li had already ruled out the possibility of someone manipulating them from behind. Because this was indeed something they could do, and they seemed to enjoy it. I don't know if I can be arrogant, but you definitely cannot be arrogant today. The leader among the three was Fu Ling, the eldest son of the Fu family, and Haishi, who was 7 years older than. The Fu family is considered one of the top families under the Bian and Shao families, with assets ranking among the top 5 in Haishi. Fu Ling had been suppressed by Bian Li since elementary school and had never been able to compare. That's right, it all started from school. His younger brother was the same age as Bian Li, and they were in the same class. He had been dealt with by Bian Li due to provoking him. Then came the classic scenario of the younger being beaten and the older coming. The result was obvious. Fu Ling was also dealt with. With the Lost Driver and Evolution-Driver in play, even if Bian Li didn't possess the physique of an undead or a blood clan, he was still far superior to ordinary people. It was from that time that Fu Ling fell into a nightmare named Bian Li. As Bian Li became more radiant, the elders of the Fu family would use Bian Li to stimulate Fu Ling. Then Fu Ling wanted to take advantage of his age to bully Bian Li and vent his frustrations. Among the younger generations of the family, there was an unwritten rule that as long as it didn't endanger life, they could fight among themselves without interference from the elders. Thus Fu Ling began to face Bian Li repeatedly, and he willingly walked into it. Even after being dealt with, the elders of the Fu family persisted in using Bian Li to belittle Fu Ling, forming a vicious cycle. The two individuals beside Fu Ling were his lackeys, one in the building materials business, and the other in the chain maternity and baby sector, both existing in reliance on the Fu family. The true young master of the Bian family has returned. Hey, did you think the Bian family could support you? Without the Bian family, I can crush you however I want. That's right, without the Bian family, we can destroy you, without Fu Ling needing to lift a finger. Exactly, just wait and see. Fu Ling spoke arrogantly, his two lackeys chiming in beside him. Fu Ling tried to catch a glimpse of unwillingness on Bian Li's face. However, there was none. Instead, Bian Li's gaze was filled with mockery, as if he were an actor performing to amuse him. This made Fu Ling even more displeased. As he wanted to take it a step further and show Bian Li a thing or two, Fu Ling felt someone grabbing the collar of it. Who dares to be so audacious, daring to grab this young master? A melodramatic farce has come to an end, leaving Bian Li somewhat helpless, as Fu Ling truly lacks any sense. How could he rush in like this without even having left the Bian family? It would be embarrassing if he didn't treat you like a chicken to be slaughtered. After the farce, people gradually came forward to speak with Bian Li. The number of visitors was even greater than those coming from Bian Lianyun and Bian Fan. This is because Bian Li's abilities have long been recognized by everyone. Many know that the projects Bian Li handled brought considerable benefits to the Bian family. Moreover, he independently led a billion-level acquisition without the help of Bian Lianyun and Bian Yi. There's a reason so many consider Bian Li the perfect heir. The appearance of Bian Fan provided them an opportunity, a chance to bring Bian Li into their family. Hence, most of those who approached him were families with daughters of marriageable age. They all shared thoughts similar to Xiao Cheng wanting Bian Li to marry into their family. This made Bian Li feel that what was supposed to be a family recognition banquet had turned into a matchmaking event for himself. Not to mention whether the engagement between the Bian and Xiao families would be fulfilled. Most believed that even if it were fulfilled, it would not be Bian Li, but rather Bian Fan. Besides, it was merely rumors, and whether they had been widely publicized or not, everyone was simply competing fairly. Bian Xiao is indeed popular. The 5 members of the Lung family had already approached, with Zhang Yin speaking. Upon seeing the Lung family head chatting with Bian Li, those around them paused, refraining from disturbing them, and merely observing from afar. The Bian and Lung families have some cooperation, yet Lung Qingshuang seldom appears, so it's unclear how these two know each other. As for the people beside Lung Qingshuang, apart from Xiao Rui, they pay no attention to them. At this moment, Xiao Rui also stopped her search. Although no engagement was set, she still treated Bian Li like an elder brother, comforting him. Li, good, don't be sad. Uncle Bian and Aunt Su wouldn't abandon you just because of Bian Fan. Bian Li sighed, unable to help but facepalm. He didn't know how Xiao Rui had perceived that he was being abandoned by the Bian family. Zhang Yin, Wu Mingchang, and Yi Miao Miao could not help but chuckle. It was evident that Xiao Rui had been well protected, leading her to make some naive assumptions. Even Lung Qingshuang couldn't help but smile. Let's go chat over there. They were currently in the middle of the hall, where it was crowded and noisy, not suitable for discussing matters. Sure, let's go. With Lung Qingshuang present, she could help Bian Li fend off other people's disturbances. Talking with them was certainly better than dealing with those cunning old foxes with various schemes. Only Xiao Rui remained confused, still not having found anyone. Shouldn't the vice captain and the big shots from the Anomaly Bureau greet her? There was no one nearby, and no one could hear their conversation. The people around saw this, and naturally wouldn't be foolish enough to come and disturb them. Grouped to a corner. There was no one nearby, and no one could hear their conversation. The people around saw this, and naturally wouldn't be foolish enough to come and disturb them. They continued to observe from a distance. Everyone was curious about the relationship between Lung Qingshuang and Bian Li. Lung Qingshuang was wearing a formal dress today and couldn't carry documents. Thus the information file about Xiao Rui was temporarily kept by Wu Mingchang. Wu Mingchang took out a file from his pocket and handed it to Bian Li with both hands. Except for Xiao Rui, the other four stopped their banter. In front of the April Huai Su, they still felt a bit constrained. Earlier they were just putting on a show for others. Xiao Rui finally sensed something was off. Growing up with such exposure, she was merely slow, not clueless. Yet she still didn't connect Bian Li with the big shot from the Anomaly Bureau. What is this? Bian Li was curious upon seeing Xiao Rui walking alongside members of the High City Anomaly Bureau, but he didn't think to investigate further. He took the folder and immediately opened it to browse through. What caught his eye was a photo of Xiao Rui. He raised his brow and continued flipping through. There wasn't much content, but Bian Li understood the reason behind Xiao Rui's significant changes during this period. Looking at the time, it coincided with Bian Fan's return to the Bian family. Right before he encountered the mirror demon and exposed his identity. He closed the folder and looked at Xiao Rui. Are you a newcomer to the Anomaly Bureau? Is your ability telekinesis? Bian Li found it quite interesting. The Bian family and the Xiao family were indeed in a dire situation. With such a large family business, they were facing the predicament of having no heirs. The Bian family was slightly better. Bian Li would ensure that Bian Fan would take on his responsibilities and help him bear them. But the Xiao family was different. Xiao Rui must be focusing on the Anomaly Bureau now, even giving up on the engagement. It should be noted that when the two families had this intention, Bian Li had privately sought out Xiao Rui. If she was unwilling, Bian Li could have put a stop to it. However, Xiao Rui ultimately agreed. It was also for this reason that when she later reneged on the engagement, the Xiao family would feel so guilty. Xiao Rui finally noticed something was amiss. The mention of the Anomaly Bureau in Bian Li's words and his tone were clearly not that of a newcomer like her. It sounded more like a senior addressing a junior. Li Guyu. You are also a member of the Anomaly Bureau. You are that vice captain. No wonder Captain Long and the seniors said the vice captain had personal matters to attend to. It turns out it was you. Xiao Rui regarded Bian Li as the vice captain of the High City Anomaly Bureau. The information she received was that the vice captain had personal matters to handle. During this time, when Bian Fan returned to the Bian family, wasn't Bian Li dealing with this matter? It made sense now, all the logic connected. Xiao Rui believed she had discovered the truth. What followed was a bit of a headache. She had called off the engagement because she wanted to join the Anomaly Bureau, and from then on she and Bian Li were no longer of the same world. She didn't want to put Bian Li at risk of losing his spouse at any moment because of her. Moreover, her mission schedule was uncertain, and the information from the Anomaly Bureau had to be kept confidential. As a wife, being away for long periods without reporting specific matters would make anyone think twice. Similar situations were common in high society. To avoid such heartbreaking issues from arising later, Xiao Rui had carefully considered before deciding to cancel the engagement. But now, it turned out that Li Gu was just like her, and even her senior vice captain, Zhang Yan Yi Miao Miao, and Wu Mingchang all exchanged looks, their eyes flickering with interest, treating this individual before them as their division's vice captain beneath Captain Long. They certainly didn't have such honor. Moreover, their earlier behavior was completely not that of teammates, right? Didn't they see how constrained they were? To outsiders, it appeared that Wu Mingchang handed Bian Li a document followed by Lung Qingshuang speaking up. They assumed that there was some collaboration between Lung Qingshuang and Bian Li to discuss. As for the others, perhaps they merely knew each other. At most, they were good friends. Many onlookers maliciously speculated that the failed alliance between the Xiao family and the Bian family was due to Bian Li having found a better match. Especially given the current situation of the true and false young masters, Bian Li, knowing he had no hope of inheriting the Bian family, needed to find a new ally. Between the Xiao family and the Lung family, Bian Li would choose the Lung family. Not only Fu Ling, but many peers also resented Bian Li. They all wished to see this beloved son of his parents fall from grace and become someone they could trample beneath. However, they were more prudent and would not rashly act like Fu Ling before fully understanding the situation. Soon someone noticed that today's protagonist, Bian Fan, was approaching Bian Li and Lung Qingshuang. More people watched with keen interest in secret. In their eyes, Bian Fan had learned of Lung Qingshuang's identity and Xiao Rui's family background, and did not want Bian Li to gain the support of these two families, threatening his own status and interests. Thus, he intended to spoil Bian Li's plans, even intercepting the alliance between the Xiao and Lung families. As for Bian Fan's earlier claim that he had no intention to inherit the Bian family, no one took it seriously. Who could resist such great wealth and power? What no one knew was that Bian Fan's approach held no other meaning These people here were the ones he was most familiar with, and being with them made him feel most at ease. Upon realizing that the Captain Qing Niu was the head of the Lung family, Bian Fan used the excuse of seeking his elder brother and came over. Brother Captain. With no outsiders present, and Xiao Rui being a reserve member, Bian Fan finally relaxed. Xiao Rui was bewildered, her beautiful eyes wide open, unable to comprehend the situation. It was no problem that the brother he called was Bian Li, but addressing Lung Qingshuang as Captain was problematic. Captain. You call her Captain? Xiao Rui could hardly contain her shock. Yes, if not Captain, then what? Bian Fan smiled and replied. Just like when he learned a few days ago that the new member was Xiao Rui, her reaction now was exactly what he wanted to see. You guys. Xiao Rui was so shocked she could barely speak. She recalled Zhang Yan's words that today she would meet the unseen deputy captain and a big shot from the Yijiao Bureau. If she earned the favor of this big shot, she could walk freely within the Yijiao Bureau. Now two such people appeared. One was her childhood playmate and former fiancé, and the other was the true young master recently reclaimed by their families. The two were half-brothers from different mothers. Could there be a more surreal experience? Xiao Rui felt like a clown. So what were all her previous actions worth? Was she just ridiculous? Allow me to reintroduce myself. I am the deputy captain of the Haisher Yijiao branch, code name Wyoxiang, also known as Bian Fan. Bian Fan took the initiative to introduce himself. Upon hearing this, Xiao Rui mechanically turned her head toward the familiar, yet unfamiliar Bian Li. If Bian Fan was the deputy captain, then Bian Li must be a major figure in the Yijiao Bureau. How influential was he? Enough to let her roam freely in the bureau. Are you surprised? Bian Li smiled, having never expected that Xiao Rui's reason for breaking the engagement was also the Yijiao Bureau, similar to his and Bian Fan's reasons. But he soon accepted the fact. After all the reasons ordinary people awaken supernatural abilities are varied and strange, nothing truly unusual. Shouldn't I be surprised? Xiao Rui found it hard to associate Bian Li with a big shot in the Yijiao Bureau. She had always spoken casually with Bian Li. Even if they could not be husband and wife, they had a very good sibling relationship. The previous engagement was more of a choice aimed at selecting the most suitable partner. Even if the engagement was broken, there would be no awkwardness. It was just that the elders found it unacceptable. So you were the big shot in the Yijiao Bureau spoken of by the seniors. Xiao Rui could hardly describe her feelings now. It felt as if her entire worldview had been turned upside down. For so many years, she had never sensed anything amiss. Even the Bian family's uncle and aunt, as well as sister, he had not noticed. They introduced me. The big shot of the Yijiao Bureau. Bian Li sat down, handing the documents to Wu Mingchong, casually saying, handle the procedures later. This was an acknowledgement of Xiao Rui's admission into the Haisher Yijiao branch. Zhang Yan and Yi Miao Miao felt somewhat embarrassed as it was their suggestion. Yes, they said that with you backing me, I can walk freely in the Yijiao Bureau. Xiao Rui did not hesitate to sell out Zhang Yan and Yi Miao Miao. In that sense, it's not wrong. Longwa Shiyue, wasn't she walking freely in the Yijiao Bureau? Then what is your true identity? Shouldn't you be S-level captain? When Xiao Rui said this, Zhang Yan could not help but laugh. They had once thought Bian Li was S-level until they visited the headquarters and discovered he was actually S-level. Is that not right? Xiao Rui was just a reserve member with limited knowledge of the Yijiao Bureau. From what little she understood, S-level was already among the most formidable. Of course not. The Yijiao Bureau is the most elite organization in Longwa. S-level is insufficient to walk freely in the headquarters. With Bian Li's nod, Xiao Rui was now considered part of the Haisher Yijiao branch and could learn more. Thus Lung Qingshuang did not mind giving her more explanations. Within the Yijiao Bureau, S-level members are the backbone, but the real pillars are the Longwa Shiyue. Xiao Rui heard of Longwa Shiyue for the first time. They are titles only S-level elites can achieve, codenamed after the refined names of the 12 months. There are only 8 in the entire Longwa, and the one sitting here is one of them, April Huaishu. Whenever speaking of Longwa Shiyue, Lung Qingshuang would show solemn respect. They were truly the backbone supporting Longwa with their very bodies. Without them, Longwa would suffer greatly under foreign oppression. Not to mention her father had died in battle defending. Listening to Lung Qingshuang's introduction, Xiao Rui looked at Bian Li with reverence, her eyes faintly filled with yearning. She also wished to become such a hero, even if only an unsung hero behind Longwa. Don't look at me like that. In terms of qualifications, I am just like you, a newcomer to the Yijiao Bureau, only exceptionally promoted to Shiyue because of some strength. As for achievements, I currently have none. Bian Li self-deprecatingly remarked, but no one would take it seriously. With strength, would achievements be lacking? Moreover, Lung Qingshuang knew that Huaishu's return to Haisher was accompanied by a mission. To be honest, for this mission, the Haisher Yijiao branch's role was merely to hold back. Their strength was limited to staying behind and handling miscellaneous tasks for such assignments. Xiao Rui now had a new feeling, sensing that Bian Li was being pretentious. What kind of talk was this? What did it mean to be a newcomer like her? What newcomer directly joins the 12 moons of Longhua? What does it mean to just have a bit of strength? How much strength qualifies as S level? You can't play like this. No achievements yet. With strength like this aren't achievements, just a drop in the bucket. Anyway, Xiao Rui felt very complicated right now. Zhang Yan and Yi Miao Miao felt somewhat disappointed. Xiao Rui's reaction was far less than they had imagined. The two exchanged glances, thinking that perhaps the setting was different with so many people watching. Those around who were paying attention to this small circle were whispering among themselves. The scene looked like Bian Li had started and then abandoned Xiao Rui, choosing to be with Lung Qingshuang instead, deeply striking a blow to Xiao Rui. Lung Qingshuang stood there with the demeanor of a victor, rarely showing a hint of a smile. As for the people around her, they were all her sycophants, naturally mocking Xiao Rui, her rival. Did you see how the second young master of the Zhang family had the audacity to mock the young lady of the Xiao family? At that moment, everyone saw Bian Fan step forward, sitting beside Xiao Rui and speaking to her. To everyone, this signified something else. A woman whose feelings had been hurt was perfectly suitable for someone to take advantage of. With the support of the Xiao family, Bian Fan could more easily enter the Bian group. Having the protection of Cheng Lan also made it easier to achieve results. At that moment, the two so-called young masters of the Bian family appeared as cunning old foxes in everyone's eyes. Bian Li could be excused, but even the recently returned Bian Fan had such schemes. Everyone couldn't help but admire the luck of the Bian family. Bian Li represented the education of the Bian family, while Bian Fan represented its bloodline. Both were top tier. Meanwhile, everyone also retracted their underestimation of Bian Fan. Anyone who still dared to treat Bian Fan as a sudden wealthy country bumpkin would be truly foolish, just like Fu Ling before. Bian Li and Bian Fan were unaware of how those around them were plotting against them. In reality, Bian Fan was also tired. He simply sat down to rest. Mentally exhausted, Xiao Rui slowly processed the fact that her childhood friend was a big shot in the anomaly department. Bian Fan she truly was not familiar with. Following that, her curiosity about the 12 moons of Longhua began to arise. If she wanted to learn more about the 12 moons of Longhua, at the very least hearing about their deeds would be good. In this regard, Bian Li only knew some things about the previous Huai Su, and he was currently following in their footsteps. He didn't know much about the others. Bian Li was unaware, but Lung Qingshuang knew a bit. Back when her father was still around, she had been taken to meet quite a few from the 12 moons. As they chatted, the banquet unknowingly approached its end. Some guests had already started to leave. Today's recognition banquet had certainly provided them with plenty of excitement. Some had even finalized verbal cooperation intentions after discussions, while others had met new connections. These were the reasons and demands for attending such so-called high society banquets. Of course, many among them were leveraging various connections to hook up with rich young men or catch wealthy husbands that relied on their own capabilities. Bian Li and Bian Fan were arranged to send off the guests together. Bian Fan watched Bian Li handle things with ease, while he himself could only follow Bian Li's words. Whatever he said, he would call him, but then smile and say goodbye. Su Helong introduced him to many people, while Bian Lianyun and Bian Yi helped him meet quite a few. By the end, Bian Fan probably only remembered a few leaders from Haishur. This was still due to the fact that he had met a few of them before. Clearly the others recognized him as well. Thus, compared to others, they treated him with more courtesy. This situation further heightened Bian Fan's stature in their hearts. In short, every move they made would be scrutinized and dissected, yet they found it tiresome. Lung Qingshuang stayed until the end, while Wu Mingchong sent Yi Miao Miao back. Zhang Yan was called over by his parents. He had been walking alongside Lung Qingshuang and others throughout the event, even chatting and laughing with the two young masters of the Bian family. At the end, Zhang's parents had never known that their carefree second son had such connections. Did they need to quickly call him back to clarify? Xiao Rui was pulled back by Xiao Cheng and He Lan. For the same reason, they also didn't know when their daughter had become so close to Lung Qingshuang. They had no idea about the circle their daughter had displayed today. Coupled with her previous insistence on calling off the engagement without explaining why, Xiao Cheng and He Lan only felt that their daughter, whom they had pampered since childhood, had become a stranger. She was just a high school student. Had she already kept secrets from her parents? Well, actually having no secrets would... In the end, before Lung Qingshuang left, she and Bian Li Bian Fan agreed to meet at the base in 2 days. After everything was settled, Bian Li and Bian Fan returned to Huanyu, where Bian Lianyun and Su Helong were still waiting for them. Bian Yi had long taken the two elders of the Su family back to rest. The two of them couldn't compare with the young people sleeping early. Bian Li tugged at his collar, opening it to reveal his prominent collarbone. Bian Fan looked at his elder brother. When dressed neatly, he was the standard young master, but now he had a different kind of elegance. If paired with that faint smile at the corner of his mouth, he had a somewhat charming and rogue vibe. What's wrong? Bian Li noticed Bian Fan's gaze and asked curiously. Nothing, I just feel that elder brother is the true son of a great family, naturally exuding nobility. Bian Fan replied honestly. What nobility is there? It's just confidence given by family, oneself, or friends. When the confidence is sufficient, one walks with their head held high. Bian Li and Bian Fan chatted casually. However, I didn't expect that Xiao Rui would awaken her ability, and she awakened as a clevel right away. Today what attracted Bian Li's attention most was Xiao Rui. If it weren't for the inappropriate location, he would even want to personally test Xiao Rui's telekinesis. Such abilities were rare. Who says otherwise? I was quite surprised when I found out too. Bian Fan couldn't help but marvel at their fateful connection. After the procedures are completed, let her know about the situation in Haishi and remind her to be cautious, report any incidents in advance, and stay away from trouble. This was also Bian Li's request to Lung Qingshuang and others. They only needed to handle the message delivery and aftermath. Other matters were not their concern. Bian Li would handle everything himself. Zhao Su had contacted him earlier wanting to send 2 level teams from Zhejiang province to Haishi. However, Bian Li declined. He believed he was capable enough to handle it. He was not the last Huaisu, he was Kamen Rider Eternal, or rather Kamen Rider Evol. He had sufficient strength to deal with anyone. Outside Huanyu Hotel, a person wearing a hat slowly emerged from the darkness. He looked at the 2 brothers who had just turned to enter the hotel, eyes glinting with the gaze of a predator. Licking his lips with his tongue, he said, "The Bian family can be said to be the #1 family in Haishi and among the top 3 wealthy families in Longhua. If the Bian family were to fall, Haishi would surely descend into chaos, perfectly providing a warning to that new Huaisu of April." His eyes revealed an excited look. The man slowly melted back into the darkness, unnoticed by anyone. Bian Li and Bian Fan never expected the enemy to arrive so quickly. Furthermore, they had come through unknown channels directly to Haishi, setting their sights on the Bian family. In the Huanyu lounge, Bian Lianyun and Su Helong quietly awaited the return of their 2 sons. They also had some questions to ask. Soon Bian Li and Bian Fan returned. They knew that Bian Lianyun would ask about the situation, especially regarding the Lung family. Bian Li was very clear about the Lung family's uniqueness in Haishi. Thus on the way he had already discussed how to respond with Bian Fan. The main goal was to deal with Su Helong. "Tell me what's going on with Lung Qingshuang. How come I didn't know you were acquainted with this mysterious leader of the Lung family?" Even Bian Lianyun had only met Lung Qingshuang a couple of times. Yet the 2 sons appeared to be quite familiar with this mysterious president of the Lung family. In fact, Lung Qingshuang was the last to leave and even spoke with them before she left. "We didn't meet through business. Rather, it was at Haishi University, where President Lung's associates Yi Miao Miao and Zhang Yin are both teachers at Haishi University." Bian Fan nodded in agreement. This reason could clarify everything, including Zhang Yin and Yi Miao Miao. Wu Mingchang was quite straightforward. Many people had connections with him. Bian Lianyun's eyes flickered at this explanation. He wasn't convinced. However, whether he believed it or not didn't matter. What mattered was whether his wife believed it. "Xiaoli, how is your relationship with President Lung? Are you 2 dating now?" Su Helong had also heard some rumors which spread quite vividly, with the protagonists being Bian Li and Lung. "How could you think that? I only know her and can talk to her. At most we just get along well." Bian Li replied with, "Then you should make an effort. Look, you're among the few who can converse with Lung Qingshuang. Although she's a bit older than you, Lung Qingshuang was 6 years older than Bian Li, having graduated from college long ago. Now, apart from being at the Haishi University base, she was busy with her company. Mom, I'm only 18, there's no rush. You should stop worrying so much. It's getting late. Let's hurry back, we've been tired all day." Bian Li felt a bit of a headache. Perhaps Xiao Rui's regretful breakup had stimulated Su Helong, or maybe Bian Fan's return had her overthinking. She always hoped to settle Bian Li's lifelong affair quickly. "I'm just concerned about you." "I know, Mom, but we really have to go back now. If we can't get up tomorrow, just wait for Grandma and Grandpa to lecture you." Su Helong had been strictly required since childhood not to sleep in. However, after marrying into the Bian family, no one managed her anymore, granting her a lot of freedom. Only when the 2 elders of the Su family visited did she need to pay attention to this, and that a failing to do so would lead to scolding. "Alright, let's go. I'm telling you, it's rare for you to have the opportunity to be close to her. You have to seize it. If you win over Lung Qingshuang, you'll have the Lung family, and you won't lose out." Alright, Xiaoli is right. How old is he, and you're worrying about this? Even if he does end up with Lung Qingshuang, they still can't get their marriage certificate now. Bian Lianyun's words were decisive. That was indeed the truth. Not having a marriage certificate meant there was still a possibility of changes. No one could predict what would happen in the future, just like with Xiao Rui from the Xiao family. Alright, I won't say any more. Let's go back. Su Helong no longer dwelled on her eldest son's relationship with Lung Qingshuang. Bian Fan secretly chuckled. His elder brother was completely overwhelmed by their mother. Where was the elegance of the 12 moons of Longhua? "Don't laugh, you just hope I can hold on a little longer. Who do you think will get the chance after I settle down?" "Bian Fan, he. Not he." The smile faded. Bian Fan quickly encouraged his elder brother. "Elder brother, you can do it. You definitely can. You are Huaisu. Don't mention Huaisu. Even if an SS-level divine being came a son is still a son, he must listen to his mother. Bian Li sighed, realizing that with his mother so enthusiastic, there would be plenty of nagging in the days to come. Returning home, the two elders had already gone to bed, while Bian Li was waiting for the four to return. She was also curious about the relationship between her two younger brothers and Lung Qingshuang. It should be noted that despite her advantage as a woman, she had only exchanged 2 sentences with Lung Qingshuang, hello and goodbye. Lung Qingshuang was as cold as her name suggested, and some even thought she was incapable of smiling. However, today Lung Qingshuang informed others that she did not smile at them because she simply chose not to. That was quite disheartening. It would be better if she truly could not smile. Reiterating the reasons mentioned before, Bian Li successfully persuaded Bian Li. This time he took the initiative to summon Bian Li and Bian Fan into the study. The position remained the same as last time. Bian Li got straight to the point. Tell me, is Lung Qingshuang also one of your kind? And what about those around her? Many things could be easily inferred once one knew about the existence of the Anomalous Adjustment Bureau and the identities of Bian Li and Bian Fan. Indeed, Lung Qingshuang is the captain here in Haishi and the others are her team members. This time it was Bian Fan who answered. No wonder Lung Qingshuang had such a profound background, yet no one could dig it up. So it was indeed the Haishi branch of the Anomalous Adjustment Bureau, which made perfect sense. Although Bian Li had collaborations with the Bureau, he could not investigate its members. The only way for him to meet members of the Bureau was to encounter supernatural situations and wait for rescue. Compared to that, Bian Li preferred not to know anyone from the Bureau. Since you are all of the same kind, wouldn't it be better to come together? Whoever can win her over is fine. While thinking about it this way, Bian Li felt that Lung Qingshuang was the most suitable daughter-in-law. Bian Li, Bian Fan, I'm tired, I'm going to sleep. Bian Li ran off immediately. He was only 18. Bian Fan followed closely. If the captain knew that his father wanted him to pursue her, his days ahead would surely be difficult. Instead, it was more likely that his elder brother would have a greater chance. Leaving the study, Bian Li and Bian Fan exchanged glances and sighed simultaneously. Elder brother, why don't you just listen to mom and dad and win over the captain? Bian Fan chose to remain indifferent. Haha, what if I win her over? I'll arrange blind dates for you every day. Bian Fan shivered all over and shook his head vigorously. No, I'm going back to my room. Huh, you little rascal. You can't escape that easily. Bian Li leisurely returned to his room. In addition to dealing with matters related to the Anomalous Adjustment Bureau, he also had to handle issues concerning the Bian family. He needed to set the tone to stabilize the hearts of the people within the Bian family. The same situation also occurred in the Zhang and Xiao families. The head of the Zhang family and the eldest young master simultaneously interrogated Zhang Yan. Aside from the main characters Bian family and Lung Qingshuang, it was those few beside Lung Qingshuang. Yi Miao Miao was merely a teacher and Wu Mingchong was just someone running a martial arts gym, more like a fitness center. Only Xiao Rui and Zhang Yan were members of the family. Moreover, Zhang Yan also had connections with the true and false young masters of the Bian family. The Zhang father and son had to clarify whether he was associating with the real or the false young master. Zhang Yan naturally knew what awaited him when he got home, but like Bian Li and Bian Fan, he had long prepared his excuses. No matter how they questioned him, he would say he met them at the martial arts gym. Bian Fan had worked at the martial arts gym before returning to the Bian family. He found it pleasing, so they got to know each other. Lung Qingshuang was the same. They had met a few times at the gym and exchanged greetings. In short, he left no opportunity for his father and elder brother to assert a good relationship. If they didn't believe him, they could just go ask Lung Qingshuang and the 2 young masters of the Bian family. Helpless, they could only let Zhang Yan go. As for the Xiao family, Xiao Cheng and He Lan were even more anxious. They were convinced their daughter was hiding something. Her behavior was too obvious. But what could they do if their daughter wouldn't speak? They couldn't get any answers and were left feeling frustrated, as Xiao Cheng didn't even know what he was upset about. In the dead of night, outside the Bian family villa, a person wearing a hat and a black hoodie walked into the most prestigious villa area in Haishi without a care, heading towards Villa No. 1. Although there were patrols along the way, they turned a blind eye to him as if they didn't. This was his ability, Shadows. Casually walking outside the Bian family villa, the man in black activated his power and blended into the shadows. At the moment he activated his ability, Bian Li, who was lying in bed, opened his eyes. Sitting up, he softly murmured towards the place where the black-clothed man merged into the shadows. That was faster than I imagined. Moreover, judging by the direction, it was coming towards him. Meanwhile, at the Haishi base, alarms sounded and then suddenly stopped. The equipment that had just been repaired was damaged again. Yet Zhang Yan noticed this immediately. Even if he wasn't at the base, he could still monitor the base's equipment. He immediately realized something was wrong. He got up, put on a jacket, and headed out while notifying Lung Qingshuang. Bian Li was unaware of all this. Bian Li couldn't help but smile, pulling at the corners of his mouth, but managing to hold it back. After all, the other party was on a mission and he needed to show respect. He couldn't laugh at someone who was putting themselves in danger. After all, life wasn't easy. But why was it so hard to suppress the urge to laugh? In Haishi there were over 20 million people. Just in the Bian family villa with chefs, aunts, gardeners, and security guards, there were over 30 people. Not to mention the core members of the Bian family were all present, yet this person had precisely targeted him. It must be said that some people had to die. He opened his phone and scrolled through the news. He discovered that the post about the Bian family's recognition banquet had already topped the trending searches. Ordinary people could not access the world of the wealthy and could only join in the excitement online, pointing fingers and speculating. Many of the situations were described in a way that was quite convincing. If he weren't the person involved, Bian Li might have believed it. The momentum was building like this. But it didn't matter, it was just one night. The next day, all this excitement would be completely removed. Even this one night was a privilege granted by Bian Li and Yun to let them discuss it so that the whole dragon country would know that the Bian family had gained another young master. What do you think of what these people are saying, young Master Bian? The voice sounded very young, but with an accent the dragon country dialect was not standard. It was clear he was a foreigner. I have no particular thoughts, it's just quite interesting, was the honest response. With their status, the discussions should be even more than that of celebrities. If they took it seriously, they wouldn't need to do anything else. The black-clothed man furrowed his brow. Bian Li's reaction was too calm. In the dead of night, if someone suddenly appeared at your bedside, what would a normal person's reaction be? Panic. A sharp inquiry. But definitely not something like Bian Li's reaction, as if he had known he would come. Choosing to approach Bian Li was a well-considered decision. All the information about Bian Li was already in his mind, just an ordinary heir of a wealthy family. Aren't you afraid? According to the intelligence the black-clad figure had obtained, there was no indication that Bian Li possessed any extraordinary abilities. The black-clad figure believed he held absolute control. Bian Li had no capacity to resist. Afraid? Perhaps that question belongs to me. Aren't you afraid? Bian Li replied with a faint, enigmatic smile. The black-clad figure faltered, suddenly uncertain who truly held the upper hand. Had this impostor from the Bian family been driven mad by the true heir's humiliation? Enough idle talk. I'm short on time. I'm here to offer you one chance. Obey without resistance, and the Bian family remains yours. The true heir will never stand in your way. That was his true objective, to ignite internal strife within the Bian family. He would not directly eliminate its members. Such restraint was an unspoken law among supernatural factions. Should he act openly, his own nation and his kin would face identical consequences, relentless, inescapable retaliation, regardless of guilt or innocence, interpreted always as state-sponsored subterfuge. Even his homeland could not bear such responsibility. Once a skeptic defied this taboo, and the result was universal condemnation. Every nation united against him, his family slaughtered, his nation's economy shattered for half a century, still unrecovered to this day. Better yet, reveal your master willingly. Save me the trouble of hunting him down. The moment those words left his lips, the black-clad figure sensed something deeply wrong. Bian Li was profoundly, unmistakably off. Who are you? His fingers hovered over his escape trigger, poised to vanish at any second. Who am I? How absurd. You come knocking at my door, then dare ask my name. Since you insist on learning the name of death itself, very well. I shall grant you that honor. The lost driver materialized in his left hand. The eternal memory core appeared in his right. He fastened the lost driver at his waist with practiced ease, then pressed the activation button on the eternal memory core. A single word rang out, eternal, uttered in the black-clad figure's native tongue, yet distorted, awkward, almost comical. Only someone familiar with Sakura Country's dialect would recognize it as meaning eternal. Before he could voice his disdain for the mispronunciation, he watched Bian Li insert the white USB-like device into the waist-mounted apparatus. Azure-tinged particles swirled from the device, coalescing around Bian Li's form. A crisp rustle. His eternal robe billowed though no wind stirred. Remember my name, Kamen Rider Eternal. In one of China's 12 moons, April Huaisu. In the blink of an eye, Bian Li transformed into a stark white masked warrior, a radiant contrast to the shadow-draped intruder. Yet the black-clad figure had no time for contrasts or mispronunciations. All else dissolved into irrelevance. Alarm screamed through his nervous system. He knew with chilling certainty that he had just kicked a titanium-reinforced steel plate. Among High City's 20 million souls, he had unwittingly selected the most enigmatic of China's 12 moons, the newly ascended April Huaisu. He himself was an S-class operative, dispatched precisely because his S-class power combined with shadow manipulation made him ideal for sowing chaos in High City. No one could fathom the turmoil now churning within him. Regret was far too mild a word. He longed to strike down the version of himself who devised this plan. The arrogance he'd carried upon arrival now curdled into utter helplessness before April Huaisu. Yet survival instinct flared. He activated his ability, vanishing instantly into the nearest shadow. Bian Li watched unmoved, offering no interference. This power bore resemblance to Jing Gui's mirror integration, but far broader in application, far more, yet it posed no challenge to Bian Li. The yesterday memory core appeared in his palm. He pressed its button, releasing the resonant command, yesterday, then slotted it into its designated receptacle. He then unleashed yesterday's power. Humph, pathetic. You're not even worthy of stirring my exhilaration. After all, he was merely an S-class operative, hardly worth a glance. Yesterday's power governed time. Its effect forced targets to repeat their actions from exactly 24 hours prior. Superficially trivial, yet devastatingly potent, its efficacy magnified, infinitely shaped uniquely by the wielder's intent and mastery. And now, precisely at this hour yesterday, the black-clad figure had been resting aboard a ship. Therefore, an irresistible force seized him, compelling him to relinquish his shadow form and reappear helpless before Bian Li. His eyelids grew leaden, a drowsiness descended like fog, yet his mind remained unervingly lucid. A grotesque paradox, deeply unsettling, profoundly disorienting. Bian Li simply watched as the black-clad figure collapsed onto the floor and closed his eyes. Only the tremor of his eyelids and the quiver of his limbs betrayed that this slumber was not chosen, but violently imposed. Within he fought, desperately, futilely. Your power to merge with darkness is troublesome, but trivial to me. Merely encountering me sealed your fate. The black-clad figure stood paralyzed, not by fear alone, but by awe at this alien force perfectly engineered to nullify his own. After all, once concealed within shadows, even SS-class masters, lacking countermeasures, could neither locate nor apprehend him. Within darkness his speed multiplied, making pursuit impossible. That very certainty had justified dispatching him here, even knowing High City sheltered one of the 12 moons. And now, catastrophic failure. With a flick of his right hand, another memory core emerged. He pressed its button, its voice clear, accentless, key. A simple word, no ambiguity, no inflection. The key memory core, its power unlocked or sealed mechanisms and bindings. Bian Li's purpose was clear: seal the black-clad figure's ability. A spectral key shimmered into existence in midair, spun, then descended toward its target. Click. A sharp final sound of locking, and silence fell. Not because he ceased resisting, but because resistance itself had been erased. He could no longer sense his own power. That realization extinguished his spirit, deeper than despair, at mere captivity. Being confined by this SS-class 12 moon did not mean others lacked similar power to bind him. So long as this captor faltered, even slightly, he could slip away. Now all hope was gone. Come in. It's over. The black-clad figure's arrival had not gone unnoticed by Bian Li, and his panicked use of power had sent ripples through the ambient energy field, alerting Bian Fan, already awakened by Longqing Xuan. Bian Fan had been waiting at the door, monitoring the confrontation, silently mourning the intruder's fate. Of all people to choose, why him? The one you absolutely must never provoke. At his elder brother's call he entered, finding the room still unlit, bathed only in moonlight, revealing the black-clad figure lying motionless on the floor. Hoodie-clad hat pulled low, his disguise perfunctory, careless. Brother, who is this? His brother stood transformed, yet the room bore no sign of combat. The intruder had fallen before a single blow landed. I'd rather not change rooms. Bian Li picked up his phone, glancing at a missed notification. As expected, it was from Longqing Xuan. They had traced the black-clad figure's movements, and narrowed his location to this villa district. Longqing Xuan, Zhang Yan, and Xiao Rui were all stationed within the same enclave. Following Bian Li's explicit orders, they had taken no action, neither moved in nor intervened prematurely. Take him to the base, they'll join you shortly. He kicked the black-clad figure lying on the ground, then gestured for Bian Fan to carry him away. He still had some cleanup to handle, such as arranging cover from Bian Li and Yun. If they didn't return by morning, at least they wouldn't need to fabricate an excuse on the spot. Understood. Bian Fan had no idea the man sprawled unconscious before him was a genuine Strank operative. Felled without so much as a ripple, Bian Fan assumed he was merely some low-tier B or crank grunt, perhaps even his equal in strength. With effortless ease he hoisted the black-clad figure over his shoulder, bypassed the door entirely, and leapt straight out the window. Bian Li's lips twitched faintly. In his own home, doors exist for a reason. Bian Fan retorted that vaulting through windows was simply faster and more efficient than using doors. Outside the villa district, Qing Nu stood with Gui Jinyang, Yu Miao Miao, and others poised and ready. Xiao Rui, upon receiving the alert, slipped away from her parents' watchful eyes and rushed to the scene. Though formal procedures remained incomplete, she was already treated as one of their own. Her early immersion into the operational rhythm of the Haisher Special Anomaly Regulation Bureau was intentional. Yu Miao Miao was instructing Xiao Rui. Xiao Rui had expected some arcane, closely guarded secret, only to hear a single unceremonious command: step back. Watch Siwe Hui superform. So their earlier remarks hadn't been jest here, they were to do nothing but wait. Either for Bian Li to eliminate the threat then move in to secure the aftermath, or for Bian Li himself to fall, after which they'd be discarded like refuse erased without hesitation. This bore no resemblance to Xiao Rui's daydreams of becoming a heroic savior of the Longwa people. What if the enemy numbers overwhelm us? Xiao Rui posed the question, so naive it made Zhang Yin miles away at headquarters instinctively press his palm to his forehead. Little sister Rui, if such a breach truly occurred, if Longwa allowed masses of hostile operatives across its borders, then our nation would already be lost. Silence followed. Through her earpiece, Zhang Yan's quiet rebuke settled over her, and Xiao Rui finally grasped just how absurd her question had been. 13 years ago was an anomaly. The sea has always been Longwa's weakest frontier, with the Tiger Shark clan's covert assistance large numbers infiltrated Haishur. As for the 8 nations elite, they employed a classic stratagem of concealed advance. Qingmu would never forget what transpired 13 years prior. We will not repeat that mistake. With technological advancement, maritime infiltration and clandestine entry have grown increasingly perilous. Such is the power and precision of modern science. Even as they spoke, every gaze remained locked on the Villa district. Their detection instruments had failed once more, an unmistakable sign that the intruder ranked no lower than S-rank. Even Cuihu, a confirmed S-rank, could not subdue an S-rank opponent without generating some disturbance. Yet before them the Villa district lay utterly still. Stillness so profound not even stray cats or dogs stirred. The Villa's security staff scoffed. This is Haishi's most exclusive residential enclave. Do you really think I'd permit strays? As they pondered, a lone figure emerged in the distance, swift, deliberate, closing the gap with startling speed. Gui Jinyong and Yu Miao Miao instantly assumed combat stances, weapons ready. Xiao Rui's pulse quickened. This was her first real confrontation beyond mere sparring. It's Wu Youxiang. Cold Qing Shuang's taut muscles eased slightly. She recognized him. Who, or what, is in his hands? As he drew nearer, Yu Miao Miao saw Wu Youxiang, and the figure slung limply in his grip. All exchanged stunned, wordless glances. What just happened? And shrank subdued, silently. No struggle, no clash. Was this the legendary art of victory without battle? Captain, this is the intruder, fully neutralized. Cuihu instructed us to bring him in. He'll arrive shortly. Wu Youxiang delivered the message succinctly, then paused, puzzled by the group's frozen expressions. What's wrong? No one answered, so he asked again. Wu Youxiang, how did Master Cuihu? He shrank after all. Yu Miao Miao burst into motion, leaping upward in sheer disbelief. And the black-clad captive in Wu Youxiang's grasp. He was equally agitated, on the verge of tears. At last, someone acknowledged his rank. Yet by any measure of combat record, he might well be the most humiliated shrank in history. Fell before he could even raise a hand, unaware of how, or when he fell. One moment his eyelids grew leaden heavy with unnatural drowsiness. Yet his mind remained fiercely alert, trapped in a dissonant, agonizing limbo. Then, his abilities vanished, stripped away, leaving him utterly powerless. Not even a tiger anymore, merely a mangy cur. Shrank. He shrank. Hearing those words, Bian Fan nearly dropped the man he held. He'd truly ascended in life. Soon he'd parade and shrank captive through the streets like a trophy. Didn't you see the alert? It was posted in the group chat immediately. Cold Qing Shuang replied, her expression unyielding. No, I went straight to Cuihu's chamber after the call. I didn't check the messages. He hadn't even changed out of his pajamas that morning. How did Cuihu capture him? We detected nothing. No sound, no tremor. They prepared contingency plans for every conceivable escalation, yet none were needed. Only the villa's security detail required dispersal. I have no idea. When Cuihu told me to enter, he was already unconscious on the floor. Bian Fan gave the captive a light shake, still struggling to believe it himself. Gui Jinyang's eyes gleamed as he stepped forward. Deputy Captain, I'll take him off your hands. This sort of work suits us rougher types. He too longed to feel the weight of S-rank in his grip. He knew he'd likely never attain S-rank himself, so holding one even briefly was a rare indulgence. Later he'd boast, back in the day I captured S-rank, Gui Jinyang no less. Oh, thank you. Bian Fan accepted the offer without hesitation, passing the black-clad figure over. After all, his elder brother had sealed the man's abilities, leaving him barely stronger than an ordinary civilian, and his physical faculties would remain suppressed for some time. Bian Fan found his brother's powers growing ever more inscrutable, unfathomable, almost eldritch. Far more so than during that sparring match with San Yuing. This was inevitable. Many of Bian Li's memory-based abilities proved inert against peers like Yingshi. The black-clad man's heart bled inwardly. Had he ever endured such profound disgrace? Let's go. We'll await Cuihu's arrival at headquarters. He took several steps, then halted, turning back to see Xiao Rui trailing behind them. He refused outright. Rui, You should return home. There's no immediate danger now. If your parents discover you vanished overnight, you'll face serious consequences. Qing Nuyu's warning conjured the image vividly. Xiao Rui shuddered, chilled by the thought. Yes, I'll head back right away, senior masters. She waved farewell, though longing to witness what came next. Self-preservation ultimately prevailed. In the villa, Bian Li pondered for a moment, but decided not to disturb Bian Li and Yun, although he could discreetly take him away without anyone noticing. He left a message on his phone, not stating it explicitly, only mentioning that there was something going on at the branch. Bian Li and Yun would surely understand, and if Su Herong saw it, she would only assume there was an issue at that particular branch of the company. Such incidents had occurred before, so there would be no suspicion. The only difference this time was that Bian Fan was brought along under the pretense of taking him to learn. Then the key memory chip and yesterday's memory chip were removed, and the bird memory chip was inserted into the slot. Bian Li soared into the air, overlooking the villa area. He spotted Xiao Rui sneaking home, and the departing Qing Nuyu among others. Finally confirming that there was indeed only one person in black with no accomplices, he flew towards Haisher University. Flying was faster than driving. When Qing Nuyu and the others arrived, Bian Li was already seated waiting for their return. Naturally, he had already reverted to his original form. Even after reverting, the power of the key memory chip still lingered. However, perhaps it was because he had already awakened at this time yesterday, so the man in black had also opened his eyes by now. By chance, Bian Li took out yesterday's memory chip, pressed a button, and emitted a strange sound resembling yesterday, after which the power of the yesterday memory chip was released. This was something Bian Li had discovered recently. With the transformation into the eternal night and the use of the memory chip, his physical abilities were slowly improving. The lack of discovery before was due to the infrequency of transformations. Each time he transformed, it had to be done stealthily, fearing detection by satellites. After joining the Anomaly Bureau, he no longer had such concerns. Moreover, it wasn't just an enhancement of physical abilities. Even without transforming, Bian Li could utilize the memory chip's powers, albeit to a lesser extent than when transformed. Finally able to open his eyes, this was the only consolation for the man in black. He has lost his powers, there's no need to worry about him escaping. The next step is the interrogation. Who will take it? Bian Li put away the yesterday memory chip and looked at the others. However, whether it was Qing Nuyu, Wu Youxiang, or the other three, none of them responded. Interrogation. They all knew how to conduct a simple interrogation, but now it was not a simple matter. Even without his powers, the man in black was once a formidable supernatural being, and class no less. His will was not so easily broken. They truly could not handle it. What, have you never encountered a situation like this? Bian Li could see from the expressions of the others that they were at a loss. We have encountered such situations, but never in class, foreigner. Qing Nuyu felt a bit embarrassed. People had caused trouble before, but there were rarely foreigners. Most were individuals who inadvertently awakened their abilities and then considered themselves the chosen ones, causing chaos. Such individuals did not require any special means, though as long as they were brought back and questioned, they would confess everything. Then they would be sent to the neighboring Hang City for educational reform. The hat of the man in black had already been removed in the car, revealing a dark face beneath. Guo Jinyang felt that even without the hat, no one would be able to clearly see his face at night, making it truly redundant. The man in black was infuriated, his teeth itching in anger. You can try. If he doesn't speak, then so be it. The man in black thought, what do you mean by speak? Who exactly is saying that? As for the person, anyone from our Haisher Anomaly Bureau is ours. We will extract all valuable information. He'll commend you for it. Capturing a wild glass is no small feat. Not to mention, handing this glass over to those brilliant researchers at the headquarters would provide them with excellent experimental material. While there was still a bit of humanitarianism towards their own, there was no need to extend it to those obstructing the development of Longhua. By the way, I left a message saying there was something going on at the company branch, taking you to learn a bit, so don't reveal anything when you return. Bian Li reminded Bian Fan. Next, he would have to actually do something, fully committing to the act, at least ensuring Bian Li and Yun would not be suspicious. Su Herong might not notice anything amiss, but Bian Yi worked at the Bian family and would not be easily deceived. Alright, I understand. Bian Fan nodded. He'll return later. I hope to hear good news from you. After Bian Li left, the others began the interrogation. First, they used normal methods, coercion and persuasion. It was ineffective. Then they resorted to extreme measures. In principle, unconventional interrogation methods were explicitly banned by law. However, in the supernatural world of Longhua, the Anomaly Bureau was the law. Electric shocks preventing closure of the eyes, severe torture, mental torment, and so on. They could not conceive of such methods with their understanding. It was Zhang Yan who was searching for information online while directing the others. Unfortunately, it was of no use. This level of torment was nothing to class. After a night of struggle, dawn arrived, yet they still could not pry open the man in black's mouth. They could only manage to get a false name. Zhang Yan attempted to query the identity of this person through the Anomaly Bureau's information database. However, there was no record. What should we do? We've got nothing. Qing Nuyu and the others felt somewhat dejected. Such results left them feeling ashamed. The person was captured by Huaisu alone. What they had done was merely bring him back. Now they couldn't even manage that, and how could they face Huaisu? The man in black had his mouth stuffed with Gui Jinyang's stinky socks. The pungent smell assaulted his nostrils, causing his eyes to begin to glaze over. The pain did not defeat him, but this smell was on the verge of breaking his will. This was also Zhang Yan's rotten idea. Since he wouldn't speak, then let him continue to endure. They exchanged glances, each at a loss for what to do. At the Bian family, Bian Li, upon seeing Bian Li's message early in the morning, realized that his two sons had left in a hurry because of the Anomaly Bureau's matter. At the dining table, he casually mentioned this. He successfully elicited a small complaint from Su Herong, which was then forcefully suppressed by the elders of the Su family. The elderly were always inclined to support their grandchildren. Moreover, if the younger ones handled it, the older ones wouldn't have to be disturbed at night. This was their heartfelt consideration. Bian Li kept his talents hidden. At this moment, having conveniently finished his tasks, he was driving towards Haisher University. His phone rang, and he briefly pulled over, glancing at it to find it was the director of the headquarters, Zhao Su. "Hello, Director Zhao." He put on his earphones connected via Bluetooth and continued his journey. This phone had been modified, all calls were encrypted. Huaisu, the equipment at the Haisher Bureau is 13 years old and severely outdated. I didn't want to replace it before since it wasn't necessary, but now with you there I've arranged for a batch of new equipment to be sent over. Please receive it. The Haisher Bureau lacked the latest equipment because it wasn't necessary. With just a few staff members at the Haisher Bureau, the old equipment had been sufficient. After all, the Anomaly Bureau had to protect the entire supernatural world of Longhua. With such limited personnel and resources were never enough to go around. But everything changes with Huaisu. In December, one must still give face. If Huaisu were to bring it up himself, then the director would truly be lacking in perception. In the Long Kingdom, understanding human relationships and social etiquette is innate. Thank you, Director Zhao. You have no idea, our little Zhang at the Sub-Bureau is always troubled by these instruments. At such a young age, not even 30, he has already gone gray halfway, and his hair is thinning in the middle. I see it and feel pain in my heart. Zhao Su chuckled, inwardly cursing the little fox. Little Zhang. Isn't that Zhang Yan? Goodness, the second young master of the Zhang family in High City has turned gray halfway due to some instruments. And going bald. Who would believe what you just said? Zhao Su, I really have to believe it. Whether I want to or not. Yes, this is a fault of the headquarters, and more so a dereliction of duty on my part as the director. In the future, the Bureau will give special care to the High City Sub-Bureau. Zhao Su knew what Huaisu wanted. Since he wanted it, and this matter was indeed a wrongdoing by the headquarters, compensating him was not unreasonable. This favor must be returned. Thank you, Director Zhao. When you have time, come to High City for a visit. He'll treat you. The foot baths are not covered by health insurance, but he'll take care of it for you. Bian Li was just being polite. He didn't expect that this remark would strike a chord in Zhao Zu's heart. He realized he hadn't seen Xiao Hong in a long time and needed to visit more often or he might forget her face. Zhao Su suddenly realized it was not Xiao Hong, but Xiao Zi. No, it wasn't her, it was Xiao Fun. Still not right, it was Xiao Lan. It was always wrong. Director Zhao, is there anything else? If not, I'll hang up now. Bian Li didn't want to continue the conversation with Zhao Su. After all, the High City Sub-Bureau still had a great achievement in hand. Zhao Su had given so much, if he were to ask for people, would he give them or not? Bian Li's plan was that even if he had to give, he must ensure that he secured the actual benefits first. Capturing its class achievement was significant enough to elevate the High City Sub-Bureau's standing among all the adjustment bureaus in the Long Kingdom. However, he also wanted one more achievement, to unearth the mastermind behind it all. Actually, there is one more thing. Hearing Bian Li about to hang up, Zhao Su dared not linger on the matter of Xiao Hong and Xiao Lan. If he hung up now, he would have no face to call back. You see, the High City Sub-Bureau hasn't class captive right. How about sending him to the headquarters? After all, the headquarters has talents in various fields, doesn't it? Of course, the credit still belongs to the High City Sub-Bureau, and all rewards will be sent along with the instruments. This sounded a bit like stealing credit, and Zhao Su felt a bit embarrassed to say it. But for class experimental material, and the information that can be gleaned from it, Zhao Su felt he should thicken his skin a bit. Of course, this person is a burden in High City, and I would prefer that Director Zhao come to pick him up. When will you come? Bian Li readily agreed. It's all about reciprocity. Moreover, since the director has spoken, even though he is nominally on the same level as the director, he is still a notch below. There is only one director while there are 8 in December. Zhao Su was very pleased with Bian Li's approach. It is precisely because of this approach that even Zhao Su felt a twinge of guilt in his heart. Time is not urgent, we can set off tomorrow, is that fine? If you're polite, then I won't be ambiguous. Zhao Su granted one more day for Bian Li and the others to pry open that person's mouth. As long as they can pry it open, then all the credit will belong to the High City Sub-Bureau. Alright, let's do as you say. Hee hee, you little sly one. Talking to smart people is truly comfortable. Zhao Su enjoys interacting with intelligent individuals. I still need to learn from you more. Bian Li knew this matter was settled. In the future, whatever benefits arise, Zhao Su will think of the High City Sub-Bureau. Under his capabilities, the High City Sub-Bureau will definitely be the one to profit. This is not just for Bian Li himself, but for the personnel in the Sub-Bureau. There are already too few people, their strength is lacking, and if the hardware facilities do not keep up, how can they function? After hanging up the phone and not receiving any news or calls from Qing Nu Yue, Bian Li knew that the interrogation would not go smoothly. It didn't matter, he understood some interrogation methods. Upon returning to the Sub-Bureau base, he saw the 5 individuals looking listless while the man in black was rolling his eyes on the ground, confirming Bian Li's suspicions. He first wanted to check on the man in black. Stopping 3 meters away, Bian Li halted his steps, then turned around without hesitation. The smell was a bit overwhelming, and he suddenly didn't want to go over. The consciousness was hazy, but he wouldn't die. Whose is this? Bian Li asked. Reporting it's mine. Gui Jinyang felt a bit embarrassed at this moment. Withdraw, then wake him up. Time was of the essence. Whoever's socks they were should go and retrieve them. Alright. Gui Jinyang was also disdainful. After all, they hadn't been washed in a long time. But there was nothing to be done, after all, whose socks were these? Let me tell everyone some good news. In a few days, the headquarters will send a batch of the most advanced instruments to High City. Zhang Yin will receive them then. Indeed, this is good news. These instruments should have been replaced long ago. Relying solely on Zhang Yin, he would never be able to research the latest instruments. Even though he has the Lung Group backing him, they are not short of money. It was already impressive that he could maintain the current level with his own research. This is truly good news. There won't be any more worries about them suddenly breaking down. Since Bian Li appeared, these outdated instruments have frequently malfunctioned, which is incredibly frustrating. This also indicates that the enemies appearing are getting stronger, so having new equipment does provide some reassurance. Tomorrow the people from the headquarters will come to take him away. This time the credit will be shared among everyone. Bian Li continued speaking. The earlier was good news, but now it wasn't particularly good news. But we haven't pried open his mouth yet. They all understood that this person would definitely be sent to the headquarters. However, just sending him away like this still felt a bit unsatisfactory. I know that's why Director Zhao gave us one more day. Seeing that Gui Jinyang had taken off his socks, even he felt disdain. Bian Li then approached the man in black. Your mouth is quite stubborn. Oh, I hope you can remain tough in the future. Qing Nu Yu and the others watched as Huai Su prepared to take action, eagerly anticipating. The man in black remained silent, appearing utterly humiliated, taking deep breaths of air that felt very. Tie him up and secure him to the chair, stretching his legs straight. Wu Youxiang and Gui Jinyang immediately complied. Take off his shoes. Alright, since Gui Jinyang took off the shoes, the next step is up to you. Bian Li took out a prepared item. A chicken feather, and handed it to Wu Youxiang. The expressions of the 5 people appeared somewhat dazed. When the chicken feather appeared, everyone understood what Huai Su intended to do. Contrary to expectations, Huai Su did not take out that magical memory device to interrogate the black-clothed man with its wondrous ability. Instead, it returned to its purest essence, scratching the soles of the feet. It truly felt as if Huai Zu's April prestige had shattered into pieces. However, instinctively recalling the sensation of being tickled, the 5 began to think that perhaps this method might actually work. Pain can be endured, but how can one tolerate itching? Wu Youxiang took the chicken feather. Gui Jinyang, with keen insight, had already moved a chair to face the black-clothed man directly opposite his feet. Sit down and raise the chicken feather. The black-clothed man was still unaware of the seriousness of the situation. He was about to face the harshest punishment of his life. At the same time, he would experience a sensation more torturous than pain. The moment the chicken feather touched the sole of his foot, visibly his toes curled up sharply. Everyone was focused on him, and the black-clothed man's complexion changed dramatically, yet he still gritted his teeth in silence. But is this sensation something you can just endure? Only 5 minutes had passed when the black-clothed man could no longer hold back and burst into hearty laughter accompanied by frantic struggles and curses. Wu Youxiang remained unfazed, continuing his actions, gradually discovering the amusement in it. Indeed, human joy often comes at the expense of another's suffering. Such joy is the truest form of happiness. Deputy Captain, should I give it a try too? Ji Yunyan found it interesting and wanted to give it a personal shot. Alright, but don't break the chicken feather. Although reluctant, he handed the chicken feather to Ji Yunyan. Alright, there are 2 more here. Who else wants one? Huai Su spoke lightly, but to the black-clothed man it sounded like a thunderclap. Coming from the dragon country, he naturally understood the language. But the black-clothed man wished he had never learned the language of the dragon country. If he hadn't understood the language, he wouldn't have been sent to Haishi, and if he hadn't come to Haishi, he wouldn't have been so unfortunate to have crossed paths with Huaisu. If it weren't for Huaisu, he wouldn't have been captured, and if he hadn't been captured, he wouldn't be suffering this torment now. He had endured the previous tortures in silence, but now he screamed at the top of his lungs. Wu Youxiang took one, and Yu Miao Miao also took one with great interest. No one noticed as Qing Envi Yu's toes gently curled back. The scene that followed was excessively cruel. Listening to the black-clothed man's pained laughter, everyone revealed genuine smiles. The black-clothed man cursed in his heart. This Huaisu was more devilish than Satan himself. This kind of torture was more unbearable than descending into hell. So tough, still not talking after all this. Hearing the black-clothed man's laughter weaken the sound, diminishing Bian Li couldn't help but feel a sense of respect. This was a tough guy no less than the suave detective. The fact was, what do you want me to say? You can ask me anything. For the first time, the black-clothed man spoke up. He felt aggrieved in his heart. In his view, these people were simply deranged. The teacher wanted him to talk, but they didn't ask what they wanted to know. Isn't that insane? Of course it's the things we need. Yu Miao Miao indignantly replied, "You're stubborn, and now you're blaming us. What do you want to know?" The black-clothed man wanted to go crazy, but unfortunately, he had already laughed himself out of strength and could only gasp for air. Using the gap in conversation, the three paused their actions with the chicken feather and took a moment to rest. "Haven't we already asked your name?" Yu Miao Miao was the one who asked the black-clothed man directly. "Didn't I say? My name is Smith." The black-clothed man was on the verge of madness, feeling that these people were insane. During that time, he had only said that one thing, but these lunatics didn't believe him. He seriously suspected that they were doing this just to continue torturing him, and he had evidence. Just look at their joyful expressions. No one would believe him if he said it wasn't intentional. Who would believe that? 6 out of 10 people in the ugly country are named Smith. Surely, it's just to confuse us. Bian Li listened to this dialogue and realized something was off. So it turned out that this was the situation. "Have you asked him other questions?" Bian Li quietly inquired of the nearby Qing Envi Yu. "No, if his name is fake, then there's no need for other questions. He won't speak the truth anyway." Bian Li looked up at the ceiling. The twitching at the corner of his mouth was very noticeable. As the only person here who believed the black-clothed man named Smith, Bian Li felt pity for him. It turned out he had answered the question, but no one believed him. Now Bian Li believed these people were not capable of interrogation. But it wasn't entirely their fault. They were simply too eager to improve. No, rather they were too eager to help. Thus they had become somewhat excessively obsessive, wanting the most accurate information, which inevitably led to doubt. "So you are from the ugly country?" Bian Li began to question. The black-clothed man Smith, after being subjected to the stench of socks and the punishment of the chicken feather, now had a very weakened will. "Yes, I am from the ugly country." With drooping eyelids, the black-clothed man Smith had completely exhausted himself. He only hoped to distance himself from these people as soon as possible. They were more devilish than demons, more monstrous than the devil's lair. Next was a question-and-answer session. Through Smith's responses, Bian Li also received relevant information. Smith was originally from the ugly country, but had been branded a traitor 3 years ago. This was a common tactic of large nations, using treason to send out strength, allowing them to develop freely abroad, while specifically doing some dirty work for the country. Even if they were caught, the blame wouldn't fall on the country behind them. Just like how the Dragon Country dealt with the 8 nations in the past. This could be considered a tacit understanding among the great powers. The matter was clear, and Bian Li did not ask further, as long as he confirmed the country behind it. "Alright, lock him up. Guo Jinyang will be in charge of watching him, and Ji Yunyan prepare a report to submit together tomorrow. The rest of you can go about your business." "Alright, lock him up. Guo Jinyang will be in charge of watching him, and Ji Yunyan prepare a report to submit together tomorrow. The rest of you can." People are always willing to follow the strong, appearing blind. "Wu Youxiang, come with me. Even if we're putting on a show, we must go all out. You have to make an appearance in the company." Alright, Bian Li was actually being selfish. He wanted to pave the way for Bian Fan. After all, the burden of the Bian group had to be shouldered by Bian Fan, whether he wanted to or not. Bian Fan obediently followed along. On the way, Bian Li spoke to Bian Fan about the situation of the Bian family. Although Bian is a publicly listed company, due to the insistence of the Bian family's ancestors, Bian has always been completely controlled by the main line of the Bian family. Except for a slight dilution of shares during the listing, the Bian family controls 70 of Bian shares, with the 3 of us each holding 3, my mother holding 10, and the remaining 51 in my father's hands. The rest is in the hands of the shareholders and some stockholders. A very healthy distribution of equity. These shares have never been abandoned, even in the face of great difficulties. They would rather let the company collapse. This is the absolute control of the Bian family over Bian. Bian Fan listened attentively. Then Bian Li began to explain in detail the small matters he concocted to cover up the lie. This could also serve as a case study for Bian Fan to learn from. The headquarters of Bian is located in the very center of High City in a 70-story building. The Bian building is also considered one of the iconic structures of Shanghai. Although Bian Fan has never been inside, he is aware of it. As they entered the building, passing employees would stop to pay their respects to Bian Li. This was their spontaneous behavior, and Bian Li did not intervene. Once they got into the presidential elevator, everyone erupted in excitement. After the recognition banquet, news of the Bian family circulated not only among the upper-class families, but also on the internet and television. The Bian family did not stop it. In fact, they even fanned the flames a bit. Ordinary people are most interested in these so-called melodramatic stories of wealthy families. It's better to be open than to let so many people speculate. Instead of letting everyone guess this and that, it's better to set a tone directly and openly display the harmony of the Bian family. This is the presidential elevator, and only members of the Bian family can ride it. Your information has long been entered into the group. Aside from here, all companies under Bian can access it. Next, besides going to school, you will follow your father and sister at Bian to get involved with some business operations and meet Bian's partners. What about you? Bian Li had not mentioned himself throughout, as if he had excluded himself from Bian. My focus will gradually shift from Bian to the Interference Bureau. Since I have taken on the title of Huai Su, I must shoulder the responsibilities that come with it. Moreover, I am quite interested in those powerful individuals in the world. Don't you think it would be interesting to knock them? Bian Li's interests had long transcended those of ordinary people. In the past, he had no choice but to stay away from the supernatural powers. Now he could hardly contain himself. Being able to wait until graduating from university before actively seeking opportunities was already a result of Bian Li's restraint. Although he joined the neutral faction, he still preferred to venture out. Keeping all the enemies trapped in one's own country is also a way to defend the nation, right? Well, to put it bluntly, he just likes to go out and have fun. Without strength it's fine, but with strength, not going out to have fun would be wasting the confidence given to him by Brother E and President E. Bian Fan did not understand, but he respected it. He did not possess S-level strength, nor did he have the ability to defeat those legendary powerful individuals. Be safe, your parents and sister are very concerned about you. 18 years of companionship cannot be compared to mere blood relations. Bian Fan had long been psychologically prepared for this. Don't worry. Without saying more, Bian Li was still cautious about his life. With President E's example as a cautionary tale, how could Bian Li make the same mistake? Either don't fight, or if you fight, fight to the death. Bian Lianyun and Bian E have not arrived yet, but many of the higher-ups are already here. Managing a company is not like your team, where relationships matter little. Being fair is already a matter of conscience. Let me give you a piece of advice. Kindness does not command troops. Emotions do not establish business. Righteousness does not manage finances, and goodness does not govern. You've likely heard this phrase and understand its meaning, yet very few can truly achieve it. Bian Fan had certainly heard this saying, but he was somewhat confused, as it seemed that his family did not embody it. From my impression, your parents and sister are not like that, Bian Fan asked. He had become familiar with Bian Li and would speak directly about any issues or questions. Home is home, and the company is the company. Many people say that home is a harbor, and we believe so too. At home we are family, but in the company there are only positions left. Similarly, in the company one speaks based on ability. The more one does, and the better one does, the more one can gain. Are there any connections in the company? Yes, you, me, and our sister all have them, but just having connections is useless. Only ability can take you further. Personal connections are unavoidable in Longhua. Bian does not mind some people using personal connections to gain an opportunity. However, if you think that relying on connections to enter Bian means everything will be fine and you can just slack off, you are gravely mistaken. Bian's unique cross-assessment system will not allow incapable loafers to hide. What awaits them is expulsion. All personal connections will be wasted. These rules were set by the Bian family, and no personal connections can be considered. The ones who abide by these rules the most are the Bian family members themselves. The Bian family has risen for a long time and has experienced that tumultuous era. Now the number of Bian family members adds up to more than 100. However, very few of those side branches can remain here, let alone threaten the position of our main family. Another example is Bian Li himself. Having enough influence in Bian is not solely dependent on the shares he holds, and being a young master of the Bian family. The fair competitive environment of Bian is highly favored by those talented individuals. They are not afraid of competition, rather they enjoy it. What they need the most is a fair platform. This is also one of Bian's core competitive advantages. Stepping out of the elevator, Bian Li's office is on the top floor, directly opposite Bian Lianyun's office. Next to it are the two secretarial departments of the two of them. Young Master Bian. As they walked, the people from the two secretarial departments would stop to respectfully greet them, as long as they had no tasks at hand. Bian Li merely nodded in acknowledgement, while Bian Fan followed, observing his elder brother. Upon entering the office, Bian Li sat at his desk and said, "You can sit on the couch for a while." Bian Li pressed the button on the desk phone. Su Yunxian, bring the documents over, and also Bian Fan will participate in today's meeting. Su Yunxian, Bian Li's special assistant, was personally selected by him, and is also 5 years his senior from High City University. During this period, Bian Li did not come to the company and did not oversee the projects, so Bian Li had entrusted all decisions to Su Yunxian. Soon there was a knock on the door. "Come in." Su Yunxian opened the door and walked in. The first thing she saw was Bian Fan sitting on the sofa. Su Yunxian had already learned about this from her colleagues, so it was not surprising. Ignoring him, she approached Bian Li, bent down, and placed the documents on his desk. Bian Fan also noticed this workplace beauty. She wore a fitted business outfit, not a skirt, but trousers paired with a simple ponytail, looking neat and tidy. "Mr. Bian, I have already instructed that an extra chair will be added at the meeting right next to you." Su Yunxian. Without lifting his head, Bian Li looked at the report in his hands, which summarized several projects he was responsible for. During this period of his absence, he had not been involved in the project matters. However, the projects were progressing quite well. It was evident that although Su Yunxian had been entrusted with important responsibilities, her style remained primarily steady, seeking to avoid mistakes rather than aiming for achievements. If it had been someone else, they might have been eager to perform well and showcase their abilities. This was the character of most people within the Bian family. Su Yunxian was one of the few exceptions. Such a person truly embodied a steady character, grounded and practical. You have handled things well during this time, but being overly cautious might not always be a good thing. Steadiness has been sufficient. The next step is to cultivate her sharpness. Bian Li's expectations for Su Yunxian have never been limited to just a special assistant. To put it plainly, although special assistants are important, they are not irreplaceable. Many people could perform this job well. Su Yunxian's stage lies in other subsidiaries. Of course, that was in the past. Now, this is Bian Fan, the second young master of the Bian family. Bian Li formally introduced Bian Fan to Su Yunxian. Although Su Yunxian surely knew Bian Fan's identity, only after the formal introduction would she understand that their relationship was not as adversarial as speculated by outsiders. This also facilitates his upcoming arrangements. Second young master Bian. Both Bian Li and Bian Fan raised their heads simultaneously. This title was the first time they heard someone say it. They both knew that outside they were referred to as the real young master and the fake young master. After all, it's a rare occurrence for such melodramatic plots to unfold in the wealthy circles, especially within the Bian family. Hello. Bian Fan quite liked the title of second young master Bian, as it made him seem close to his elder. "You all know our situation, and my focus will not be on Bian Corporation moving forward, and following me offers no future. Therefore, I want to arrange for you to assist Bian Fan." Bian Li understood Su Yunxian's capabilities better than anyone. Assisting Bian Fan would allow him to learn a lot. Upon hearing this, Su Yunxian felt quite surprised internally, yet not entirely so. After all, Bian Li was ultimately just a young master of the Bian family, without blood ties. Perhaps being able to stay within the Bian family was already a privilege. Dreaming of inheriting the Bian family was out of the question. Su Yunxian speculated this, and thus overturned the initial impression of their good relationship. What was currently displayed was all an illusion. Both were merely acting. So did Mr. Bian, placing himself beside Bian Fan, have ulterior motives? Was he unwilling, seeking opportunities to continue competing? Su Yunxian unconsciously thought of many possibilities. As supernatural beings, both Bian Li and Bian Fan possessed insights that surpassed ordinary individuals. Although Su Yunxian's expression showed no change, the subtle shifts in her gaze could not be concealed from the two. No need to overthink. Not being at Bian Corporation is because I have other matters to attend to, not because I was pushed out. Bian Fan will lead Bian Corporation in the future, and being by his side will offer you better development. Bian Li's intention was for Su Yunxian to help Bian Fan familiarize himself with Bian Corporation's operations. Once his capabilities were sufficient, he could be reassigned to another subsidiary as a leader, allowing Bian Fan to build his own team. Bian Li and Bian Li had plenty of tasks daily and could not always accompany Bian Fan. Bian Li certainly would not. He even contemplated merging that tech company outside with Bian Corporation. This would spare him the trouble of managing it himself. It is worth noting that the company is not yet publicly listed, but it holds assets that many large groups covet. Especially the clean energy project, which was the result of Bian Li's research utilizing memory technology. It is unique in the world. Moreover, having Su Yunxian remain by Bian Fan's side is also a signal. This benefits Bian Fan in establishing a solid foothold in Bian Corporation. Bian Fan had not considered this aspect, but after Bian Li's prompts, this benefits Bian Fan in establishing a solid foothold in Bian Corporation. Bian Fan had not considered this aspect, but after Bian Li's prompt, Su Yunxian realized it. However, she still had her doubts. Reluctant. Su Yunxian's silence made Bian Li think she was unwilling. "If you are unwilling, I can arrange for you to go to a subsidiary." Su Yunxian had been with him for quite some time, always handling matters adeptly. Considering her hard work over the years, Bian Li would arrange it well. "No, I will follow Mr. Bian's instructions." Su Yunxian decided to agree for now. Then she would wait. If Bian Li truly intended to compete, he would contact her. If he didn't reach out, she would focus on her own responsibilities. Bian Li regarded Su Yunxian as his confidant, and Su Yunxian too saw Bian Li as her mentor. With so many people competing back, then it was Bian Li who pointed out her name, which seemed quite ordinary. At that time, what did she have besides being somewhat attractive? She initially thought this young master of the Bian family was just a playboy, even deciding that if he were to act inappropriately, then she would just endure as long as it was not excessive. What else could she do? Would there be better treatment outside than at Bian Corporation? Only after getting to know him did she realize she had overthought it. Focusing on work, Su Yunxian began to showcase her abilities, starting as a secretary and now serving as a special assistant. From being a low-level employee to now, where everyone must address her as Sister Su. From renting a room to now owning a 3-bedroom apartment outright. In terms of social status and living conditions, all of this was given to her by Bian Li. It wasn't that her abilities were remarkable, it was Bian Li who provided her with this opportunity. In a moment, come with me to the meeting, and I will formally announce this matter. Bian Li nodded and turned to Bian Fan, advising, I still have 3 projects in hand, and Su Yunxian knows the specifics. I will hand these 3 projects over to you. Make sure to do well this summer. To pave the way for Bian Fan, Bian Li was doing his utmost. I understand, brother. Bian Fan could not change Bian Li's mind. There was no way to shirk this responsibility. It would be absurd to let the S-ranked Bian Li sit in the office reviewing reports while this ranked individual merely scratches the surface of an S-ranked foe. Although this tactic of scratching does indeed have its merit, Smith in the base has a lot to say. When Bian Lianyun and Bian Yi arrived at the company, they prepared and began the regular meeting. By the time Bian Li and Bian Fan arrived, many people were already present. Seeing the two enter together chatting and laughing, the conference room suddenly fell silent. After a brief moment of quiet, it resumed its noise, but there were always some gazes subtly directed towards the two sitting together. Soon Bian Lianyun and Bian Yi, who were prepared, arrived at the conference room. Bian Fan sitting next to Bian Li did not surprise them. Ever since entering the company today, rumors about the two have been circulating. No one would discuss it in front of them, but their secretaries had heard plenty, and it made its way to their ears. Bian Lianyun knew that Bian Li was always thorough in his work, and it was somewhat regrettable that he could not continue to lead the Bian family. In fact, if Bian Lianyun were a bit more resolute and disregarded Bian Fan, he could hand over the Bian family to Bian Li. Although there were no direct management issues from the Dragon Kingdom's 12 months, and level captain was indeed present. However, it would distract a significant portion of their attention, which is not desirable for those who wish to progress. This was also the reason Bian Lianyun did not do so. Bian Li, being so young, is already at S level, and it is not impossible for him to become a god among men in the future. At that time, with Bian Li's protection, the Bian family would truly be a formidable force in the Dragon Kingdom and even the world. For that unknown future, Bian Lianyun was willing to take a gamble. After everyone was seated and all personnel had arrived, the meeting commenced. This was merely the Bian family's weekly high-level meeting, primarily for reporting the week's work. Since there were many capable individuals within the Bian family, there was essentially nothing particularly significant to discuss. It was a matter of going through the motions. In the past, aside from the main department heads, some shareholders wouldn't even attend. This time, however, it was said that Bian Li had brought Bian Fan to the company, which hurried many to come. Many had heard that Bian Li was going to relinquish his inheritance rights to the Bian family, and they wanted to retain him. Bian Li had already demonstrated through his actions that he could bring greater benefits to the Bian family, or in other words, make the money. If given the chance, they would undoubtedly choose to support Bian Li. The meeting proceeded according to protocol. After Bian Lianyun finished his summary, no one stood up. Instead, they all looked towards Bian Li. Ladies and gentlemen, I have an announcement to make. Bian Li did not disappoint them. This person beside me is Bian Fan, the true heir of the Bian family. Let us welcome him. Having Bian Lianyun explain Bian Fan's identity felt somewhat like looking down on Bian Li. Moreover, since Bian Fan was brought by Bian Li, it was just right for him to introduce him. He is here today for 2 main reasons. First, I will be resigning from the Bian family and relinquishing my position as manager. This news was shocking to everyone present, including Bian Lianyun and Bian Yi. Bian Li had not consulted them beforehand. No need to be surprised. I can tell you that my departure is indeed due to Bian Fan, but it is not as you think. Bian Fan's return allows me to pursue what I truly want to do, so I am leaving willingly. Bian Li knew that most people would not believe him, but it was the truth. Bian Fan will take over my position as manager, and at the same time, Su Yunxian and all the staff of the manager's secretariat will remain to assist Bian Fan in completing the projects at hand. This could be seen as a test for Bian Fan, a sort of examination to assess his ability and temperament. Bian Li was resolute. Stating it at this moment indicated there was no room for negotiation. Moreover, since Bian Li could do this, it certainly would not be without Bian Lianyun's approval. Therefore, even if they were unwilling, they had no choice but to accept it under Bian Lianyan's support. Please do not bring outside rumors into the company. A work is work. I ask you to assess Bian Fan's abilities with your own eyes. Alright, it's decided. The meeting is adjourned. Bian Lianyan's word was final, sealing the matter. He had no objections to Bian Li's arrangement. This meant that he had left his main team at Bian Fan's disposal. Not only Su Yunxian, but also the 3 project team members under Bian Li were all promoted and selected by him. You 3 come to my office. Bian Lianyun called Bian Li, and Bian Fan to go together. Once in the office, before Bian Lianyun could speak, Bian Li impatiently began to question. Bian Li, who was unclear about the existence of the Anomalous Adjustment Bureau, could not comprehend Bian Li's thoughts. Little Li, do you really not want the Bian family? Dad has said that you and Little Fan will compete fairly. Although it was said to be a fair competition, it was actually anything but. This indicated that Bian Li was indeed supportive of Bian Li. Sister, this is my own decision, and as I just said, I have found what I want to do. Bian Li patiently explained. What is it? That company you started outside. At this moment, Bian Li no longer wished to help Bian Li hide. The only reason she could think of was this. Sort of. Since Bian Li brought it up, he might as well attribute it to that company. It was indeed a good excuse. It just meant that it could not be merged into the Bian family in the short term. I really don't know what you were thinking. Bian Li had many grievances to voice, but when it came to her lips, she could not bring herself to say them. At this point, saying more was meaningless. Could it really make Bian Li immediately overturn his decision? Frustrated, she chose to ignore it. Dad, I'm leaving first. I have other matters to attend to. She greeted them and left without needing Bian Lianyun to find an excuse to give her something to do. After seeing his daughter leave, Bian Lianyun asked, what happened last night? Can you speak about it? This was the first time a task was assigned so late at night, and it surely wouldn't be the last. What is there that can't be said? Last night someone broke into our home and wanted to recruit me, making me compete for the Bian family's power with Little Fan. Bian Li was indeed a threat. If he said it could be said, then it could be said. Is that so? He didn't know your identity beforehand. Bian Lianyun thought that if that person knew his son's identity, he would not have dared to come knocking. Of course he didn't know, so he was easily subdued by me, and I could use him to exchange for some merits. Did they really enter the Dragon Kingdom so easily? Bian Lianyun found it unbelievable. Those who smuggled in the route has already been uncovered, and there should be an operation underway by now. During the interrogation, Bian Li certainly wouldn't overlook this detail. Therefore, after learning about the situation, Long Qingshuang had already notified the relevant departments. This could also count as sending them a merit. That's good, Little Fan, since your brother has arranged everything. You just need to work hard and not let him down. Bian Lianyun was also measured and did not delve deeper into the details. As long as he knew that the person had been caught, he felt at ease. That I understand. I will work hard. Alright, starting tomorrow you will work with me and your sister. As for Little Li, I want to inquire further. You have always... He said no more. He simply patted his son's shoulder. Everything was in silence. Don't worry, Dad, no one in this world can defeat me yet to be born. Hee, when did you develop the habit of boasting? That's not a good habit. Bian Lianyun joked, alleviating the somewhat heavy atmosphere. As they laughed and joked, Bian Li's expression suddenly changed, and he turned to look toward the sea facing directly. That was not a human's aura. It resembled the instinctual presence of a beast. Elder brother. Bian Fan realized that this enemy was beyond the capability of the Haisher Alien Affairs Division. Only his elder brother could handle it. It's fine, it should just be a neighbor visiting. He'll go greet them, Bian Li said with a smile, not elaborating further. He could sense that the newcomer was on a different level than Smith. This was a true S-level presence. Inside the base of Haisher University, Zhang Yin looked at the malfunctioning equipment and scratched his head, already accustomed to it. He skillfully took out a toolbox and set it aside, then opened the communication interface with headquarters, sending over his findings. The message he received was still to hold steady. Support would arrive soon. This time the support was not from the Kyoto headquarters, but from 2 S-level teams from the neighboring Hangzhou. How's it going? Qing Nuyu and Gue Jinyang were ready. Even though they couldn't participate in such battles, they had their own tasks to perform. Evacuate the crowd. The support from Hangzhou is expected to arrive soon. Let's quickly evacuate the nearby residents. Zhang Yin sent a regional map in the group chat recorded before the equipment malfunctioned. In the office of the Bian family, Bian Lianyun's hand held a lost driver, which he then placed at his waist. An eternal memory device appeared in his right hand. After pressing a button, it emitted a peculiar voice saying eternal before being inserted into the slot of the driver. As white and blue particles converged, Kamen Rider, Eternal transformed. The Eternal robe appeared behind him. The first time he saw Bian Li transform, Bian Lianyun's mouth dropped open wide enough to hold an egg. No one had informed him that Bian Li's ability was transformation and that he looked so cool. He looked just like a mecha. That was the dream of every man. After transforming, the spatial memory device appeared in his hand, and after pressing it, he inserted it into a slot on his body. Well then I'm off, he said, and before his voice faded Bian Li had already vanished from the spot. The power of space, instant teleportation. Bian Fan had experienced this force and had seen it firsthand. But Bian Lianyun was even more excited. Instant teleportation. In disbelief, he sought confirmation from Bian Fan. Yes, it's instant teleportation, Bian Fan replied helplessly to his excited father. Dad, you should bring Mom over too. If the three of you are together, it'll be easier for us to rescue you in case anything happens. Bian Fan always liked to prepare for the worst. This was a habit formed since childhood. Okay, you'll say I forgot an important document at home, and have your mom bring it over herself. Bian Lianyun understood this and nodded with a smile. Then he'll get busy too. Bian Fan hurriedly left, not returning to Haisher University, but heading straight to the seaside. At the seaside, the surface of the sea was no longer calm. The sky was covered with dark clouds, looking as if it would rain at any moment. Fishermen casting nets at sea looked at the weather, curious that the forecast hadn't predicted any bad weather, but they also knew that the weather could be unpredictable and forecasts weren't always accurate. For safety, they all consciously returned to shore. They were then contacted by relevant authorities for evacuation. 10 kilometers offshore, a torrential rain had already begun. Within a 10-mile radius there appeared to be no creatures, but beneath the surface of the sea lurked a brutal and powerful presence. Without warning, Bian Li suddenly appeared, the bird memory device already plugged and floating steadily in the air. With Bian Li's appearance, a large shadow surfaced beneath the water, as something was about to emerge. As the surface of the sea erupted, a gigantic body appeared before Bian Li. It was a great white shark, the top predator of the ocean. More importantly, it was the king of the shark clan. The portion of the great white shark visible above the surface already exceeded 100 meters, and each of its sharp, glimmering teeth was the size of Bian Li. However, despite the significant size difference between the two, the aura of the great white shark was suppressed. After the great white shark appeared, dozens of smaller sharks surfaced nearby. Besides the great white, there were hammerhead sharks and tiger sharks, essentially every type of shark, common or rare. Among them, 4 had an aura that reached S level. It was no surprise that they were the kings of the shark clan, showcasing their dominance. You are the new April Huaisu of the Dragon Kingdom, right? The great white shark spoke first, its aura being suppressed in return, leaving it quite displeased. An S-level sea demon could already control its vocal cords to produce various sounds, including different languages. To bolster its presence and instill fear in others, it had brought along so many underlings. How wonderful. I haven't encountered so many powerful beings in a long time. Since you're here, regardless of what type of shark you are, my dining table will have an extra dish in the coming days. What dish? Of course it was a shark feast. Bian Li didn't regard the great white shark at all. With such a level of strength, how dare it run wild in the Dragon Kingdom? Who gave it the audacity? Since it had come, it might as well stay. Arrogant. Just as that sneaky fellow said, the new April Huaisu is utterly arrogant, not taking anyone seriously. The fact that someone could be even more arrogant than itself made the great white shark even more displeased, especially since this person's code name was Huaisu. 13 years ago, the king of the tiger shark clan was killed in Haisher by the April Huaisu of the Dragon Kingdom. This incident spread not only among the shark clans, but also throughout all sea demon factions. This led to the shark clan being mocked by other factions. It wasn't because they were killed by humans, but because they had the audacity to attempt to invade the Dragon Kingdom. To be incited by a few words and lead their clan to attack the Dragon Kingdom, wasn't that a sign of madness? Was the Sakura country not strong enough? Or would the ugly country intervene? Or were there other coastal cities stronger than the Dragon Kingdom? They had picked the strongest and most serious one. While the tiger shark clan almost faced extermination and could only narrowly escape by hiding in the deep sea. It was from that time that many clans of sea demons got to witness the madness of the Dragon Kingdom's people. They were truly the kind of crazies who dared to venture into the ocean to hunt tiger sharks under the pressure of numerous S and S-level strong beings. No clan would provoke a madman for the sake of another clan, especially when such madmen numbered 7. Now they were 8. Yet even so, the great white shark still came. It wanted to prove one thing: the Dragon Kingdom had madmen, and the shark clan had them too, and they were even stronger. Oh, who was that sneaky fellow? Why not call him over? If you are no match for me, wouldn't it be better to have him? Upon learning that there was a mastermind behind the scenes, Bian Li immediately thought of the king of Taishan from the Demon Palace. It was he who incited the king of the Tiger Shark clan to invade the Dragon Kingdom, and it was he who contacted the 8 nations to mobilize their powerhouses to surround the headquarters. I already said that he is a sneaky fellow. How would I know where he is? Besides, can you escape without him? The great white shark had only one purpose for this trip. Since the Tiger Shark clan paid a heavy price for Huaizu's death, what reason is there for a new Huaisu to appear? If Bian Li's code name wasn't Huaisu, but something else, the great white shark wouldn't be here. It was such a ridiculous reason that the great white shark was swayed by the king of Taishan. However, it was also somewhat clever, understanding the principle of leaving a way out and did not get too close to the coastline. As long as Huaisu arrives, it would not destroy the sea city. You talk big. Since that's the case, let's stop the nonsense and take you all back for a feast of whole fish tonight. Waves surged, instantly submerging Huaisu. The great white shark swung its massive tail, and the waves that engulfed Huaisu began to swirl. That was a whirlpool. Under the control of the great white shark, the whirlpool's speed increased, and the water flow within was enough to severely injure sea demons of the same level. It had long concealed this move, intending to catch Huaisu off guard. It wouldn't be accurate to say it was useless, rather it had no effect at all. For all the sharks heard a strange sound. It was as if it was imprinted in their souls. Even with the sound of the waves, they could hear this sound clearly. The ocean memory ability with the power of water pressure and water flow. What does it mean to turn the tables? This is it. Originally, it was the shark's domain, now it became Huaizu's. The seawater flowed over its skin, and it didn't even need to use the eternal ritual robe. Just the ocean memory ability had already turned this seemingly fierce whirlpool into an automatic massager. The great white shark watched as Huaisu was pulled into it. Only it knew the power of this move, so it concluded that Huaisu would be severely injured if not dead. That strange armor couldn't withstand the pressure of the seawater. So arrogant, thinking you are so powerful, and this is the result. The great white shark grinned with a cruel smile. Is that so? Then why don't you try it? Huaizu's voice rang out. The great white shark's smile froze on its face. However, the subsequent change left it even more horrified. The surrounding sharks instinctively turned their heads, wanting to flee. An even larger whirlpool appeared, and as soon as it emerged, it came directly beneath the great white shark. Even the great white shark could not resist this natural force, and was pulled in. How is this possible? The ocean has always been the domain of sea demons. Even water-type ability users cannot wrest control of the ocean from sea demons. How did you do it? Huh? Are you questioning the power of the Grim Reaper? The ocean memory ability was activated to its fullest. The whirlpool sucked all the sharks into its center. The commotion in the sea could not fail to impact the coast. Fortunately, Qing Nu Yu and others had already forcibly evacuated the crowd. Facing the increasingly large waves, Qing Nu Yu could only barely resist. Her wind-type ability seemed insignificant in the current gale. The earth wall raised by Bian Fan was shattered by the waves in an instant. Gui Jin Yang as a warrior could only look on helplessly. Just when they were at a loss, reinforcements arrived. Hangzhou S-Class Team, Xuanwu Cicada Team, reporting in. Hangzhou S-Class Team, Taoyuan Guest Team, reporting in. 2 S-Class beings along with 18 ability users ranging from C-Class to A-Class arrived together. Qing Nu Yu breathed a sigh of relief. With the presence of S-Class, their pressure was greatly reduced. The 2 team leaders, please assist. Now is not the time for pleasantries. Qing Nu Yu directly asked for help. Golden Bell Shield set. Xuanwu Cicadas, Zhu Xia, who practiced the ancient martial art of the Golden Bell Shield. A golden bell appeared in midair and landed directly on the sea surface. The sound of the bell rang, and the sea surface instantly stabilized. Please let the immortals take possession. Taoyuan guest Zhang Guyuan practiced the Northeast 5 Immortals technique, allowing him to summon familiar immortals to possess him and fight on his behalf. This time, he summoned the Snake Immortal. Zhang, this scene is quite large. An elderly female voice came from Zhang Guyuan's mouth. Immediately after Zhang Guyuan's voice continued, I asked the Snake Immortal to do your best, just hold the coast. You really know how to cause us trouble. Even if this immortal's true form descends, it wouldn't be a match for those 2. This is forcibly saving face. The strength of the possessed Northeast Immortal primarily depends on the strength of the immortal. Since Zhang Guyuan is S-Class, it means the Snake Immortal is also S-Class. Alright, for the sake of December, I will assist this time. December in the Dragon Kingdom is not only renowned worldwide, but also an untouchable presence in the Dragon Kingdom itself. Zhang Guyuan was surrounded by black energy, transforming into a giant snake that plunged into the sea, swimming through the waters to help stabilize the waves along with the Golden Bell. The other 18 individuals also employed their abilities. They may not have been able to provide substantial help, but at least they could alleviate some pressure. Qing Nu Yu and Wu Yuxiang also joined in. In the distance, Huaisu had already surfaced from the depths, standing on the surface of the sea. Although the whirlpool's power was strong, it only caused a minor injury to the great white shark and wouldn't be a serious problem. Soon the whirlpool calmed down. It wasn't Huaisu who actively calmed it, but rather the great white shark's doing. Under the sea, a shadow reappeared, rapidly enlarging. Boom. The seawater exploded. The great white shark leaped entirely out of the sea, floating in midair. It had recognized the reality. The sea had become Huaizu's domain, no longer an asset, but an obstacle for it. The entire great white shark was too massive, measuring over 500 meters in length. It was a behemoth in any location. Its body was covered with numerous large and small wounds. The whirlpool was not just about spinning force. The whirlpool created by the great white shark caused water flows to slice through skin like knives. Huai Su followed suit and dealt it a similar set with extra help at no extra cost. The outcome was evident. The great white shark was injured, and its little subordinates were even worse off. With just this move, he was left with only 4 subordinates, all of them S-class. Moreover, each one was severely injured. One hammerhead shark had only half of its hammerhead left. The great white shark could fly, but they could not. To save their lives, they could only frantically flee far away. It was most important to stay away from this trouble spot and preserve their lives. As for whether the great white shark would pursue them later, that was better than losing their lives now. The entire surface of the sea was stained red with countless shark corpses sinking into the depths. These were sharks endowed with supernatural powers, and if their flesh were consumed by other fish, it could give rise to new supernatural beings. But now Bian Li couldn't care less. The great white shark had gone berserk. After all, beasts are still beasts. When provoked by blood and pain, madness is inevitable. April Sephora. With a furious roar, the great white shark swung its massive body and charged forward, reverting to the most primal and powerful mode of combat. Drawing out the ocean memory, it just so happened that this was the fighting style Bian Li preferred. The eternal robe swayed behind him as he unsheathed the eternal dagger, twirling it before gripping it in reverse. The power of the eternal memory gathered a blue flame energy in his hand. Bian Li charged forward as well. This was a clash of strength. The great white shark's eyes flashed with brutality. A mere human dared to challenge them, hidden, showing commendable courage. However, Bian Li's right fist clenched and struck out. It landed squarely on the shark's forehead. The shark's forward momentum came to an abrupt halt. Blue flames danced around Bian Li's right fist, and time seemed to freeze once more. The original punching force of Kamen Rider Eternal was only 7T, but with the energy boost it surpassed that number. The intense pain in its forehead and its halted body conveyed a terrifying truth to the great white shark. This human had defeated it at its strongest point despite being one of the rulers among great white sharks. How laughable its previous disdain was. The great white shark was now somewhat flustered. The advantage of the ocean's domain had turned into a boon for its opponent. The power it took pride in had been suppressed. How could it fight now? No, it could fight. If there were a helper, it could. Hey King Taishan, what are you waiting for? To kill the new April Sephora, you must join forces with me. The great white shark retreated and shouted into the void. It knew that the lurking figure was definitely there. 13 years ago, it was the same. Had it not been for that sneak attack, the foolish Tiger Shark King would have perished for nothing. Though it was said that a human and a shark teamed up, resulting in the death of the previous April Sephora at the cost of the Tiger Shark King's life, it was actually the April Sephora that killed the Tiger Shark King and then launched a sneak attack, leading to the demise of the previous ruler. The great white shark did not want to follow in the Tiger Shark King's footsteps. The Taishan King of the Demon Hall wanted to use old tricks again, but it wouldn't be that easy. Humans are cunning, so the great white shark kept a wary eye and exposed the Taishan King. As expected, it's nearby. From the very beginning, Bian Li had been vigilant of his surroundings. As soon as the great white shark mentioned a behind-the-scenes manipulator, Bian Li had been on guard. Now he was merely more certain. In that case, with the queen memory in hand, he pressed a button and inserted it. With the utterance of queen, a terrifying mental pressure centered around Bian Li took form, enveloping the entire. Found you. A shadow silently appeared behind Bian Li, raising its right hand, which ominously held a dagger. The dagger descended, but Bian Li's movements were faster. Even before fully turning around, his right leg had already swept out. Wrapped in the signature blue flame energy, if this kick connected, even a martial arts master like San Yuing sure would immediately fall. Bian Li still hoped the other party wouldn't die, as someone hiding in the shadows preparing to ambush the Taishan King would not go down easily. Quickly retracting a dagger, he activated his ability, phasing out. He clearly kicked something, yet there was no sensation of contact. His right leg passed through the shadow. In a flicker, the shadow leaped back, distancing itself from Bian Li. It finally took the form of a middle-aged man dressed in a black suit. He exuded the charm of a middle-aged man, his entire being full of stories. The great white shark grinned and moved closer, joining the Taishan King to surround Bian Li. 2 against 1 in human terms, that means I have the advantage. The great white shark believed victory was assured. Unlike 13 years ago, this time it was a direct 2-0, and it was much stronger than the tiger shark. However, it did not consider that although both were April Sephora's, Bian Li was not comparable to the previous ruler. The appearance of the man in black caused the faces of the onlookers by the sea to change dramatically. At this moment, there was no one else who could appear in the center of the battlefield other than a strong opponent of the same realm. Moreover, judging by his attire, he was one of the 10 Yama of the Demon Hall. Without further ado, Xuan Wuchan immediately reported. The tragedy of the Sea City from 13 years ago might be about to repeat itself. In the capital, Zhao Su had initiated contingency plans the moment he received the news. After Bian Li returned to the Sea City to execute that plan, Zhao Su had already arranged for contingencies for any situation. Fei Yin, it's up to you. Zhao Su only made a phone call and said one sentence. But that sentence contained the name Fei Yin. Fei Yin represented October, and was also a member of the neutral faction, just like King Shi. As for why he sought Fei Yin, it was because Fei Yin's abilities were the Fleeting Light and 8 Extremes Fist. In short, speed was paramount, and paired with 8 Extremes Fist, even within the headquarters, Fei Yin was among the top in strength. Thus, Fei Yin became one of the busier figures in December. He was needed wherever he was. In a year, while others might work for a month, or if unlucky 2 months, due to a lottery draw, Fei Yin consistently worked only 2 months each year, and if unlucky 3 months. At first glance, that doesn't seem like much, but in reality, it really isn't. If the cattle and horses knew that a job could only require 3 months of work for an annual salary of tens of millions, what would they struggle for? They would willingly give up their lives for it. Far away in the Sahara Desert, having just dealt with its glass sandworm, Fei Yin sighed, "I was born for a life of toil." Determined, he launched himself forward, soaring toward the clouds. On the sea, Bian Li felt no sense of being encircled, instead. "Two, although a bit fewer, but the quality is good. Let us commence the party of death. Today, none of you arrogant." The great white shark was most displeased with the appearance of Sephora. This tone made it seem as if it were the one surrounding the two. The Taishan king remained silent, merely raising his dagger, which was his weapon. Bian Li pulled the eternal memory from the lost driver, pressed a button, and inserted it into the eternal dagger. Eternal. Maximum. Driver. With the eruption of blue energy, Bian Li leaped into the air. With blue flame energy enveloping his feet, he descended at high speed from above. The great white shark couldn't move, he was locked on. Moreover, Bian Li's flying kick was incredibly swift. A fierce face, the energy within him surged without restraint, and he gathered all his strength in his mouth, unleashing it toward Sephora. No one noticed that the Taishan king had vanished into thin air at some point. It was not about fleeing, but rather about waiting for the right moment. Just from this single kick, King Taishan felt that this Huai Su surpassed his predecessor in strength. Such a Huai Su was a formidable obstacle to his plans, and it was necessary to eliminate him at this moment. The great white shark was evidently a suitable target. The energy wave from the great white shark struck Huai Su. Under the terrified gaze of the great white shark, the blue energy wave could not block Huai Zu's kick. Instead, it was kicked apart by Huai Zu's blue flame energy coming at full force. With muscles tense, all of his energy had converged in his mouth, leaving no surplus energy to be drawn. Now the great white shark could only rely on the muscles throughout its body. That was the strongest and final recourse of supernatural beasts. A shadow suddenly appeared not far away, right to the right of Huai Su. Moreover, it was in a stance ready to attack. Huai Zu's target was the great white shark, and a side attack would catch it off guard. In this regard, King Taishan was an expert. The dagger slashed sharply, tearing through space. No one knew that King Taishan, one of the 10 kings of the Demon Palace, possessed the ability of space. Huai Su had been keeping an eye on King Taishan. This person was too cunning. If not careful, he would suffer greatly. Thus, while it appeared that Huai Su was targeting the great white shark, his real target was King Taishan. In this regard, King Taishan was an expert. The dagger slashed sharply, tearing through space. No one knew that King Taishan, one of the 10 kings of the Demon Palace, possessed the ability of space. It seemed to have been the right choice. Since King Taishan's ability was space, then use space to deal with space. The ability of the spatial memory device was activated. Huai Su suddenly vanished and reappeared. He dodged King Taishan's spatial rift and evaded the energy wave of the great white shark. He appeared right above King Taishan. The blue flames were less than 5 meters away from King Taishan. Sensing the danger, he immediately wanted to change positions using his teleportation ability. However, the usually fragile space felt as if it had been reinforced with glue, making this tear particularly difficult. There was no time left. The hunter became the hunted. Although he didn't know what was happening, King Taishan understood that all of this was certainly the work of Huai Su. From his actions, it was clear that his target had been him from the very beginning. At this critical moment, King Taishan remained calm. He never considered only one layer in his actions, so, boom. A tremendous explosion erupted. Violent energy erupted in the sky. Among them, an energy wave broke through the sky, creating a hole in the dark clouds above. On the coast, everyone from the Anomaly Investigation Bureau stared in shock at all of this. It was hard to believe. An S-level duel felt somewhat distant to them. Even the 2 S-level captains, Xuan Wuchan and Tao Yuan Ku, had never witnessed an S-level full-scale life-and-death battle. Even the residual waves had them staggering from a distance. The waves also grew larger due to the residual waves. They had already exceeded the tsunami defense facilities set up by the coastal city. At this moment, only Xuan Wuchan and Tao Yuan Ku could be of any use. The others could only stop their hands, unable to help at all. They were exhausted with no surplus strength left. Bian Li's expression finally turned serious. This certain hit had been blocked. It was not King Taishan who blocked it, but a new powerful being. He wore similar attire to King Taishan, a black suit, and was also a middle-aged man. Compared to King Taishan's story-filled aura, this person was filled with madness, radiating a strong aura of slaughter. Which of the 10 kings of hell are you? Bian Li's expression was grave, but he did not show any signs of tension. What difference does it make whether there are many or few people? Even if the power of the Kamen Rider Eternal had not been fully unleashed, if it couldn't take them all down, then he could only switch forms. I am the Emperor Song. I heard you were having a party, and I want to join in. The Emperor Song mocked Bian Li with, This is the first time I've seen someone voluntarily dive into the embrace of death. Since that's the case, what reason do I have to refuse? Gentlemen, let us begin the second round of revelry. He raised his right hand thumb up and slammed it down. With just a gesture, he inflated Bian Li's bravado to the utmost. Facing a 1 against 3, this was unprecedented even in all recorded battles of S-level confrontation. The fact that this new Huai Su could maintain such composure against 3 equally powerful foes either indicated madness or complete confidence in his own strength. The great white shark was enraged. Ever since the appearance of Huai Su, it had either been mocked or ignored. Just now, Huai Zu's actions had severely wounded the great white shark's pride. It felt as if it wasn't even worth Huai Zu's effort to use a single move against it. It was like a clownfish, merely a part of their play. You're too much bullying the shark. The great white shark acted first. Its tail swung, creating monstrous waves. Bian Li's blue flame patterns on his arm flickered as the blue flame energy re-emerged. With just a punch, he shattered the colossal wave. Then he grabbed the tail of the great white shark, and after spinning 3 times, threw it away. The Emperor Song's fist was approaching. Bian Li raised his hand and caught the Emperor Song's iron fist. A cold smile appeared at the corner of the Emperor Song's mouth. He wore a knuckle duster, which was not only his weapon, but also a concealed weapon. Bian Li sensed something was off and quickly let go. But it was too late. Sparks flashed in his palm. Fine needles shot out from the knuckle duster, piercing Bian Li's palm. What a pity it didn't pierce into your body. Rainwater dripped from the fine needles, falling as dark green droplets clearly coated with deadly poison. The Emperor Song's ability was body enhancement. Using his body as the ultimate weapon also made for the strongest defense. He enjoyed close combat, but had also learned the treacherous fighting methods of the Demon Palace. He was skilled in hard hits and ambushes alike, making him invincible in battle. Truly a rat in the sewer, utterly ugly. This remark insulted both King Taishan and the Emperor Song, as well as the 8 arriving kings of hell and countless followers of the Demon Palace. Do you think you are the cat that catches the mouse? A cruel smile appeared on his face as he licked his lips. The Emperor Song charged forward again. Cat, I am a tiger. He sidestepped, seized the Emperor Song's wrist, and with a flash of blue light unleashed his right fist. The Emperor Song lifted his foot to block. With his calf straightened, he struck a vital point. Bian Li arrived later, but stepped on the Emperor Song's foot. The Emperor Song's fierce physical strength was unmatched even among his peers. Not even martial artists could match him. However, in this small space, Bian Li managed to engage him with various small techniques without falling behind. He employed the same combat style. He did not use those bizarre and powerful abilities. The Song Emperor certainly realized that the April Sephora could withstand his assault due to the formidable blue flame energy. This was the ability of the April Sephora, just as his own power lay in physical enhancement. Refreshing. It has been a long time since I encountered such a formidable opponent. The Song Emperor's bloodthirsty expression deepened. Only such opponents are worthy of being slain. With bloodshot eyes, the Song Emperor had completely succumbed to madness as the battle continued. King Taishan felt somewhat helpless. The Song Emperor in this state was devoid of reason. If he rashly intervened, he might be attacked indiscriminately by the Song Emperor. The powerful strength of the Song Emperor was what he needed, otherwise he wouldn't have called upon him. However, this state was one he did not wish to see. King Taishan anticipated all possible outcomes. He even went to great lengths to bring the Song Emperor over as a precaution. But who could have predicted that this incarnation of the April Sephora was strong to such an extent? This sea area had temporarily become a battlefield with no creatures daring to approach. The red hue in the seawater had gradually faded under the waves, returning to the yellow of silt. Suddenly King Taishan recalled something. Where's the great white shark? Just moments ago, the great white shark had been thrown into the sea by the April Sephora and had yet to resurface. Surely it couldn't have drowned, could it? That would be too ridiculous. As the spatial fluctuations surged, King Taishan's expression darkened. There was no longer any trace of the great white shark. It was clear that it had fled. Indeed, a beast is just a beast, fearing for its life. King Taishan thought as he intended to use the great white shark as a meat shield. If only he could replicate what happened 13 years ago and see both the great white shark and the April Sephora perish here. This time he would execute it even more perfectly, creating a flawless illusion of mutual destruction between the two. At that point, the Sea Demon clan would no longer tolerate the Dragon Kingdom. When the time came, they would launch a massive offensive, leaving the Dragon Kingdom with no choice but to fight with all their might. This would make it more convenient for him to carry out his subsequent plans. Since it had fled, King Taishan had no way to catch it again. In terms of actual combat ability, King Taishan could only be considered at the lower tier among the 10 halls of Yama. While his spatial abilities appeared grand, there were also nuances in abilities. King Taishan's spatial abilities excelled in concealment and movement, but his offensive capabilities were rather lacking. Up until now, he possessed only one technique, spatial rift. On the shore, everyone was in a state of sheer terror. If King Taishan's appearance had made them anxious, now they were on the brink of despair. 3 S-level beings. If these three were tied together, if it weren't for the April Sephora being here today, they would have been long gone. Only a powerful enemy could showcase the true strength of a strong individual. Tangible achievements are the true glory of a strong person. At this moment, they desperately hoped for the support from the headquarters to arrive soon. Qing Nuyu hurriedly bypassed all the intermediate levels and dialed the contact number of her father's former comrade from the headquarters. Xiao Shuang. A gentle voice came through, still familiar. However, Qing Nuyu had no time to pay attention to such matters at that moment. Uncle, the Sea City is under attack by sea demons, the Great White Shark, and 2 Yama Lords. Only the Sephora is present. The situation is urgent. She tried to be concise. Every second counted. In Qing Nuyu's eyes, every second was a boundary between life and death. If the April Sephora couldn't hold on, they would surely be silenced. The Sea City behind them would also face utter destruction, as a tsunami could turn the entire Sea City into a true part of the ocean. They were still unaware of the Great White Shark's disappearance. I understand, came the response from the other end of the line. It was Ming Zhao representing Mei. He was also a friend of the previous April Sephora, Lung Qingshuang's father. At the same time, Xian Wuchan had also notified the headquarters. Zhao Zu's face changed drastically. The emergence of another Yama Lord shattered all his plans. At this point, there was very little he could do. Aside from the imminent arrival of Fei Yin, others might not make it in time. All he could do was arrange for support. The only one around the Sea City who could arrive the fastest was Jiuyu Miaoshang. Miaoshang was originally stationed in Hang City, but had departed for another location due to other matters. This was also the reason he contacted Fei Yin first instead of Miaoshang. Before Zhao Su could reach out to Miaoshang, Ming Zhao's call had already come in. I'm on my way to Sea City. Ming Zhao was a member of the Radicals and a friend of the previous Sephora. Who knows what would happen when he arrived? It was the Radicals who had led the attack on the Tiger Shark clan 13 years ago. The neutral faction followed closely behind, while the moderates were forced to comply. One cannot deny that 13 years ago the Dragon Kingdom's Anomaly Bureau had completely angered them. Thus the neutral faction had rarely sided with the Radicals at that time. This time it might be the same. Zhao Su was equally furious, but he had to consider the bigger picture. He did not wish to see the situation escalate. Quickly keep these three here, and do not let the situation escalate. Zhao Su did not mind eliminating these troublemakers, but he couldn't allow things to spiral out of control. We'll see how it goes. Ming Zhao's response made Zhao Zu's heart tighten. He sensed that things might be slipping out of control, and the instigator was one of their own. According to the timing, Fei Yin is almost here. Fei Yin won't cooperate with Ming Zhao, and the Sephora doesn't appear to be that kind of person. I hope they can stop Ming Zhao. Zhao Su still held some hope. As long as the Sephora did not stand with Ming Zhao, the alliance with Fei Yin could be organized to thwart Ming Zhao. One could only say that Zhao Su recognized only the untransformed Bian Li. However, the transformed Bian Li possessed an entirely different character. On the surface of the sea, the battle between the Sephora and the Song Emperor raged on. With the departure of the Great White Shark, the clouds above gradually dispersed, but the sea remained tumultuous, even more so than before. Everything was due to the clash between the Sephora and the Song Emperor. Each punch landed with force. The two had completely abandoned defense. A devastating punch from the Sephora struck the Song Emperor's chest, the fierce blue flames completely obliterating the black robe, revealing the strong physique beneath. Without regard, the Song Emperor retaliated with a punch to the Sephora's chest, sparks flying. Aside from a slight sway in his form, even the robe remained unscathed. What a perfect armor! The Song Emperor gazed at the armor on the Sephora, which he perceived as armor, feeling a surge of excitement. If he possessed such armor, he couldn't even imagine how powerful he would become. Armor? You think this is armor? Don't make me laugh. For Kamen Rider Eternal, the transformed state might be considered armor. But in reality, it was a superhuman surface formed by the physical body undergoing transformation through the memory device. Its essence was equivalent to Bian Li's flesh and skin. The game is over. When you reach hell, don't forget to mention my name, Kamen Rider Eternal April Sephora. The memory device plugged into the slot, undoing the eternal robe. Next comes the true power of Kamen Rider Eternal, the true power of the T2 memory. Countless memories surged forth. Bian Li opened his arms, welcoming the memories. Zone. XL Bird Cyclone Dummy Feng Jin Heat Ice Age Joker Ki Luna Metal Nazca Ocean Puppeter Queen Rocket Skull, Trigger Unicorn Violence, Weather Extreme Yesterday. Maximum Drive. Except for the Eternal representing E and the Zone representing Z, which were already in the slots, all the memories were drawn down to their respective places by the Zone memory. Withdrawing the Eternal, he reinserted the Eternal Dagger. Eternal Maximum Drive. Go. Enjoy the Carnival of Hell. Gripping the Eternal Dagger, blue flames surged, transforming the entire sky into a sea of blue. On the coast, the turbulent sea was unattended. Even if swept away by the waves, no one seemed to care. All eyes were fixed on the blue flames in the sky. At this moment, they truly felt why the SS level was dubbed as extermination level combat power. That absolute strength made them tremble, even from such a distance. Is this the April Sephora sequence? Xuan Wuchan and Tao Yuan Ku had seen SS levels before. There were elders of SS level in their own sect. However, they had never witnessed an SS level wield such powerful strength. Qing Nu Yue Gue Jin Yang and Wu Yuxiang stood in place dumbfounded. The figures of battle and the person at the center of the blue flames were both familiar and strange. They found it hard to associate that godlike warrior with the gentle person they knew. Even Bian Fan, who had witnessed the clash between Bian Li and San Yuing, felt a sense of unfamiliarity. It was the reverence of the weak towards the strong, a longing etched in humanity's genes. Farther away from the battlefield, a group of beings was also watching the combat on the sea. They were bizarre and varied in appearance. Though they were all humanoid, they bore animal traits. Some had fox ears atop their heads, some had wolf tails trailing behind, and some had mouths that flicked out snake tongues, among other features. These were the demons hiding in the sea city. Essentially similar to sea demons, they lived on land and concealed themselves within the city to survive. I have long said that we should have gone to pay our respects to the dock earlier. The Abnormal Adjustment Bureau in the Sea City with the April Sephora sequence is no longer an inconsequential branch as it once was. Now what's the use of saying this? A charming woman with fox ears and a foxtail coldly complained. We should think of what to do if the April Sephora sequence returns safely. Whether he can return alive is still uncertain. Those are two demonic kings. A cunning serpentine-eyed man said with malice. Regardless of what you all think, I believe the April Sephora sequence will definitely return. Given the current situation, the unfortunate ones should be those two kings. Though far away, those who made it here are all elites among the Sea City's demon clan, all level great demons. Yet even they, in the face of such world-destroying power, felt no urge to resist. The demons fell silent. This statement was not unfounded. The serpentine man could not deny it. Get ready. When the April Sephora sequence returns, well, pay a visit. Finally, the tallest among them spoke. He was the strongest here, and the leader of all demons. His true form was that of a bear. Good. Agreed. Besides this, there is no other way. After entering the human world, they discovered that there were so many interesting things in the world. Having grown accustomed to the vibrant world, how could they return to the primitive forest? Was there fine wine and delicacies in the forest? Were there full massaging girls in the forest? Were there bathhouses in the forest? There was nothing, just the wind and rain, just the survival of the fittest, just endless conflicts. Moreover, they also followed human rules in the human world, conducting all matters within the law. Even if someone targeted them with actions outside the law, they merely responded with legal regulations. They considered themselves good demons for humanity. Moreover, the peaceful existence of the Sea City for so many years was also due to their contributions. When encountering demons or spirits that harmed humans, they would also help resolve the issues. The bear demon felt that as long as the Sephora sequence was not among the radical madmen, they would be on good terms, and perhaps there was a chance of being recruited. That way they would not have to worry about being ostracized by the human world. This was a gamble. What they were doing now was also something the Abnormal Adjustment Bureau could not accomplish. With such commotion at sea, especially with energy waves and blue flames in the sky, how could it not draw attention? They had used their powers to create the illusion of a torrential downpour, deceiving all ordinary people. That counts as their achievement, doesn't it? On the surface of the sea, power accumulated to its peak, and the dagger was swung. The blue flames transformed into a massive blade of light sweeping towards Song Di Wang and Taishan Wang. Both great kings felt the might of this strike. If struck directly, they would likely be consigned to the depths of the sea at once with no way to dodge. Taishan Wang immediately wanted to blend into the void, but the surrounding space was sealed. That was the power of the space memory and key memory. Song Di Wang, get lost. I am Song Di Wang. Muscles bulging. Although Song Di Wang rejected Taishan Wang's request for cooperation, he also did not wish to die here. He had many things to accomplish. Once we return, the conditions will be doubled. Excitement and bloodlust glimmered in Song Di Wang's eyes. Such strength was exactly to his liking. And this time it would require a considerable price to pay, so sufficient compensation was necessary. Was that reasonable? Quite reasonable. As long as we can survive. Taishan Wang felt a bit of pain. The cost he spent to persuade Song Di Wang was not small. Double the price had already strained him significantly. but for the sake of survival it was worth it. Gritting his teeth, Song Di Wong removed the ring from his finger. The power within his body was squeezed to its utmost limit. Rich blood energy surged forth. The blood energy actively met the blade of blue flame. I admire your courage. If you can survive this strike, how about I spare your life today? No one understands the power of this strike better than him. If it were in a city, he wouldn't dare to use it so easy. The power of all memory bodies apart from that gust of wind, and those unreasonable mechanized monsters can assure him that this strike could dominate many television series featuring masked riders. However, he couldn't shake the feeling of insecurity without the eternal robe behind him. Yet he couldn't don the eternal robe again just yet, as this strike was not over. The blue flames collided with the red blood energy, turning the heavens and the earth into shades of blue and red with a stubborn red hue amidst the vast blue. It was evident who held the absolute advantage. The roar of the Song Emperor echoed throughout the area, resonating far and wide. On the coast, those who returned to stabilize the waves heard this tragic roar. Their eyes brimmed with reverence. This was their December the April Hwai sequence. How powerful could the 10 Halls of Hell be? They were suppressed by just one member of their April Hwai sequence with a good chance to take them all down. The red and blue standoff ended swiftly. The red was engulfed and the sound dissipated. In the blue flames a flash of yellow light appeared. This was the scene Flying Shadow witnessed upon arrival. A chill ran down his spine. In Flying Shadow's understanding, the blue energy was surely the enemies, while the engulfed red represented Hwai sequence. After all, the information he had gathered indicated that the new April Hwai sequence was merely an 18-year-old youth. For someone of that age to cultivate to SS level was already a genius among geniuses, a true prodigy. If he could suppress 3 formidable adversaries alone, Flying Shadow couldn't even dare to imagine it. Thus, by sheer accident, he took action. The ability of fleeting light granted Flying Shadow control over light. The yellow light flickered within the blue flames, and under its glow the red blood energy re-emerged. The sudden change left Bian Li momentarily stunned. Doubts arose in his mind. Could this time there be 3 Halls of Hell? If so, he would have to violate his previous decision. 3 people together along with the previous Great White Shark made for 4 S-level beings. Was this too high an estimation of himself? If he didn't eliminate them all and gift them to the Bureau's adorable researchers as research material, it would be a disservice to their self-imposed trap. In his sea of consciousness, the Evol-Driver, the Cobra bottle, and the Night System bottle flickered with light. They sensed their master's intent and were ready to respond to his call. Flying Shadow had unspoken troubles. Only by confronting this blue flame energy could he truly feel its might. It was a force far surpassing his own. Perhaps only the strongest among the 10 Halls of Hell, the Wheel King, could possess such power. However, it was rumored that the Wheel King's ability was darkness, not blue flames. He rushed to act without thinking, and now realized, was there anyone in the 10 Halls of Hell who wielded blue flame abilities? It was important to note that while the 10 Halls of Hell might seem mysterious in other countries, the nation housing the SS-level gods of this world possessed detailed information about their abilities. Realizing something was amiss, Flying Shadow tried to speak, but the pressure surged. It felt like it was over. With Flying Shadow's involvement, the pressure on Song Emperor suddenly lessened. Taishan King looked for an opportunity. Understood. Did they truly think Song Emperor could withstand this alone out of bravado? He understood better than anyone that to escape they needed to rely on Taishan King. In terms of combat ability, Taishan King was not the top tier, but when it came to escape, there was no one who could grasp even a corner of Taishan King's clothing without the same spatial abilities as a limitation. Lightning flashed, and Ming Zhao appeared on the scene, panting heavily. To arrive quickly, he had exerted all his strength. Upon seeing the familiar yellow light, he immediately recognized it as Flying Shadow's power. Considering Flying Shadow's abilities, he was indeed the most suitable support. With that in mind, without further thought, the blue flame energy was too tyrannical, and the yellow light and red blood energy could only barely hold on. 5 Thunder writes, Jianlong Thunder. The secret of the Heavenly Master's office at Longhu Mountain. Lightning flickered and thunder rolled. Flying Shadow was stunned. Song Emperor was shocked. Taishan King was overjoyed, feeling extraordinarily lucky today. On the coast, those witnessing this scene were stunned. If I'm not mistaken, that's Jianlong Thunder. The 5 Thunder rites of the Heavenly Master's office. Xuan Wuchan swallowed hard, as what was unfolding before him was simply too fantastical. Could it be that their December from the Dragon Nation's Anomaly Bureau was actually aiding the enemy against their own? You aren't mistaken, and that yellow light seems to belong to Lord Flying Shadow's fleeting light ability. Tao Yuanke felt as if his mind had been struck, unable to comprehend. Was this assistance? Were they sure it wasn't stirring up trouble? Kid, if you want me to join a battlefield like that, then I want to accompany you. I still want to live a few more years. The Snake Immortal, called by Tao Yuanke, panicked as well. If this kid insisted on getting involved in such battles, he would have to find someone else to serve him sooner rather than later. Xing Nuyu was astonished. She couldn't recognize Flying Shadow's fleeting light, but how could she not recognize the familiar Jiangong thunder? All that filled her mind was one thought: what was happening? Clearly called in for support, yet they ended up helping to save the enemy. Those who remained perplexed fell. Suddenly 2 more people entered the fray, standing with the enemy. 5 against 1, even the April Huai sequence couldn't withstand that. Are we destined to die here today? If we die, so be it. Can High City escape the fate of being destroyed? 13 years ago they managed to defend High City, but what about today? No one provided him with an answer, for they didn't know it themselves. At sea the 3 joined forces to barely block the blue flames. As the flames dissipated, the true forms of the individuals were revealed. Bian Li emerged unscathed, even without a trace of dirt. However, Huai sequence stood there, exuding a fierce momentum, firmly locking onto the 2 opponents. The Song Emperor was drenched in blood, each drop falling into the sea. His ability to fly in the air was all that remained of his strength. In the previous impact, he was the main force. Flying Shadow and Ming Zhao exchanged a glance, both panting. However, turning to look, they saw the Song Emperor covered in blood and the unscathed Taishan King, causing their minds to shrink in an instant. Flying Shadow thought to himself, as expected, he had caused trouble. Before Ming Zhao could react to what was happening, a white figure on the other side leisurely spoke. Who are you two, Yama? State your names, and I, along with the masked rider Eternal, will send you back to hell. As Fei and Ming Diao made their move to block the blue flames, they simultaneously unlocked the spatial memories blockade on space. King Taishan realized this instantly and fled with Emperor Song. Instant teleportation. King Taishan and Emperor Song vanished without a trace. It seems you risked your lives to save your companion, yet your companion has already run away while you fled. Since they have left, you should do the same. Will you surrender and come back to the Anomaly Bureau quietly, or should I personally take action and cripple you to send you to the experiment platform? With a twist of his wrist, Bian Li spoke terrifying words. I hope you can be a bit tougher, my temper is quite high right. Bian Li continued to talk to himself, indifferent to the identities of these 2. In his eyes, they were all the same. Misunderstanding. Under the gaze of Huaisue, Fei felt a tightness in his heart. He had no doubt about Huaisue's words. But this truly was a misunderstanding. Ming Diao had also come to realize the foolishness of his actions. Originally, Huaisue could have captured the 2 infernal kings of the 10 halls in one fell swoop, but now they had messed it all up. This matter had escalated. In any case, Ming Diao felt that if such a thing were to happen to him, he would certainly have the urge to kill. This was no longer merely about fame and fortune, but a reflection of the nation's strength. The 10 halls of the Demon Palace, yet now no nation could capture them. They had made a grave mistake. Where is the misunderstanding? Without using other memory devices, the Eternal Memory Device remained plugged into the Eternal Dagger, and he pressed a button. Eternal. Maximum. Drive. Go to hell and repent. He leaped upwards, reversing the grip on the dagger. Fei transformed into a streak of light to evade, but Ming Diao could not. Thunder roared and a fist wrapped in lightning blocked the strike, but he felt his fist go numb and retreated 20 meters. This is truly a misunderstanding. We are not the 10 halls of the Infernal Kings, we are Longwood 12 month. Fei explained immediately after dodging, but Bian Li did not believe him. He only believed what he saw. Even though he had seen photos of others, Bian Li did not trust what he saw before him. He only believed in their actions. He continued to attack. The acceleration memory device appeared in his hand and was inserted into the slot. Excel. Maximum. Drive. In a flash, Huaisue had appeared before him, stabbing down with the dagger. He braced himself, clasping his hands together to block Bian Li's arm. This is truly a misunderstanding. We are here to assist. Knowing he was in the wrong, Fei did not want to retaliate. Such matters would only bring him shame. Bian Li did not listen and continued to attack. Today he wouldn't feel satisfied unless he brought back 2 experimental subjects. Whoosh. He vanished from his position, reappearing behind Fei. This person was very talkative. He needed to be dealt with first. Fei. Speed was Fei's forte, so he captured Huaisue's movements instantly. He flew forward at high speed. Ming Diao quickly contacted the chief. This brat is going crazy. This outrageous matter could not be kept under wraps. They were willing to accept punishment, but not under these circumstances. If this got out, how would others view it? Longwood 12 month in a civil strife. That would be quite a spectacle. Good. Bian Li was somewhat half convinced. Were these 2 thieves really so dedicated to their act? Still contacting the chief. Why not say you are the chief yourselves? Ming Diao immediately took out the standard communication device of the Anomaly Bureau. Whoa, you're acting quite well, even considering the details. A cold gleam flashed. Ming Diao hurriedly retreated, but Bian Li's target was only the phone in his hand. It split into 2 halves. The corner of Ming Diao's mouth twitched slightly. Had it been before, he would have already exploded in rage. Although he was a high-ranking master of the Longhu Mountain Tianshi Mansion, it did not mean he had a good temper. His reputation for being unwavering against evil was world-renowned. Otherwise, he wouldn't have become a representative of the radicals in the Anomaly Bureau. But today was different, or it was not about being in the wrong. Can't you at least listen to an explanation? This is truly a misunderstanding. They were both feeling a mix of helplessness and frustration, which reflected Mingdiao and Fian's current mood. Go to hell with your explanations. When you meet the real 10 halls of the Infernal Kings, tell them, it was Huaisue who sent you down, and maybe you can get a few more punishments. Fian and Mingdiao, should we listen to what you have to say? Since Fian and Mingdiao were primarily focused on evasion, their movements were not very loud. Thus the waves gradually subsided. The snake spirit on Taoyuan Ku dared not approach no matter what. He had no choice but to muster his courage and approach with the Xuanwu cicada. Three lords, please stop fighting. We are all on the same side. The Xuanwu cicada roughly understood Huaishue's feelings, but they were all on the same side. What could be said was better than fighting. There was no need for this. There was truly no need. After witnessing Huaisue single-handedly fight against the shark and two kings, the Xuanwu cicada feared that Huaisue might accidentally kill these two from 12 months. Same side. Good tactic. Have you even infiltrated the captain of the headquarters? Well, with that one line, the Xuanwu cicada was expelled from the Anomaly Bureau and labeled a traitor. The Xuanwu cicada was dumbfounded upon hearing this. Why are you so stubborn? Mingdiao felt helpless. It was the first time he felt so powerless. Fian glanced at Mingdiao. Are you still in a position to criticize others for being stubborn? Think about your own past. You were no different. Neither should speak ill of the other. Now you understand how they felt when you threw tantrums before. Bian Li's movements continued without pause. He flickered back and forth between Mingdiao and Fian. They could only do their best to defend. Yellow flashes and blue thunder alternated as they resisted the blue flame energy. Until... Stop. They really are long with 12-month. Qing Nuyu and Huaioxiang were fighting on the back of a giant snake. The giant snake's entire head was submerged in the sea, not daring to show itself. In the end, the snake's spirit on Taoyuan Ku could not hold on any longer, was persuaded, and approached the battlefield with Qing Nuyu and Huaioxiang. Brother, it truly is a misunderstanding. Huaioxiang initially thought these two were allies of the Demon Palace. After Qing Nuyu's explanation, he realized they were reinforcements from the Anomaly Bureau. Huaioxiang felt very complicated upon learning this truth. Originally, his brother could have achieved great merits, but now it was all messed up by their own people. Forget about his brother, even he felt frustrated. Is this considered workplace violence? Causing trouble on purpose just to prevent a colleague from earning achievements and promotions? Huaioxiang understood his brother's feelings very well. However, at Qing Nuyu's request, he still came over. What good would anger do? This is Longwood 12-month. They cannot afford to lose anyone here. This is a matter of the greater good. While one may choose to disregard the words of others, Bian Li could not doubt the sincerity of Wu Youxiang and Qing Nu, for they were his own kin and would not deceive him. Halting his actions, Bian Li turned to the two somewhat disheveled individuals. Take out the token for December. Regardless of the circumstances, the Dragon Kingdom's December token could not be forged. Upon hearing this, both individuals produced their tokens and tossed them to Bian Li, who caught one in each hand. Looking down, he confirmed that they were indeed the standard tokens for December, made of the same material. Identifying the December token was straightforward by examining the material. One token bore the engraving of Fian on the front and October on the back. October's Fian was the one who wielded light-based abilities. The other token displayed Mingxiao on the front and Mei on the back. Mei's Mingxiao was the one who utilized thunder-based powers. Since this is the Dragon Kingdom's December, why are you aiding the people of the Demon Temple A? This question left Fian and Mingxiao at a loss for words. How could they explain this? To say they never anticipated his strength, that he could single-handedly overpower two adversaries and almost defeat them. To suggest they thought he was weak, and upon seeing him immediately assumed he was the disadvantaged party, acting without a second thought. To claim they were merely concerned for him, fearing he might perish today, and that the Bureau of Anomalies would lose a true genius. Based on the outcome, it seemed they were the ones eager to eliminate their own genius. Today's events would become an everlasting black mark on their records. It was easy to foresee that if other Decembers caught wind of this, they would relish the opportunity to mock them. Indeed, had the roles been reversed, they would have done the same. But now that the protagonist was Bian Li himself, it was a source of discomfort for them. Do as you wish, take any reason you have to speak with Director Zhao. Now that it was confirmed they were allies, Bian Li had no choice but to cease his attack. It was unfortunate for those lovely, or perhaps mad researchers, for these two had caused them to lose precious S-grade experimental materials. Bian Li felt it necessary to personally visit the headquarters and have a good chat with the nation's most lovable individuals to strengthen their rapport. He needed to inform them that it was not that his April Huaisu abilities were lacking, but that he had incompetent teammates. Fian and Mingxiao thought, are you wishing for our demise? When those individuals go mad, even Mingxiao would retreat a few steps. They could neither strike back nor argue effectively. We will provide an explanation for you and the director. As for what that explanation would entail, they had yet to consider. The matter was too significant, so significant that even they, the highly accomplished and protective December of the Dragon Kingdom, might not withstand it. The spatial memory ability activated, and Bian Li vanished from the spot, leaving only the 2 tokens tossed toward the 2 individuals. Truly remarkable, this is no mere rookie king. It feels as if only Senior Ingshi could withstand such a blow. Fein thought, horrified at the memory of that attack, which had seriously wounded one of the 10 kings of hell. Besides the Taiji, they could think of no other countermeasures. If left to their own devices, they would likely fare no better. The stronger he becomes, the better it is for the Dragon Kingdom. This is undoubtedly a good thing. The radicals were radicals because their beliefs were unwavering and immaculate. Thus Minkyou's first thought was about how Huaizu's emergence would impact the greater situation. Moreover, based on Huaizu's earlier conduct, he was essentially a radical cloaked in neutrality. This meant disregarding all explanations, insisting on their perceived facts, and doing everything in their power to achieve them. Mingxiao admired such individuals. Hey, we should think about how to provide an explanation, right? We can't just capture 2 of the 10 kings of hell for him, can we? Even if they thought about it, it was impossible. How could capturing the 10 kings of hell be so easy? They couldn't even locate them. Let's head over and inform Director Zhao, then we can go to the Haisher branch for a while. Let's go. Upon returning to the coast, numerous members of the Bureau of Anomalies had gathered together. All members of Haishi except for Huaizu were present. Captain Qing Nuyu, what is Huaizu's temperament like? Is he easy to get along with? Fein felt somewhat troubled as he was the one leading this time. Had he not initially failed to distinguish friend from foe, Mingxiao would not have been misled by him. In response to Lord Fein, Lord Huaizu is usually mild-mannered and easy to interact with. Not only Qing Nuyu, but others also shared this sentiment. Of course, that was under the condition that Huaizu had not transformed. Wu Youxiang had described to them how much Huaizu changed after his transformation. That is good. This time we have inadvertently created a mess despite our good intentions. Fein shook his head with a bitter smile. What could have been a great achievement was ruined by their meddling. Let's go to the Haisher branch first. We need to have a good talk with Huaizu. On the way, we should also discuss with the director how to handle this matter. Mingxiao had a distinctive personality. He believed in taking responsibility for his mistakes and accepting punishment. You gentlemen, please. In addition to these 2 from December, there were members from 2 other squads. Bian Li was indeed very angry. This was a prime opportunity to capture 2 of the Demon Temple's kings, and perhaps through them, they could find the Demon Temple's stronghold. Now it had all turned to nothing. The more Bian Li thought about it, the angrier he became. He quickly returned to the Haisher Bureau of Anomalies to report to Director Zhao. Meanwhile, Fein also dialed Director Zhao's number, but it was perpetually busy. No need to think aside from Huaizu, who else could possibly be on the line with Zhao Su. Alright then, now there's not even a chance to apologize first. Fein smiled wryly. It was indeed our fault, we should simply accept the punishment. In the center of Haishi, there was a bar named Underground City. No one knew who the owner of this bar was, but no one dared to make a fuss here. Those who did had their families go bankrupt. At this moment, all the great monsters of Haisher were gathered here. They were the true masterminds behind this bar. What is so alluring about this Haisher? 2 of the 10 kings of hell, 3 of the 12 months, and a ruler of the great White Shark clan. At this time, the demon kings had already transformed into human forms. This ability had long since become their instinct. Speaking was a charming woman, also a fox demon. If Haisher lacked attraction, why are you here? The wolf demon scoffed. You should be more concerned about the future. This time, we have revealed our whereabouts, and the Bureau of Anomalies will not let it slide. The wolf demon was ultimately more wary of the Bureau of Anomalies. Wasn't it agreed upon that we would take the initiative to approach them? As long as we obey the law, the Bureau shouldn't hold it against us. The fox demon began to hesitate, contemplating the consequences of such actions. Look at that new April Huaizu's temper. I feel it's precarious. The tiger demon also started to waver. That new April Huaizu could even strike at his own people. At those words, every demon fell silent. In their recollection within Shire Yue, aside from the radicals who insisted that outsiders were untrustworthy. However, through some friends in the Yijiao branch, they learned that Siyue Huaishu stood with Sanyue Ingshi. He belonged to the neutral faction. Although not of the moderate camp, and able to coexist peacefully with them, communication with him was not impossible. But just now Siyue Weix's power and temperament, quick to strike even his own companions, gave them cause for hesitation. Alright, we must go. This is human society, they are the masters here. If we wish to continue living among them, we must pay a price. In the end, the bear demon, as the one in charge, stepped forward. I will go alone this time. If I return, it means all went well. If I do not find another place to live. The bear demon had no clan to back him. His mate and offspring had been hunted down by foreigners many years ago. Thus, despite his great strength, he acted impartially, and everyone came to him to settle disputes. Brother Bear, Old Bear, Brother Xiong. All right then, it's decided. The bear demon was moved by his brothers' and sisters' concern. Yet some things must be done by someone, must they not? No, Brother Bear, what I mean is bring more gifts. There is no harm in giving. I have a few leftover fox pelts of excellent quality. Take them with you. Yes, Old Bear, take these bottles of well-aged wine. Everyone knows Longwa folk settle many affairs at the drinking. Brother Wolf is right. Brother Bear, take these as well. Dear Antler Velvet, Dear Blood, Angelica Ginseng, they are my private stash. The bear demon inwardly thought, you lot give me back my moved heart. Then he said aloud, I understand. Off with you. He felt he needed time to steady his mood, otherwise going with a stern face to meet Cue Huaishu might be taken as a provocation, and he could be killed outright. Haisher University, inside the branch office. In the innermost conference room sat 4 people: Cue Huaishu Wue Mingtiao Shuriwe Fein, and King Liu, captain of the Haisher Yijiao branch. At the front, a large screen filled with Zhao Zu's weathered face, spittle spraying as he ranted. Tell me, was what you did even humanly sensible? We sent you to provide support, and instead you aided the demon hall, helping the enemy against our own. You truly outdo yourselves. Next you'll bring people straight to headquarters, so we can sweep them up. Speak. Answer me. Only heaven knew how tumultuous Zhao Zu's mood was that day. First the tension at discovering 3 powerful S-level invaders, then the elation upon learning that Cue Huaishu alone had faced and contained the 3 S-levels, and even suppressed them. His heart swelled with pleasure. In such a battle had Fein and Mingtiao joined to slay Bai Sha and capture the 2 Yanluo. What a glorious outcome, one would not even dare dream of it. But what was the result? Fein and Mingtiao did nothing useful, they were pure dead weight. Never mind slaying Bai Sha, it was they who in effect assisted those 2 Yanluo. It must be understood that Taishan Wang, though lacking in raw combat prowess, possessed the most elusive of abilities, which made him brazen. We didn't know either. We hurried over in a panic and saw both sides unleashing major techniques. There was no time to tell friend from foe. Instinct told us the weaker party was Cue Huaishu. To protect him and fulfill our support mission we acted. Fein, having erred, could not fully excuse himself, and simply explained the particulars. It was a kindness gone awry, and you still have the nerve to argue. Zhao Su grew angrier. You made a mistake. Take your scolding like it is, how dare you dispute it? Fein thought, weren't you the one who told me to speak? Zhao snapped, shameful. People like you should not be in Longwo Shire. You go home and plant sweet potatoes. Zhao Su flew into a rage. Enough, Director Zhao, this video meeting is not for your temper. This matter needs to be accounted for, does it not? Bian Li, the one who had suffered most here, spoke. The others could only listen. Tell me your demands. Whatever the headquarters can do, we will do. For what they cannot do, it'll make them throw caution to the wind and do it. That was the crux of the meeting. Truly, sending Fein and Mingtiao back to plant sweet potatoes was out of the question. Olongwa had not sunk that low. All the speeches had been to tend to Weix's feelings. Then he voluntarily put forward a request. After all, the 2 Yanluo's deeds were tremendous. Not only would Longwo display its strength on the international stage, Cue Huaishu would become one of Longwo's international symbols. He might even command the reverence of countless supernatural practitioners at home and abroad. At 18, with proper grooming, he could become a superstar of the entire supernatural world. These were all intangible benefits. I have no demands save one: if Haisher is invaded again, do not worry. I can handle it myself. There was no rhetoric, only profound confidence, a complete faith in his own strength. Very well. Zhao Su had once worried whether a young man like Huaishu could be steady. It turned out the unsteady ones were the elder, and that other condition still stands. If they can do it, it'll press them and make them do it. Fein and Mingxiu's mouths twitched at the thought. What did he mean by pressing them and making them comply? Did they have no sense of dignity? We will discuss it later. Huaishu waved his hand. What could he gain from the Yijiao branch? Apart from broadening his experience, nothing. Was the Yijiao branch suddenly able to invent new memory cores or new vessels? The researchers were indeed formidable, but the genius physicist among them was not named Guqing Qiao or Tongxing Zhantu. In a few days I will personally visit headquarters. There are matters that require a face-to-face report. As the saying goes, one may escape capital punishment, but not lesser crimes. Let those genius scientists have their way with the 2 of them. Good. Ingshur is still here. We'll be waiting for you. Zhao Su still did not grasp the severity. If matters truly escalated, he would be the one in the greatest trouble. These researchers were not to be trifled with. When they took matters seriously, even an SS-level god among mortals would be hard-pressed. Why else would someone forsake a peaceful retirement and drag 2 companions to the summit to play chess? Because these people constantly wanted him to go capture a few S or S levels for their research. By the way, how is Haisher doing now? Zhao Su suddenly remembered the most important matter. Even though it took place at sea and evacuations were prepared, such a commotion on the ocean could not be completely, especially after seeing the satellite footage. Zhao Su realized for the first time just how ferocious Huaishu was when unleashing full power. Their last confrontation at headquarters with Ing Shi was deliberately restrained on both sides. After all, no one understood Ing Shi's true strength better than he did. Director Zhao, what do you mean? Huaishu is fine thanks to the timely arrival of the Xuanwu Cicada and Taoyuan-ku squads with no casualties. In terms of support, these 2S-class squads were far more reliable than 2S-class ones. That's not what I meant. I meant that someone might have witnessed your battle. Zhao Su explained. Bian Li fell silent, lacking experience in this area, and glanced at Qing Niu beside him. He never pretended to understand what he did not. Professional matters should be entrusted to professionals. His expertise was placing the right people in the right positions. We cannot be certain, but we have asked the relevant departments to investigate and expect results soon. Qing Niu had anticipated such scenarios before arriving and made preparations accordingly. We immediately sealed off a 20-mile radius and relocated all residents within to nearby hotels. In principle, no one should have witnessed anything. Qing Niu had done everything within her power. If there are witnesses, they will be brought to headquarters as per protocol. There are people there who can erase memories or after training assign them to the logistics department of the Special Investigation Bureau. Not every mission allows the Special Investigation Bureau time to prepare evacuations. Once someone learns the truth of the world, those with relevant abilities become invaluable. Understood. Qing Niu saluted. Both of you return quickly. Ing Shi also wants to speak with you. Zhao Su left this final remark irritably before ending the video conference. Hearing this, Fei Yin and Ming Tiao shuddered involuntarily. Ing Shi was far more than a mere December member. He was the most senior among the Dragon Kingdom's Decembers. Many Decembers had trained under Ing Shi before ascending to S-class. That experience remained vividly etched in their memories. As a result, they felt psychologically inferior when facing Ing Shi, akin to mice confronted by a cat. Ing Shi summoning them this time was certainly ominous. Let's go. Misfortune cannot be avoided. Exchanging a glance, Ming Tiao steeled himself and sought to contact personnel to send them back. The Bian family owns a private jet. I have arranged for an early flight approval. Departure is in 2 hours. To secure this route and expedite sending off these two troublemakers, Bian Li had called in significant favors from his father. Otherwise, such a rapid flight approval would have been impossible, not a Special Investigation Bureau mission. When Bian Li heard they were escorting 2 S-class reinforcements back to the capital, he was so shocked he gasped and was speechless for a long time. Bian Li suspected that his office's air conditioning had been sucked dry by him and taken home. Eventually, all he could say was incoherent babble. Anyway, Bian Li understood his meaning. As expected, before the meeting began, the flight route approval had already. Good. Huaishu is as formidable as ever. Fei Yin gave a thumbs up, impressed by the efficiency that outpaced everyone else at headquarters by several leagues. Ming Tiao's intuition told him that Huaishu harbored ill intentions, yet both felt ashamed to remain any longer. Just standing before Huaishu reminded them painfully of their past foolishness. We'll take our leave now. Let us know if you need any help, Ming Tiao said politely. Bian Li was blunt. Take care. You two keeping a low profile would be a great help. If anyone else said that, even fellow Decembers of the same rank, they would have erupted in anger. But the speaker was April Huaishu. That made all the difference. They even had to force smiles. Upon arrival at the hotel, Wu Youxiang was already waiting. The Hotel Huanyu belonged to the Bian family. Everything was personally arranged by Wu Youxiang. Fei Yin and Ming Tiao requested a presidential suite, which had plenty of rooms anyway. The two sat together discussing their next moves. This debt is enormous, we don't even know how to repay it. Fei Yin's expression grew increasingly troubled. During the meeting they could tell that while Zhao Su seemed to be reprimanding them openly, he was actually trying to smooth things. Otherwise, Huaishu would not have voluntarily made demands. Only by Huaishu taking the initiative could they properly make amends. Yet despite Weix's youth, he keenly observed everything without uttering a word. This left the two in a difficult position. Huaishu comes from the Bian family. Oh, why don't we first present a grand gift to the Bian family? Ming Tiao's eyes gleamed with an idea. They knew Weix's background well, just as Huaishu had access to theirs. Their respective families were powerful. Some family members held official positions, others were businessmen. Some even cooperated with the Bian family. Good idea. Let Huaishu see our sincerity first, and we can discuss the rest gradually. He'll notify my family first. Of course, the full details would not be disclosed, but explaining the importance of cooperation with the Bian family was no problem. Most importantly, concessions had to be made. They must be obvious and substantial enough for everyone to perceive. This would effectively elevate the Bian family. Though their own families were no match for the Bians in scale, they were still among the Dragon Kingdom's top financial powers. After the meeting, Bian Li left the base. Qing Niu and the others experienced in such matters would handle the rest. Bian Li returned to the Bian estate. Bian Lianyun was so nervous he could barely sit still. His son's reaction had already unsettled him. Now hearing that 2 Dragon Kingdom Decembers had come to assist, he wondered what formidable enemy or perilous situation necessitated 3 Decembers appearing simultaneously. Even though his son assured him the crisis was resolved, Bian Li remained deeply fearful. The loss of assets was minor compared to the terror of harm befalling his family. Upon seeing his son, Bian Li locked the door and instructed the secretary to refuse all visitors, including Bian Li. Eagerly he asked, "Xiao Li, I know you all have confidentiality rules, but I can't help feeling uneasy. Can you give me some insight? How serious was today's matter? Can you handle it? If not, should we send your mother and grandparents to a safe place first?" Bian Li forced a smile. Although his father did not believe in his abilities, it was indeed human nature. One should not fear the worst-case scenario. "Dad, don't worry, those 2 December members are purely here to make things worse this time." Bian Li did not care about confidentiality measures when it came to Bian Li. He spoke his mind. This attack is not weak, stronger than the one 13 years ago involving the king of Great White Sharks from the Sea Demon Clan, the king of Mount Tai from the 10 Halls of Yama, and the Song Emperor. Bian Li spoke lightly, but Bian Li was left utterly stunned. In this case, there were 3 S-level beings. No wonder 2 December members were needed for support. However, Bian Li was more confused. What did it mean that those 2 were here to make things worse? Shouldn't the 3 join forces to repel the 3 formidable foes? Seeing the puzzled expression on Bian Lian's face, Bian Li sighed. If he were to explain this, it might easily come off as self-aggrandizing. Fortunately, at that moment, there was a knock on the door. "Who is it? Didn't I say I wouldn't see anyone?" Anger flashed across Bian Lian's face as he pressed the phone button and directly questioned his secretary. In the Bian family, he was the absolute authority, no one could defy his orders. "Dad, it's me." The voice of Bian Fan came through. This eased Bian Lian's expression. Speaking of which, Bian Fan was also in the know, so it was all right. "Oh, it's Xiao Fan, come in." Bian Li stood up to open the door and let Bian Fan in. "Dad, elder brother." After returning, Bian Fan noticed that his elder brother was not at the base and guessed he must be here. So he came directly. "Everyone is settled." Following elder brother's instructions, apart from the 2 December members, the rest of the supporting team received a check privately. Bian Fan briefly stated, but the content made Bian Lian's mouth twitch. A check privately. This operation was a bit out of Bian Li's style. When did his son start doing these tricks? Ahem. "Dad, you need to understand that there are only 8 December members in the Bureau of Anomalies now, and the remaining teams are actually the backbone. In times of danger, often their cooperation is needed to protect the masses. For example, if it really comes down to a choice, they might decide who lives and who is abandoned. The money isn't much, but our attitude needs to be there." Bian Fan was dumbfounded. Wasn't this money considered little? Each S-level captain received 20 million, and the other team members received 10 million. Just this expense amounted to nearly 2 small goals. Bian Fan had never seen this much money, even with the allowance given by Bian Li. "You're right, we indeed cannot focus solely on the upper structure while neglecting the foundational construction." Bian Li understood this principle well. Years ago, he learned this principle directly from Bian Li when he was at the Bian Li group. He remembered it well. As for those 2 December members, Bian Li believed they wouldn't forget either. The sentiment would surely be conveyed. When it came to human relationships, Bian Li never needed Bian Lian's concern. Bian Fan's status and strength were not enough, it should be managed by the eldest son. However, Bian Li never expected that, let alone sentiment. Bian Li would rather send them away overnight. He even wanted to give them no time to rest. You must remember, in a company, especially a conglomerate of our scale, the upper management can be replaced at any time. There are many capable individuals, but the countless grassroots employees cannot be replaced in batches. The mid-level personnel are also closely related to them. I know elder brother has already told me, and he said this was what you taught him initially. Influenced by Bian Li, Bian Fan gradually became more tactful. His words instantly lifted the spirits of both men. Bian Li and Bian Li understood that Bian Fan was intentionally saying this. But it sounded nice. "You always learning from your brother. Dad, are you not satisfied?" "Satisfied. Learn more, try to learn all the skills your brother has, then I can retire in peace." Bian Li wished that Bian Fan could master his skills quickly so he could enjoy a retired life. "By the way, I got sidetracked. Xiao Li, you haven't answered me yet. Do we need to send your mother and grandparents away?" Bian Li remembered the most important question. Bian Fan raised a question mark. "Dad, why would we send mom and grandparents away for no reason?" "Of course, it's because the Sea City is not safe now. This time there are 3 S-level beings. Fortunately, with the help of 2 December members, otherwise the Sea City would likely face severe danger." Speaking of this matter, Bian Li felt a sense of dread. Bian Fan blinked and glanced at his elder brother, conveying his intention. "Didn't you tell Dad?" Bian Li understood and shook his head, indicating that he had not. Bian Fan nodded, and understanding got it, "I'll handle it." This time Bian Li did not catch on, and was just thinking when he heard Bian Fan begin his performance. That actually those two December members didn't help at all. Instead, they made things worse. Next, Bian Fan started to belittle Fei Yin and Ming Tiao while infinitely elevating his elder brother's actions. The great white shark turned into a small fish by the river and Bian Fan's words easily kicked away. Although it was somewhat true, the two Yama Hall members became larger rats in Bian Fan's narrative, fleeing in panic from his elder brother. Fei Yin and Ming Tiao were depicted as useless teammates who dragged others down. It was because of their mistakes that the rats managed to escape. Bian Li listened and discerned his younger son's meaning. In his younger son's words, his elder brother was simply the embodiment of invincibility, defeating 3 opponents single-handedly, without falling behind, and even sending them into disarray. He could not imagine the scene of the battle, but understood the essence of it. But was this correct? Even if Bian Li was not a supernatural being, he knew that at the S level the strength should not differ much. Bian Li believed that Bian Fan would not deceive him. Although he used exaggerated methods, the essence of the truth was indeed as such. He turned to Bian Li. Really? Basically true. If it weren't for Fei Yin and Ming Tiao's interference, we could have captured the Song Emperor. The King of Mount Tai's spatial abilities are too tricky. Even with the spatial memory and key memory blocks, Bian Li did not have complete confidence in capturing him. But the Song Emperor was different. Injured, he was like a turtle in a jar. That's good. Bian Li felt somewhat troubled. If he were to send his wife and in-laws away, he wouldn't even know what reason to give. I never expected that our Bian family could produce such a peerless powerhouse. Bian Li could not help but exclaim. With Bian Li around, the Bian family in Long Country could not say they walked with impunity, but at least no one dared to provoke them. Good, good, good. Xiaofan, you should learn more from your brother. If you also possess such abilities, our family will have 2 supreme beings, and your father and I could even start a family genealogy. When we reach the afterlife, our ancestors will have to bow and pay their respects to me. It was evident that Bian Li was very excited to the point of becoming incoherent. That you think too highly of me. Bian Lian's words made both Bian Li and Bian Fan burst into laughter. After all, why do you think Bian Fan inherited the Bian family instead of Bian Li? The Bian family was filled with joy. However, in other places, dark currents began to stir with the onset of the battle in Haishi, both domestically and internationally. Such a huge commotion would not go unnoticed by other countries. Once they learned the truth through their channels, all fell silent. After the silence, an uncontrollable greed followed. Because the ability of the newly appointed Sui Hui sequence did not seem to belong to him. Rather, it was that armor he wore. If they could seize that armor, wouldn't they also gain such immense power? Countries and major organizations, especially the 10 halls of Yanluo in the Demon Temple, were pondering this matter. Even within Longguo's December, someone could no longer hold back and prepared to contact others to demand Bian Li hand over the armor. Once Longguo researches the results, even if it's just a modified version of the armor, it would propel Longguo's supernatural powers forward significantly. Of course, this would also greatly benefit the forces behind them. In an instant, Longguo's Hui sequence became the focus of the world. Zhao Su was the first to notice this situation, or rather he had anticipated it long ago. Thus, he promptly contacted the relevant departments to strengthen the border checks. Especially for those on the list they absolutely must not be allowed to enter. At the same time, he contacted the military to strictly crack down on smuggling. Finally, he dispatched teams from lower positions to guard various borderlines. Ingshi stationed at the headquarters, sending out Tong Qiu, who was supposed to be stationed there for support at any time. Tong Qiu grumbled. Ingshi shot a glance. Tong Qiu was cheerful. The next day, after a day of inspection, no one reported witnessing the battle scene at sea. This result was hard for Qing Nvu to believe. The headquarters sends word that besides the energy reactions at sea, there were several other energy reactions, all at S-level intensity, which the headquarters speculates are not human. Ji Yunyan received the message from the headquarters. Looking at the content, her cold sweat soaked her clothes. If this news is true, it means there are a group of Yukai in Haishur. Qing Nvu, Gui Jinyang, and Yu Miao Miao were also startled to hear this news. This matter was too significant, second only to the Hui sequence's solo battle against the 3 major S-level forces. It also represented their dereliction of duty. Within their jurisdiction, a group of unidentified Yukai had appeared. If they made any aggressive moves, they might not even be able to stop them. Our equipment was too outdated to detect them, and it seems they only displayed their abilities this time, which is why the headquarters discovered them. Previously, they lived like humans without causing any trouble. This was also the headquarters speculation, which was sent over. Therefore, the headquarters concludes that these Yukai may be more friendly towards humans, and perhaps the problem can be resolved through communication. Yukai can be both good and bad. Just like the Chuanqing Xian from Northeast, their so-called fairy essence is fundamentally still Yukai. They are simply more friendly to humans, which is why they are accepted. We must immediately notify the Hui sequence this matter still needs him to oversee. Exactly, even if friendly yokai are still yokai in essence, their nature is there. Even if we can coexist peacefully, we must still give them a warning. Survival of the fittest strength is fundamental. If the Haisher Abnormal Adjustment Bureau cannot suppress them, there's no guarantee they won't cause chaos. I'll notify the Huai sequence Ji Yun and see if you can locate them. Ching NV, you issued the command. Captain, it seems we might not need to look. A yokai has appeared at Haisher University, likely coming for us. With the new instruments still not arriving, Smith was still enduring the stench of Gui Jin Yang's stinky socks. Thus, at the moment the bear yokai appeared at Haisher University and released energy, the Bureau's instruments successfully malfunctioned again. Gui Jin Yang, and I will go meet this yokai. Ching NV, you immediately pondered the purpose behind the others' initiative to reveal themselves. It was very likely a goodwill gesture. After all, the other party must have witnessed the strength of the Huai sequence. Ji Yunyan, contact the Huai sequence immediately. Okay. Taking out her phone, she dialed the Huai sequence's number. Ching NV, you brought Gui Jin Yang to the playground of Haisher University. The great yokai sat there watching the students remaining on campus play soccer. Next to him was a large box elegantly wrapped, clearly a gift. Very conspicuous with a robust figure wearing a suit, even in the sweltering heat, he stood out in a campus full of youthful vigor. Upon seeing Ching NVU and Gui Jin Yang arrive, the bear yokai stood up, revealing a simple smile. Hello, Captain Ching NVU. I am Xiong Feitian from Tianxiong Group. I believe you already know my identity. I have come to discuss our people's future with the Abnormal Adjustment Bureau. Ching NVU recognized him. He was quite famous in the commercial world. Xiong Feitian, the president of Tianxiong Group, while not comparable to the Lung family or the Bian family, still had total assets around 10 billion, primarily in the entertainment industry. If it weren't for being in Haishi, he would be a top-tier tycoon in other second-tier cities. So it's Chairman Xiong, what a surprise. Ching NV, you had met him once before. It's unavoidable, the dazzling world of human society still holds great allure for us, otherwise we wouldn't have come here. I wonder if the Huai sequence is available. Old Xiong represents a group of brothers and sisters behind me, and we would like to request a favor from the Huai sequence. Though Ching NV was the captain, she was no longer the one in charge of the Haisher Abnormal Adjustment Bureau. To be honest, Xiong Feitian and the others didn't take her seriously. Otherwise, they wouldn't have shown up at this time. Previously, they had been trying to avoid trouble. Ching NV glanced at her phone. Ji Yunyan's message had arrived. The Huai sequence wanted them to go directly to the Bian family. The Huai sequence wants us to go directly to the Bian family. Please, Chairman Xiong, you must be quite familiar with the Bian family. The Bian family group was also the contractor for Tianxiong Group, and many stars under them were the spokespersons for the subsidiaries of the Bian family. Yes, quite familiar, but never this anxious. The Huai sequence was from the Bian family. In this matter, Xiong Feitian could only feel fortunate that when facing Bian Li, the Bian family patriarch, and his daddy client, he had shown enough courtesy. He was even more grateful that he had learned the so-called human social graces earlier. Bian Li is merely handling some redundant matters at the Bian group. His primary role is to appease the hearts of his subordinates. After all, these are the elites he has personally selected. If the matter of the false young master did not exist, they would gradually ascend to various important positions within the Bian group, becoming Bian Li's right-hand men in the future. Now, with the sudden notification that Bian Li is stepping down and the true young master Bian Fan is taking over, everyone cannot help but think more deeply about it. Even Su Yuxian's explanation would be of no use. Bian Li is here to handle this matter. The total value of these 3 projects exceeds 10 billion. Even within the Bian group, they are significant projects, otherwise they wouldn't have been entrusted to Bian Li. The success or failure of these 3 projects represents whether Bian Fan can establish a foothold in the Bian group. After Bian Li's arrival, he spoke without any embellishment. Emotional appeals have no place in the workplace. That is merely painting a grand picture. It's all about interest, salary, commissions, and promotion paths. These are the 3 main points. With a new regime comes new courtiers. Their future will undoubtedly not be as bright as when Bian Li was around, but it won't be too bad either. Being valued by Bian Li at least shows that their abilities are not in question. The Bian group has many subsidiaries which can be fully allocated. Bian Fan has also made it clear that under his leadership only ability will be discussed. If they wish to continue climbing within the headquarters, they must compete and fight with their abilities. He will ensure fairness. After such an open discussion, everyone felt satisfied and willing to assist Bian Fan in tackling these 3 projects. Additionally, the arrival of Xiong Feitian coincides with one of the Bian group's projects. Thus, Bian Li once again brought Bian Fan along. During the phone call, Bian Li was also nearby and happened to overhear. Unable to contain his curiosity, he followed suit. Bian Yi also wanted to join, but without a second thought, Bian Li arranged a project to send Bian Yi away, concealing the true intent. Qing Nuyu and Xiong Feitian visited the Bian group under the pretense of discussing cooperation. Therefore, the 2 arrived separately. one as the president of the Lung Corporation and the other as the president of Tianxiu. When they were brought into the Bian Group's conference room, the Bian father and son were discussing yesterday's sea battle, with Bian Fan speaking, Bian Lianyun listening, and Bian Li feeling awkward. In Bian Fan's eyes, his elder brother is simply extraordinary. Apart from childbirth, what else could his elder brother not master? Upon entering the company, standing at the pinnacle, even the older generation dare not be negligent in front of him. Learning since childhood, he was like a child from another family. Bian Li's authority needs no further elaboration. In terms of strength, at just 18 years old, he is a December of the Dragon Kingdom, single-handedly battling 3 equally strong opponents. If it weren't for his own people dragging him down, no one could escape except for the Great White Shark. And what about him? After joining the company, he still needs to learn, and he finds it quite challenging. Those reports and data make his head spin. Learning. Without Yi Miao Miao and Lung Qingshuang's help, he wouldn't be able to enter Haishu University. As for strength, there's no comparison. It's like heaven and earth. Thus, Bian Fan, embodying the persona of Li Chue, was remarkably expressive. Bian Lianyun also gave face with continuous exclamations. Especially when hearing about the scene where the entire sky was engulfed in blue flames, his eyes sparkled brilliantly. The two were deeply engrossed in conversation, their voices inadvertently rising. If it weren't for the good soundproofing, the secretary waiting outside would likely have overheard. However, Lung Qingshuang and Xiong Feitian are not ordinary people. They vaguely heard the conversation inside. Xiong Feitian couldn't believe that this Huai Su was indeed a young person who enjoyed boasting. Lung Qingshuang recognized this was Bian Fan's voice. She also did not expect that the usually taciturn person could be so lively. Lung Qingshuang thought of this descriptor as the secretary knocked on the door. The 3 individuals in the conference room immediately changed their demeanor, sitting up straight and looking serious. Bian Lianyun assumed the posture of the chairman of the Bian Group to mask his nervousness. Although he is the father of April Huai Su in this setting, he is just an ordinary person. There was no room for error. Come in. After seeing Bian Lianyun ready, Bian Li finally allowed the other party to enter. Upon opening the door and stepping aside, he invited Lung Qingshuang and Xiong Feitian in, while the secretary escorted their assistants away. The remaining matters need to be discussed by the executives, so the assistants do not need to be present. As the secretaries left, the door closed and Xiong Feitian's facade as an executive collapsed instantly. The strong and robust demeanor turned into a hunched back. Without waiting for Bian Lianyun, Bian Li, and Bian Fan to stand, he swiftly stepped forward and performed a deep bow. Little demon Xiong Feitian, I salute you, Master April Huai Su. Seeing this scene, Bian Li, who had extended his hand for a handshake, quickly adapted, raising his hand to gently pat Xiong Feitian's shoulder. The movement was smooth, and an ordinary person would not notice anything amiss, except for Bian Lianyun. Xiong Zong, you are being too polite. We have met several times, and even dined together. Let us sit and talk slowly. No, we are honored by your presence, Master April Huai Su. How could we sit before you? Xiong Feitian had thought of many scenarios before arriving, but upon meeting the real person, he admitted he was genuinely flustered. Xiong Zong, no need to be so formal. Guests are guests. As long as your friends have not committed any heinous acts, everything can be negotiated. Bian Li was curious, as it was his first encounter with a demon. Moreover, he had a high level of acceptance towards demons. After all, in the world of Kamen Riders, there are all sorts of strange beings. What difference is there between them and demons? Therefore, as long as these demons do not cross the line, Bian Li is still willing to give them a chance. The main thing is that Bian Li has a use for these demons. Just like this time, their actions saved the Abnormal Adjustment Bureau a lot of trouble, which is commendable. Rest assured, Master April Huai Su, my brothers and sisters from the Bear Clan are all good citizens of abiding by the law is ingrained in our bones. Even if we are of the demon race, we are still the red-blooded demon race, with red blood flowing in our veins. We are well versed in the major laws of the Dragon Kingdom and remain vigilant, but do not doubt it. Old Bear can recite them for you. Bian Li expressed that he had gained new insights. Lung Qingshuang was dumbfounded. Bian Fan was astonished. Bian Lianyun's understanding was completely overturned. Listening to Xiong Feitian reciting the citizen laws from memory. To be fair, Bian Li had indeed read this law. The beginning should be correct. Bian Li, so you really can do it? No, that's unnecessary. Even among the people of our Abnormal Adjustment Bureau, very few can recite these laws from memory. Those who have seen them are even rarer. I believe it. You are not demons, you are comrades. With this step taken, Bian Li had nothing more to say. Xiong Feitian felt somewhat unfulfilled. To truly memorize all the legal codes, he was the only one who had done so. He had crammed them all last night. However, to say that he had not studied them would be untrue. This was the first lesson they learned upon entering human. My lord Siyu Huai Su, let me clarify something for you. We, the brothers and sisters here, are not the kind to seek out fights recklessly. We came to human society only because our living space was compressed. Initially, it was out of necessity, but after witnessing the splendor of human society, we decided to stay. The choice of Haisher was also due to the weak Anomaly Bureau here, and your Central Bureau does not intervene. Indeed, this was the truth, but it still stung. Lung Qing and Bian Fan shared this sentiment. Old Xiong speaks bluntly of Director Lung, and Director Bian, I hope you can forgive me. Xiong Feitian knew this might offend some, but he had to clarify everything. No, this is indeed a fact. What could Lung Qing say? She could only blame her lack of strength. However, after we demons arrived in Haishi, we also wished to preserve the stable life we had painstakingly found. We did not want to experience the uncertainty of the past again. Thus, within our capabilities, we have helped stabilize the situation in Haisher for the Anomaly Bureau. At the very least, we would deal with any small demons or spirits that committed misdeeds when we encountered them. This was one of the reasons Xiong Feitian had come this time. They had contributed to Haisher. Furthermore, our Bian family is jointly developing a film city project with Tianxiong. All shares of Tianxiong will be given to the Bian family as a meeting gift for Director Bian. Xiong Feitian had also put in a great deal of effort. Just for this project, Tianxiong invested 10 billion, securing a 20% stake. Meanwhile, the Bian family invested 20 billion and provided the engineering team, claiming 50% of the stake, aiming to build the largest film city in the country. Bian Li and the others naturally understood that Xiong Feitian was exchanging profits. However, this was a good thing for Bian Fan. In this case, since Director Xiong has said so, I will give you face. Please count how many demons you have here, but we need to conduct a background check. The regulations are clear, and they cannot be bypassed. If everything is in order, I will exercise the authority of the Dragon Kingdom's Anomaly Investigation Bureau in December to form a small team composed of demons, granting you a formal identity. Xiong Feitian was overjoyed. This was simply a tremendous piece of good fortune. In the Dragon Kingdom, the Anomaly Bureau was the largest supernatural organization. The demon race could not be compared at all. If they could join the Anomaly Bureau and obtain a formal identity, it meant they would be certified officers. Not only would everything in the human world be preserved, but no one would investigate them. As for the so-called background check, Xiong Feitian was not worried at all. He knew exactly what kind of character the demons he had been close to possessed. Thank you, my lord Siyu Huaisu. I am truly grateful. Old Xiong is just a rough man. If you need anything in the future, please don't hesitate to let me know. Suddenly, Xiong Feitian remembered the gift prepared by his brothers and sisters, which was that large box, and he slapped his forehead. Look at me, we prepared a gift for my lord Siyu Huaisu, and I've forgotten it in the car. Please wait a moment, if old Xiong will go fetch it right away. After saying this, as soon as Bian Li raised his hand, Xiong Feitian dashed out. With his hand outstretched, Bian Li actually wanted to say it was unnecessary. As soon as Xiong Feitian exited, he immediately straightened his chest and lifted his head, resuming the imposing demeanor of Chairman Bear. His pace was swift. Taking advantage of the time it took to retrieve the gift, Xiong Feitian sent a message to the brothers and sisters waiting for news in the underground bar. Nothing fancy, just a one, which was quite fashionable. The various demons in the underground city understood it immediately, and their hearts relaxed. At least Siyu Huaisu treated them demons kindly. However, he was different from the demons they knew. I suppose so. This is my first time seeing one, Bian Lianyun replied. Not only Bian Lianyun, but even Bian Li felt, however, he was different from the demons they knew. I suppose so. This is my first time seeing one, Bian Lianyun replied. Not only Bian Lianyun, but even Bian Li felt that Xiong Feitian was excessively polite. Xiong Feitian thought it wouldn't do to be impolite. If you were in a bad mood, wouldn't you end up as the bear paw? He must be afraid of the older brother. Compared to someone who had just stepped into the supernatural world and was directly ascending to great heights, Bian Fan, who had never been in contact with it and had mingled in the lower and middle levels, had the most say. When they first discovered the older brother and wanted to make contact, they were just as cautious as Xiong Feitian. Bian Li shrugged, not caring. In this lifetime, aside from parents and elders, no one could make him show such a posture. I wonder what kinds of not just Bian Lianyun, but Bian Li, Bian Fan, and Lung Qing were all curious about this. You'll find out soon enough. For the background check, this task will be entrusted to Captain Lung. I will obtain Director Zhao's consent and ask Xuan Wuchan and Tao Yuan Ku to assist you. Unlike Ming Tiao and Fei Yin, the two level teams were stationed in Hangzhou, not far away. Moreover, they were the ones who had truly helped. Thus, Bian Li not only had Bian Fan present a check, but also kept them around for proper hospitality. This was the perfect time to help. Lung Qing was merely a level ability user and could not handle the presence of these level mighty demons. Furthermore, Bian Li was unsure whether the Anomaly Bureau would agree to the enlistment of demons, nor did he know if there were any precedents. This matter still needed to be communicated with Zhao Su. If it really didn't work out, Bian Li could find ways to cope. He could draw some inspiration from the temporary worker system in an anime from his previous life. What if the Central Bureau doesn't agree? Lung Qing lacked Bian Li's confidence. It was obvious that this matter was not so easy. If they don't agree, then they will not be under the Anomaly Bureau structure, but rather under the Haisher Anomaly Branch's structure. For anything, I will bear the responsibility. Bian Li did not want Central Bureau personnel coming to Haishi, but he also wanted to cultivate his own people. The fact proved that just Lung Qingxuang and the others were too stretched. And wanting to have his own subordinates while not affecting the status of Lung Qingxuang and the others, the demon race represented by Xiong Feitian, was the most suitable. Knock knock. The sound of knocking on the door echoed. Everyone knew that Xiong Feitian had returned. Come in. They saw Xiong Feitian standing at the door holding a large, well-packaged box. The box was rather large and could not fit through the door. This was a bit awkward. Let's go out and see what good things our chairman bear has brought, Bian Li said with a smile, looking at Bian Lianyun. Bian Lianyun stood up and took the lead in walking out of the meeting room, followed by Bian Li, Bian Fan, and Lung Qingxuang. Xiong Feitian felt excited in his heart. He sensed the change in attitude before and after, and things were turning in his favor. This is just a token of our appreciation. We hope you won't mind. Outside the conference room, in addition to Bian Li, the 4 secretaries stood waiting. Xiong Feitian personally brought this large box from the car, and they all witnessed it. Now, hearing that it was a gift for the chairman of the Bian family, it was no longer surprising. Bian Lianyun's secretary stepped forward at his gesture and opened the box. The first thing on top was a complete tiger skin. Wow! As Bian Lianyun couldn't help but reach out to lift the tiger skin, the crowd gasped in amazement. This tiger skin was as intact as those used by the bandit leaders on television. However, that was fake, and this is real. I can't believe we can still see this in this era. It's not that they were unable to obtain it, but the law forbade it. As for how Xiong Feitian obtained it, did they need to consider that? Most likely his siblings had once taken down it. The 4 secretaries turned around in unison and then gradually left, guarding the surroundings to ensure no one would intrude. The moment they saw the tiger's skin, their minds went blank. Unaware of the truth, they only knew that some things were beyond their knowledge and certainly couldn't be leaked. All were perceptive individuals, otherwise they wouldn't have reached the position of personal secretary. After admiring the tiger skin, Bian Lianyun reluctantly set it down and continued to look into the box. A piece as white as snow caught his eye. It was a fox skin. After admiring the tiger skin, Bian Lianyun reluctantly set it down and continued to look into the box. A piece as white as snow caught his eye. This is perfect for making a fine fox fur coat for your mother. Bian Lianyun immediately thought of Su Huarong at home. It should be done. Indeed, Bian Li agreed. The group was increasingly satisfied with Xiong Feitian, and Bian Lianyun even considered Xiong Feitian as one of his own. This gift was very much to his liking. There were other items inside: 20-year-old snake, wine wolf skin, various ginseng, angelica deer, antler deer blood, and other medicinal materials, all having some age. These were not comparable to those artificially farmed in the market. Bian Lianyun's smile had not faded since receiving this gift. Mr. Bian, that tiger skin is from the deceased underling of the tiger demon king Wang Dachui, who is the owner of the underground city bar. The fox skin belonged to the dead rival of the fox demon, whom you may have heard of. She is a minor star with some fame. The wolf skin is from the rival of the wolf demon Lang Hang. After failing to compete for the position of the alpha wolf, he attempted to woo his mother wolf, but was killed by him. Lang Hang is the owner of Fongjing Security Company. The snake wine is a gift from the snake demon Shidu, who has been in the underground city bar for a short time as an unemployed drifter watching the place. The remaining medicinal supplements are our accumulation over the years, all here. If you want any other medicinal materials, just let me know. We can always go find other big demons for a fight. Xiong Feitian patted his robust chest. Old Xiong still holds some respect in the demon world. The others were stunned. They initially thought these skins were obtained through their own hunting, but that was not the case. It turned out they were skins from their own kin. No one was as ruthless as they were. No need for that, thank you. Well, accept these gifts. As long as you are satisfied. With such sincerity, there was nothing more to say. The hosts and guests enjoyed themselves. Even when Xiong Feitian and Lung Qingxuang were leaving, Bian Lianyun had Bian Li and Bian Fan personally see them downstairs. Bian Li and Bian Fan shook hands with Xiong Feitian. When it was Bian Li's turn, he took the initiative to say, "I will personally inform Mr. Xiong when there is news about the cooperation. You can rest assured, Mr. Xiong. Then I'll leave it to you, Mr. Bian." Turning to Lung Qingxuang, Xiong Feitian said, "Ms. Lung, I will be handing you the list shortly, and there's a small gift that has already been sent to Lung's. Please don't mind it." Bian Li had already indicated that the background check would be handled by Lung Qingxuang. It would not be an exaggeration to say that Lung Qingxuang held their lives in her hands. They did not expect her to grant favors outside the law, only to seek the truth. The society of personal connections in Longhua had caused them considerable suffering when they first entered human society. Lung Qingxuang certainly understood this, as she would not engage in such practices herself, but it did not prevent others from trying to curry favor with her. The other party sought an attitude, and accepting this gift would put them at ease. Then thank you, Mr. Xiong, and little Mr. Bian. Regarding our cooperation project, old Xiong keeps his word. The contract will be sent over shortly. Xiong Feitian did not forget a single detail, making sure to cover all bases regarding demeanor and interests. He had heard many versions of the true and false young masters of the Bian family before. They were just for entertainment. Now he only believed his own eyes. He felt that the two young masters of the Bian family had no gaps between them. On the contrary, their relationship was quite good. The main reason might be that their interests no longer conflicted. As one of the 12 months of Longhua, let alone a financial tycoon, even the state had to flatter them. It's normal for a mere Bian family not to be taken seriously. At this point, Bian Li valued family much more than family assets. In short, Bian Li had transcended material pursuits and sought spiritual fulfillment. After bidding farewell to Xiong Feitian and Lung Qing, Bian Li did not return to the Bian family, but drove home conveniently, bringing back the gifts from Xiong Feitian. Especially that fox skin. Bringing it back would surely delight Su Huarong. She adored the fox skin. If it were made into a fox fur coat, it would make a group of wealthy ladies envious. As for that tiger skin, Su Huarong also made a decision to make a tiger fur coat, turning it into a couple style. What could Bian Li say? As long as she is happy. He did not mention that Bian Lianyun wanted to imitate the bandit leaders from television and use the tiger skin to cover the boss chair at home. It was fine to indulge at home as long as it wasn't too conspicuous outside. Bian Li did not notify Bian Lianyun. After all, at home, it was his mother who called the shots. Even if Bian Lianyun found out, what could he do? Could his arms twist stronger than his thighs? After spending some time with Su Huarong, Bian Li returned to his study and dialed Zhao Zu's number. Hello, is this Huai Su? Zhao Su answered the phone immediately. Once connected, Bian Li heard quite a commotion on Zhao Zu's end, as if he heard Ingshir's voice, and his tone was quite harsh, seemingly scolding someone. Ingshir scolding someone in March. Bian Li found it somewhat unusual. His impression of Ingshir was that of a kindly elder. Fei Yin and Ming Tiao, do you want to hear what you're saying? And Zhao Zu's remark, it's Huai Su, sounded like it was deliberately directed at Ingshir. In fact, the situation was quite simple. Ingshir grew more and more furious, unable to wait any longer, and directly called to scold. After all, if they truly captured a Tenhal's Yama, the Longhua Anomaly Bureau would make a significant mark on the world. Now all of that was ruined by these two fools, Fei Yin and Ming Tiao. Others could not scold him due to the identity of the 12 months, but he could. Fei Yin and Ming Tiao had never felt such gratitude towards Huai Su as they did at this moment. When facing Ingshir, they had to endure scoldings as they were indeed in the wrong, and Ingshir was one of the most senior figures in the Bureau. You all need to reflect well. Without your handling, the outcome would be more detrimental than beneficial. After summarizing, Ingshir hung up the phone. Zhao Su let out a long sigh. Ingshir usually did not get angry, but when he did, even Zhao Su would retreat. Huai Su, is there something you need? Did those two troublemakers cause you more issues? It was clear that the two troublemakers referred to were Fei Yin and Ming Tiao. No, Director Zhao, there is something I want to consult you about. Listen, Huai Su speaks quite elegantly. With such strength and yet no trace of youthful arrogance, he truly is a good comrade of the nation. You can tell me anything. As long as it doesn't violate the law, I will do my best to help. If it can't be done, I will have Fei Yin and Ming Tiao assist you. Thank you, Director Zhao. Didn't the headquarters discover that there is still a group of demon clans living in Haisha? Indeed, that is the case. I have interacted with them and found that many of these demon clans are quite law-abiding, so I plan to offer them amnesty. Silence and endless silence. After waiting for about 3 minutes, there was still no response from the other end of the line. Bian Li checked his phone. The call was still active. Hello, Director Zhao. Bian Li began to understand that this matter was likely not easy to handle. Yes, Huai Su, you really have presented me with a significant challenge. Zhao Su smiled wryly. The original intention of notifying the Haisha branch was to have Huai Su take action against them. It would be best to drive them away. Even if that didn't happen, they should at least be deterred. However, Huai Su wanted to absorb them directly. There have been similar incidents in the past, but do you know what the final outcome was? Zhao Zu's tone was grave. Without waiting for Huai Su to respond, he provided the answer directly. 70 years ago, no one knew that a great battle had occurred deep within the Shenanjia region involving the Dragon Kingdom's Anomalous Adjustment Bureau and the Demon Nation of Shenanjia. The cause was that the Anomalous Adjustment Bureau was initially too weak, having only 4 S-level demon kings at the time, and we decided to cooperate with the demon clans, which several S-level demon kings agreed to at the time. However, we underestimated the situation. The demons are wild and difficult to tame. When they stepped out of the mountains and entered the human world, the conflicts began. They would not adhere to the rules of the human world, but would only follow the principle of the survival of the fittest. With S-level demons backing them, they completely disregarded the Anomalous Adjustment Bureau. In the end, what began as a good deed turned into a disaster, and as the discontent on both sides accumulated to a certain extent, war became inevitable. Huai Su listened quietly, not interrupting. He could tell that Zhao Su had also been one of the participants in that battle. Ingshir had undoubtedly experienced that great battle as well. That battle was devastating and nearly crippled the Anomalous Adjustment Bureau. Do you still want to proceed with this? Zhao Su did not mention that he was the one who initially suggested that course of action. Despite still holding the position of director of the Anomalous Adjustment Bureau, he often dreamt about the scenes before his comrades departed for battle. Many never returned, and those who did all bore wounds. Now he was personally reopening the scars of the past. Yes, Huai Su certainly understood Zhao Zu's intentions. However, the current situation was different from before. Director Zhao, these demons have been living in Haishur for many years. During these years, they have become familiar with the rules of human society and even studied the law. From this, it can be seen that they can be tamed. But Bian Li did not give Zhao Su the opportunity to speak. Of course, since I proposed this, I will take responsibility for it. I will conduct background checks on the demon clans that I offer amnesty to, and after granting amnesty, if any demon misbehaves, I will personally intervene. Guaranteeing these matters was also Bian Li's responsibility. Huai Su, you must understand that this matter not only concerns yourself, many within the Anomalous Adjustment Bureau have experienced that battle, and they will become your obstacles. Zhao Su originally did not want to agree. Huai Su was young and had not experienced that battle. He did not understand the significance of such actions. But Zhao Su understood. His ability to continue holding the position of director of the Anomalous Adjustment Bureau after the war was not just due to his own strength. The support of the elders was also crucial. Those individuals might not be as strong as Huai Su, but they had shed blood for the nation. To this day, they were cared for by the Dragon Kingdom. Their significance could no longer be measured merely by strength. More importantly, they themselves were living. I see now. Huai Su understood Zhao Zu's meaning. In simpler terms, those people were the elders. Among these elders were some still within the Anomalous Adjustment Bureau, such as Ing Shi and Miao Xia. Miao Xia from late June and Ing Shi from March were figures of the same era, leaders of the radical faction. Fortunately, if it had been Miao Xia here, he might have directly gone to Haishur to teach Huai Su a lesson. However, even Ing Shi's expression turned somewhat grim upon hearing that Huai Su wanted to recruit the demon. Those who had not experienced that battle could not fathom the cruelty of the demon clans. Once someone died, there would be no complete corpses. In fact, many people were completely devoured by the demons. Certainly, if it were truly as Huai Su said that these demons were friendly and had even lived among humans for a period adapting to human survival laws, this idea, indeed, had merit. However, Ing Shi would absolutely not support it. Not opposing it was already the extent of what he could do. So I advise you to abandon this idea. If you do not wish to take action, just drive them away. It would be fine to maintain a peaceful coexistence as long as you ensure that no troubles arise. Zhao Su had already made significant concessions to avoid instability within the Anomalous Adjustment Bureau. The implication was clear: you could keep them, but they absolutely must not be incorporated into the Bureau. Bian Li naturally understood. He did not press the matter. In his position, he had to consider the broader picture. Sitting in that position, Zhao Su had to prioritize the overall situation. In this matter, those elders represented the overall situation. Bian Li understood that if he were in Zhao Zu's position, he would likely make the same decision. Since Director Zhao has said so, I will not insist, but I will keep them. It was merely a matter of not being part of the Bureau, which Bian Li did not mind. As long as they could become his subordinates and protectors for Qing Nu Yu as they grew, that would suffice. As long as they were in Haishi, could he not protect them? Zhao Su and Ing Shi also understood Huai Zu's unspoken meaning. However, they were satisfied with such an outcome. As long as it appeared acceptable on the surface, they could pretend not to see. At the same time, they were pleased with Bian Li's understanding. If it were another young person, they wouldn't even dream of possessing the strength of Huai Su. Even with just and strength, all the requirements must be met. They believe they are the center of the world, the protagonist of their own lives. The Anomaly Bureau has encountered such individuals before. Though not as young as Bian Li, they are still in their 20s approaching 30. The final outcome is rather tragic. The Anomaly Bureau cannot protect them even if they want to. The trouble they have caused is substantial. Don't go too far, Zhao Su reminded him. Bian Li is a junior that both he and Ing Shi have high hopes for. Ing Shi and Miao Xia have grown old. In the future, it will be Bian Li who carries the banner for the Anomaly Bureau. Bian Li's character and way of dealing with the world are sufficient to bear this responsibility. Rest assured, Director Zhao Huai Su understands. Bian Li did not grasp Zhao Zu's deeper meaning. He has even given up the Bian family. Can the Anomaly Bureau really bind him? Bian Li merely sees the Anomaly Bureau as a stepping stone, a means to access the supernatural world. After hanging up the phone, Bian Li stroked his chin. Although he couldn't get into the Bureau, it seems that whether he could or not is not a big issue for those in the demon race. Moreover, he had not anticipated that the relationship between humans and demons within the territory of Longhua was so terrible. However, from this perspective, it seems that Xiong Feitian and those demons should be manageable. He dialed another number. Qing Nu Yu, I have already contacted Director Zhao. Xiong Feitian and the others can stay, but they cannot join the Anomaly Bureau. After the background check is complete, qualified individuals will work as temporary staff to assist you. For those who do not qualify, provide them with evidence and let them deal with it themselves. He had no choice but to activate the backup plan. Subsequently, Bian Li made another call to Xiong Fei. Xiong, due to events from 70 years ago, the Anomaly Bureau does not accept demons, but I can assure you that as long as you are in Haishi, no one can harm you. What do you think? He spoke directly, not intending to beat around the bush. Given Xiong Feitian and the others' level, they undoubtedly know about the Great War from 70 years ago, but whether they participated is another matter. A few minutes of silence followed. Xiong Feitian was currently in an underground city bar, surrounded by other powerful demons. Upon hearing Bian Li mention the war from 70 years ago, several demons suddenly felt a chill. However, upon hearing that they could stay in Haishi and that a figure from the 12-month council would protect them, they immediately felt better. After exchanging glances, Xiong Feitian spoke. Lord Huaisu of April, we agree. We will definitely help you protect Haishi. They had considered the situation. Not having a formal position was not a significant issue. From then on, however, they would have no place to call home beyond Haishi. Among humans, Zhao Su and Ing Shi were still quite resistant to incorporating the demon race. Among the demon race, their actions were no different from betrayal. But this was their choice. Now they could only hope that Lord Huaisu of April would truly protect them, and not deceive them into coming in to kill them. He had the strength to do so. Moreover, protecting Haishi was something they were already doing. Their present was rooted in Haishi. Haishi was their home. Whoever dares to cause trouble in their home, they would truly bare their teeth. Well, after the background check, you will be my people of Huaisu. Whoever dares to touch you, I will not spare them. Huaisu was easy to talk to, but not without temper. No one who had dealt with Bian Li in business would think he was easy to deal with. He was someone who would never settle for earning just one when he could earn two. Whoever offended him would face retaliation. For the sake of the so-called greater good, Bian Li believed he had made concessions and said little more. Throughout the entire process, it was what you said goes. You said they cannot join, then they cannot join. You said to manage them well, then let them stay in Haishi. Even if Xiong Feitian is on a business trip, he would let him send others. Bian Li did not expect that his rational concessions would indeed make people feel he was easy to talk to, even weak. Despite his strength and achievements, some people believed that standing on the side of righteousness meant Bian Li had to make concessions. For instance, right now, after Zhao Su hung up Bian Li's call, the next call came immediately. No, I disagree. After listening to what the person on the other end said, Zhao Su clearly expressed his opposition. This concerns the future of Longhua. You have no say in this. With that, he hung up the phone. Is that Miao Xia I hear? Ing Shi was nearby and had also heard some of the conversation, her expression grave. He wants Huaisu to hand over his eternal memory body and lost driver for national research. Zhao Su thought of many things. The strength of Huaisu was beyond doubt, while Miao Xia had many supporters within the Anomaly Bureau. He was someone who survived the tumultuous years, and his ruthlessness against enemies has garnered many followers. Miao Xia's differences in ideology from Ing Shi resulted in more supporters for Miao Xia than for Ing Shi. After all, in the supernatural world of power and prestige, who would refuse a leader who would annihilate enemies to the last? Didn't we foresee that this day would come? Ing Shi thought it was tricky, but after some reflection it wasn't as difficult. The strength of Huaisu is evident. He is not a soft persimmon, Ing Shi analyzed. Miao Xia is not foolish either. One is something that may or may not be researched, and the other is a concrete super combat power that can take on three. How could the choice not be obvious? Zhao Su certainly knew this, or wasn't that exactly what they had thought back then? But don't forget, he was already on the brink of madness. Upon Zhao Zu's reminder, Ing Shi was momentarily stunned. Indeed, Miao Xia had been crazy since 70 years ago. They had almost forgotten, given the years of silence, just how deep Miao Xia's hatred for the demon race was. He dreams of fighting back once more, Zhao Su said, frowning. Now, with Bian Li wanting to recruit the demon race, these two matters may lead to a clash between the two. 70 years ago, it was not just Miao Xia, his wife and children also participated in the battle. The outcome was not favorable. Both were consumed by a demon king, their bodies unrecognizable. Most importantly, that demon king did not die. He was merely severely injured and still lives today. Since then, re-entering the Shenangjia and finding the demon king to avenge his wife and children has become Miao Xia's goal for survival. All along, Zhao Su and Ing Shi have been suppressing Miao Xia, using the Anomaly Bureau's lack of capability as an excuse to stall. After 70 years of development, the Bureau is not without the ability to breach the Shenangjia. It's just that they cannot afford the consequences. They must remember that there are countless enemies outside watching closely. For the greater good, Miao Xia has not insisted, focusing instead on training newcomers, leading them, and protecting them. Now there is a glimmer of hope to easily enhance the overall strength of the Anomaly Bureau. Until a true failure occurs, Miao Xia will not give up. Inform Huaisu, let him brace himself, and make it clear this decision does not originate from the center. What about Miao Xia? It would seem as though we were taking sides. Miao Xia's call today was precisely intended to use our voices to notify Huai Su, a gesture of courtesy before force. Zhao Su saw through it all. Do you truly believe Huai Su is the sort who surrenders without resistance? Though Huai Su values the greater good that only holds true when his fundamental interests remain untouched, he is in truth prouder than anyone. Having risen to prominence at a young age, he has stood atop the pinnacle of every field he has entered. His pride, therefore, is deeply internalized. Precisely because it is inward, his pride runs far deeper than any outward arrogance. A confrontation between Miao Xia and Huai Su is inevitable. I fear Miao Xia may overstep and Huai Su retaliate too fiercely. Zhao Su voiced his concern. Given Huai Su's demonstrated strength, Miao Xia might well be outmatched. Ingshi fell silent. Through imagery and ability, Ta In had already identified the two Yama kings. Apart from the king of Mount Tai, the other was the Song Emperor. The king of Mount Tai merely eludes capture. The Song Emperor is utterly beyond grasp. His power ranks among the highest, even within the Paranormal Adjustment Bureau. Moreover, there remains the Great White Shark Sovereign. Facing such odds, any of the 12 moons, except Huai Su, would fight only to trade lives. One kill breaks, even U2 secures victory. Yet Huai Su, he drove one away, left another gravely wounded. Had his own allies not hindered him, he might well have captured one. This battle has gradually drawn international attention. Some dismiss it as a staged spectacle orchestrated by Longhua, refusing to acknowledge the circulated footage, while believers regard Huai Su with profound fascination and trepidation. Let Zhang Dong speak. We must remain silent. Once we intervene, the nature of the matter shifts entirely. Agreed. Zhang Dong should arrive shortly. Zhao Su nodded. Zhang Dong was responsible for delivering the instruments and escorting Smith. As Zhao Su placed the call, Zhang Dong was en route to Haisher University convoy laden with equipment. Ji Yunyan had prepared everything. The equipment would enter the university under the guise of a donation from the Lung Group. Later, Lung Qingshuang would supply genuine academic instruments to compensate. Upon receiving the order, Zhang Dong felt cold sweat drench his back. Jun Miao Xia had set his sights on April Huai Su. Though many had long anticipated this clash, its actual occurrence still proved daunting. Where once they worried about Huai Su, now their concern shifted to Miao Xia. Yet worry alone availed nothing. He was merely an class agent. If even the 12 moons could do nothing, what recourse did he have? He could only follow orders. Ji Yunyan waited at the university gate. Seeing Zhang Dong, he greeted warmly. Welcome. I am Ji Yunyan Zhang Yan. Xie Qinyuan Zhang Dong, replied the latter, shaking hands. Zhang Yan led the convoy to the branch base. Upon arrival, Zhang Dong directed unloading. All accompanying personnel were Central Bureau technicians tasked with installing every instrument. Zhang Yan observed closely, learning meticulously. Ji Yunyan, where is April Huai Su? I must speak with him immediately. Without glancing at Smith, Zhang Dong kept the director's mission foremost. Captain Xie Qinyuan, please wait a moment while I inquire. Ji Yunyan showed no surprise. Xie Qinyuan had been the first to meet Huai Su, and it was he who brought Huai Su to the Central Bureau. That carried weight, a guiding bond. Hence, Xie Qinyuan was entrusted with escorting the instruments. Arriving in Haishi wishing to see Huai Su was only natural. After receiving the instruments, Ji Yunyan had already announced the arrival in their group chat. Learning of Zhang Dong's request, Bian Li accepted willingly. He had nothing pressing to attend to. They agreed to meet at Huanyu. Upon giving his name, Zhang Dong was escorted to a private room. Bian Li had already arrived. After brief pleasantries, Zhang Dong moved straight to the point. Director, Huai Su, the director instructed me to convey something to you. What is it? Bian Li asked curiously. They had spoken just hours earlier. Why relay this message in person rather than by phone? Among the 12 moons, besides marching sure, there is another senior figure of equal standing, Jun Miao Xia. Zhang Dong spoke cautiously. Bian Li paused mid-sip. Miao Xia again. What of him? His brow furrowed. Was it related to the Yao Ins? Well, how shall I put it? It appears Director Miao Xia has taken particular interest in your transformation device. Zhang Dong swallowed hard. Such audacity would outrage anyone, but especially Huai Su, whose formidable strength made such presumption intolerable. Even Zhang Dong found Miao Xia's conduct excessively arrogant. Yet from the Bureau's perspective, it was not unjustified. If breakthroughs emerged from such research, the Bureau's capabilities would rise dramatically. What guidance has Director Zhao offered? Bian Li sought Zhao Su's stance. This matter could escalate or remain contained, depending on whether the Central Bureau favored Miao Xia's pursuit of his memory core and lost drive. If so, Bian Li would show no restraint. To refuse offered dignity was to invite open rupture, perhaps even unleashing E-Total in full fury. In the end, it would become a test of endurance. Who would break first? Director Zhao said only this refrained from going too far. Miao Xia has rendered great service to Longhua. Xie Qinyuan was astonished. The director seemed to side with Huai Su. Hearing this, Bian Li smiled faintly, having grasped Zhao Su's intent. Understood. Please convey my thanks to Director Zhao. In an instant, Bian Li understood why Zhao Su had chosen indirect communication via Zhang Dong. It was a deliberate act of discretion, preserving space for both Huai Su and Miao Xia. Should tensions flare, the Central Bureau could step in to mediate, so long as its posture remained impartial. Beyond that, it came down to raw capability, to determine whether Miao Xia could wrest the memory core and lost drive from Huai Su's grasp. Let skill decide. Xie Qinyuan exhaled in relief. The mission was accomplished. Being drawn into the conflict between Miao Xia and Huai Su had weighed heavily upon him. Most troubling was the fear that Huai Su, in anger, might blame him. Thereafter, host and guest shared easy camaraderie. They were old acquaintances. Compared to others at the Central Bureau, their rapport ran deep. Xie Qinyuan possessed unusually intimate knowledge of its inner workings. He recounted select anecdotes, then subtly hinted that many within the Bureau openly supported Jun. After parting ways, Xie Qinyuan went to the Sub-Bureau for verification, while Huai Su returned home waiting for Miao Xia to visit. He only knew that Miao Xia was the leader of the radical faction, a contemporary of Yingshi. Seeing the account of the battle between humans and monsters 70 years ago, where Miao Xia's wife and children were left in disarray, Bian Li understood his feelings. While he would never allow such a situation to occur in front of him, from Miao Xia's actions over the years, it was evident that he was determined to seek revenge. In the evening, Bian Lianyun, Bian Yi, and Bian Fan returned home. The family sat together for dinner. Su Hurong chattered about the arrangements for fox fur and tiger fur. Bian Lianyun wanted to object and keep the tiger fur, but he gave up when he heard about the couple outfits. At his age, how could he not fulfill his wife's wishes for couple outfits? Bian Yi listened with discomfort. Bian Fan glanced at Bian Li and lowered his head to eat. He secretly stole another glance and continued to eat with his head down. The tension was palpable. What's wrong? If there's something, just say it. Bian Yi, as the elder sister, believed she should treat everyone, but she was still learning. 18 years of close companionship made her momentarily place Bian Fan and Bian Li on the same level, which required a transition period. Yet she was trying her best to achieve that. No, nothing's wrong. How could it be nothing? It was just a matter of whether it could be discussed here. Ji Yunyan had shared the matter of Xie Qinyuan looking for Huai Su in the group. There had been too many recent events, and Bian Fan felt a bit overwhelmed, instinctively thinking it couldn't be anything. Then let's just enjoy our meal. After dinner, come to my study. I want to see how you've been studying these past few days. Bian Li immediately saw through Bian Fan's concerns. It wouldn't seem out of place to be alone under the pretext of an assessment. Bian Lianyun noticed this too, and while providing cover said, "Not bad, there's been significant improvement. Indeed, the efficiency in reviewing reports has increased." Bian Yi had successfully shifted her focus. After dinner in the study, before they could speak, both their expressions changed. At the same time, in the Haisher Sub-Bureau base, Ji Yunyan, playing with the newly installed equipment, watched as the device emitted a loud alarm, falling silent. Good news, this time the device didn't malfunction. Bad news, the energy reaction is S-level, and there are two of them. If it weren't a malfunction, then Haisher was just unfortunate. Which city gets visited by S-level beings every few days? Is S-level becoming too common? Ji Yunyan immediately informed Huai Su. Although he believed Huai Su couldn't possibly be unaware of these two powers, it was too obvious, with no attempt to conceal it, as if deliberately luring Huai Su. According to regulations, Ji Yunyan had to inform Huai Su immediately. "I understand, don't worry, I know who it is." At this moment, who else could it be but Miao Xia? Ji Yunyan instantly recalled that earlier in the day Xie Qinyuan mentioned he had something to discuss with Huai Su. Connecting the dots brought a rough understanding of the situation. He guessed these two must be from December. Feeling somewhat relieved, at least Haisher would be safe. Subsequently, Ji Yunyan notified Qing Niu and others, including the newly joined Xiao Rui, who was still. Previously, they hadn't taken Xiao Rui to the sea battle, partly for her protection and partly because they didn't know what the outcome of that battle would be. Dealing with such a hellish scenario on her first mission would have been too cruel for a newcomer. Thus, they tacitly decided not to inform her. This time was different. This time it was from the Dragon Kingdom's December. Safety was assured. In the Bian family villa, Bian Fan looked at the messages on his phone, as well as the call from Ji Yunyan. Late June. The voice of Bian Li, filled with a sense of cynicism, caused both Miao Xia and Qiu Ban to frown. After all, they were seniors, both belonging to the 12th month. There should be a certain level of courtesy, shouldn't there? To address Miao Xia by his code name, without even adding a title of seniority. This one must be August Qiu Ban, right? Bian Li had come today ready for a fight. He wasn't here for pleasantries. Courtesy is reserved for those who likewise exhibit it. These two had directly used their aura to draw him in. Oh, was that really polite? Junior, I presume Zhao Su has conveyed our intentions to you. It seems you are unwilling. This attitude already spoke volumes. How about this? If you are willing to voluntarily lie down on the researcher's experimental bed at headquarters, I wouldn't mind letting you study this belt of mine, would I? Bian Li thought of a good idea. This was a case of using one's own methods against them. The purpose of this visit was nothing more than that. Bian Li was even too lazy to listen. He couldn't care less about national security or the future of the Anomaly Bureau. As long as he was here, the country was safe. As long as he remained, the future of the Anomaly Bureau would be bright. He didn't want to debate matters of patriotism. It was simply about placing them in the same situation. One must understand that to this day those researchers in the Anomaly Bureau dream of having an S level to study. What an absurd argument. How could your belt possibly be compared to me? Miao Xia's expression darkened. Without him even saying anything, Huai Su had directly thrown out a condition that he could not agree to. Once it fell into the hands of those researchers, whether he could survive was uncertain. Even if he did survive, he would have to pay a heavy price. At his age, he didn't know how long he could last after coming out. How could it not be comparable? That previous statement was a test. If Miao Xia nodded, Bian Li would still regard him as a man of honor willing to pay any price for revenge. Now, in Bian Li's eyes, Miao Xia was just a selfish, unworthy old fool. He could not even protect his own family, and to seek revenge he had to rely on others. To Bian Li he was nothing but a waste. In terms of strength, I can battle 3S levels alone. In terms of age, I am younger than you, and my future shines brighter. Besides relying on your past achievements, what else can you do? Bian Li unleashed his full verbal firepower, revealing his sharp tongue. Qiuban stood there stunned. This was the first time anyone had dared to speak to Miao Xia in such a manner. However, Qiuban soon realized he had underestimated this April Huai Su, because what came next was a statement that completely pierced Miao Xia's lungs. Unable to protect your family and relying on others for revenge, what else can you possibly do? With that one sentence, Miao Xia completely lost his mind. Even Qiuban, who had experienced more than half a century of ups and downs, was dumbfounded at that moment. Did you really just say that? Qiuban understood it was over. What might have been a friendly exchange now seemed likely to end in a fight to the death. Miao Xia no longer wasted words. His face turned completely dark, and he struck first with a lethal blow, thousands of blossoms flying. The internal energy transformed into countless ink green flowers, all shooting towards Huai Su. Miao Xia from June came from the Tang sect in Sichuan. His skills in the Tang sect's hidden weapons and poison techniques were superb. He excelled at poisoning his enemies without them knowing or striking them with hidden weapons. However, poison like energy attacks was the very thing Huai Su feared the least. With no other movement, he merely waved his eternity robe, causing all the toxic flowers that touched it to transform into pure poison attribute energy, falling into the sea. The toxins fell into the sea, turning the waters beneath them into an ink green hue. Countless fish flipped belly up, rising to the surface before sinking one by one. If you're going to fight, then fight, but harming the environment is not good at all. Bian Li's teasing voice rang out like a slap across Miao Xia's face. The ocean memory device appeared in his hand, and he pressed a button, producing a strange sound of ocean as it slipped into the groove. Ocean. Maximum. Drive. Nature has the ability to purify itself. While S-level strong beings are indeed powerful, they are still not enough to permanently influence an entire region. As the powers of the ocean were activated, the currents began to flow faster, purifying the sea area contaminated by the toxins. Indeed, a remarkable ability. It seems your powers rely on those so-called memory devices. If you could contribute all the powers of these memory devices, the strength of the Anomaly Bureau of the Dragon Nation would soar. As a citizen of the Dragon Nation, it is every citizen's duty. Miao Xia was captivated by the miraculous ability of the ocean memory device, forcibly suppressing his intense anger. If Miao Xia's body were to be contributed, allowing the scientists at headquarters to uncover the secrets of S-level strong beings, it might also help enhance the Anomaly Bureau's strength. Wouldn't that be better for both of us? Come on, mutually harming each other, who's afraid of whom? Speaking of national pride and righteousness, who can't do that? My body still has use, it can't just be wasted like this. If I am nearing my end in the future, I certainly won't be stingy. In the end, Miao Xia still managed to suppress his anger. The poison just now was one of his stronger techniques. The ease with which Huai Su blocked it was enough to indicate the latter's capabilities were a direct counter to his. Moreover, he had witnessed the battle between Ing Shi and Huai Su, and that endless array of abilities had also made him feel troubled. Moreover, Ming Tiao had also mentioned that the blue flame energy was the true power Huai Su relied upon. That world-destroying strike could only be barely resisted even by the 4 great S-levels teaming up. In simple terms, Miao Xia felt he couldn't win. But he was unwilling to yield, thus he could only rely on persuasion through words. I am younger than you, and all my abilities are in this driver. When my time comes, I won't be stingy in surrendering the driver to the state. But for now, I still need to keep my useful self to serve the country. He continued to defeat Miao Xia using Miao Xia's own methods. In terms of not buckling under pressure, Bian Li asserted that the youth was the authority. Stubborn. Xiaoban, let's attack together. Miao Xia contacted Xiaoban to join him, feeling that he might not be Huai's opponent. Thus, Xiaoban's ability became crucial. August Xiaoban did not come from any family or sect, but was an exceptionally gifted awakened ability user like Fei Yin. His ability was a legendary one, a water system mutation, the weak water of 3000. Weak water, a divine water from myth, cannot support a feather, even birds struggle to cross. Once touched by the weak water, as long as their strength did not exceed Xiaoban's too much, it was nearly impossible to escape easily. The individual would be dragged into the weak water, finding it hard to flee. August Xiaoban may not be the strongest among the 12 months, but he was undoubtedly the opponent that no one wanted to encounter among them. Xiaoban's expression was grave, feeling an immense pressure emanating from Huaisu. The posture of floating in midair with arms hanging down seemed to signify that everything was under control. Xiaoban understood that this was the stance of someone with absolute confidence in themselves. Coincidentally, she was such a person. She extended her delicate hand, condensing water in the void. First, a droplet formed, quickly gathering into a water bubble with a diameter of 20 meters. This was the weak water. It appeared no different from ordinary water, but the sense of danger it exuded piqued Huai's interest. Once again, Miao Xia used the 10,000 trees flying blossoms. However, this time what the blossoms were tainted with was not poison, but weak water. Confidence or arrogance, it was all the same. This time Bian Li did not use the eternal robe, but instead concentrated a blue flame energy, representing eternal power, delivering a simple and direct punch. The blue flames rampaged. Yet the flames did not block all the flying blossoms. A single blossom pierced through the flames and landed in Bian Li's hand. In an instant, Bian Li felt his body lighten. The power of the bird memory body dissipated, and he began to fall. Xiaoban had already prepared and moved the entire weak water bubble beneath Bian Li. It seemed she had long anticipated that Bian Li would fall for the trap. 4 water ropes extended from the weak water bubble, shooting out to grasp at Bian Li's limbs. Once caught, he would be completely dragged into the weak water. At that point, Bian Li would be at Xiaoban's mercy. Weak water was indeed this domineering. However, Xiaoban did not know that this was all part of Bian Li's plan. The legendary weak water, Bian Li could not help but want to experience it himself. Yet after truly experiencing it, perhaps it was due to his master's insufficient strength, or perhaps it was merely possessing the name of weak water. In any case, Bian Li felt somewhat disappointed. Although the ability of this weak water was indeed domineering, it had certainly caused him some effect. But it was limited to that and no more than that. The power of eternity erupted, and the blue flames reappeared. The slight weak water on him was instantly dispelled. Xiaoban sensed this immediately, her joy turning to shock in an instant. The power of the bird memory body returned, and Bian Li's descent abruptly halted as he soared back up. Not only Xiaoban, but Miao Xia was also filled with disbelief. As a true experiencer of weak water, Miao Xia's confidence in weak water was as great as her wariness of it. Even a slight touch would render it impossible to dispel without exerting effort, let alone during battle. Could it be that Huai's strength had truly surpassed theirs by so much? Bian Li shook his hand casually, saying, "A bit impressive, but not much. You were almost able to defeat me. Next, enjoy the party in hell, and don't give up easily." At a 45 angle, he turned sideways, raised his right hand, and gave a thumbs up with a sudden downward motion. A gesture that was minimally harmful, but highly insulting. This made Miao Xia and Xiaoban's expressions sour. Every word and action from Huaisu rubbed their faces into the ground. "Arrogant junior," he roared, but it only highlighted his own impotence. This time Miao Xia did not use it. Knowing the eternal robe was in place, Miao Xia understood that energy supply would be ineffective. She scattered her hand outward, unleashing countless fine needles. All the fine needles glimmered with an inky green light, dark green. This was the most used poison by Miao Xia, the strange death. Just a small touch, and life and death would become unfamiliar to its target. In short, touching it meant certain death, with not a bone left behind. She pulled the eternal robe over, placing it in front of her as she began to wave it. The blue energy flickered, indicating the poison needles piercing the robe. All the poison needles were blocked. However, the poison needles were merely a diversion, concealing the next move. The Dragon Whisker Needle, a unique hidden weapon of the Tang sect, thin as a hair, nearly imperceptible, and extremely poisonous. Not only was it tainted with deadly poison, but it also contained Xiaoban's weak water. It was proven that weak water was useful. It was just that Huai's strength was sufficient to quickly dispel it. So what if the weak water were to be injected into Huai's body and fused with his blood? Although doing so might lead to Huaisu being incapacitated. But in the face of so-called righteousness and the interests of the Anomaly Bureau, Miao Xia chose to act without hesitation. Xiaoban did not hesitate either. She was no longer thinking about seeking a transformation device for her daughter after research results. Her focus was on Bian Li's transformation device. If this transformation device and memory body were to be given to her daughter, wouldn't her daughter immediately possess this immense power, becoming the new December? Such temptation was something Ban did not want to give up, and the prerequisite for this was that Huai-Su had to die. The dragon whisker needle was hidden among all the fine needles, and Miao Xia kept a close watch. As long as the dragon whisker needle pierced through the robe and into Huai-Zu's body, their mission for today would be deemed a success. Ban also kept a close watch. As soon as Huai-Su revealed any flaw, her weak water would strike again. Dragging him into the weak water, they would secretly inflict serious injury. The plan was good, but there is a saying that plans can't keep up with changes. Miao Xia and Ban's changes were all noted by Bian Li. Initially, he did not want to dwell on it, just giving them a beating to make them obedient. But now they were aiming for his life. Then he couldn't be blamed for being rude. As the eternal robe waved, the eternal memory body had already inserted the eternal dagger. Eternal. Maximum. Drive. A strange voice sounded. The robe retracted behind him, and the dagger descended from above, gripped in reverse as he struck downward. Blue flames erupted. Miao Xia and Ban's faces changed drastically. They felt a tremendous threat from this move. The weak water transformed into a shield protecting Ban in front. Poison mist surged from Miao Xia's sleeve, enveloping her. But was it effective? The weak water shield only held for a breath before being shattered. With no other choice, Ban slipped into the weak water bubble. The poison mist was dispersed by the power of eternity, and Miao Xia could only retreat. As long as I retreat fast enough, the attack won't catch up with me. In an inconspicuous place, Huai-Su looked down at his chest. There was a small blood hole. He was injured. A familiar yet stronger sensation emerged. That was the power of weak water. Agonizing pain ravaged his body. That was Miao Xia's poison. It was just that Bian Li's strength was sufficient, and the transformed state had enhanced skin, making his physical constitution far superior to others of the same level. Thus Bian Li did not immediately succumb to the poison. He lifted his head, looking at Miao Xia and Ban. Bian Li was thoroughly enraged. Within his consciousness, the Evol-Driver Cobra bottle and Night System bottle glowed. Suddenly vanished. Bian Li's transformation was undone. The Evol-Driver appeared at his waist, the Cobra bottle in his left hand and the Night System bottle in his right, swaying up and down. Twist the Cobra bottle and insert the Evol-Driver. Rider System. Evolution. With his right hand gripping the control lever of the Evol-Driver, a platform filled with a sense of technology appeared out of nowhere, forming a half-human shape with metallic steel pipes at the front and back. Are you ready? He raised both hands. Transform. The half-human shape formed by the metallic pipes merged at one point, enveloping Bian Li entirely. Cobra. Evol Cobra. Fuahaha. A mad laughter echoed throughout the sky. When the blue flames dissipated, Miao Xia and Ban looked, and the white figure had already vanished. In its place stood a mysterious and magnificent new form. Just standing there exuded an overwhelming presence. This sense of oppression was something Miao Xia and Ban could not feel from their peers. That was a pressure only present in an SS-level human deity. A feeling so intense that one would want to kneel upon sensing it. He raised his hand to take a look, then lowered his head to gaze at the armor covered in nebulae on his body. Unlike the enhanced skin of Kamen Rider Eternal, this was fully armored. Aha! Such immense power, do you feel it? Under the powerful force of Kamen Rider Evol in Cobra form, even this slightly weakened version of weak water and the so-called deadly poison from Tangmen were easily resolved. The gap in realms lay before them. Although the Cobra form had not yet reached the level of its class human deity, it was already infinitely close. It could be called a demigod. The further black hole form would be the true human deity. At the moment Kamen Rider Evol appeared, a loud alarm sounded in every organization on the planet that monitored energy. Usually even an S-level deadly battle would not easily trigger alarms, but at this moment all alarms rang out as if their lives depended on it. The alarm from the Kyoto Anomaly Bureau was particularly intense. Within the borders of Longhua, they could see real-time footage via satellite. However, it was this footage that sent chills down Zhao Su and Ing Shi's spines. As old friends of Miao Xia and Ban, they knew the two well. They understood that the actions they had just taken were filled with murderous intent. The long beard needle and Ban's movements. These were moves and postures the two would only use when facing life-and-death battles. Zhao Su quickly made arrangements. You go to the scene now, only you can defuse this awkward situation. Most importantly, ensure that Huai-Su is safe. Huai-Zu's attempt to use his body against weak water made Zhao Zu's heart tighten. And the hidden weapons from Miao Xia with Huai-Zu's current mindset were extremely dangerous. And indeed Huai-Su was hit. Miao Xia and Ban did not see it, but Zhao Su and Ing Shi witnessed Huai-Su bowing his head. As the two felt a chill in their hearts, Huai-Su pulled out a new driver and 2 bottles. They thought the transformation effect was flashy and noisy. But once the transformation was complete, and the entire headquarters erupted with loud alarms, Zhao Su and Ing Shi gasped in shock. You need to leave quickly, if you don't you'll only be there to collect the corpses of those two fools. When Huai Su was poisoned, Ing Shi's task was to ensure Huai Zu's safety. Now his task was to stop Huai Su from killing Qiu Ban and Miao Xia. Zhao Su regretted that he should have used all his power to prevent this farce from happening. Without hesitation, Ing Shi grabbed Fei Yin, who was still in headquarters, and had him take her there. The journey from Kyoto to Haishur took only 5 minutes at Fei Yin's speed, even with one person. On the sea, Miao Xia and Qiu Ban suppressed their shock and looked at the noble and mysterious dark golden armored figure, their faces shifting from joy to despair. Next comes the real battle. Are you ready? With his hands spread open beneath the mask, Bian Li's lips curled into a mocking smile. Before the words had even faded, Kamen Rider Evol moved swiftly, arriving directly in front of Qiu Ban. He locked eyes with her. Time seemed to freeze, each Qiu Ban's pupils dilated, lost and confused. The speed exhibited by Huai Su had already surpassed her reaction capability. Just now Miao Xia's killing intent was direct and intense, but your killing intent is extremely concealed. Clearly he is the master of hidden weapons. Huai Su had been careless just now, but his strength still surpassed the two. Thus he could clearly sense their killing intent. Compared to Miao Xia, Qiu Ban's actions displeased Huai Su even more. So now Huai Su was intentionally toying with Qiu Ban. Weak water transformed into a water whip, fiercely striking towards Huai Su from below. Qiu Ban was merely shocked at first, but once she regained her senses, she secretly prepared a countermeasure. She remained confident in her weak water. Even if it truly was an SSS level, she believed that her weak water would still have some effect. A direct confrontation would definitely not work. That was a gap in strength. Rich combat experience told them that Huai Su had suddenly changed forms and become stronger. It must have been the effect of their previous moves. Huai Su was clearly being careless in his mindset. This was a point they could exploit. A sneak attack was the only way. It's useless. He reached out and grabbed the water whip. Weak water soaked his hand, and Bian Li indeed felt a familiar sensation, as if it were trying to engulf him. But in the face of evil's power, merely this bit of ability from weak water was insufficient. Qiu Ban was truly feeling a sense of despair. All of her strength was in this weak water. Without it, she might only possess the strength of an ordinary S level. In other contexts that might be strong, but in front of an S level, it was like garbage that could be discarded at will. Miao Xia moved. In any battle, even in the most desperate moments, one must not give up. This was why Miao Xia had survived through so many battles. He was very clear about what had happened to Huai Su. The belt around his waist had been replaced, and the memory device had transformed into something resembling a bottle. Such a drastic change in power must be related to this. However, knowing this was useless. Just the speed displayed and the bare-handed grasp of weak water told Miao Xia that today they had kicked an iron plate. Toxic mist surged, enveloping both Huai Su and Qiu Ban. Huai Su made no move, turning a blind, just as Miao Xia attempted to take advantage of the obscured vision from the toxic mist to carry Qiu Ban away. Huai Su reached out and grabbed Miao Xia's hand. A terrifying grip surged forth. In an instant, Miao Xia felt the bones in his hand being crushed. Unlike Kamen Rider Eternal's punch strength of only 7 tons, Kamen Rider Evil's punch strength was a staggering 58 tons. How could the grip strength differ so much? What does that even mean? If Miao Xia were not at the SS level, having endured countless trials and the baptism of energy, then anyone below the SS level would have had their entire arm crushed by that simple grip. And not merely breaking bones. Cold sweat stood out on Miao Xia's brow, though his right hand hung limp and powerless. Waves of searing pain coursed through him, yet the one bright fact remained. He had managed to bring Qiu Ban out. You seem a little relieved, because you brought her out. In the poisonous mist, Bian Li spread his hands, heedless of the fumes others avoided, and in a blink his figure was already before Miao Xia. Before they knew it, Qiu Ban had been seized by the shoulder by Bian Li. Your poison is useless to Miao Xia. He reached out with his right hand and patted Miao Xia's ashen cheek. His hand came away sticky with sweat. Ugh! He gave a sound of disdain and wiped it on Miao Xia's clothing. Such paltry skill, and you dare imitate others to steal? It amuses an old man, he mocked. A rush of humiliation tightened Miao Xia's chest. When had he ever been subjected to such degradation? Alas, his poison and Qiu Ban's Ruoxue weak water, their strongest moves, had no effect on Huai Su. In close quarters, they were even less a match. Putting aside the speed that made reaction impossible, the raw strength capable of crushing an arm meant Huai Zu's next strike could grievously maim them. I see you have 2 belts, why not hand over one for the state's research? Miao Xia gritted his teeth against the pain and stubbornly held to his proposal. He did not even notice that his confidence had ebbed. 2 belts. Hand over one. Bian Li laughed, his tone laced with scorn. What gives you the right to speak so plainly? Have you grown so lofty that you disregard Longwo's laws? He gave a light kick and sent Miao Xia toward a distant islet, holding back lest a harder blow kill him outright. Why so silent? Born to be quiet, he pressed his grip a little harder. Xiao Ban felt a violent pain shoot through her shoulder, as if her scapula were being crushed. Say what? Beg for mercy. You can wound us, but can you kill us? The authority of the Yijiao Bureau backed Xiao Ban. She had just tried to kill Huai Su because she believed his power stemmed from his belts and the memory unit. With those two things, anyone could pose as Huai Su. They had simply failed this time. But if Huai Su truly killed them, would the Yijiao Bureau still shelter them? Would Longwo still offer him a haven? Not only Huai Su, but his family would suffer. So this is the source of your confidence. But I'm curious, why did you try to kill me earlier? I could understand Luiyue Miao Xia wanting to kill me, but you are not even of the radicals. What reason brought? If anyone should have come, it would have been Ming Tiao of the radicals, yet it was August Xiao Ban of the moderates who appeared. Bian Li carefully reviewed Xiao Ban's background and relationships. He soon identified his target. I see. You have a daughter, and she is only a clever squad member up to now. You intend to take my belt back for your daughter? Bian Li guessed, fixing his gaze on Xiao Ban's expression. No matter how composed, no one could remain unmoved when matters concerned their loved ones. If that were the motive, Xiao Ban would not be without a tell. Indeed, her plan was pierced. She tensed for a breath, her brows knitting. That single fleeting moment was enough for Bian Li to notice, even though Xiao Ban quickly resumed her composed. As Longwo's December, I would never let private affairs taint a mission. I stand here for the future of Longwo. Bian Li threw back his head and laughed. For Longwo's future. Don't make me laugh. He howled at the sky, genuinely amused by their naivety. Perhaps in true crisis, some would make admirable choices. But what had brought them here today was no such crucible. Their talk of noble cause was merely an excuse. Did they think him some inexperienced youth blind to their design? What began as coercion had become a fight for survival. You claim it's for Longwo's future, as with Miao Xia, I will give you a choice. A better idea formed in Bian Li's mind. He would see to what lengths Xiao Ban, the one who professed the country's future, would go for the Longwo she invoked. If her righteousness required sacrificing others, it would be laughable. The thought made Xiao Ban's heart tremble. Huai Su had offered Miao Xia to the researchers as a specimen in exchange for handing over the lost driver and the memory unit. Now it was her turn. What cruel dilemma would Huai Su set before her? Seize the day. The Yinghua country lies not far. The two of us will go. You will destroy their divines. If you return alive, I guarantee your daughter will become an class ability user, and from among my abilities, she may choose any except eternal. The proposal was intoxicating. Yet Xiao Ban felt a chill. Destroying Yinghua's divine sanctum would not be hard, at least not for her. The difficulty lay in returning alive. Yinghua might not be powerful, but two S-class figures stood within its ranks, and behind them loomed Chogua. Even if she survived, would it be worth it? What would the repercussions be? Her act might soothe her wrath and elevate her daughter to class strength. Xiao Ban trusted that Huai Su could accomplish the deed. But afterwards, Yinghua and Chogua would gain justification to lash out at Longwo's Yijiao Bureau. Such an action would blatantly overturn the balance of the supernatural world. Not even the Yijiao Bureau could protect her, as she and her family would be hunted forever. Every path led to ruin. Rest assured, only you will die, Longwo will remain intact. Even if an SS-class mortal god comes, I guarantee our final victory. Are you mad? Do you understand what this will bring? Xiao Ban thought only madness could make her agree. Of course I know. How else would I prove the depth of your patriotic zeal? Bian Li pointed toward Yinghua. Prove it to me. If you do, I will honor your wishes. I will hand over the lost driver and the memory unit for study, and I will train your daughter to become class. You will become a hero of all Longwo, venerated by the people. All you need is to unleash your ability once, and then return. You would gain everything, would you not? Xiao Ban could only bridle with anger. The notion of gaining everything made her want to curse. If it was so profitable, why did he not seize it himself? Xiao Ban never imagined that Huai Su was actually a madman. Is this thing really neutral? It's even more radical than those extremists. Ming Tiao in front of him was like a child just learning to walk. Huai Su should teach Ming Tiao and Miao Xia how the radicals should truly act. Xiao Ban firmly believed that if this choice were presented to Miao Xia, she might just turn around and walk away. Heading towards the Sakura country, Miao Xia had no family left by her side. But she wasn't Miao Xia. He couldn't do it. What a great idea. I've made my decision. This isn't a choice, it's your only path to survival now. Speaking of this matter, Huai Zu's eyes sparkled. Although this world possessed supernatural powers, the history of the Dragon Kingdom was not much different from his past life. The oppression from the last dynasty led to a fracture in the top powers of the Dragon Kingdom, coupled with isolationist policies resulting in national calamities. Although they ultimately repelled the invaders, even making them pay a heavy price, the scars remained, and the defeated Sakura country shamelessly established a shrine to commemorate those war criminals under the support of the ugly country. No Dragon Kingdom citizen would tolerate this. After transforming, Izong's personality also influenced Bian Li, making him act more in accordance with his true feelings, completing any thoughts without hesitation. This was Izong's recklessness. How could he not be reckless and still be Kamen Rider Evol? Ban had a bad premonition, and soon the premonition indeed came true. They'll take you to the Sakura country to destroy their shrine, and then you can stand by their haha. Ban, are you excited? You will become the idol of all 1 billion people in the Dragon Kingdom. Bian Li tightened his grip on Ban's shoulder, ignoring her struggles. That little strength felt like an ant scratching an elephant. Why, Su, do you want to betray the country? After adjusting for a while, Miao Xia returned at this moment. He was currently in a very sorry state. Not only were all the bones in his arm shattered, but 4 of his ribs had also broken from that last kick. Even floating in the air looked unsteady, let alone his combat power. He could only rely on his words. Betrayal. Huh. You say I Siju Huai Su betray the country. How ridiculous it is, your actions now that are treasonous. You actually want to stop us from going to the Sakura country to destroy their shrine. You traitor. Miao Xia was dumbfounded. Her gaze turned to Ban, hoping she would give an answer. How did it turn into destroying the Sakura country's shrine together? If I had known it would be like this, I wouldn't have fought that battle. If I hadn't fought, I wouldn't have been injured, and if I hadn't been injured, I could have joined in. Huai's transformation surprised and delighted Miao Xia. If it weren't for Shi and Zhao Su stopping him, he would have gone to destroy that so-called shrine long ago. Even Ming Tiao didn't have the guts to follow him to achieve great things. Huai Su actually dared to go. Just for this, Miao Xia respected Huai Su as a true Dragon Kingdom citizen. Don't listen to his nonsense, he wants to destroy it, and then leave me there pinning everything on me. Ban knew that Miao Xia would definitely be interested to hear this plan. But unfortunately, it was her misfortune. What idol? She was the December of the Dragon Kingdom. Could she even debut? Is this a joke? Are the confidentiality regulations of the Special Investigations Bureau just for show? How about changing someone? But I have 2 conditions. Get lost. You are half crippled now, leaving you there is as good as waiting for death. Do you want me to go back and be scolded by Zhao Su and the others? You old man are so wicked. With a flick of her left hand, Miao Xia was sent back where she came from. This time the remaining ribs were all broken. At this moment, Fei Yin and Shi also arrived. The 2 were focused on their journey and didn't know what Huai Su was about to do with Ban. Upon arrival, they saw Miao Xia being thrown down like trash by Huai Su, which was indeed a bit tragic. Meanwhile, Ban was held by Huai Su, unable to break free. Huai Su, show some mercy. Shi shouted immediately. Seeing Shi and Fei Yin arrive, Ban breathed a sigh of relief. She knew that Shi and Huai's relationship should be quite good. Oh, you came quite quickly. Your abilities are really useful. You're almost becoming the express delivery of the General Bureau. Huai Su joked. Fei Yin's face turned dark at this, wondering what kind of nonsense express delivery was. Is there anyone who insults others like this? Do you think I wanna? I'm just as helpless. Huai Su, let's talk calmly, we're all colleagues. I just want to end this farce as soon as possible. They thought Huai Su would win, but they didn't expect it to lead to a life-and-death situation, especially that of a December member. Oh, you all want to stop me. Are you trying to betray the country? Shi and Fei Yin's pupils constricted violently, their minds going blank in an instant. Even Zhao Su, who was listening through the communicator, had a moment of blank thought. Were they not here to mediate? How did it become related to treason? This madman wants to destroy the Sakura country's shrine and then pin it on me. Shi and Fei Yin didn't understand Huai's intentions, and Ban could only repeat it again, hoping Shi and Fei Yin could stop Huai Su. She didn't want to take the blame. Even more, she didn't want to become some so-called national hero. Oh, this is a good thing, but can we change the person? December is of great significance. If it were changed to an A or S class, that would be fine. Shi had been wanting to do this. To put it bluntly, neutrality sometimes can be more radical than the radicals, especially since Shi had experienced that era. Fei Yin and Ban's lips twitched. Ban felt that Shi was indeed worthy of being Shi. Her words were quite similar to Miao Xia's. The difference was that Miao Xia wanted to take action herself, while Shi wanted to change the scapegoat. Are you crazy, Shi? Have you thought about the consequences of doing this? Zhao Su couldn't hold back any longer and questioned. Zhao Su felt his head thumping. He only had one thought in mind: it's over, the Dragon Kingdom might have some trouble ahead. What's the rush? I came here to stop the conflict between Huai Su, Miao Xia, and Ban. You see, hasn't this conflict settled down? My task is complete. Oh, what's wrong with taking on some private work? Ming Tiao, who was beside Zhao Su, regretted it. He should have followed along. How could he not be present at such a time? It's truly regrettable. We should think this through. We need to inform the relevant departments to prepare a response. We can't just rush in like, Zhao Su, you used to do this, and now you still want to do it. Do you think I can't see through your plans? Who do you think Ingshur is? How could she not see through Zhao Zu's intentions? You have 24 hours to notify the departments you deem relevant. We'll first regroup in Haishur City to refine our plan. At this exact time tomorrow we'll appear at the sacred toilet of Sakura Nation. Ingshur set the tone without hesitation. Her decisive, razor-sharp efficiency left Bian Li utterly stunned. Wasn't this mission meant to mediate a conflict? So how did two new allies suddenly materialize? Xiao Ban could only swallow her bitterness. Was this fated journey truly unavoidable? At least she wouldn't bear the blame alone. A small mercy. Fei Yin, ever perceptive, had already arrived on the isolated island and brought Miao Xiao ashore. Seeing Miao Xiao's battered state, Ingshur winced inwardly. Why provoke Huai Su unnecessarily? Young people lacked restraint. And you even harbored murderous intent. How very impressive. 2 words for you deserved. Ingshur delivered the barb with dry irony. Yet despite occasional divergences in stance, they remained old comrades bound by deep camaraderie. Director Zhao, please send Wenro immediately. For tomorrow's operation, Miao Xia would certainly refuse to miss it, and only Wenro stood a chance of healing her fully within 24 hours. When I'm inconvenient, you call me Zhao Su. When you need something suddenly, I'm Director Zhao. Truly remarkable, Ingshur. Am I some lowly errand runner? So, will you dispatch personnel, or not? 1 hour. A dedicated aircraft will be arranged. Fei Yin was no courier service. No one dared treat December as anything less than an S-class force. Hey, have you already settled everything without consulting me? Bian Li bristled. His own plan had been flawless, preserving Qiu Ban's fervent patriotism intact. So how had it devolved into a collective spring outing for the 12 months? Huai Su, I know your resentment runs deep, but never mind. Once this mission concludes, Director Zhao and I will handle matters in a way that satisfies you. Qiu Ban hadn't yet grasped the gravity of the situation. She merely hoped to weather this immediate crisis. As long as she wasn't left behind to shoulder all the blame she'd endure. Huh, how intriguing. Very well, I accept. I'll watch closely to see precisely how you intend to appease me. Huai Su granted Ingshur face, not out of deference, but sheer curiosity. He simply wanted to witness how Ingshur and Zhao Su would orchestrate his vindication. Miao Xia opened his mouth, but no words emerged. With Ingshur present, his lofty justifications dissolved into silence. At the Haishur University branch base, Qing Nu Yue, Yu Miao Miao Gui Jin Yang Zhiyunyan, Wu Yu Xiang, and the newly recruited Xiao Rui huddled together like junior attendants. Xie Yuan stood respectfully apart, hands clasped before him, spine slightly inclined, an impeccable posture of deferential service. His squad members weren't even permitted entry. Their restraint was hardly surprising. The assembled figures were no ordinary dignitaries. Foremost among them stood the most formidable Huai Su of April, launched less than a month ago, yet his battlefield record eclipsed every peer in the same tier. In that brief span, he'd battled sea demons and crushed 2 Yama lords. Most astonishingly, he specialized in confronting his own kind. Of the 12 months, including himself, he'd unseated half 4 in total. Only against Ingshur of March had their clash been declared a restrained sparring match, neither claiming victory. Yet Huai Su's subsequent feats made clear Ingshur of March could not prevail over him. The other 4 fared, Ming Tiao of May and Fei Yin of October alongside Song Di Wang, one of the 10 Yama lords, somehow endured a single strike from Huai Su, incurring debts so vast they'd haunt them for lifetimes. Miao Xia of June remained bedridden to this day. Qiu Ban of August was subdued outright. If not for Ingshur of March and Fei Yin of October arriving in time, she'd have become infamous worldwide. Then would come assassination orders from Sakura nations and ugly nations' supernatural realms, and finally the ill-fated others. Ingshur of March, Miao Xia of June, Qiu Ban of August, Fei Yin of October. The 5 pillars of Longwa's 12 months gathered within this modest branch base. Let it be said plainly, however severely Huai Su had humbled them, they remained the 12 months of Longhua, world-class austere sovereigns. Qing Nu Yu and her peers lacked Huai Su's might, and thus lacked the right to sit at the table. Bian Li had reverted from his transformed state. The head's influence had faded, yet memory lingered, and he accepted Ingshur's proposal. His sole condition, Qiu Ban of August must participate in this operation. The rationale was unassailable. Qiu Ban's patriotic devotion moves us to tears. Willing to sacrifice colleagues and comrades' interests for the nation's future, a feat both awe-inspiring and admirable. Good heavens, still harping on it. Moves us to tears. Where precisely are your tears? Qiu Ban wished only to vanish into a crevice. Surrounded by 12 months and junior agents alike, her reputation would now be irreparably tarnished. What manner of patriotism demanded sacrificing comrades' welfare? Once word spread, who would dare serve under Qiu Ban of August? Don't slander me. You never asked me to sacrifice my own interests for the nation. It is solely for the future of the Paranormal Adjustment Bureau that we must lead by example. Qiu Ban held firm, yet fate had pitted her against Bian Li. Oh, is that so? Then why hesitate when ordered to confront the sacred toilet of Sakura Nation? Is this your patriotism? Oh, by the way, shall I still assist your daughter in ascending to S-class strength? Against such shameless self-aggrandizing elders, Bian Li possessed endless methods to strip away their dignity. Even if we demolish the sacred toilet of Sakura Nation, the credit won't rest solely with you. I certainly won't acknowledge it. Once spoken aloud, the rest would inevitably circulate. For instance, Xie Qinyuan ears pricked upright, Xie Qinyuan eyes demurely lowered, Xie Qinyuan bowing reverently. Isn't that right, Xie Qinyuan? Xie Qinyuan, thank you very much. You. Xiao Ban slammed her palm upon the table, finger jabbing toward Bian Li. Enough of your use. Dare you step outside and fight again. I'll even let you use both hands, kicking you with feet alone. A flash of fury flared, then subsided. Between rage and humiliation, Xiao Ban chose the quieter, more corrosive indignity. Who in their right mind would let you kick them? Right, Miao Xia? Miao Xia, is that polite? Yet sure Miao Xia and the others paid no heed to this exchange. What had they just heard? Could Huaisu elevate someone instantly from C-class to S-class? Huaisu, did you say you can catapult a C-class agent straight to S-class? Zhao Su's voice echoed from an unseen location. Bian Li turned, locking eyes with an embarrassed Fei Yin, who was retrieving a phone from beneath the table, its screen glowing with an active call. Director Zhao, must you appear everywhere? Bian Li grumbled. No idle talk. Was what you claim. Such banter paled beside the implication. If Huaisu truly possessed this ability, the Longhua Paranormal Adjustment Bureau would ascend beyond all precedent. The most thrilling moment belongs to the end of summer. Just as he was about to speak, Ingshur conveniently stuffed an apple from the table into his mouth. Manually shut his mouth. Of course, but there is a slight risk involved. Are you really willing to give it a try? You should know that he possesses T2 memory, which can transform into a hybrid without needing an installation in. What risk? Upon hearing there was a risk, everyone finally felt it was reasonable. If there were no risks, turning someone into S-class would be truly frightening. The source of power is the memory, but there are toxins within it. Once humans use it, they can indeed gain tremendous power, but they will also be eroded by the toxins and memory, becoming monsters that are neither human nor ghost. The most important thing is that no one can predict what they will become. However, in most cases it amplifies very. At first, Qing Nuyu Wyoxiang and others were excited to hear that Huaisu had a way to grant people immense power and turn them into S-class. If anyone had hope, it would surely be them. But upon hearing this risk, they immediately lost interest. Being a human is quite good, there is no need to become a monster. Xiaoban's face turned from blue to white. You were deceiving me before. Xiaoban felt somewhat vulnerable. Bian Li spread his hands. How could I deceive you? Just tell me, can it grant your daughter immense power? All power comes at a price. Many people acquire power through their own efforts and talents, while a few rely on opportunities. Bian Li himself is one of those who gained opportunities. And if you want to take shortcuts without paying a price, are you dreaming in broad daylight? This statement was agreed upon by Ingshur, Miao Xia, and Fei Yin. The strength and status they currently possessed were all earned through their own efforts and struggles, with no shortcuts available. The three of them understood Xiao Ban's expectations for his daughter, but this is not something that can be forced. So the key lies with your lost driver, right? With it you can control this power yourself, and won't be affected by the toxins. Zhao Su maintained a clear analytical ability, and quickly linked this point. After Huaisu transformed into that white warrior, although there would be slight changes in personality, it was still evident that Huaisu had not been affected. Of course, it could also be because Huaisu is the owner of these memories. As expected of director, Zhao, only someone with a keen mind could become the director. If there is a lost driver, then the power of memory will no longer be a risk, but rather a tremendous benefit. The power of memory will gradually transform the user's body, turning them into a superhuman. But the problem lies here. The lost driver is something that comes with my abilities, and like memory, cannot be replicated. I should have made this clear to Director Zhao long ago, right? Bian Li looked at Miao Xia, the leader of the radical faction. Zhao Su could not have failed to explain it clearly. It was evident that he did not believe it. They don't believe it. Sure enough, Zhao Zu's words came out. Yet even now Miao Xia had not given up. Especially after learning that as long as they could replicate the lost driver, they could mass-produce 25 class beings. He also knew that leaving a memory for Bian Li would be quite advantageous. What made Miao Xia value it even more was that these 25 class beings could be inherited. As long as the lost driver and memory remain, it represents that the Longhua Anomaly Bureau will always have 25 class beings. What a powerful force this is. Moreover, to be a bit impolite, if Huaisu were to die and his eternal memory were preserved, could there be a being that could inherit the status of S-class? Which country has such a rich heritage? Huaisu, I want to ask if in the future when you pass away will the lost driver and memory, even the new driver you just brought out, disappear with you? What Ingshur asked was indeed the crux of the matter. This was also the first thing Zhao Su thought of, because this pertains to Huaizu's abilities. It is uncertain whether these will disappear with Huai's passing. Miao Xia also widened his eyes waiting for Huai's answer. You guys guess. To be honest, Bian Li himself did not know. He had never died. How would he know what happens after death? His thought was that after he died, he wouldn't care about the flood. True, you wouldn't know. With just 3 simple words, Zhao Su, Ing Shi, and Miao Xia understood the answer. Then let me change the question. Do you have any new drivers like the one before? Zhao's questions always cut to the point. The lost driver combined with the eternal memory allowed Huai Su to firmly stand at the top of Glass. The new driver from earlier allowed Huai Su to surpass Glass and touch the threshold of SS Glass. If there were any new drivers given Huai's current strength, wouldn't he be a solid SS class deity among mortals? If Longhua adds another deity among mortals, that would be a significant rise. There are no new ones, just 2. Speaking of this, Bian Li deeply regretted. If he had known he would traverse, he would have brought the driver he was playing with at that time, or even bought an Omamushi King or a Tindadan's Imperial Belt. With either one of those, he could not imagine how great it would feel. How could these people chatter in front of him? 1 punch for each little friend. Although he has this power as well, the destructive power of the black hole is too great. If he were to let loose and use all his strength, he really wouldn't dare. Didn't he just use simple punches and kicks to deal with Miao Xia and Shouban back at sea? And even then he had to hold back. If he accidentally killed them, he and the Bian family would probably not be able to stay in Longhua. Longhua people are notoriously tough. They want yield just because you are powerful. There are only a few traitors among them. I have another question. You do have a lot of questions. Are you like 1,000 questions? This is the last one. After this I have to go to a meeting. This time your actions have been approved and preparations for response are already in place. Zhao Su just received the message. In principle, the top elder has fully supported this action. Moreover, as long as they can return safely, even if the ugly country and Sakura country condemn, Longhua, the higher-ups will cover for them. It's just various sanctions. Were there not various sanctions in the past? Wow, so tough. In the past, it was all about strong opposition and resolute protests along with some verbal rebuttals. There were not many actual countermeasures. This time, they actually agreed to take the initiative. Bian Li was already prepared. If the higher-ups opposed, he could only go secretly. This is not something you should worry about. One last question. Can others also use your lost driver? Only because everyone present was on his side could Zhao Su ask such a question. It is mainly because Ing Shi and Miao Xia are here. Otherwise, it would likely cause a lot of trouble. Upon hearing this, Miao Xia stopped chewing her apple. Shouban suppressed her dissatisfaction and anger, quietly waiting for Huai's answer. Although she knew that even if it were possible, it wouldn't be her daughter who would benefit. But what if? Ing Shi, Fei Yin, Xiechen Yuan, and Qing knew you were all waiting for Huai's response. In theory, it is possible. Finally, under the gaze of everyone, Huai Su gave a surprising answer. Miao Xia was overjoyed. Ing Shi was delighted. Fei Yin was unexpectedly thrilled. Xiaoban's anticipation quickly overshadowed her dissatisfaction. But don't get too excited just yet. Bian Li naturally understood what these people were thinking. The Eternal Memory Unit is the king of memory units, and only I as the master can use it. Other memory units also have their own consciousness, and only those chosen apart from me can utilize them. In the original work, memory units would choose their suitable masters themselves, and Egu was the one chosen by the Eternal Memory Unit. Now the Eternal Memory Unit is my exclusive memory unit, and under its eternal influence, other memory units can also be used by me. If Bian Li were to release all memory units, it could very well stir up quite a storm. Some memory units possess formidable power. And one more thing, don't even think about the lost driver. As long as I am here, it will never reach your hands. This statement was directed at Miao Xia and Shouban. Among those present, the 2 most eager for the lost driver were undoubtedly these 2. However, they had already left a bad impression on Bian Li. Do you want to give it a try? Let your chosen person have a go. Zhao Su didn't care about these matters. Although Miao Xia had selfish motives, it was fundamentally beneficial for the Dragon Kingdom's Anomaly Bureau. But Shouban's selfishness was purely for her own desires. Try. What is there to try? Do you think I would hand over the lost driver? Once a door is opened, it is hard to close. Rather than risk future troubles similar to those of Miao Xia and Shouban, it would be better to seal this door directly. As long as the driver and memory units are in my hands, who can take them away? Go ahead with your meeting, my director Zhao. Seeing Huai Su unwilling, Zhao Su could only shake his head and sigh. He knew that Huai Su was doing the right thing. Once the memory units and lost driver fell into someone else's hands, it was likely they would not help him, but rather harm him. Alright then. Zhao Su hung up the phone and went to the meeting. There were many matters to discuss this time. The main focus was on strategies to deal with various situations followed by the participants. There was no need for all 12 members of the December team to mobilize, with Bian Li 3 would suffice at most. Moreover, it must include either Ing Shi or Miao Xia. Zhao Su was clear that if it were just Huai Su, the pressure might be too great, and those above might give up on him. but it was different if Ing Shi or Miao Xiao were present. These two were individuals that those above did not dare offend and could only appease. After Zhao Su hung up, everyone was lost in their own thoughts. Today they had discovered many of Huai's secrets, but because of this they did not dare to put further pressure on him. Miao Xiao was no fool. Huai Su revealing these secrets was a warning to him, and a warning to others through him. He was telling them not to set their sights on him any longer. Otherwise, if Huai Su were to get serious and release all the memory units, he could establish a second anomaly bureau on his own. The premise being, he could control those modified monsters. But with Huai's abilities, would anyone think it was impossible? Of course, it could also be a smokescreen released by Huai Su. But could Miao Xiao afford to not believe it? He dared not. When Ro arrived soon. Upon reaching High City, he headed straight for High City University. Accompanying him was Ming Zhao. Thinking about the opportunity to participate in the operation to destroy the sacred toilet of Sakura Country, Ming Zhao couldn't contain himself. Thus, apart from Chiyue Tongqiu and Jiyue Miaoshang, 6 members of the Dragon Kingdom's December team gathered in this small branch. Qing Nuyu and others had complex feelings. Xiao Rui was increasingly unable to understand her older brother Li, who had grown up with her. She had already come to know some of her brother Li's glorious deeds. Among the 12 members present, apart from San Yu Ing's brother, Li had fought against all of them. These people were all legendary figures in her eyes. The elder munching on the apple was still one of the few remaining elders of the Dragon Kingdom. With such an identity, brother Li did not hold back. After defeating the opponent, they couldn't say anything in return. This was the confidence that came from strength. And thinking about how she had given up her engagement with brother Li, Xiao Rui regretted it more than once. On the surface, the Bian family and Xiao family maintained their amicable relationship. However, Xiao Rui knew from her father Xiao Cheng that things were ultimately different. Now the relationship between the two families relied entirely on the cooperation between the Bian family and Chenglong. Moreover, Chenglong wanted to increase the cooperation and even offered concessions, but the Bian family did not agree. There was a hint of meaning suggesting that once this cooperation was completed, they would dissolve the binding between the two families. This obviously had no impact on the Bian family. Without Chenglong, there were other groups. However, Chenglong was different. Without the Bian family, Chenglong would find it impossible to find another large entity to profit from. Xiao Rui understood that this was all due to her breaking off the engagement that had angered Uncle Bian. Uncle Bian was venting his frustrations on Brother Li. But what about Brother Li? The matter of the true and false young master had basically not been affected. Even the real young master Bian Fan treated him like a true older brother. Although Bian Fan's position as the deputy captain of the High City Anomaly Bureau surprised her brother Li, becoming a member of the Dragon Kingdom's December team shocked and unsettled Xiao Rui even more. Originally, she could have directly joined the High City Anomaly Bureau through Brother Li's connections without having to go through the current procedures. Not even her code name had been decided yet. Regret, oh regret. Now hearing about the lost driver and memory units being available for others to use, Xiao Rui couldn't help but daydream. If she hadn't broken off the engagement back then, and if she were now Brother Li's fiancée, would this power have fallen into her hands and not be put on a shelf by Brother Li, rendering it unusable by anyone? If it were to be given away, it would likely go to Bian Fan. After all, in the business circle, the fact that Bian Li was paving the way for the true young master Bian Fan had already spread. Some believed Bian Li was forced into it, even though Bian Li himself denied it. But they only believed what they thought was the truth. Xiao Rui, however, knew that Bian Li truly did not care about the Bian family. Did the Dragon Kingdom's December team need to care about a family's assets? Once after encountering the anomalous bureau and various supernatural phenomena, Xiao Rui broadened her horizons. She believed that her future with Bian Li would drift further apart, which prompted her to resolutely oppose the marriage proposal. Now it seems that the distance between the two has indeed grown. However, it was not as she imagined, climbing higher and higher. Instead, Bian Li had already cast her aside long ago. In the past, Xiao Rui's dream was to become an strength powerhouse and lead the High City Anomalous Bureau to restore its former glory. Both Qing Nuyu and Gue Jinyang had praised her abilities and talents. Awakening with a crank strength was undoubtedly a sign of genius. Yet sometimes reality loves to play tricks. Before she could grow, the High City Anomalous Bureau welcomed her. It was the familiar, yet now strange childhood friend. Well, after thinking so much, Xiao Rui felt it was a pity. If it weren't for the annulment of her engagement, perhaps the lost driver in Bian Li's hands could have been entrusted to her. Who wouldn't want an opportunity to soar to great heights? When Rowan's strength healer was truly remarkable. After just 1 hour of her treatment, the shattered bones in Miao Xia's arm had already been reset. All the fractured bones had returned to their original positions. Next was to promote the recovery and regeneration of the bones. This will take some time and may not keep up with your actions. When Ro understood what was happening here, all the strength captains had heard about this incident. Aside from a few individuals worried about international situations, everyone else was supportive. Both the moderates and the neutrals expressed support for this action. The radicals even declared that April Huai-Su would be included as one of them. This was clearly the radical style, even more radical than themselves. How could it be neutral? In any case, April Huai-Su was no longer just a promising new recruit within the headquarters. From now on, he would have a group of his own followers. This would be very appealing to the people of Long Country. Conquering others with strength was certainly commendable, but winning others over with charisma would highlight one's capabilities even more. No way I must participate in this action. Only a greater hatred could make Miao Xia temporarily set aside her family's revenge. Undoubtedly, it was the Sakura country. If she couldn't participate in this action, it would become a lifelong regret for Miao Xia. She would have to face her old comrades below without words. I can only say you'll try my best. When Ro had heard this many times, and responding felt effortless. Her try my best implied a glimmer of hope, but it was slim. Alright, you all stay here. Food and drinks will be delivered to the school gate. Gui Jinyang remembered to go get it. Bian Li didn't want to stay here any longer. He suddenly wanted to confirm something. Xiao Fan, let's go. Aren't there still some matters to handle in the group? He'll accompany you to take a look. Bian Li purposely took Bian Fan away. As for the group's matters, that was of course an excuse. You go ahead. We will notify you once we have specific regulations. Alright, Ingshi said with a smile. Everyone knew about the Bian family's matters. Bian Li intentionally wanted Bian Fan to take charge of the Bian family, so no one thought much of it. Only Bian Fan was a bit surprised his older brother had something to say to him. In the car Bian Fan drove, while Bian Li sat in the passenger seat and neither of them spoke. In the end it was Bian Fan who spoke first. Brother, is there something you want to say? Let's head back to the company. There wasn't much that could be done in the car. Upon arriving at the company and entering the conference room, just as he was about to lock the door, he saw Bian Lianyun rushing over in a hurry. When I heard you were coming to the company, I knew you would come here. Do you mind if Dad listens in? It's impossible for ordinary people to say they have no curiosity about the supernatural world. They previously had no way to engage with it, but now both of their sons were part of it. The eldest son, Bian Li, was even one of Long Country's 12 months, a figure standing at the pinnacle of the supernatural world. Bian Lianyun thought about engaging more just in case luck was not on their side in the future. He could also care about his son's situation. Since you've said that, then come in. Bian Fan looked at Bian Li. Bian Li smiled wryly and stepped aside. Walking into the conference room and casually taking a seat, Bian Lianyun waved his hand. You can treat me as if I'm not here. Bian Li and Bian Fan nodded in acknowledgement. However, a single remark from Bian Fan instantly shattered Bian Lianyun's assurance. Brother, it's easy to destroy the Sakura country's divine toilet, but is the follow-up handling really okay? Experiences from childhood had made Bian Fan pragmatic at many times. His concerns were not unfounded. Just this time, Miao Xia and Shouban's actions had left Bian Fan with a poor impression of the headquarters. What? You guys are going to destroy the Sakura country's divine toilet? Bian Lianyun's exclamation interrupted Bian Fan and Bian Li. The two turned their heads simultaneously to look at their old father Bian Lianyun. At this moment, the old father wore an expression of disbelief. Dad, please be quiet. Bian Fan felt displeased. He was discussing serious matters. I know. You guys continue. Bian Lianyun awkwardly smiled and then perked up his ears. He wanted to see what was going on. Alright, don't worry. Nothing will happen. Moreover, the main force of this action is Ban, and I will definitely take her along. No matter how the headquarters arranged it, Ban had to go. That was Bian Li's demand. This idea originally arose because of Ban. Did she want to stay out of it? No way. Since she had said those words, she had to take some action. I called you out not to do these things, but to test something. Opening his hands, 25 memory units aside from eternity suddenly appeared before Bian Fan. Then the lost driver appeared in Bian Li's hands and was handed forward. Bian Fan was puzzled. He did not reach out, but looked questioningly at his older brother. I just want to see which memory unit is most compatible with you. If I encounter any issues and get held back, you would need to protect the family. This was a sudden thought of Bian Li. Because of the ties of family, even with powerful strength, Bian Li still felt restrained. But Bian Li didn't mind. It was also because of family that his life was so happy. Otherwise, being alone without companionship might be enjoyable for a time, but ultimately it would lead to solitude. Bian Li understood this fact very well. That should be your transformation device, right? You gave it to Xiao Fan. Bian Lianyun couldn't help but interject. Bian Li and Bian Fan turned to him simultaneously again, and this time neither of them spoke. They just quietly looked at Bian Lianyun. Bian Lianyun couldn't take it any longer and waved his hands repeatedly. I was just concerned. You guys continue. The two said nothing, but it felt as if they had said everything. You know I have two belts. Although the lost driver is powerful, it is not my strongest force. Follow your instincts and seek out the memory that belongs to you. With Bian Li here, the memory will not abandon him as its master to seek a new one. Only by having Bian Fan actively search for the most suitable memory will it work. Among these memories, Bian Fan is unaware of the powers they each represent. Thus there are no intentional factors involved. Bian Li and Yun felt somewhat envious. As a man regardless of age, there is no one uninterested in these powers. There are a total of 25 memories, each representing a unique supernatural power. Wait, isn't there a missing white eternal memory belonging to Xiao Li? Bian Li and Yun could not help but speak. This time both Bian Li and Bian Fan chose to ignore Bian Li and Yun. Bian Li and Yun realized immediately that he had spoken up again. He was truly not composed today. Bian Fan thought for a moment and felt that his elder brother made a good point. In fact, Bian Fan himself was quite interested in the powers of the memories. It could be said that anyone who understands Bian Li's power system would be interested. However, Bian Fan knew that this belonged to his elder brother. Rationality told him that his elder brother treated him well, and he should not covet his elder brother's power. Yet when this opportunity presented itself, Bian Fan could not help but feel excited. Elder brother, is it true? No one can remain indifferent to this power, including Bian Fan. Of course it's true. Follow the call deep within your heart, and find the memory that suits you best. Bian Li repeated, his eyes filled with encouragement. Bian Fan closed his eyes, calming his mind. After about 5 minutes, Bian Fan finally made a move. Clang! Bian Li twitched at the corner of his mouth. Bian Li and Yun covered his face, unable to watch. After so long in preparation, Bian Fan ended up kicking the corner of the table, falling and knocking over a chair, and then by chance grabbed a purple memory. Bian Li was at a loss for words. He never expected such a scenario would unfold in reality, even with his experiences from 2 lifetimes. Isn't that a scene from an anime? Bian Fan stood up, awkwardly looking at the purple memory in his palm, unsure of how to react as he glanced at his elder brother. Why are you looking at me? Since you chose it, then it's your fate. This memory represents Jay the Joker, the Ace memory. What a coincidence. The Ace memory, one of the 2 main characters from Kamen Rider W, will become Bian Fan's compatible memory. Bian Li began to doubt whether he was the villain. Look at the lives of himself and Bian Fan. Bian Fan is the true young master while he is the false one. In a typical novel, the false young master would act like a green tea bitch, framing and tormenting the true young master, taking all the good reputation of the true young master and driving him out of the house. Then the family would start to realize the merits of the true young master and the hypocrisy of the false one. Eventually, they would seek to reinstate the true young master and expel the false one. As for the powers involved, Bian Fan is compatible with the Ace memory. If someone else becomes compatible with the Wind memory, wouldn't it mean that as soon as a wind blew and Heishi, his Kamen Rider Eternal, would be defeated? The only good news is that there is only the Lost Driver and not the W Driver that combines both. Go ahead. He tossed the lost memory to Bian Fan. Give it a try. Bian Fan caught the lost memory. Its technological appearance made him feel a sense of unreality. Such an important thing, and his elder brother just tossed it to him so casually. And the Ace memory in his hand. Although it is not one of the several memories his elder brother frequently used, Bian Fan did not know its specific abilities. However, he could still feel its power and excitement from the memory. Just as his elder brother said, memories have their own consciousness. The memory in your hand is called Ace. The reason it is called Ace is that its potential for enhancement is, among these 36 memories, the Ace memory is one of the more unique ones. Don't think too much, just transform and try it. He placed the Lost Driver at his waist. One end of the Lost Driver extended into a metallic belt. Imitating his elder brother's previous actions, he found a button on the Ace memory and pressed it. Joker! A voice rang out as Bian Fan inserted the Ace memory into the groove of the Lost Driver. As he twisted the Lost Driver, a powerful force surged from the memory. The Lost Driver acted upon Bian Fan. Purple particles appeared, quickly enveloping him. Kamen Rider Ace Transformation. At the same time, in the Heisher Anomaly Division, the newly installed instrument emitted an alarm once again. Ji Yun Yin rushed to the screen to check. He wanted to know, with so many big shots, and Heishi who was fool enough to jump out. Upon checking the location at the headquarters of the Bian Corporation, he relaxed. Perhaps it was the elder brother training the younger brother, and in a moment of distraction accidentally hurt him. He mourned for Wu Yuxiang for a second. It's Bian Corporation. Ji Yun Yin did not speak the truth, for within the instrument, that power was unfamiliar. With Ji Yun Yan's intelligence, he had reason to suspect that this was the power of an unfamiliar memory. Moreover, judging by its intensity, it was not from Huaisu. So combining it with the previous conversation, the only answer is that the person using the memory is Wu Yuxiang. Huaisu had just said he would not give the Lost Driver to anyone, but the next moment, he handed it to Wu Yuxiang. He must not have considered thoroughly at first. As a good teammate of Wu Yuxiang and a loyal subordinate of Huaisu, he had the obligation to cover for them. Upon hearing it was Bian Corporation, that was fine. Ing Shi, Miao Xia and the others continued with their tasks, chatting and treating. In fact, it was not that Bian Li did not consider it, only Bian Fan had not thought it through. He did it on purpose. After transforming into Kamen Rider Evol's influence on Bian Li was much greater. It filled Bian Li's mind with many interesting ideas. This is one of them. It is to tell them that I gave the lost driver to Bian Fan, but what can you do about it? Be powerless in rage. Perhaps even Xiao Ban would not lose composure like this. It's best to pretend not to know. How does it feel? Looking at the familiar appearance before him, Bian Li's mood was complicated. It feels great. Bian Fan clenched his fist. After transforming, the abilities of the ace memory were also revealed to Bian Fan. Very strong. What my elder brother said about limitless capabilities was truly not an exaggeration. The ace is meant to adapt to all situations and environments. If strength is lacking, enhance strength. If speed is lacking, enhance speed. Moreover, in various harsh environments, the ace can adapt in no time. All adaptations will reflect in the enhancement of physical attributes. That is the most terrifying aspect. In theory, the ace memory can allow his bodily strength to increase without limits. Given your current strength, it seems you have already reached the S rank, but with the ace memory core, S rank will not. Although Bian Fan is gradually withdrawing from the front lines who would despise their own weakness. If something were to truly hold him back, then the elders and family members at home would need Bian Fan to protect them, even if Bian Li believes that nothing on this planet could restrain him. It's just a precaution. Once this mission is over, I will take you to train and try to enhance your ace abilities. It will be tough. Bian Li already has a preliminary idea. In the original work, Zhuxiang Tao gradually improved through battles with mixed entities. So replicating Zhuxiangtao's path is viable. As for mixed entities with the memory core in hand, Bian Li can have as many as he desires. Just find some death row inmates or traitors from abroad. Handling this matter is not too difficult. Brother, I am not afraid of hardship. I have endured worse in the past. Is there anything more painful than being hung? The lost driver is in your hands. You can find a briefcase to store it and carry it with you. Bian Fan does not have the ability to keep the lost driver in his consciousness. What about you? Naturally, Bian Fan is delighted to have the lost driver in the ace memory core. But if he has it, what about his older brother? Bian Fan knows that his brother usually transforms into Kamen Rider. What are you thinking? The lost driver belongs to me, and as long as I want it, no matter where it is, it can instantly appear in my hand. For example, like this. He extended his right hand. Bian Fan's transformation was immediately undone, and the lost driver and the ace memory core vanished in an instant. They reappeared in Bian Li's hand. No one can take the lost driver and the memory core from me, not even you, my foolish brother. Bian Fan, Bian Lianyun. Bian Fan wanted to complain, but thinking about the gap between him and his brother, it seemed he truly was the foolish one. It stings. Can I speak now? Bian Lianyun raised his hand, hoping to regain the right to speak. As a foster son who cares about his family, he is pleased to see this scene. However, with both sons united to suppress him, Bian Lianyun feels quite aggrieved. Oh, please express your opinion. Bian Li gestured for him to continue. Are you planning to blow up the divine toilet? Nothing is more important than this matter. The higher one stands, the clearer the current situation becomes. Often rapid development can incite jealousy. Thus those enemies will go to great lengths to retaliate. In the past, they could only act covertly due to a lack of legitimate reasons. If the divine toilet bombing succeeds, it will be impossible to keep it a secret. They will have justification to promote their carefully prepared threat narrative. Of course, the director of the Anomaly Bureau is attending a meeting to discuss specifics. We will act as soon as they finish discussing. Has the upper management agreed? Then there is no problem. With the highest authorities in Long Country agreeing, they will prepare thoroughly. Bian Lianyun intends to contact the higher-ups to see how the Bian family can assist. I know I can't ask too many questions about the specifics, but you must ensure to return safely. Bian Fan definitely does not qualify to participate in such a mission. Thus this statement was directed at Bian Li. Did I not say that this suggestion came from me? Bian Li replied, since I can propose it, I must have complete confidence. This is Bian Li's absolute self-assurance. Good lad. Truly worthy of being a child of the Bian family. Bian Lianyun is also amazed by Bian Li's ambition. To dare undertake such matters, and with consent from above, your grandfather would be proud if he knew. Bian Li and Bian Fan's grandfather, who is also Bian Lianyun's father, sacrificed due to the turmoil of the past. Attacking the Sakura country is not just a national grudge, but also a family hatred for the Bian family. Since the rise of the Bian group, they have never collaborated with enterprises from Sakura country. They would even prefer to incur losses to sabotage their projects. It is blatant malicious competition openly displayed without concealment. At this moment, a call from Ching NVU came in. On the large screen, a video call is currently in progress. The director of the Anomaly Bureau, Zhao Su, is present on the side. Standing in the middle is an elderly man who appears kind. This elder is known to almost everyone and is referred to as Elder Yun. His reputation in Long Country is no less than that of the living god within the Anomaly Bureau. You are personally involved, though I apologize. Huai Su and Wu Youxiang had some matters to attend to within the group, so they left for a while. It's understandable, waiting is waiting. We can first chat about something else. For instance, Huai Su is still unmarried, right? Internally, Elder Yun is amiable, but it's another story externally. Thus, this time Huaizu's suggestion was approved by him. Moreover, due to Huaizu's strength, it is noted that Huaizu is already the strongest beneath that SS-level living god. Even the combined forces of fellow members like Yingshi and Miao Xia might not be able to handle him. However, Elder Yun is unaware that his words deeply stab a girl's heart. Qing Envy Yue Gui Jinyang, and Ji Union, those who know the inside story, steal a glance at Xiao Rui. Originally, she should have been Huaizu's fiancée. Moreover, at that time, Huaizu himself had agreed. However, due to various reasons, the engagement fell through. They do not know if Xiao Rui regrets it, but if it were them, they would certainly regret it. Regret it to death. The chances of an ability user's offspring awakening abilities are much higher than ordinary individuals. Like you, the state approves exceptions. The one-child policy does not apply to you, and the same goes for Huaizu. From a broader perspective, Elder Yun's proposal is reasonable. However, the status of the 12 months is a factor. Elder Yun would not force the issue. It's merely a suggestion. You know, Huaizu is only 18 and will start college in September. It's still early at this age. Yingshi spoke up for Huaizu. Elder Yun chuckled. True, I almost forgot that our Huaizu is still just a newly adult child. However, this child is young, yet possesses immeasurable courage and determination. Elder Yun refers to the matter of destroying the Sakura country's divine toilet. Talent breeds courage, and the youthful spirit is unafraid of tigers. Yingshi also admires Huaizu for this quality. When Deng Bian and Bian Fan arrived, the first thing they saw was the familiar old man on the screen. Both of them were taken aback. Bian Fan was a bit excited, feeling at a loss. But he also knew that this person must have come forward for his elder brother. He stood aside instinctively. Bian Li was also startled for a moment, but then felt nothing more. If it were in his previous life, encountering such a figure would have kept Bian Li awake for days and nights. But now it was just that much. Wow, we have quite the face to have this person personally announce the plan. Bian Li's slightly frivolous Zhao Zu's expression changed immediately. Huaizu, this is Elder Yun. I recognize him, but respect must come from the heart. Surface respect may not be true respect, Bian Li explained. However, his actions lacked any persuasive power. Xiao Ban was somewhat gloating, wishing for Huaizu to offend Elder Yun, so he could make things difficult for him in future tasks. Although it might not be useful at all, but it's still nice to annoy someone. It was still the inherent thinking that limited Xiao Ban's thoughts. The Anomaly Bureau was from the beginning a stepping stone for Bian Li to access the supernatural world. When it was useful, if something came up, he would handle it if he was in a good mood. If it became useless, he could even do something disgusting that would affect his mood. With Bian Li's strength, it would not be difficult to withdraw. The Anomaly Bureau would have to send him off with a farewell. He was not like her in ordinary December. His achievements were all hard-earned. Therefore, those who understood would not mind such a small offense from Huaizu. Moreover, being older, he would not care too much about these things. Instead, Huaizu's somewhat disrespectful attitude made Elder Yun feel closer. There's no way around it. The matter you are about to stir up is too big. Without a complete counter-strategy, you cannot keep it under control. Elder Yun smiled, just as amiable as he appeared on television. This plan for you is to go to the Cherry Blossom Kingdom and destroy the divine toilet there. The rest will be handled by the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and the military. Lastly, the decision on personnel is up to you. Upon mentioning serious matters, Elder Yun also grew solemn. Turning his gaze to Huaizu after discussing with others, Elder Yun decided that since this proposal was set by Huaizu, he would also designate the personnel. Huaizu, you will decide the personnel. This was also a way of showing goodwill. Miao Xia, Yingshi, and the others' gazes all turned to Huaizu. Xiao Ban's expression was extremely grim. It was clear without thinking that she would definitely not escape this op. There are two people directly participating, the other two will assist. Miao Xia, your injuries haven't healed yet, so you shouldn't participate. Miao Xia felt very unwilling to hear this. I'm fine, and one of us, either Yingshi or I, must participate in this operation. I understand your concerns, but don't think of us as inhumane. Elder Yun, wise and experienced, knew very well Miao Xia and Yingshi's concerns. From a realistic standpoint, Huaizu has already proven his capabilities. The future of Longwo will be completely different with or without him. I assure you we will not do any backstabbing. Elder Yun candidly laid the dark underbelly of bureaucracy. This was also to soothe Huaizu. However, no one was clear that Bian Li did not care about any of this. If the Anomaly Bureau really did backstab, only they would regret it, because they could not bear the consequences of such an act. Enough with the meaningless chatter. Am I to decide the personnel? It's you. Don't hide, it's you. Bian Li pointed at Xiao Ban, who wanted to hide behind Yingshi. How could Bian Li let her go? Wanting to hide now. Dream on. Bian Li had seen through Miao Xia. His private morals were lacking, but he was indeed not wrong on major issues. This was evident from this matter. However, Xiao Ban was not the same. Her private morals were lacking, and she did not stand firm on major issues. With Miao Xia, Bian Li could still have some changes in perception. But with Xiao Ban, it was pure disdain. The world is big, and there are all kinds of birds. Such people should be properly dealt with. Now your righteousness stands on my side. You can't escape misfortune even if you don't want to. Moreover, after returning, Bian Li had ways to deal with her. He certainly would not believe that Zhao Su, Ying Shi, and Miao Xia from the Anomaly Bureau would truly punish Qiu Ban severely for such a minor issue. Indeed, handling grievances is best done personally. Then it will be Huai Su and Qiu Ban executing the task while Fei Yin and Ying Shi will assist. Thus the top combatants were decided. In a moment 5 teams will come to Haishi at your disposal. You will formulate the action plan, and we will refrain from instructing professionals in their field. We will just handle the ensuing public opinion. This is the quality a manager should have. Each person does their own part. Everyone should agree on a common goal, and then cooperation is the reasonable way to work. Sure, Bian Li immediately agreed. After Elder Yun finished speaking, Zhao Su, who was relatively familiar with Huai Su, reminded him, Huai Su, don't make too big a ruckus, or we need to be able to handle the aftermath. Zhao Su was somewhat worried that Huai Su would lose control and directly expose the Cherry Blossom Kingdom. Zhao Su believed that Huai Su was absolutely capable of such a thing. Understood, Zhao Bureau, you can relax. Bian Li patted his chest and assured him, Zhao Bureau, we should trust the younger generation. In the future, it will still be the young people who hold the stage. Elder Yun actually liked young people like Huai Su. They had drive, enthusiasm, and dared to think and act. In the past, no young person dared to blow up the divine toilet in the Cherry Blossom Kingdom, although they might have thought about it in their hearts. But no one had the courage to say it out loud except for Huai Su. They would agree, aside from already disliking that divine toilet, just to encourage Huai Su, and even had the idea of establishing him as a role model for the younger generation, to build up a sense of blood and guts in the new generation of youth. For this, paying some price and bearing some external pressure is worth it. You truly have an eye for talent. Bian Li did not expect Elder Yun to be so easygoing. What a good person. Of course, Bian Li had to be polite to a good person. Haha, then I won't disturb you. I wish you success in advance. After hanging up the video call, everyone fell silent, glancing at each other, and finally focused entirely on Huai Su. From the previous conversation, it was basically established that Huai Su would be the overall commander. The plan is simple. I and Qiu Ban will go directly to the Cherry Blossom Kingdom to blow up the divine toilet, and after that we will return to hold a celebration banquet. Ying Shi, Miao Xia, Qiu Ban. Fei Yin covered his face. Isn't this too simple? What else? Should it be more complicated? With strength on the line, was there really a need to play any tricks? It simply wasn't necessary. Although I don't really need it, there are some matters you understand better. Ying Shi and Fei Yin will plan the pickup themselves. Bian Li has no such convoluted thoughts. If it weren't for the fact that he still needs to live in Longhua and has family here, he wouldn't need to complicate things. Moreover, this idea was meant to annoy Qiu Ban. The situation evolving like this was something Bian Li did not anticipate. But it doesn't matter, as long as the goal of annoying Qiu Ban is achieved, that's enough. The only thing he needs to think about is how to push Qiu Ban out, making her a hero. Then she will face the condemnation of the entire supernatural world. While contemplating his plan, Bian Li took out his phone and sent a message to Zhao Su. Upon receiving the message from Huai Su, Zhao Su, who was far away in Jingdu, was completely taken aback. In fact, Huai Su didn't say anything particularly significant. He just hoped that Qiu Ban's daughter could personally come to Haishi to participate in this grand operation and witness her mother becoming a hero of the entire Longhua. It seemed like goodwill, but Zhao Su didn't even want to comment on it. Isn't this just twisting the knife in Qiu Ban? Zhao Su had already seen through Huai Zu's unchanging intentions. He had to make Qiu Ban suffer once again. What kind of grudge is this? However, Zhao Su still underestimated Huai Zu's malevolence. Calling Qiu Ban's daughter over was not just as simple as that. Everything would only be revealed once Huai Su and Qiu Ban returned, and Zhao Su met Qiu Ban's daughter. He would truly see that Huai Su had some grand plans. There was no choice. Zhao Su didn't realize this, so he still fulfilled this request. Send another team. The final plan was settled. Once the entire team arrived, a final operation meeting was held with Cu Huai Su taking the stage as the commander. Ming Tiao suddenly had another task and couldn't make it. Everyone, the plan is simple. Cu Huai Su and Bai Qiu Ban will strike directly at the nest. The main target is to blow up the divine toilet. If Sakura country dares to resist, then activate the secondary target, leave no one behind. As Huai Su uttered these 4 words, there was a heavy silence among those present. Those familiar with Huai Su knew he was wild, but they didn't expect him to be this wild. Those unfamiliar with him only knew of his formidable record and immense strength. But they couldn't believe he could say something so domineering. This truly aligns with the standards of idols. For as long as we eliminate all who obstruct us, it will be as if there is no obstruction. No obstruction means the operation goes smoothly, and then it's done. Isn't that correct? Bian Li opened a new way of thinking for everyone present. A way of thinking for the strong. No more stealth, identity concealment, or secret escape plans that are cumbersome and outdated. It's all about breaking through with sheer strength. Next, let San Yu Ingshi and Shi Yu Fein explain their pickup plans. Hey everyone, please welcome them. A warm round of applause erupted. In just a couple of sentences, Huai Su had transformed a serious operation meeting into a casual chat. Ingshi and Fein exchanged glances. How were they supposed to respond? Should they say they had envisioned many possibilities and responses? Huai Su had already declared none would be left behind, and he truly had the ability to do so. This made their plan seem cumbersome and foolish. In the end, it was Ingshi who stood up. There's nothing to say since Huai Su won't leave anyone behind. We might as well just go through the motions and take a trip. In front of the 12th month of the same rank, joking around was acceptable, even losing face was fine. But under the 12th month, they still had to maintain a certain level of dignity. A simple statement akin to saying they really didn't need to go, having Huai Su and Ban was sufficient. The crowd cheered and rejoiced. They felt honored to participate in such a task, even if it was just in the background for support. With such a domineering general above them, they all stood tall with pride. Among them was also Ban's daughter. Ban's husband was not a capable person, merely an ordinary man. With limited talent, even with Ban's best efforts, he could only be strong and healthy, not reaching the level of a capable person. Thus Ban could only place her hopes on her daughter. However, perhaps due to the burden of her husband's limited abilities, Ban's daughter's talent was also not outstanding. In fact, it was quite poor. After all of Ban's resources were poured in, she barely reached class. Under her mother's brilliance, Ban's daughter had received attention since she was young. Because of this, she hoped to become as strong as her mother. Both mother and daughter shared the same goal and worked hard, but indeed their abilities fell short. So when Miao Xia approached her, Ban agreed. Later, she even wanted her daughter to rise quickly, dealing with Huai Su to seize the lost driver and memory unit, thus making her daughter the next Huai Su. Ban's daughter was unaware of all this at present. She only felt that Huai Su was exactly the person she dreamed of becoming. Strong and domineering, standing high to accept the cheers of all. Ban saw her daughter, but didn't speak to her immediately. She even peeked at her daughter secretly. She worried that Huai Su would do something to her. Little did she know that her daughter was here precisely because of Huai Zu's request. All tasks have been arranged. Everyone stay close to your respective team leaders, follow orders, and await our return for a celebration banquet. Finally, Huai Su waved his hand, and the audience shouted in unison, understood. On the beach, Bian Li had already transformed into the Kamen Rider Eternal. Ban had a displeased expression on the side. I hope that Ban will contribute more in the future. Huai Su said with a smile, but Ban sensed ill intentions. Her abilities were too conspicuous. The unique weak water. Powerful but monotonous. No matter how she tried to hide it, she couldn't cover it up. I hope you won't deliberately use underhanded tactics. This credit and fame Ban knew she couldn't avoid. But fortunately, with Huai Su, Ingshi, and Fein involved, she wasn't bearing it alone. Now she was worried that Huai Su would use underhanded tactics, leaving her there forever. In fact, Ban really didn't need to worry. Bian Li still needed her to return and use her daughter to punish her. Of course not. If danger arises, I will help you. Are you really that kind-hearted? Ban had already seen through Huai Su. He was targeting her. Clearly Miao Xia was the mastermind. The grievances in her heart were known only to herself. Who told you to be my colleague and comrade? With a laugh, Huai Zu's words were not trusted by Ban at all. Let's not say much, complete the mission and return safely. Ingshi, Fein, and Miao Xia stood together. Although Miao Xia's tasks were not arranged, he still came. With gentle treatment, the bones had mostly healed. But to move, he would need a few more days of rest. Are you teaching the god of death to do his job? It's just a tiny country. When I return, none of you will escape. Well, I must indulge myself. Turning his head, he cast a disdainful glance at Miao Xia. The bird's memory unit appeared, inserting into the slot. Let's go, don't keep our neighbors waiting. With that, Bian Li soared into the air. Ban followed closely. Since they couldn't escape, they might as well go all out and enjoy themselves first. In any case, Ban had no fondness for the Sakura country. The sacred toilet of the Sakura country was located in the heart of the capital's eastern market. To emphasize its symbolic significance, it was built right next to the royal palace. Bian Li thought that since they were already there, it would be a simple task, right? Moreover, out with the old, in with the new, he considered it a good deed for the royal family of the Sakura country. As for whether a few people would be crushed in the process, there's an old saying in China, ignorance is no crime. So it wouldn't be his fault. According to the plan, you will use the weak water to flood the sacred toilet of the Sakura country, while I will handle other matters. Ban was already aware that Huai Su would not be calm. What do you want to do? The Sakura country has two S-level beings, both in the eastern market. Aren't you afraid of a mishap? Ban was a bit anxious as she did not know what Huai Su intended. Was he going to dig a pit for himself again? Why are you panicking? I already said as long as you complete the task, well, you can enjoy your hero status. When you return, I will bring you back. And am I going to have a mishap? That's simply laughable. The two were flying at high speed. However, they were still detected beneath the satellite of the ugly country and reported to the supernatural organization of the Sakura country, the Kamikaze Special Forces. It sounded a lot like the team series from the Sakura country's special effects shows. In reality, it was quite similar, just with more members. It's worth mentioning that there are no special effects shows like Kamen Rider in the Sakura country, not even Ultraman. It's all about samurais, ninjas, and onmyoji. These three professions are also the most important in the Sakura country. The two S-level beings of the Sakura country consist of one samurai and one onmyoji. The Kamikaze Special Forces of the Sakura country reacted quite quickly. After deducing the route of the two, they deployed drones to wait in the air above the eastern market. The speed was too fast, and they discovered it too late. Intercepting them was simply impossible. This is the efficiency of the ugly country. Just like when the 8 nations powerhouses infiltrated the Dragon country 13 years ago, they entered through smuggling and then launched a sudden attack. Now the Sakura country was caught off guard as well. Choban waved her hand, and the weak water enveloped the drones, instantly corroding and destroying them, turning them into scrap metal. Not even giving them a chance to speak. Huaisu and Choban did not disguise their forms or conceal their energy. It was clear they were not here with good intentions. Thus the two S-level beings were deployed. I will handle them. You go destroy the sacred toilet. Choban noticed that Huaisu said to handle them, not stop them. She suddenly understood what Huaisu was planning. Perhaps the secondary target he mentioned was actually the primary one. He really intended to leave no one alive. Suddenly Choban felt relieved. Compared to the Sakura country, what grievances did she have? People, as long as they see someone more unfortunate than themselves, can their own matters still be considered matters? Thinking this way, her actions were not slow. With a wave of her hand, the weak water bubble reappeared, directly hovering above the sacred toilet. Fall. With a sharp shout, Choban pressed down with both hands. The weak water bubble burst as if it had been punctured, pouring down without leaving the people inside any reaction time. What kind of good people would there be in here? Hitting them with a stick until they drop is the hard truth. August Choban, the Dragon country, is declaring war on the Sakura country. The furious roar echoed in the clouds, and the two S-level beings inside the royal palace finally appeared. They did not expect that August Choban would come to destroy the sacred toilet. This was trampling on the dignity of the Sakura country. They were questioning, waiting for an explanation. However, Choban paid them no mind and began to clean up the aftermath. The sacred toilet covered an area of approximately 93000 hectares. Most of the buildings were destroyed, but some were only slightly affected and still stood firm. She needed to do some detailed work. Huaisu was quite satisfied with Choban's efficiency. Watching the two of them angrily trying to chase after Choban, Huaisu blocked their way. Who are you? The samurai sword was already drawn, and his reddened eyes expressed the fury of a warrior. Are you asking for the name of the god of death? Then remember this, well, the name of the god of death is Kamen Rider Eternal. He raised his thumb sideways, slowly lifting his right hand. With a sudden downward motion of his thumb, the harm was minimal, but the insult was extremely strong. He is the newly appointed Huaisu of the Dragon country, and there have been reports of his formidable strength. S-level onmyoji Abe Jinshur is rumored to be a descendant of Abe no Saimai. The means of the onmyoji and the Dragon country shaman share similarities. However, if the shaman serves the immortal family to borrow their power, the relationship between the onmyoji and their shikigami is that of master and servant. It is reciprocal. In the face of weaker shikigami, the master is the onmyoji. But in front of powerful shikigami, the onmyoji becomes the servant. It is simpler for an onmyoji to become S-level than for other professions. As long as they can please a S-level demon king and their own ability reaches S-level, enabling them to bear part of the demon king's power, then they succeed. According to intelligence, the demon king behind Abe Jinshur is the legendary fox that gave birth to Abe no Saimai, the Yuhui fox, also known as Tamamonome, who is currently the second most powerful demon king in the Sakura country after the Yamato Roki. The samurai Miyamoto Akira is a descendant of the legendary samurai Miyamoto Musashi of the Sakura country. His Nitten Ichiryu swordsmanship has reached the peak, and there are even rumors that he has surpassed his ancestor Miyamoto Musashi. We cannot let them leave. Miyamoto Akira wielded 2 swords. His right hand held a long sword while his left hand held a short sword. One long and one short represented yin and yang, the Nitten Ichiryu swordsmanship passed down through the Miyamoto family. Miyamoto Akira has been in seclusion for a long time, honing his swordsmanship. He was not clear about the recent events and naturally did not understand the achievements of the newly appointed Huaisu from the Dragon country. However, Abe Jinshur was well aware. He was reluctant to engage with such a powerful enemy. He did not believe he was stronger than the king of the Great White Shark clan or the 2 Ten Kings of Hell. As an island nation, the Sakura country has long been plagued by the Sea Demon clan, and their understanding of sea demons is far more detailed than that of the Dragon country. They naturally know how powerful the king of the Great White Shark clan is. The Yue fox behind him had openly stated that she was no match. However, in front of everyone he had no choice. The people of the Eastern market today were both shocked and pitiful. They witnessed a gigantic water bubble appear in the sky, then burst, and water poured down into the city. Except for the members of the Kamikaze Special Forces Choban, did not reveal her form in front of ordinary people. The confrontation between Huai Su and Miyamoto Akira, as well as Abe Jinshur, also moved from the midair of the Eastern market to the high sky above. Our sacred latrine has been destroyed. Could it be divine punishment from the gods? Some say the one enshrined in the sacred latrine was not a hero of Inghua country, but a war criminal. Could that be true? If that's the case, the history we've learned is a lie. It was Inghua country, truly the aggressor that invaded other lands. Countless people watched the sacred latrine's destruction helplessly. Countless others inside the sacred latrine were swept away by that water. At that moment, the people began to doubt their faith. Unversed in the supernatural, they attributed this inexplicable force to the gods. Only then did the Shunfeng Special Forces react. No one had imagined that the two were targeting their sacred latrine, Anbei Jinsi and Gongbin Songming included. That was why Choban could, without obstruction, strike and destroy it outright. And after Huaishu had taken away two S-class operatives, the rest of the Shunfeng Special Forces were beneath her notice. If she acted, she intended to finish the job. In Weix's words, leave none alive. Kill her. Even if it costs a life, hold her. By time until our two masters return. The S-class captains of the Shunfeng Special Forces issued the command. They believed that in a two-known their S-class superiors would surely prevail. Once they had slain that Shire Yue, they would come down and strike down this Shire Yu as well. Trading the sacred latrine for the lives of two Shire Yu seemed a bargain. But would things be so simple? High above, Gongbin Songming struck first. His great blade swept its edge, flashing cold, biting the air. The dagger was concealed behind him, waiting, like a viper poised to deliver a lethal strike at the right moment. In plain terms, the famed Air Tian Ilio swordsmanship is the consummate two-sword art. Anbei Jinsi did not attack at once, he observed. The rumors he had heard about Siue Huaishu spoke of many abilities. Most feared were the power to command the sea and her most devastating technique. Such whispers made him wary. Such reports naturally issued from the Madian. Also spreading was the grisly plight of Song Diwang, one of Modian's 10 Yama lords who ranked high in combat. Half his blood had been drained. That he survived at all owed to Song Diwang's body-strengthening ability. Huaishu had long been prepared aside from the Avian Memory Unit and the Eternal Memory Unit. An acceleration memory unit had already been slotted into place. Speed is always the definitive key to victory. Thus in Gongbin Songming's eyes, Huaishu merely shifted aside and evaded his blow. Believing he had found the opening, the dagger flashed cold and shot forward. Yet Huaishu stepped back and avoided the upward slice. Gongbin Songming's seasoned combat sense told him he was being toyed with. Still, he did not let anger surface. Succumbing to emotion mid-battle is a cardinal sin. So he sought to provoke her. The intel said this new Siue Huaishu was but a youth prone to be. Is the Dragon Nation's Siue Huaishu only capable of dodging? If so, how disappointing. He crouched slightly, the great blade held before him, the dagger tucked once more behind. Gongbin Songming taunted coldly. Oh, admirable courage. Your provocation is crude, but what if I indulge you? Another memory unit materialized in his hand. He pressed it to his own, sound emitted. A spatial memory unit, inserted into the slot. Blue flame energy coalesced in the hand, the figure wavering. Gongbin Songming reacted swiftly. He saw not the slightest sign of movement, yet by a warrior's instinct his blade angled toward the front right. A palm wreathed in blue flame seized the great blade. She grasped Boki countries and gang with bare hands. Anbei Jinsi was astonished at Siue Weix's uncanny appearances, and more astonished that she caught the blade with her bare hand. Boki countries and gang, the very long blade, and the short blade Huchuan Shoutingin Jinning together were the blades once borne by Gongbin Wuzong. They were the heirloom weapons of the Air Tian Ilio lineage. Boki countries and gang, the very long blade, and the short blade Huchuan Shoutingin Jinning together were the blades once borne by Gongbin Wuzong. They were the. Even Gongbin Songming found it unbelievable. He had imagined many outcomes, being evaded or meeting a parry, but never that his blade would be caught in such a humiliating fashion. Indeed, to Gongbin Songming, it was a humiliation. He was growing angry, it showed on his face. Look at you. Why are you the one who is getting angry? The 7TS punching force, while inferior to Kamen Rider Evol, was beyond Gongbin Songming's resistance. After several attempts, he could not wrest back Boki countries and gang, and reluctantly drew Huchuan, Shoutingyuan Jianding. The dagger suddenly thrust forth. With the great blade held, the two were alarmingly close. Anbei Jinsi had never seen Gongbin Songming make a misstep at such proximity. Instinctively, Anbei Jinsi felt the move would land. This so-called Siue Huaishu was nothing more. Too young after all. Anbei Jinsi even indulged in fantasies. Though Gongbin Songming struck, he had provided support. Surely he would claim his share of the credit. The two of them combining to slay the illustrious Cue Huaishu would be a testament to Yinghua country's power. Such a notion was pleasant, but reality would have the final say. You possess another blade, but Huaishu is not one-handed. But Yuan Shouting Yuan, Jianding likewise fell into Weix's grasp. What? How could this be? Now Gongbin Songming was not merely incredulous. His very understanding was overturned. As Anbei Jinsi had thought at such a close range between equals, he should have had no chance to fail. But the fact remained, he had truly slipped. I admit your fundamentals are solid. There are no flashy techniques, only a return to the most primal, most foundational skills of swordsmanship, worthy of a master of the way. It must be said Gongbin Songming too had returned to essence. To Huaishu, he gave an air reminiscent of Yingshi. Yet no matter how formidable a technique, combat ultimately returns to the most basic elements, strength and speed. Like this. Pressing with both hands, blue flame surged forth. Boki countries in Gang and Huchuan Shouting Yuan, Jianding both emitted keening cries. Gongbin Songming and Anbei Jinsi gaped in horror. The two hereditary heir Tian Ilio swords with two sharp snaps were broken clean before them. Even the countless mighty yokai of Yinghua country's history had never left so much as a scratch on these blades. Now they lay broken before their eyes. Purely by hand strength such a feat would be impossible, but with the power of the eternal memory unit it became. It was only at this moment that Abe Jinshi and Miyamoto Matsutaka truly realized why Siju Huai had come here, instead of the seemingly stronger Yingshi or Miaoxia. In the first instance, Abe Jinshi contacted his master the Demon King Yuhui Fox of the Sakura country. After receiving confirmation, he then employed the summoning technique. Demonic energies surged and an ominous aura began to spread. Hehehe. In December of the Dragon Kingdom, you were not called by this name before. What were they called before? I seem to have forgotten, but their hearts were quite delicious. With a burst of laughter, Yuhui Fox gracefully appeared at the scene. However, such a seemingly fragile woman spoke words that sent chills down the spines of Abe Jinshi and Miyamoto Matsutaka. With the arrival of Yuhui Fox, not only did Abe Jinshi bow in respect, even Miyamoto Matsutaka showed a respectful attitude, politely addressing her as senior. If the people of Sakura country saw a warrior calling a demon senior, it would likely cause a commotion not unlike the destruction of a sacred shrine. One must understand that these were warriors who were upright and unyielding in their hearts. Huaisu also felt curious about the legendary demon king Yuhui Fox. Upon closer inspection, she was indeed a breathtaking beauty. With long hair cascading down to her waist and a black skirt just above her knees, her peach blossom eyes were captivating. Every smile and frown radiated temptation. Even the most resolute individuals would find themselves drawn to her, even knowing she was a demon. But Huaisu was not an ordinary person. As the Kamen Rider, eternal, his heart was made of stone, especially towards her words. It seemed that the events had unfolded in that era. I don't know what it should be called at that time either. Since you've forgotten, I will find a way to help you remember. Huaisu was angry. Thus this time he held nothing back. He discarded the blade in his hand. The eternal memory core was inserted into the eternal dagger. Eternal. Maximum drive. He leapt high and kicked out. Blue flames erupted, surging violently. The power of space activated. Without warning, Huaisu teleported in front of Yuhui Fox. What a temperamental child, such a heart would not be very delicious. Nine tails suddenly appeared behind Yuhui Fox. The tails surrounded and enveloped her. Abe Jinshi and Miyamoto Matsutaka quickly retreated. Yuhui Fox was already the strongest force of the current Kamikaze Special Task Force. Not to mention Abe Jinshi, even Miyamoto Matsutaka, who had lost two famous swords, found it impossible to engage at this moment. Boom. The sky exploded, forming blue flame clouds. The people below, upon seeing this, thought the divine had manifested again to punish the war criminals. When rumors arise, the people of Sakura country would blame all sins on those in power above. They believed it was those rulers who worshipped these criminals, provoking the anger of the divine. And in the high sky, a piercing scream echoed through the clouds. Upon hearing this scream, Abe Jinshi and Miyamoto Matsutaka's faces changed dramatically. They recognized it as Yuhui Fox's voice. This indicated that Yuhui Fox was at a disadvantage. The flame clouds gradually dissipated, revealing Yuhui Fox's true form. Compared to the enchanting figure when she first appeared, Yuhui Fox now wore tattered clothes, revealing glimpses of spring. Her waist-length hair had lost some length, and her face bore alternating shades of blue and red. The most tragic were the 9 tails, 3 of which had been severed. The tails now varied in length, greatly affecting their appearance. However, to Huaisu, this Yuhui Fox looked quite pleasing. Haha, now it looks much better. What do you call this? This is called chaotic beauty. Young people's aesthetics, an older woman like you wouldn't understand. You're seeking death. Yuhui Fox was completely enraged, her voice turning sharp. White fox fur appeared on her face, her hands transformed into fox paws, and her feet burst through her shoes, turning into robust hind legs. 9 tails swayed behind her, and a massive fox 7 or 8 meters tall appeared before Huaisu. A red dot appeared on her forehead, resembling a cinnabar mole. Seeking death. Today it is you who will die. The party of the Grim Reaper has begun, and you three will inevitably have your lives reaped by the Grim Reaper today. Miyamoto Matsutaka, holding 2 broken swords, could only fight in this manner. Abe Jinshur summoned his other Shikigami, all of whom were renowned demons in the legends of Sakura Country. Shoto Tamamo Alway Kodo Hakushako Haim, and Kuchisei Kiana, among others. Some were demons that existed in history, while others were part of urban legends. A total of 8, all of which, however, the consequence of S-Class stumbling into an S-Class battlefield was that they were simply brushed aside like speed bumps. Just like this. The power of eternity erupted, blue flames rampaged. These S-Class Shikigami, powerful even among ordinary people and in the supernatural realm, were merely touched by it. In painful wails they transformed into nothingness, completely dissipating. This caused Abe Jinshur great distress. These were all hard-earned Shikigami captured through generations of effort by the Abe family. They were the foundation and reliance of the Abe family in becoming a prestigious force in the supernatural world of Sakura Country. Now most were destroyed by his hands, leaving only a shadow beside him, the Paku Paku demon. The Paku Paku demon was a collective of resentful thoughts from dead children, and it was Abe Jinshi's most precious S-Class Shikigami. Its potential held hope of becoming a new S-Class demon in the future. As long as it continued to consume the resentment of children, it could achieve that. It was precisely because of the children's resentment that the Paku Paku demon sensed danger and shrank back. After seeing other seniors turn into nothingness, the Paku Paku demon finally returned to its master's side. Miyamoto Matsutaka, wielding 2 broken swords, fought with all his might against the invasion of the blue flames. The greatest pressure fell upon Yue Fox. Her 9 tails not only represented 9 lives, but also each possessed different abilities. Now she had already used 8 abilities, representing the natural elements of earth, water, fire, wind, and the profound darkness. Additionally, there were shields and healing. 1 tail had even grown into a sword. It was this sword that allowed Yue Fox to successfully isolate the blue flames, representing the power of eternity, from her body. How could it be so strong? Even the Amano Murakumo sword can barely block it. Yue Fox felt she had underestimated her opponent. She had survived for so many years by being discerning. Any formidable opponent she could not defeat would never be faced. Only when she was certain of victory would she appear. Siju Huai, although she knew of his illustrious achievements, she was Yue Fox. The opponent was simply too young. Young people are full of vigor. Who could escape her temptation? Yet the reality told her that someone really could. This Amano Murakumo sword was certainly not acquired by her own means. It was given to her by the Sakura Country as tribute. Even the Yamada no Orochi did not complain when it learned of this. After all, there had always been an agreement between Yamada no Orochi and Sakura Country, making the Sakura Country its true guardian beast. Your strength is commendable, somewhat superior to that dual-blade wielder earlier, but no more than that. Huaisu had already discerned Yu Yaifu's true capabilities. The remaining tail likely housed her ultimate trump card, rarely deployed, and certainly not lightly. At best, its power rivaled that of Ingshur or Miaoxia, though perhaps even fell slightly short. Do not mistake Miaoxia's inability to subdue him as weakness. Her venom was outright nullified by the Eternal Robe's innate resistance. Against others, however, her lethality far surpassed Ingshur's. Never underestimate a poison master, especially one who also wields concealed weapons. Even Yu Ifu, a legendary great yokai of Sakura realm, would find herself flustered confronting Miaoxia. I've no more time for this game. Huaisu prepared to end it in a single strike. Below, Chiu-ban had already confirmed her identity as Chiu-ban of the 12 months of Longhua. Only the mission remained, then departure. I've no more time for this game. Huaisu prepared to end it in a single strike. Below, Chiu-ban had already confirmed her identity as Chiu-ban of the 12 months of Longhua. Only the mission remained, then. Even when deified and granted human form, reverence cannot mask the primal essence beneath. In contrast, the tamed denizens of Haishur, the maritime Yao clan, possessed a far gentler charm. The spatial memory core, long embedded within its socket, surged with power. The eternal robe billowed outward, then slipped free, drifting weightlessly into the void. Zone. Maximum drive. Huaisu spread his arms wide. 22 memory cores materialized around him, each drawn by the spatial core's resonance to slot precisely into their designated sockets. Cyclone Dummy, Fong Gene Heat, Ice Age Joker, Key Luna, Metal Nazca, Ocean Puppeteer, Queen Rocket Skull, Trigger Unicorn, Violence, Weather Extreme, Yesterday. Maximum drive. All 22 cores, excluding the pre-installed Eternal Bird, Velocity, and Spatial, locked into place. Huaisu reinserted the Eternal Core into the Eternal Dagger. Under the convergence of all cores' energies, the eternal power ascended once more. transcending its former limits. The energy flame shifted from azure to emerald green, a mere emanation of which sent Miyamoto Matsumi and Abe Shinsher trembling with dread. Abe Shinshi, sustained midair only by Uefu's power, nearly lost his levitation entirely, his mind descending into disarray. After all, he was merely an S-rank ability user. Only Uefu's augmentation allowed him to barely endure an S-rank confrontation. Now with Uefu herself imperiled, she could offer him no aid. When you reach the underworld, proclaim, "My name Kamen Rider Eternal." The dagger slashed horizontally before him. Then he turned with seamless grace. A true man never glances back at the explosion. Uefu finally unleashed the power of her last tale, not some hidden ultimate technique. Rather, it was her final survival art reincarnation. In mortal peril, she could sacrifice all 9 tails' power to secure rebirth, granting her soul a second chance at life. The residual tail energy would carry her soul to a randomly selected pregnant woman infiltrating the womb to usurp the unborn child's body. Should she be born safely, the reincarnation would succeed, and over time her strength would gradually return. Her human form too would slowly revert to its true yokai shape under the influence of demonic energy. This moment was the crisis. Uefu judged her 9 lives insufficient to survive this attack. It was without question the most formidable she had ever witnessed. Even the legendary Yamada no Orochi, the strongest serpent of Sakura realm, paled in comparison. Below, the citizens gazed upward, first awestruck by the azure auroral cloud, now stunned anew by the emerald conflagration. Public outrage toward the ruling authorities intensified. Many interpreted the celestial omen as divine reprimand. Above, only Uefu escaped, sacrificing everything to preserve herself. Miyamoto Matsumi and Abe Shinsher possessed no such recourse. They stood defenseless. Miyamoto gripped his broken blades, one inverted, one upright. Nitten Ichiryu, dual blade cut. He roared the technique's name aloud, not for tactical advantage but to steel his own resolve. Though truth be told, it offered little real benefit. Abe Shinsher forcibly commanded the Hakushinmo to unleash millennia of accumulated children's resentment, coalescing it into a dense black cloud shielding his front. Boom! A cataclysmic detonation erupted across the heavens. On the ground, every citizen collapsed, prostrating themselves and begging forgiveness from the gods. Miyamoto's dual blade cut failed utterly. Both shattered blades, and his own body vanished into the emerald fire, leaving not even ash behind. Abe Shinsher suffered the same fate, though his demise proved even more harrowing. In his final moment, the Hakushinmo betrayed him. Born of children's grudges, it retained a child's instincts. When confronted with overwhelming terror, flight was its sole instinct. Thus, moments before the eternal power's emerald flame reached him, the Hakushinmo recoiled. It retreated, hiding behind Abe Shinsher like a frightened child seeking shelter. Is it wrong for a child to seek refuge behind an adult? No, it is not. Yet even so, the Hakushinmo lay near death, reduced to a faint drifting wisp of ashen mist. Uefu meanwhile had already fled, vanishing via her turnabout art right beneath Huaisu's very gaze. Yet Huaisu made no move to stop her. She was a yokai, no, a great yokai. Ancient Sakura realm legends spoke of this 9-tailed fox devouring countless lives. Unbound and unchained, or worse, worshipped, she would inevitably seek prey or amusement, which meant she would harm others. Thus Huaisu harbored no intention of interfering. Indeed, even the Hakushinmo had been deliberately left alive. After the blast subsided, the sky cleared. Huaisu summoned the Hakushinmo into his palm, its tremors palpable, its fear unmistakable. What a darling little thing. You shall live this time, but obedience is non-negotiable. Huaisu's voice carried subtle, irresistible allure. Instantly, the Hakushinmo transformed into a perfect sphere, bouncing up and down, nodding eagerly. Excellent. Your task is simple. Continue doing what you do best. The bouncing sphere froze midair. What was its greatest skill? Absorbing children's resentment, drawing them and letting them merge willingly, then fulfilling their vengeful desires. So did he mean? Yes, go on. Aid wronged children in enacting vengeance. Grow stronger. Spread more urban legends, more whispers in the dark. But remember, this applies only within Sakura realm. Should you dare trespass into Longwa, you will not be so fortunate next time. Trembling, the Hakushinmo nodded frantically. Longwa. Not even ghosts dare set foot there. The various forces observing through the satellite fell silent upon witnessing the result. Everyone recognized that this was the April Hwai sequence. They had heard some rumors about the strength of April Hwai sequence. However, they never expected that in a 1-against-2 scenario, it would take only 2 moves to eliminate 2 S-level opponents. Although the 2 S-level fighters from Sakura country were not particularly strong, the real threat was that monster. Yet that monster also disappeared. The so-called 9 lives proved to be utterly useless. The high-ranking officials of Sakura country went insane. Their peak combat power was completely lost, and the divine toilet was destroyed. Now the only hope rested on the S-level fighter from Ugly Country, who was currently engaged in battle. The other two trump cards could not be easily utilized. Once they were used, the consequences would be unbearable. Indeed, while Huai Sequence fought against the two S-level fighters in midair, the S-level expert guarding Ugly Country's base also revealed himself. He believed that with 3 against 2 the advantage was theirs. Moreover, the strongest one had already been taken away by Miyamoto Matsutaka and Abe Jinshur, leaving him to deal with August Chioban from December. With his capabilities, he was not particularly afraid of weak water. Chioban had long received news that Adams, one of the 9 generals from Ugly Country's Area 51, was stationed at Sakura Country's base. She had already prepared for the situation she might encounter. She was fully combat ready and knew very well that the 2 from Sakura Country were no match for Huai Sequence. As long as Huai Sequence revealed the second belt, she could even sink the entire Sakura Country with a single strike. What were 2 mere S-level fighters? All she needed to do was buy time. She would wait for Huai Sequence to deal with those 2, and then Adams in front of her would have no escape. Adams' ability was ice element manipulation. Even among elemental abilities, ice elements were quite rare. Becoming an S-level ice element user was even more uncommon. Moreover, Adams' ice could even interfere with weak water with a faint tendency to freeze it. Chioban was in no rush. With weak water continuously attacking, even if the water was filled with ice particles, the offensive would not cease. Still, the point remained, as long as she encountered weak water, it meant she had won. And attacking was the best defense. Adams, helpless, could only use an ice wall for defense. He failed to gain the advantage he sought. Now he could only wait for the 2 S-level fighters from Sakura Country to finish off April Huai Sequence, and then they could engage in a 3 against 1. No matter how strong weak water was, could it really fight against 3? Unfortunately, what Adams awaited was the news of the 2 S-level fighters from Sakura Country being eliminated. The true nature of Ugly Country was exposed at that moment. They quickly informed Adams of the situation through special channels, and subsequently ordered a retreat. It was not worth sacrificing an Area 51 general for Sakura Country. As for the outcome Sakura Country would face next, it was no longer Ugly Country's concern. On the contrary, the high-ranking officials of Ugly Country believed that the greater the damage to Sakura Country, the better. This way they could condemn the actions of Dragon Country. August Chioban, we will meet again next time. Adams was shocked upon hearing of Huai Sequence's achievements. At the same time, he cursed Miyamoto Matsutaka and Abe Jinshur for being worthless. Now it was time for him to retreat. After leaving a harsh remark without waiting for a response, Adams departed. He feared that if he didn't leave now, he might not be able to. In reality, Adams was intentionally allowed to escape by Huai Sequence. This was because he had marked Adams using the mysterious powers of the NASCAR. On an S-level fighter, this kind of marking could only be maintained for 1 day. If luck was on his side, the precise location of Ugly Country's Area 51 would be revealed to him. At that time, I heard there are many treasures there as well as alien spaceships. Whether it's true or not, Huai Sequence felt she needed to witness it herself. The upper echelons of Sakura Country were so enraged that they lost their wits, directly questioning the person in charge of Ugly Country as to why Adams was allowed to retreat. What awaited them was a counter-question from Ugly Country, and a reminder to recognize their own identity made the high-ranking officials of Sakura Country break into a cold sweat. Helplessness and fear. Compared to the ignorance of the masses, everyone in the Kamikaze Special Forces understood their current situation. Many members of the Special Forces deployed had suffered casualties. Even 3 S-level fighters had died at the hands of Chioban. Chioban suddenly felt that such a mission, aside from possibly taking the blame later, was actually quite enjoyable. All the pressure had been taken on by Huai Sequence. There were still merits to Huai Sequence. However, after returning, she would want to slap her current self. What was wrong with her to think Huai Sequence was good? What she did was inhumane. The Kamikaze Special Forces shrank back, watching Chioban meticulously cleanse the divine toilet with weak water. She was determined to ensure that not a single complete tile would be left. When Huai Sequence returned, Chioban was working diligently. Isn't it too meticulous? Wouldn't it be better to destroy it directly with your power? Huai Sequence tilted her head, not understanding Chioban's approach. Don't you know? No matter where it is, the final bottom line is that it cannot harm civilians, even though I really want to erase this city as well. Chioban replied impatiently. The 2 had grievances. It would be strange to have a good temper. Once civilians were harmed, it would invoke the wrath of the entire supernatural world, just like the current Demon Palace. Of course, some things were unavoidable, but they had to be well covered to avoid exacerbating the impact. If supernatural powers became known to everyone, the consequences would be unimaginable. The entire order of humanity would collapse. Countless people would abandon their peaceful lives in pursuit of that so-called power. Once these people were exploited by those with ulterior motives, it would only lead to greater chaos. Back in the medieval West, a wave of witch hunts had arisen. Essentially, the demon palace had displayed supernatural powers before the common people. People at that time were not fully civilized. Their limited understanding led them to instinctively feel fear. If it were now, everyone would first think, why can't I do it? Many people knew the purpose of the demon palace was to make supernatural powers public. However, under the full force suppression of the entire world, they had never been able to achieve their goal. Do you know? Beneath the land you are standing on lies something extraordinary. Sakura Country hid it very well, but Huai Sequence still saw through it. Or rather, from the moment she encountered the divine toilet, Huai Sequence had already discerned the purpose behind Sakura Country building this divine toilet. Xiaoban's actions paused, and she turned to look at Huai Sequence. What did you see? What could make Huai Sequence utter the word extraordinary if it were not something ordinary? The entire divine toilet is a Yin gathering array. Can't you see that? The Yin gathering array was something Huai Sequence had come across when reviewing various knowledge at headquarters. The gathering Yin formation. Xiaoban had no clue whatsoever. Half convinced, she suspected that Huai Su had set her up. Did you see it wrong? The gathering Yin formation is set up here, with such high energy. Xiaoban looked down, but still couldn't see anything. It's underground, of course it wouldn't be above. Huai Su gazed at the ground with great interest. Using human energy to conceal the Yin energy is quite an idea. But it's just that, an idea. Upon hearing this, Xiaoban understood. Can you find the entrance? No matter who he is nurturing, he certainly isn't a good person. Moreover, if such a grand divine toilet is within the scope of the gathering Yin formation, it only goes to show that the Sakura nation has paid an enormous price. When the soul being nurtured emerges successfully, it will surely shock the world. Naturally, follow me, let's go take. Huai Su fixed his gaze on a certain spot and led Xiaoban there. The higher-ups of the Sakura nation could only see Huai Su and Xiaoban conversing through satellites, and that was all they could do. They were left with only two trump cards, both of which could not be used. But looking at the direction Huai Su and Xiaoban were heading, they had a bad premonition. They were left with only two trump cards, both of which could not be used. But looking at the direction Huai Su and Xiaoban were heading, the gathering Yin formation was brought back by their predecessors from the Dragon Kingdom. It can nurture souls. Coincidentally, a Yin-Yang master brought back the former hero of the Sakura nation, who was also the most hated person by the Dragon Kingdom, Nishida Hidemitsu. Thus the plan was set in motion. Following the established methods, after a tremendous cost, Nishida Hidemitsu's soul was placed beneath the divine toilet. In addition to accepting offerings from the citizens of the Sakura nation, countless souls of soldiers who died in war were fed into the formation for Nishida Hidemitsu to devour. Not only that, but the Yin-Yang masters from the Kamikaze Special Forces would also seek out those special and powerful souls, killing them in bizarre urban ways to create the illusion of disappearance, bringing them back for Nishida Hidemitsu to consume. After decades, Nishida Hidemitsu's soul grew stronger and more sinister, even to the point of being described as violent and capricious. He would not only devour the souls fed to him, but also actively consume the souls of those who had previously offered him sustenance. By the time the Sakura nation and the Kamikaze Special Forces sensed trouble, they were already powerless to stop it. It was precisely because Nishida Hidemitsu still needed the gathering Yin formation to continue growing stronger that he had not left. Otherwise, the Sakura nation would face great calamity. After all, even the Yui Fox admitted that he could not handle the current Nishida Hidemitsu if he were to grow to his limits and walk out of the gathering Yin formation. At that time, his strength would likely approach the status of an SS-level deity among mortals. As for becoming an SS level, that was a realm the Yui Fox could not even approach. Even the peak Yamada no Orochi only dared to claim the title of the strongest beneath the divine. When the people of the Sakura nation saw Huai Su and Xiaoban standing above the entrance, their hearts, which had been in suspense, finally sank. They really found it. What do we do? What can we do? Do you have a plan? Miyamoto Matsutake and Abe Jinshur are dead, and the Yui Fox has disappeared. If we still have any strength left, it's only. The speaker cast his gaze toward the holy mountain of the Sakura nation. There still existed a monster that had been around since ancient times. Are you crazy? If it appears, would it willingly return to the holy mountain? Back then, the immortals of the Sakura nation spent countless manpower and resources filling it with the blood of many to seal it. Once the seal is broken, the entire Sakura nation would become that monster's slave. Moreover, the supernatural world would reveal itself to ordinary people. To cover up this secret, other countries would not stand by and do nothing. The most likely outcome would be to annihilate all witnesses. They would not think that those wolves and tigers would spend an immense amount of time and effort to erase memories one by one. Only the Dragon Kingdom would do that, and the Dragon Kingdom was their sworn enemy. Not to mention, the soul nurtured beneath the gathering Yin formation might be the one most hated by the Dragon Kingdom. Then do you have any other plans? That person was discovered by Huai Su in April and Xiaoban in August. Oh, would the Dragon Kingdom let it go? Your idioms are so good. Are you a spy? Nonsense. Are you still claiming you're not a spy? Arrest him. Shut up. Finally someone in charge stood up. It was a cabinet minister. Can shouting solve problems? The Yamada no Orochi must not be released, and Nishida Hidemitsu must not be discovered. Inagami, have you contacted the Dragon Kingdom? Realizing the first moment that Huaisu in April and Shoban in August had appeared, the cabinet minister sent someone to contact the Dragon Kingdom. No, we can't get in touch. The cabinet minister fell silent. This was the only method he could think of, but it was not unexpected. The December operation was something the Dragon Kingdom's upper echelons would be aware of. Not being able to reach them meant there was no room for negotiation. It seems the last route has also been blocked. The Dragon Kingdom is determined to cripple us this time. The cabinet minister spoke in a deep voice. The flickering hopes of others were immediately extinguished, leaving them in a state of panic. Let's vote now. Two forces use Yamada no Orochi to cover for Nishida Hidemitsu, or let Nishida Hidemitsu directly face Huaisu in April and Shoban in August. Time is of the essence. It was a method of desperation. A one trump card had to be revealed. First, I propose that we let Nishida Hidemitsu directly face Huaisu and Shoban. The influence of Yamada no Orochi was too great. He did not want to break the seal until the moment of life and death for the Sakura nation. With the cabinet minister taking the lead, everyone understood what to do. I agree. So do I. Same here. When the last voice spoke up, everyone looked at him. It was the one who was thought to be the spy. You still claim you're not a spy? Bakayuru. That's right, good thing you're— Get out. Dog spy die. Ignoring these two fools, the cabinet minister arranged for members of the Kamikaze Special Forces to evacuate the public under the pretext of a terrorist organization attack. Then they surrounded the entire divine toilet. They did not believe that Huaisu and Shoban would survive in the hands of Nishida Hidemitsu. According to the Yui Fox, the current strength of Nishida Hidemitsu was already infinitely close to that of Yamada no Orochi. This was the result of their efforts over many years. As for what Nishida Hidemitsu would do when he walked out of the Gathering formation in the future, that was not something the current leaders of the Sakura nation needed to consider. If there was truly no way out, they would seek help from their ugly father country. Now they hoped to see Huaisu and Shoban dead. Within the ruins of the divine toilet, Huaisu knew all along that he was being watched. And it was not just one force. He simply didn't care, and even intentionally displayed his strength. Anyway, they could only watch, leaving no traces behind. Because Huaisu possessed a memory device. A genetic memory device. Mutated microorganisms that disrupt and alter communication devices. It was that domineering. Moreover, does the Dragon Kingdom truly remain unaware of such circumstances? One method to cope is to leave no evidence behind. People can be recognized. However, they must not leave any definitive evidence. Huaisu does not distrust the technicians of the Dragon Kingdom. He simply wishes to add an extra layer of security. The entrance to the Gathering Array is not particularly concealed. In fact, it is located within the largest worship hall, where the enormous altar for memorial tablets has already been destroyed. The entrance lies beneath that altar. Channeling eternal power, blue flames enveloped his right foot as he stomped down fiercely. The ground shattered, creating a massive pit. The deepest secrets of the Cherry Blossom Kingdom thus unfolded before the world. A surge of dark mist erupted from the black hole, clearly signaling that something sinister lurked within. Shoban sensed the dark mist and recognized it as ghostly energy. Who would have thought that beneath the sacred toilet worshipped throughout the Cherry Blossom Kingdom lies a ghost? A sneer appeared on Shoban's face. This ghostly energy was indeed powerful, reaching an S-level intensity. But who among them was not S-level? The companion beside him had just obliterated two unparalleled S-level powerhouses. At this moment, Shoban experienced the benefits of collaborating with such formidable individuals on a mission. No matter how many strong opponents there are, as long as this fellow beside him is unleashed, everything can be resolved. If he cannot manage it in his current form, then he can simply switch to another form. Truly safe and reliable. Unfortunately, she had already offended him previously. It remains to be seen whether their relationship can be mended in the future. If her daughter could marry such a strong individual, that wouldn't be a bad thing. Since her daughter lacks talent, she might as well marry someone with good talent. In the future, they could have two children, one taking the father's surname and the other the mother's. One would inherit the Bian family and the other the Yi family. Her thoughts drifted further, and Shoban even decided on the names of her future children. Are you thinking of something bad? Bian Li noticed Shoban's expression and felt a chill rising behind him, sensing that someone might be plotting against him. How could I harm you? She would never admit it. After all, she couldn't say she was planning to become your mother-in-law, could she? She must not let Huaisu discern her thoughts. She needed to ensure her daughter unknowingly got in touch with Huaisu. Then, using a bit of influence, she could transfer her daughter to Haishur. Ultimately, the two would come together naturally. Simply perfect. If all else fails, cooking the rice until it becomes a meal is also an option. Ideally, it would be a one-shot deal, and then she could run away, leaving Huai Su in a chase of heartbreak. Don't think Xiao Ban doesn't read novels or watch short dramas, especially since the audience for short dramas is quite vast. No way, you must be plotting something. Huai Su felt the goosebumps rising on his back. With his power of transforming into Kamen Rider Eternal, he still experienced such reactions. The opponent's strength was undoubtedly formidable, and they were nearby. There was no one else but Xiao Ban. You are mistaken. Absolutely not. Shall we head down? Do you want to argue with me right here? Below the cave entrance, Nishijo Aiki awaited the descent of those above, feeling quite speechless. Everything happening on the ground was within his perception, including the skirmish between Xiao Ban and Adams. Based on their displayed strength, Nishijo Aiki was confident he could take both of them down. If he could supplement his soul with these two S-level beings, he would no longer need to stay here. He could step into the sunlight and regain control of the entire country. Then he could reignite the war and complete the unfinished business. In his eyes, Huai Su was nothing more than someone of equal strength to Xiao Ban. He was unaware of the battle raging above. No matter what you're thinking, it holds no significance for me. Huai Su spoke indifferently. Originally, he had planned to deal with Xiao Ban harshly upon returning. Now it was simply that the two had coincidentally thought of the same thing. Let's go down and see what kind of ghost has made these people who have been living comfortably unable to enjoy their days. Something nurtured by such a massive gathering in array is certainly not trivial. He simply did not believe that those individuals would fail to notice. Should we help them get rid of it? Xiao Ban hesitated. Knowing it was a wicked entity, wouldn't it be best to leave it for the Cherry Blossom Kingdom? Of course not. Isn't it better to let them tear each other apart? Huai Su and Xiao Ban shared the same thought. However, after they descended and recognized each other's identities, they had no idea what their reactions would be. Huai Su jumped down first, followed closely by Xiao Ban. The underground was a hidden paradise. The entrance was merely a hole with no ladder. This was also because both above and below were superpowered individuals, so there was no need for one. Contrary to the anticipated dark and ominous environment, filled with black mist, the space below the entrance was as large as a football field. The surrounding walls were plastered with dense talismans. In the center stood a small villa. A person dressed in an old-fashioned military uniform of the Cherry Blossom Kingdom was standing there. It seemed as though he was waiting for their arrival. You finally came down, I thought you were going to run away, Central Plains people. This person was Nishijo Aiki. Neither Huai Su nor Xiao Ban spoke, for they recognized the person before them. Perhaps many had never seen his photograph, but they had definitely heard of him. And in the information database of the Anomalies Bureau, Huai Su had seen his likeness. Dressed as he was now, Xiao Ban also recognized him, because the Yi family she married into had also participated in that turmoil. Her husband's grandfather held a significant position back then. Her father-in-law, the previous head of the Yi family, would occasionally ask her to print out this person's photo after learning of its existence in the Anomalies Bureau. What was it for? Naturally, there was no need to elaborate. Spitting, stabbing, poking. After all, the Yi family had a room specifically for various torture instruments. In any case, Nishijo Aiki's photo was a significant expendable in the Yi family. I never expected that the soul nurtured by this gathering in array would be yours. That previous decision is now null and void. I must eliminate him here. Huai Su cracked his neck. Initially, he intended to keep him around to wreak havoc on the Cherry Blossom Kingdom, but now he had changed his mind. This person before him must die once more and thoroughly. I was thinking the same thing. Others could be overlooked, but Nishijo Aiki must die. You Central Plains people still love to boast. However, should we now call you Dragon Kingdom people? Nishijo Aiki still had not grasped the gravity of the situation. He was completely immersed in the anticipation of obtaining two S-level souls. You will become the nourishment for the resurgence of the Cherry Blossom Kingdom, so comply and be devoured by me to avoid suffering. What are you talking about? Huai Su deactivated his transformation. The lost driver and eternal memory disappeared. Replacing them were the Evol-Driver at his waist and two vials in his hands. But the one who is going to die is you, criminal. He twisted the Cobra bottle and inserted the Evol-Driver. Cobra. He twisted the Night System bottle and inserted the Evol-Driver. Rider System. Evolution. Are you ready? Transform. He spread his arms in front of him, and a futuristic metallic tube appeared once more, merging abruptly onto Huai Zu's body. Cobra. Cobra. Evol Cobra. Fuahahaha. The power of the planet concentrated in the converter at his chest. The star map flickered and merged into it. The noisy sound rang out again, but neither Nishijo Hideki nor Aki Hashigatsu focused on it. Aki Hashigatsu looked complexly at the black and gold armored figure before him. An unprecedented, powerful aura overwhelmed the entire scene. Even in the underground space, Aki Hashigatsu felt a pressure unlike before. In the previous battle, although Huai Su transformed into Kamen Rider Evol and was a bit angry, he held it back. Now he was in a state of full force. This is Huai Zu's second form. He introduced himself like this. Nishijo Hideki, let me completely annihilate you. Remember the one who killed you, Kamen Rider Evol. Arrogant man from the Dragon Nation, just a bit of momentum. In your terms, it's just bluster. Nishijo Hideki's mind was filled with frantic alarms. He could only use this method to suppress the fear in his heart. He understood that doing nothing would surely lead to death. Resistance might offer a way out. So Nishijo Hideki waved his hand, and the villa behind him instantly transformed into a thick aura of ghosts. It was constructed from countless ghostly energies. It was solely for his own enjoyment. But there was no time to worry about that now. Survival was paramount. Bluster, who is truly bluffing here? He raised his right hand, gathering destructive energy, to form a black sphere, and threw it out. The moment the destructive energy touched the ghostly aura, it instantly exploded. The compressed destructive energy erupted, instantly scattering the ghostly aura. Nishijo Hideki gritted his teeth, and all his ghostly energy erupted fiercely. Countless shadows emerged from the ghostly aura, transforming into one general and soldier after another. 100-man army stood before Nishijo Hideki, facing Kamen Rider Evol directly. These were among the souls Nishijo Hideki had devoured over the years. And this army was once his most loyal subordinates. The others he devoured were unwilling. Only they willingly became nourishment to strengthen Nishijo Hideki. This 100-man army's strength was terrifying. There were fully 20 S-class ghostly generals, and the rest were all A-class. Don't underestimate S-class as mere amateurs. If such a ghostly army were sent out, no one could stop them without SS-class. However, that was not all. S-class and A-class might be strong outside, but in front of Kamen Rider Evol, they were no different from ordinary people. Nishijo Hideki certainly understood this, so he continued to release ghostly energy, concentrating it into the body of the foremost ghostly general. The other ghostly soldiers were also absorbed into his body. As the ghostly energy entered, the strength of the ghostly general rapidly increased. Aki Hashigatsu stood quietly aside, watching Nishijo Hideki make his final desperate struggle. Once Huai-Su transformed into Kamen Rider Evol, Nishijo Hideki's fate was already sealed. Unless the earthly deity from the ugly nation personally intervened, no one could save him. Huai-Su watched this too, observing Nishijo Hideki exhausting himself on these futile efforts. Unlike Aki Hashigatsu and Midsummer, Huai-Su didn't make a move against them immediately simply because they were still considered people from the Dragon Nation. He wanted to continue to play and torment them. Let them feel the harshness of society. This was also a regular operation of Evol. What does death mean? And Nishijo Hideki was a different case. His death would not only please Huai-Su, but also everyone else. Soon the ghostly general's ability soared to SS class. This was Nishijo Hideki's greatest trump card. Forging such an SS-class ghostly general also consumed all of Nishijo Hideki's decades of accumulation. He would need to wait several decades to 100 years to step out of this gathering of Een formation in his complete form, provided he could survive today. After becoming SS-class, the ghostly general regained most of its intellect. It immediately bowed at a 90-degree angle toward Huai-Su and Aki Hashigatsu, shouting, "Master, it has intelligence, but not much." Nishijo Hideki was furious. He cursed angrily, "Fool. Attack, kill them. Leave this ghostly general to you. I will deal with Nishijo Hideki." Huai-Su wondered what the significance of Nishijo Hideki forging this SS-class ghostly general was. 2 against 1. Let's not even talk about whether they could handle it. Was Aki Hashigatsu a mere illusion? 2 against 2. Wouldn't Nishijo Hideki be dead then? In fact, when Nishijo Hideki saw Aki Hashigatsu nodding and stepping forward, he was dumbfounded. Aren't you supposed to act alone? Why would she step in? Nishijo Hideki was also a fool. After all, his soul had begun to dissipate, so his intellect had somewhat returned, but it was not complete. Moreover, after becoming a ghostly being, Nishijo Hideki's intellect was invaded by countless desires and resentments. In short, his thinking was no longer flexible. Fool. After cursing, Huai-Su didn't want to say more. Speaking to such a being was an insult to oneself. He rotated the control lever at his waist, crouching halfway. With the movement of the lever, a circle of star maps appeared beneath his feet. Ready, go? The energy of the star map gathered at his right foot. Huai-Su leaped up. Nishijo Hideki was forcibly locked on, and the speed was so fast that he couldn't conceive any countermeasures. In a hurry, he could only gather the remaining strength in his body to defend. The ghostly general was blocked by Aki Hashigatsu's weak water. The Voltic finish. The knight kicked through Nishijo Hideki's energy shield and pierced through his body. Without leaving a word, Nishijo Hideki dissipated into black smoke in the underground space. Chow! This blow could not be blocked by any SS class. Even if Nishijo Hideki was in his complete form now, there was absolutely no chance of survival. With the emergence of this blow, even with the barrier of the gathering of Een formation, the energy detectors from various countries and regions sounded intense alarms. They knew this was the energy that had previously been located at sea reappearing. This time it was in Sakura Nation. From the information available, it was inferred that this person was likely the new April Huai Su from the Dragon Nation. Qiu Ban watched as this powerful strike completely obliterated Shi Tiaoyingji, leaving no trace behind. Her heart raced. If only Huai Su had unleashed such a blow that day at Si Shi and Miao Xia. She dared not imagine. Qiu Ban felt that she was unlikely to survive. At the same time, a myriad of thoughts began to emerge in her mind. She couldn't help but resent Huai Su for already having 2 transformation abilities. Oh, why couldn't he just... There was also hope that her daughter would become Huai Zu's partner. Thus Huai Su would not only be her son-in-law, but might also obtain the lost driver. In any case, Qiu Ban's thoughts were naive. If Huai Su knew what she was thinking, she couldn't imagine how he would mock her. Once Qiu Ban experienced the meal Huai Su had prepared for her afterwards, she would no longer have such thoughts. Compared to the lonely Miao Xia, Qiu Ban's weaknesses were far too easy to exploit. She lacked the strength to make Huai Su hesitate. Ultimately returning to the most pressing issue at hand, Shi Tiaoyingji was forcibly eliminated by Huai Su without even a chance to resist, but there was still an S-level ghost general. After witnessing the death of her loyal master, she completely lost her mind. Qiu Ban thought that after Huai Su eliminated Shi Tiaoyingji, he would effortlessly take care of this ghost general as well. But Huai Su did not. Instead, he walked towards the cave entrance. Huai Su, what are you doing? Aren't you going to deal with this ghost general? Qiu Ban couldn't help but remind him. She herself was not incapable of resolving it, but after all this was still an S-level ghost general, and it was already in a frenzy. Dealing with it would be somewhat troublesome, and she might even get injured. The main burden of this operation had been taken on by Huai Su, and Qiu Ban hoped it would be the same this time. Oh, what are you talking about? Isn't he no match for you? I'm also here on a mission. I've already eliminated 3 S-levels while you haven't even achieved 1. How can I shamelessly steal your credit? This S-level ghost general is yours to handle, but don't keep me waiting too long. Qiu Ban watched as Huai, leaving her alone with the frenzied S-level ghost general. At that moment, Qiu Ban felt like cursing. Is this something a person would do? Did he even know how difficult battles between S-levels can be? Could it be resolved in a short time? Not everyone possesses such overwhelming strength as he does. There was no time for her to complain, because the insane ghost general charged at her once again. The ghostly aura enveloped the area, and the ghost general had already gripped the ghostly energy-concentrated katana. Helpless Qiu Ban could only fight with the weak water. Huai Su was of course doing this on purpose. The original plan was to have the S-level stationed in the Cherry Blossom Kingdom be Qiu Ban's opponent. Who would have thought that person would scare off midway? Then he thought of leaving the ghost within the Gathering In formation for Qiu Ban. The result was unexpectedly Shi Tiaoyingji. How could that be left to her? Fortunately, Shi Tiaoyingji still had some means, and created an S-level ghost general. Although lacking in strength and intelligence, it was better than nothing. After all, it was still S-level enough to give Qiu Ban a bit of trouble. As Huai Su emerged from underground, he was not without tasks. Glancing at the surrounding ruins, he was quite dissatisfied with Qiu Ban's efficiency. Though he knew that destroying this area was somewhat hard to control. But even if it affected other places, what could be done? Destruction energy gathered in his hand. Huai Su pressed this energy to the ground. The ground began to tremble. The destructive energy began to spread from Huai Zu's position, gradually enveloping the entire divine toilet, even expanding outwards to some extent. The members of the Divine Wind Special Operations Team stationed nearby were also swept in. There were no bones left. That could only describe it. After the fluctuation, the entire divine toilet area was left as desolate land with not a single fragment in sight. Clapping his hands, Huai Su was very satisfied with his masterpiece. This is how it should be. Why hold back? It's not like we're in the Dragon Kingdom. The high-ranking officials of the Cherry Blossom Kingdom, upon seeing this scene, were once again drenched in cold sweat. April Huai Su had emerged. Although he had changed his appearance, they knew this was still April Huai Su. What this represented needed no further explanation. Shi Tiaoyingji had been defeated. As for August Qiu Ban, they unconsciously overlooked her. April Huai Zu's presence was simply too overwhelming. I'm leaving first, or I still have to go back to report. This is very tiring. Those who understand will understand. He had even taken on the task of reporting himself, truly a great person. As for Qiu Ban, who could stop her from returning to the Cherry Blossom Kingdom besides the giant snake on the snow-capped mountains? It was merely a matter of taking a little more effort to dispose of that ghost general. If she couldn't even manage that, then it would be best for her to remain in the Cherry Blossom Kingdom forever. Such strength had no right to be her toy. Qiu Ban's situation was not good. The frenzied ghost general was quite troublesome, and the vibrations from above significantly affected her performance. With the Gathering In formation in place, the underground space remained relatively stable, not collapsing. It only caused a large number of talismans to fall. These talismans were to suppress the ghostly energy. Without them, the ghost general's strength increased yet again. Qiu Ban understood that this was definitely Huai Zu's doing. She felt the urge to curse, but the ghost general would not allow it. Huaisu activated the abilities of his armor and left the Cherry Blossom Kingdom at super speed. He arrived at the location designated for the plan. It was a small island, very small and discreet. There were no resources around, and it had been overlooked for a long time. In back, Ingshi was very happy to see Huaisu. Miao Xia and Fei Yin felt the same. As for the others, they need not be mentioned. The Dragon Kingdom had its own satellites. Through the satellites they witnessed Huaisu displaying his might. However, satellites ultimately have limitations. After Huaisu and Xiaoban went underground, they could no longer see what was happening. But Ingshi still recognized that the layout of the divine toilet resembled the Gathering Yin formation. But who would be inside, that was unknown. Huaisu, where's Xiaoban? Why didn't she come back with you? Also, who was under? Ingshi asked. There were many things that needed Huaisu to explain. It's Shi Tiaoyingji. Shi Tiaoyingji. No one present was unfamiliar with this person. The greatest war criminal of the Cherry Blossom Kingdom. Even now, countless people harbored deep hatred for him. Even those who did not experience that turbulent era understood some circumstances. Though they could not empathize as citizens of the Dragon Kingdom, this hatred was ingrained in their bones. I killed him, completely killed him. As for Xiaoban, Shi Tiaoyingji had some means. He produced an S-level ghost general, and Xiaoban is currently dealing with it there. So that's how it is. The crowd had little to say. They did not blame Huaisu for not waiting for Xiaoban, and Huaisu had already done enough. He had eliminated 2 S-levels of the Cherry Blossom Kingdom and killed the war criminal Shi Tiaoyingji. So what if he left Xiaoban alone to face an S-level ghost general? Was there any problem? No problem. Not only is there no problem, but this is also something Xiaoban should do. As I said, they are executing the mission together. In the end, all the tasks were completed by Huaisu while Xiaoban did hardly anything but took the credit. The merits of this operation are immense. It could be said to be one of the greatest achievements since the establishment of the Dragon Kingdom, comparable to the top few figures. Just the matter of eliminating Nishitani Hideki has granted Huaisu a golden ticket to immunity throughout the entire Dragon Kingdom. Xiaoban will also benefit significantly. Without paying a price, how could one expect to take advantage of this? After shedding his transformation, Bian Li received treatment akin to that of a hero. Aside from December, all the strength teams and members were excitedly admiring Bian Li. Those with status easily approached him, such as Wu Yu and Qing Nuyu. Brother, is it really Nishitani Hideki? Did you really kill him? Bian Fan was dumbfounded when he heard this. At first, he couldn't even recall who Nishitani Hideki was. It just sounded very familiar. Later, he remembered that this person had been mentioned in history textbooks. He was the greatest war criminal of that time. Now this war criminal exists in another form, and he was personally eliminated by his own elder brother. Bian Fan was acutely aware of the impact of this matter, although it was destined to remain undisclosed to the public. However, in the upper echelons of the Dragon Kingdom, and within the Anomaly Bureau, his elder brother would leap from being a newcomer in December to a figure on par with Ingshi and Miao Xia. It would be impossible for Miao Xia to coerce his brother with so-called righteousness to hand over the driver. The high-ups and Zhao Su would also do their utmost to prevent it. Rather than merely providing a tip-off this time, people's hearts are biased. Bian Li has known this since he was young. Just like in the Bian family, Bian Lianyun and Su Herong also leaned toward him. Therefore, he would make amends with Bian Fan, ensuring he harbored no resentment. How could this be false? That was a gathering of Yin formation where they placed Nishitani Hideki's soul to nurture it. They probably wanted to nurture an S-level peak combatant, but unexpectedly, due to an incomplete formation, they ended up with an evil being. In fact, if he weren't Nishitani Hideki, I would have kept him, as his destruction of Sakura country would have been even greater. After detailing the specific process again, Bian Li was finally ready to take the next step. Xiaoban had yet to arrive, but Kyubin's daughter was here. Her name is Yi Susu, daughter of the Yi family in Kyoto, and also the daughter of August Xiaoban. Her codename is Liusu. Without informing anyone, under the pretense of wandering, Bian Li easily found Yi Susu. Everyone in the headquarters recognized her and knew her status. Because her mother is Xiaoban, everyone protects her during missions. When not on missions, everyone also deferred. One could say she has never experienced hardship since childhood, truly a little princess. Just like now. While others were out executing missions, Yi Susu had her own separate tent fully equipped with various facilities. With tables, chairs, and beds, and even a laptop. However, Yi Susu looked troubled. Why the long face? Is something missing? With a friendly smile, Bian Li stood at the entrance of the tent looking at Yi Susu inside. Yi Susu was older than Bian Li, but in front of him, she was at a loss, surprised and delighted with various emotions intertwining. If one were to say who was the most popular and discussed person in the camp these days, it would be this person before him, April Huaishu. Young yet powerful, he had achieved unparalleled merits in Sakura country. Lord Huaishu. December is not someone Yi Susu could take lightly. Even her mother is no match for this person. I am not lacking anything, but it's just that my subordinate is quite troubled. Oh, are you worried about your mother? Huaishu said gently. Not at all, my mother is very strong. Oh, she will surely complete Lord Weix's mission and return safely. This left even Bian Li confused. Logically speaking, someone of Yi Susu's status should be pampered even in the Anomaly Bureau. What could trouble? Actually, it's because I also want to contribute, but every time I go out on a mission, I am kept in the safest position, which is not what I desire. Yi Susu said somewhat embarrassedly. She knew she was just someone with connections relying on her family's relationships and her mother's status as 12-month. But this was not her original intention in joining the Anomaly Bureau. Huaishu understood and realized this was a typical child from an ivory tower, yearning for the exciting world outside. She also knows that the outside world is dangerous, but she has never directly felt such danger. Perhaps Qiuban has also sensed this. Knowing that she could not forever prevent or protect her daughter, she sought ways to enhance her daughter's strength solely, to ensure her daughter had the ability to cope with any situation. Huaishu suddenly felt more excited about what he was about to do next. Qiuban. Ever since she came to him with Miao Xia wanting to seize the lost driver, Huaishu had no intention of letting her go. The question now was how to deal with her, which required some stimulation. Directly killing her did not align with Weix's interests. He wanted Qiuban to take the initiative. The incentive lay with Yi Susu. Well, I have a method that might be useful to you. Huaishu took a step further, enticing Yi Susu. Really, Lord Huaishu, do you have a way to help me? Yi Susu was very excited. Huaishu was stronger than her mother, and perhaps he would have a solution. The other 12-month members treated her as a close junior, only pampering and spoiling her. They even held back during her training, almost like they were just playing with her. The root cause is still an issue of strength. Your strength limits your future. If your strength increases, the headquarters will not neglect a powerful combat force. Huaishu continued to entice Yi Susu step by step. Meanwhile, in his hand, the already prepared Queen Memory Unit was firmly grasped. As soon as Yi Susu says that she wants power, Huaishu will present it with both hands. Huaishu also did not expect that the most suitable memory unit for Yi Susu would be the Queen. Among the 26 memory units, the Queen Memory Unit's abilities are also among the top ranks. Mental intimidation and even the ability to dominate the realm of the mental domain are incredibly powerful capabilities. My mother said the same, but strengthening one's abilities is not that simple. Yi Susu certainly understood this. However, despite being the daughter of August Qiuban, her talent was not outstanding. Just right, I have a bit of external power here. Opening his right hand, a gorgeous USB-like item lay within. This is a memory unit, my source of power. It has told me that it wants to go to you and become your strength. With a gentle tone paired with the temptation of power, how could Yi Susu possibly withstand it? Her eyes were filled with desire, staring intently at the memory unit before her reluctant to look away. The memory core, perhaps only the high-ranking officials above level in the Anomaly Adjustment Bureau could know this name, but Yi Susu was aware of it. Her mother had mentioned it to her. There were as many as 26 memory cores, each possessing different abilities. However, Yi Susu did not know that the memory cores could actually be used by outsiders. Isn't this the exclusive power of Huaisu? Can I really use this power? Yi Susu raised her head, wanting to turn her gaze away, but her eyes were fixed on that memory core below. Of course, this is the memory core that is most compatible with you. Huaisu extended the Queen Memory Core forward. However, I must clarify one thing: the power of the memory core is not so easy to control. It is very likely that after you use it, you will end up becoming a slave to the memory core instead. How it specifically works depends on your willpower. Huaisu made his words very clear. Without a driver, directly using the power of a memory core would turn a human into a hybrid. Although essentially still human, if the memory core is shattered or removed, as long as the body remains, one can still revert back to being human. However, one would ultimately be eroded by the toxins within the memory core. There could be no consequences. This made it clear that even when faced with inquiries from the members of the Anomaly Adjustment Bureau, Huaisu could shift all responsibility onto Yi Susu. He was merely a master wanting to fulfill the wishes of the memory core. The Queen Memory Core wanted to go to Yi Susu, and Yi Susu accepted it for power. What could he do? Everything is a matter of fate. As for the developments that follow, they would be completely unrelated to him. Would Huaisu be so kind as to let Yi Susu use the Queen Memory Core normally? Just thinking about it makes it impossible. Even if Yi Susu's will was strong enough to resist the temptation of the memory core, Huaisu wouldn't let her hold on for long. This is also why he chose the Queen Memory Core. The Queen Memory Core would lead Yi Susu to the depths of destruction. Isn't Qiuban hoping to have her daughter use the lost driver? There is no lost driver, but there is a memory core. Fulfilling Qiuban's wish, he surely was a good person. Finally, Huaisu suggested to Yi Susu, make good use of this Queen Memory Core. Once you fully master its power, you will astonish everyone. Once you achieve great merit, stand before your mother. She will be proud of you. Huaisu left a hint here. After mastering the power and achieving great merit, it hinted that Yi Susu should not let Qiuban know about the Queen Memory Core for the time being. By the time she realized it, it would all be too late. Even if she wanted to strip the Queen Memory Core away from Yi-Susu would not agree. After experiencing the power, wanting to take it away would be akin to taking away her second life. Especially for a child like Yi-Susu who grew up in an ivory tower. She would only resent you even if you were her mother. If everything developed according to Bian Li's expectations, then Yi-Susu would drag Ban into the abyss. If Yi-Susu agreed to give up the power of the memory core, Bian Li had further plans. No matter which outcome occurred, it would be fortunate if Ban could hold back from seeking trouble with him. At that time, it would be Ban who took the initiative. Even if he accidentally overreacted in defense and ended up killing her, it was likely that the Anomaly Adjustment Bureau would have nothing to say. First, play around with Ban. I will definitely make my mother proud of me. Yi-Susu fantasized about a wonderful future, unaware that the conflict between her and Ban would begin from here. First, play around with Ban. I will definitely make my mother proud of me. Yi-Susu fantasized about a wonderful future, unaware that the conflict between her and Ban would begin from here. Thank you so much, Lord Huaisu. You truly are a great person. Although Yi-Susu was older than Bian Li, she had no comparison in terms of life experience. Then I look forward to your future performance. Once the matter is settled, I will take my leave. After leaving Yi-Susu's tent, the virtual memory core in his left hand glimmered coldly. No one would discover that he had visited Yi-Susu. At this moment, he should be resting inside the tent. The virtual memory core has the abilities of illusion and substitution. A very useful ability, isn't it? At this time in the Cherry Blossom Nation, all the high-ranking officials began to clean up the aftermath after Huaizu's departure. The reason was quite simple: just push everything onto the terrorists. As for why the divine toilet was in such a miserable state, as if it had been directly erased, that was none of their concern. Meanwhile, underground, the battle between Ban and the Ghost General had already entered its final phase. Ban's weak water successfully corroded all of the Ghost General's ghost energy. Although the Ghost General possessed S-level strength, all his ghost energy came from Nishio Aiki. He was unable to generate ghost energy on his own. In other words, the Ghost General's power diminished little by little. This also relieved Ban. If it were a normal S-level, this battle would take 10 days to half a month to conclude. After 3 days, Ban successfully killed the Ghost General and emerged from underground. As soon as she surfaced, she happened to encounter the Divine Wind Special Operations Team. Due to Huaizu's final strike, the entrance to the underground was also concealed, and they were searching for it. Although they knew that Nishio Aiki was in dire straits, they still needed to find the place. Even if Nishio Aiki were gone, the materials for forming the Gathering formation were all precious and rare. Unfortunately, before coming up, Ban had used weak water to completely corrode all these materials. Members of the Divine Wind Special Operations Team suddenly encountered the wild Ban, as if they had encountered a ghost. Ban, however, waved her hand, taking the lives of this small team with weak water, and soared into the sky. She was going back. The Cherry Blossom Nation quickly realized that Ban was still there, having just emerged from underground. However, they no longer had the strength to hinder Ban's departure. The S-level member from the Ugly Nation had already returned to the Ugly Nation at the first opportunity. In his words, the Cherry Blossom Nation was too dangerous. At the same time, in a villa in the Eastern Market, a pregnant woman felt the interaction of the child in her womb and revealed a happy smile. Within the lattice womb, the Yedobebran child showed the first trace of a rebirth smile. It was indeed the reincarnation of the feathered fox. The incidents in the Cherry Blossom Nation could not be concealed, nor was there any intention to hide them. The entire world was paying attention to the Cherry Blossom Nation, and many sent their condolences. It was merely condolences without any practical expression. Then they waited for the follow-up. The Cherry Blossom Nation would certainly not endure this grievance, and the Ugly Nation behind it would not let this opportunity slip by. However, after waiting for 3 days, there was no movement from either the Cherry Blossom Nation or the Ugly Nation. This left many countries puzzled. This was not in line with the characters of the Ugly Nation and the Cherry Blossom Nation. In fact, the Sakura Kingdom and the Ugly Nation immediately contemplated taking direct action to condemn the Dragon Kingdom. However, for some unknown reason, despite having preserved the satellite footage, it ultimately failed to be saved. They were not alone. Other nations that did the same also found themselves in the same situation. After inquiring around, they found no substantial evidence. Without evidence, even if they knew that the culprit was December and that the Dragon Kingdom's higher-ups were behind it, their persuasive power diminished significantly. 5 days later, if no evidence was found, they would take direct action. The Ugly Nation and the Sakura Kingdom directly condemned the Dragon Kingdom. The Sakura Kingdom even declared that the terrorists were soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom, claiming that the new weapon used to destroy the Divine Toilet was from the Dragon Kingdom. This stirred up quite a commotion. With the two nations taking action, the Dragon Kingdom's prior preparations also came into play. Just one question: where's the evidence? Words alone are not enough. Evidence must be presented. The Sakura Kingdom and the Ugly Nation then showcased their old tricks, playing the rogue. I can't provide evidence, but it was definitely you who did this. In terms of slinging mud, it was an old craft. The Dragon Kingdom clearly anticipated this situation. They began to engage in verbal sparring with one side unable to provide evidence, while the other refused to admit guilt. However, everyone was treated to quite a show. In the end, it was the usual threat rhetoric followed by sanctions. After Chiyoban's return, everyone gathered back in Kyoto. Next came the victory celebration. This trip to the Sakura Kingdom was deemed a resounding success with unexpected joy. The appearance of Nishijo Aiki was unforeseen, but his immediate death at the hands of Huaisu was a great gift for Huaisu. In the aftermath, the retaliation from the Sakura Kingdom and the Ugly Nation along with covert actions from other organizations would also put some pressure on the Anomaly Bureau. However, all of this was orchestrated by Huaisu in April and had nothing to do with Bian Li. Bian Li was a newcomer, and very few knew his true identity. Those who participated in the operation were all core members of the Anomaly Bureau, so loyalty would not be an issue. Therefore, the one who would bear the consequences was actually Chiyoban. After all, the true identities of the old generation of December were relatively easy to investigate. They did not conceal their faces like Bian Li did. Upon Chiyoban's return, she noticed that her daughter had become much more cheerful. A smile was constantly present on her face, a stark contrast to her previous frown. Chiyoban thought her daughter was happy for her. After all, she had made significant contributions, having taken down a formidable ghost general, hadn't she? Moreover, destroying the divine toilet was initiated by her. She had no idea that Yisusu had already acquired the power she sought. In the future, it was entirely possible that she could also contribute to the Dragon Kingdom, like Chiyoban. After the victory banquet, Zhao Su convened a meeting with the December members still within the headquarters of the Anomaly Bureau. The main topics were twofold. First, to avoid going abroad for an extended period. Even under normal identities, this was advisable. It would be best if their families also refrained from traveling abroad. Individuals like Chiyoban had identities that were not secrets. If Chiyoban and her family went abroad, they would certainly be unsafe. There was no need to elaborate, everyone understood, but Zhao Su still emphasized it once more. Secondly, there would be awards presented. This award was not a simple accolade but represented the highest honor of the Dragon Kingdom, the Nebula Award, which was even higher than the first-class merit. Only those great individuals of the past had received it. Many of them had already passed away. However, due to the killing of Nishijo Aiki, what would have been at most a first-class medal was upgraded to the Nebula Award. Zhao Su solemnly handed the medal to Bian Li on behalf of the higher-ups. Although your contributions cannot be made public, they are well noted above. With this, as long as neither you nor the Bian family commit any crimes in the Dragon Kingdom, you will have unobstructed paths ahead. Zhao Su did not mention that there were many hidden benefits as well. Power was just one aspect. In the future, if there were any national projects that the Bian family wished to participate in, the country would also favor the Bian family, because of Bian Li. Some matters were understood by those in the know, unspoken, but mutually acknowledged. Thank you. Bian Li looked at the medal before him. This was something he had never seen before in his past life. Now this medal, symbolizing the highest honor of the Dragon Kingdom, was in his hands. As a citizen of the Dragon Kingdom, Bian Li felt immense satisfaction. Chiyoban was also awarded a first-class merit medal for her direct involvement. Qing Nuyu and Wu Youxiang were happy for Bian Li. After staying in Kyoto for 2 days, the group boarded a plane back to Haishur. Meanwhile, the Sakura Kingdom and the Ugly Nation were becoming increasingly exuberant. They launched the Dragon Kingdom threat narrative, believing that such actions were disrupting the original balance. The Sakura Kingdom even called for all nations to sanction the Dragon Kingdom together. Then a series of sanctions began. However, the Dragon Kingdom executed a tactic that made all forces and nations hesitate. They placed a total of 37 leading enterprises from the Sakura Kingdom and the Ugly Nation on the export control blacklist. Now the Ugly Nation was unwilling to stand up for the Sakura Kingdom. They hurriedly contacted the Dragon Kingdom, softening their stance. Their only intent was to resolve matters amicably. Starting with such drastic measures was pointless. Our so-called sanctions are merely talk. Look at you, I take it seriously. The Sakura Kingdom. The Sakura Kingdom is the Sakura Kingdom. What does it have to do with the Ugly Nation? If you want to impose sanctions, then sanction the Sakura Kingdom. I don't accidentally harm allies, right? This time the Dragon Kingdom was surprisingly assertive, employing not just countermeasures, but directly controlling exports. These are entirely different concepts. Therefore, considering the broader picture, the Ugly Nation immediately backed down. The Sakura Kingdom was left in tears. Having just begun their venture, why did Daddy Daitu back down first? Meanwhile, in a deep mountain of the Sakura Kingdom, feeling the aftermath of the great battle in Dongshi, the aura of the Yue Fox completely vanished. Another Demon King opened its eyes. The Stinky Fox is either dead or has been reincarnated. This is our best opportunity to stir up the night parade of 100 demons. The night belongs to us. General, This demon king is also a well-known monster in the legends of the Sakura Kingdom, known as the Slippery Ghost. The Slippery Ghost is not a monster harboring malice towards humans. According to legends, it would sneak into human homes for food and drink. The householders would instinctively treat it as a guest. After eating, it would express gratitude and then leave on its own. The householders would not remember this guest afterward. However, the Slippery Ghost possesses great strength. It is another demon king following the three great demon kings, inheriting the night parade of 100 demons. Over the years, due to the deliberate suppression by the Yue Fox, the Slippery Ghost and its subordinates had remained hidden deep in the forest. Now that the Yue Fox was forced to reincarnate, and with both S-level beings of the Sakura Kingdom dead, this was the perfect opportunity for the Slippery Ghost to rise. The Sakura Kingdom had no other choice. At this moment, having an S-level monster to support them felt like grasping a lifeline. Even the Abe family's strong opposition was of no use. The infiltration of the sly spirit into the Sakura Kingdom could no longer be concealed, nor did the kingdom intend to hide it. Having an S-level powerhouse stationed domestically made all the difference. Forces originally poised to exploit the Sakura Kingdom all hit the pause button. Being single-handed did not equate to representing the Dragon Nation. It was not only about export control. Even domestic enterprises led by the Bian family launched a massive siege against the Sakura Kingdom. When Bian Li and Bian Fan returned to the villa aside from Bian Lianyun, Su Hurong, and Bian Yi all stared disapprovingly at the two brothers. This time Bian Lianyun tried to cover their outing with a business trip excuse. Everything was seamless at first as the project was assigned from above. The mistake was that Xiao Rui also went on a business trip. More absurdly, Xiao Rui's project was the same as the Bian brothers. This was when Bian Yi sensed something was amiss. It was understandable for Bian Li and Bian Fan to be on a business trip, but Xiao Rui, she was not involved in the Chenglan affairs. Why would she be on a trip for the same project as her two younger brothers? Not only Xiao Rui, but the second young master of the Zhang family and Lung Qing of the Lung clan were all. Bian Yi casually checked and found that although the project belonged to the public sector, it was not a major one, merely a regional renovation in Yun province. Did such a project truly require the presence of two young masters of the Bian family, the head of the Lung clan, and Miss Xiao all on a business trip? If there was no trickery involved, Bian Yi declared she would rather break her own head and use it as a ball. By the time Bian Lianyun realized his daughter's actions, it was already too late. During her investigation, Bian Yi had already discovered that Bian Lianyun was shielding the two brothers. It was obvious that Bian Lianyun was fully aware. The moment Su Hurong called Bian Lianyun was summoned home, he was given no face at all. After much back and forth, Bian Lianyun could only insist it was a business trip. As for why Xiao Rui was there, it must be a mere coincidence. Under the watchful eyes of mother and daughter, Bian Lianyun had no chance to warn his two sons. Thus, the moment Bian Li and Bian Fan returned, they immediately sensed the tense atmosphere. Bian Fan was confused but trusted his elder brother's lead. Bian Li was all too familiar with this atmosphere. Seeing Bian Lianyun lowering his eyebrows submissively, then subtly raising his gaze to send a glance, he roughly pieced things together. Mom, sister, what's going on? Does Dad have someone else outside? Upon hearing this, Bian Lianyun's pupils trembled violently. Truly, filial piety can be overwhelming. How could you fabricate such rumors? Su Hurong and Bian Yi were shocked. How did it come to involve Bian Lianyun having someone else? Bian Fan was dumbfounded, his mouth unconsciously agape at such a bewildering statement. Seeing their reactions, Bian Li was pleased with the effect. Rather than waiting to be questioned, it was better to take the initiative and break the deadlock. If it escalated to a formal family tribunal, it would only place him at a disadvantage. Moreover, Bian Li immediately thought of the perfect excuse. Cut the nonsense. Do you think I don't know who my father is? All his cards are secondary. The main card is with me. Exactly. I manage the finances. All dividends, even salaries, are credited to Mom's card. Even if Dad wanted to, he would need money, wouldn't he? Otherwise, what would anyone want from him? Want him for his snoring and not bathing. Bian Lianyun didn't just have trembling pupils, he collapsed outright. Truly, a daughter's love. Not at all. Dad showers every day. Su Hurong showed a modicum of conscience, though not much. Bian Fan only had one thought, that his normalcy made him feel out of place among his family. Enough, don't divert the topic. Speak plainly, where have you been this past week? With whom? Su Hurong slammed the table and demanded sharply. Mom, please don't be angry. It really was a business trip. Thankfully, before returning home, Bian Li had visited the company to learn about the excuse Bian Lianyun had provided for him and Bian Fan. Though it's merely a renovation project, it was jointly initiated by Yun province to attract investment. So you should know that President Lung also attended. Bian Li did not mention Xiao Rui, but brought up Lung Qing. This was a subtle hint suggesting his trip was not because of Xiao Rui and that he cared little for her. Xiao Rui was the real cause of Su Hurong's anger. She would not concern herself with the reason behind the business trip. Where is Xiao Rui? Why is she also on the list? How come I didn't know she was involved in Chenglan's affairs? Not only Su Herong was unaware, even Xiao Cheng was surprised that his daughter was pulling in projects for the company. Though the project was far in Yun province and his daughter had to travel for it, Xiao Cheng still agreed, even thoughtfully helping Xiao Rui assemble a team. In fact, these team members had long been arranged by Lung Qingxuang and joined after Xiao Rui's recommendation. In truth, as soon as Xiao Rui awakened her abilities, Lung Qingxuang had been preparing for this. All were preparations for the present. I didn't expect it either, but since it happened with the long-standing ties between the two families, we cannot simply pretend not to see it. This statement clearly expressed Bian Li's stance. Mom used to think Rui would be your most suitable partner and that the Xiao family would be your best ally. But after the Xiao family broke the engagement, causing the Bian family to become a laughingstock, and you to lose face, Mom thinks otherwise. She wouldn't break the engagement without reason. If you two were to be together in the future and reasons arise, she might even do worse. Su Herong had her own set of standards for judging people. Xiao Rui was clearly no longer favored in her eyes. Mom, I never had any romantic feelings for Xiao Rui. Bian Li rubbed his brow. Mom fears you might be momentarily confused. You've always been soft-hearted since childhood. What if Xiao Rui regrets it? Who knows if you might be swayed and agree. Bian Fan twitched at the corner of his mouth. Soft-hearted? Who are you talking about? But after some thought, he admitted his elder brother was indeed tender-hearted. At least Qiu Ban and Miao Xia were unharmed. Miao Xia was only seriously injured. Qiu Ban was merely confined domestically, having been placed on the assassination list abroad. Bian Fan was unaware that Bian Li had long woven a vast net around Qiu Ban, waiting for the right moment to close it. As for Miao Xia, Bian Li was in no rush. He needed to visit Shenangjia to find the Demon King from back then, a great rock bird, a mythical species said to prey on dragons. Because of its noble bloodline, its strength far exceeded ordinary demon kings. Even during the great battle, despite the dragon nation's full efforts, it managed to escape. It had now become the absolute overlord of the Shenangjia demon realm. Even the Yidiao Bureau refrained from rash moves without adequate preparation. The Great Rock also displayed discernment, never leaving Shenangjia. In contrast, the threat from the Tianshan Kunlun and Greater Xingun demon realms was far greater than that of Shenangjia. Mom, don't worry, it won't happen. Besides, aren't you watching over this? Our family doesn't have the freedom to love anyway. Bian Li spread his hands, emphasizing the crux of the matter. Bian Li and Yun and Su Herong enjoy the freedom to love, but that is only because their family backgrounds are compatible. This is a rarity in the world of high society. At least Bian Li had never fantasized about encountering such a situation. Neither had Bian Yi. Both were very pragmatic individuals. Perhaps in this family, only Bian Fan still held on to the idea of finding true love. However, Bian Li was mistaken. Bian Fan had encountered many people from wealthy families. He understood that as a scion of a noble family, one must bear the responsibilities of the clan. Among these responsibilities, arranged marriages are inescapable. He even thought that his older brother, who already held an important position in the Bian family, could escape this fate. His thought process was that if an arranged marriage was necessary, he would go for it himself. After all, he had never considered finding someone to share his life with. In the past, when he was poor and couldn't afford meals, others looked down on him. Now he didn't believe that would still be the case. He had seen many young heirs entangled with Lung Qingxuang. The young men who could interact with Lung Qingxuang were all from respectable families. However, he had investigated them and found that each one was a spoiled rich kid. They approached Lung Qingxuang with the aim of gaining both fame and fortune. By the way, 2 groups from Kyoto have recently reached out to us. They are not only willing to offer us benefits, but are even prepared to incur losses to cooperate with us. Do you know what's going on? Seeing Bian Fan's expression change, he thought that Bian Fan might not be fond of this topic. After all, Bian Fan had just returned and was not like her and Bian Li, who had been aware of these matters since childhood. So she changed the subject. Bian Fan knew a bit about this matter, but Bian Li was unclear. He had not been paying much attention to the group's affairs. He only looked into things when Bian Fan had a problem. It's the Honglu group and Shanaya capital from Kyoto. This matter was shrouded in mystery, and Bian Li and Yun couldn't grasp the underlying schemes. Neither of these groups was easy to deal with. They were only a notch below the Bian family. Financially, they could rival the Xiaos, but their connections were very solid. Bian Li and Yun was worried that there might be a trap. However, both the contract and the personnel sent to negotiate were above board. In fact, those individuals were somewhat respectful in front of Bian Li and Yun and Bian Yi. This was quite puzzling. Bian Li and Bian Fan exchanged glances. While others might not know, they were aware. These 2 groups were enterprises connected to Feiyin and Mingdiao, just like the Bian family, and were funded by the Anomaly Bureau. Thus the situation became clear. This was a goodwill gesture from Mingdiao and Feiyin towards Bian Li. Since it's a good thing, we should proceed with it. Once he had realized this, there was naturally no reason to turn away the benefits that were at hand. Hearing Bian Li's words, Bian Li and Yun understood immediately. Although he didn't know the specific companies involved, he was aware that besides the Bian family, several other enterprises were also funded by the Anomaly Bureau. Perhaps this was a gesture of goodwill from the other 12 moons to the newly promoted 12 moons. Or it might be a hidden reward for this operation. After all, upon seeing Bian Li return safely and the recent news of terror attacks in Sakura country, Bian Li certainly understood the general situation. He also knew that his eldest son had achieved great merit for the country. What Bian Li said is right. When meat is placed before you, there's no reason not to eat it. There was also an unspoken thought that this would help compensate for the loss of the Xiao's Chengluan group. All right, you all go and rest well. Bian Li, remember what your mother said. Su Hurong still felt uneasy and repeatedly advised him. After all, she was the first to disagree, with Xiao Rui wanting to marry into the Bian family. During this time, the Xiaos had not been doing well. The Bian family was a barometer in Haishur. With the severance from the Xiaos and the rumors of the breakup, the upper class in Haishur had come to understand the direction of the wind. There was no guarantee that Xiao Cheng and Helan wouldn't pressure Xiao Rui into submission for the sake of Chengluan, or that Xiao Rui herself wouldn't have regrets. I know, Mom. From a mother's love, while warm, it could also be a bit nagging. But having lived 2 lives, Bian Li understood that only a mother would be so talkative. Wait a moment, you two come to the study. Bian Li spoke. Got it, Dad. The two replied in unison. Once Bian Li and Bian Fan went upstairs, Su Hurong could no longer hold back. Why are you looking for them to discuss matters when the child has just returned and hasn't rested yet? What's so urgent that it must be discussed today? Really, tonight you can sleep in your study. Bian Li. Didn't he just want to understand his eldest son's great achievements a little earlier? How did it come to this being relegated to sleeping in the study? Bian Li pondered this issue in the study. Soon Bian Li and Bian Fan arrived in the study. The 3 of them began a QA game. In fact, Bian Fan wasn't very clear about the process either. He had only heard bits and pieces. Bian Li didn't hide anything and laid everything bare, including the grievances between Miao Xia and Xiao Ban. Will there be trouble? Bian Li wasn't worried about external enemies. With the Anomaly Bureau in place, how could outsiders bully them? However, internal conflicts, especially since the opposing side coveted his son's source of strength, how could they possibly compromise? Moreover, this was not only the source of strength for his eldest son, but also a safeguard for his youngest son. After returning, Bian Li had already entrusted the lost driver to Bian Fan for safekeeping. Whenever Bian Li needed it, he could retrieve it, as long as Bian Fan did not transform. It was very convenient. Upon hearing that Bian Li had received the Nebula Medal, Bian Li immediately became unsettled. He understood how significant the Nebula Medal was. Then he was no longer worried that Bian Li would be targeted. The Nebula Medal was a protective talisman. As long as he didn't betray the country or commit crimes, no one in Longwood could touch him, even the 12 moons. When the discussion ended, Bian Li finally brought up the recent arrangements. Xiao Fan, we will accompany you back to the orphanage. First, to thank your director, and second, to invite your director and friends from the orphanage to attend your graduation banquet. Everyone else was easy to invite, being relatives, friends, or social elites. Only the orphanage where Bian Fan grew up was a bit special. To soothe Bian Fan's emotions, Bian Li and Su Hurong decided to go together after discussing to show their sincerity. Moreover, the director had even sold his own assets to maintain the orphanage's expenses despite the insufficient subsidies. Such responsibility in today's society is simply unimaginable. They admired him from the bottom of their hearts. Within their means, they were also willing to do something for this kind-hearted director. In addition to funding the orphanage's expenses, covering some children's medical costs, and purchasing some living facilities, Bian Lian's actions needed to be communicated with the director. For example, sponsoring the children in the orphanage to study in the name of the Bian family. If they excelled academically, they could also have priority in being recruited by the Bian family. Many things were already being implemented, while some were still in progress.